ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome to another new day of the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. It's the spring season, we're working towards Dallas, and today me and Pig are coming at you to bring you all the games in the playoffs of Asia and Europe. Pig, how we doing, mate?
Good. I'm very excited. We get to actually cast some regionals. I'm happy to sacrifice a bit of sleep tonight to get up and watch a ton of the progression. You know, I've been kind of waking up each morning and seeing the results and skimming the VODs. So actually getting to watch it live, commentate some of the games should be a lot of fun tonight.
Oh yeah, we're going to have a good time. We've got 8 best of 5s coming your way. We'll show you just what's coming in a second. First of all, though, thank you so much to Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop, our sponsors for the ESL SC2 Masters. And of course, we're building towards the offline finals in Dallas. You can get yourself there with your tickets from dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. Use the code StarCraft, get 15% off as well, and you can be beautiful. So, we will have a quick look at our schedule and our standings and everything. So let's have a look at where we are at. I think we'll look at the schedule first and just see what's coming up today, as we're in the upper bracket and lower bracket of Asia, with Oliveira versus Lemon kicking us off, following up by a couple of PvPs, Yeshi versus Nice, Nanami against Firefly, and Coffee versus Cyan. Then we've got 4 excellent series from the winners bracket round 1 of Europe. Anything you're looking forward to the most today, Pig?
I mean, honestly, surprises. I think you look at the spread today, you've got, a few players who are underdogs, a few that are massive favorites, but you've also just got a lot of the players where I don't think it's exactly clear what's going to happen. It's gonna be fascinating to find out. I think Oliveira Lemon, that is a very important match because Oliveira obviously comes in as the incumbent of the region, but Lemon has basically beat him twice in a row now and is looking like he might take over. So I think for the Asian side, that's really big. The other one for me in the European side is Reina Mana. Obviously, Reina's going to be playing from Korea with a little bit of delay. Mana is very good with his micro and his aggression, and I'm just looking to see how that one plays out as well. I think those are my 2 highlights of tonight.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fun matches. This is the bracket for Asia as well. As you can see, Oliver and Lemon, Yeshi and Nice sitting in the upper bracket. We will be eliminating 2 of Firefly, Nanami, and Coffee and Cyan. So that'll be coming up in a bit. But as you mentioned, it is going to be that Oliveira versus Lemon series to start us off. So we're going to be kicking this off, getting this going, and seeing what these 2 have to bring to the table. They played in the groups. Lemon beat Oliveira then 2-1. I mean, the storyline of Lemon so far is crazy. Dude keeps on winning, and it's just freaking fun to watch. So excited to see how we do going into this best of 5, of course, as we have full best of 5s today. So let's jump on in and get down to business, as we are going to start in at the top left-hand corner. As soon as my StarCraft 2 wants to show up on the stream software, there it is in the top left-hand corner. The blue Protoss is Lemon.
And in the bottom right side, he has been the champion of the region, but the last 2 times he's faced his opponent, it's ended up rather sour. Down here in the bottom right side in the red, it's Oliveira.
Yeah, it's not been a pretty set of recent matches for Oliveira against Lemon. Oliveira has an overall losing record against him now, I believe. Just kind of crazy. It all builds into that kind of storyline of Lemon this season, who is just popping off to a whole new level. As we do have this game to set us off. This is where Oliveira wants to set the record straight. He wants to obviously get a bit of revenge from the group stages, which was absolutely a bit of a fumble from Oliveira. He really struggled through there compared to what we were expecting of him as well. So, excited to see how this all turns out, and if Oliveira can figure out what it has been about Lemon that he's not been able to overcome the last couple of times.
It's really interesting because Oliveira has picked a trademark aggressive approach in their previous matches. Sharp timing attacks, early aggression, and Lemon has simply macroed well. He, normally when there's an up-and-comer, they get some cheesy wins against the incumbent champion, but in this case, Lemon's just been like, I scout you, I react, I block your moves. Often really on knife's edge, just with like fantastic blink control, really good micro in those small-scale engagements, barely surviving while continuing to expand. So I've really enjoyed what Lemon's brought out, and I am curious to see if Oliveira goes for like a fast third command center in game 1 or 2 of this series. because I think that would be a nice way to change things up if he thinks, hey, I'm better than you in the long game. But that isn't classically what Oliveira's had success off in TVP. It's been sharp timing attacks, mid-game aggression, and fantastic build orders. Now, this time he's going to go for the Command Center Expand, completely blind, Marine into Reactor, into a Factory. This is a very efficient opening, right? Because you're skipping the Scouting, you're skipping the Reaper, you're going to have the Marines building very early, which means you could choose to skip the Bunker if you think you can get away with it. Obviously, that would get you in trouble if there was early Stalker pressure, but that's so rare. And Lemon is a very standard player in his openings. You know, adept defensively to block Scout, the Twilight Council going down. So far, I think Oliveira is cutting a few corners to hit his factory timing, potentially some sort of stim time. It could be a Widow Mine drop. Whatever that is, it's going to hit a little bit faster than it would if he'd scouted with an SCV, gone for a Reaper. So Oliveira is just cutting some corners. Nice opening for him so far.
Cut some corners, hit that timing nicely, and we do think that's probably what Oliveira wants to do. He's a typically aggressive player in TVP, and if he can gain himself an edge early, he will absolutely look to do that, as the few Marines are out the front, but they're in the wrong direction to catch this Adept, which came around the left-hand side. As the Adept cancels its shade, he only just now saw it with the Marines, finally moves them away. We have the other Marine showing up, so the Adept has to be careful, but it is going to be able to back away comfortably. And obviously just trying to scout further with this Adept as it just double-checks what's going on. Sees that the CC is obviously just finishing up as an orbital. Not really much to pick up on now. Sees the Hellion as well. Will be able to shade out of trouble here. And again, just picking up info as he gets into his own blink play. Robot facility at the front will create the wall as well, to make it a little bit difficult if there's any further Hellions wanting to run by. But Oliveira is already building the tank, building the lib, and this is very typical of some kind of Marine tank push. Lib hits elsewhere at the same time, just trying to multi-prong in those early stages and find some damage.
The exact same sort of style he did against Lemon last time they played. It didn't go well for him then. Let's see if he's added any special sauce to make it work in the execution phase. So far, Hellion does get denied. But it was useful scouting. Like, Oliveira goes, okay, you're probably looking to take a third. That's why your units were over there. He doesn't know for sure, though, so he does get a bunker for safety. And the second and third barracks are down. Now, what was odd previously is he was, like, over-committing to the Marine tank push. And the Stalkers were just kind of out-positioning him. The handling of the Liberator was great. This one feels a little bit more chill. You know, it kind of feels like, okay, we're getting a few tanks, but I think Oliveira is going to be building up to a much later push here, and who knows, potentially even macroing up as the engineering bay does go down. And on the other side, of course, it is 4 gas. 2-gate blink Robo is incredibly powerful if you get past the early stage, but it is fragile, right? You're only on 2-gate blink up until about 6 minutes when these gateways start warping in, so Liberator does enter the main base, but Liberator in isolation is not a very powerful harassment move. Oliveira just hides it in the back. What a peculiar way of doing things.
Just going to keep it there for later on, so he can obviously hit the main mineral line. He could maybe run down the left and hit the natural too, but yeah, so weird to get it up so early and then really not look to make use of it at all, as we are now on 3 racks. We are going to look to power up into Stim and +1, really get this bio to be as strong as possible. And that's maybe when we will see that Liberator come to fruition once again and actually show itself at some point in the future. Observer is keeping a good eye on things. Lemon just trying to pick up further info. We'll see no reaction on that starport. There's the Lib down the left-hand side, and it's going to... he thought about it for a second. He is really unsure what he's doing with his Liberator, I guess. Just trying to pick up some info.
That's a scouting Lib, right?
Yeah.
That is a scouting / overreaction Liberator. Like, he's trying to get Lemon to bite and get scouting info, and Lemon is just so calm. His units are just split. He's like, dude, I can just move once you siege up. Like, I've got quick reactions. He's so confident. His observer also saw everything. Saw the reactor now building, saw the 3rd tank out, 4th tank building. Oliveira, I imagine, is going to be doing a bunker push. I mean, that's what you kind of have to do off this sort of opening. But there are already Colossus on the way. And I believe he moves out now with the 4th tank. But actually, he's supply blocked for a moment. His medevac's just now starting. We might even see a 5th siege tank. This is going to be a huge 2-base push from Oliveira.
Yes, he is just going to have so much, and it's going to hit hard with all of those upgrades. He sort of says, hey, look, the earliest aggression I can bring, you know, didn't work out last time, so what if I set up in a similar way, but don't attack too soon, but then attack when I'm overall stronger? And he is going to move out, like you say, lots of tanks. First medevacs are popping as well to be the support units. We've got the upgrades finishing, so this is everything Oliveira needs to make a successful push happen. We'll see how Lemon goes about dealing with this. He's got Colossus coming through. He will not have range straight away, so he will miss a little bit of the, you know, ability or utility on the Colossus being able to fight from afar. but he will have good ramps to try and defend. The problem is those tanks can push you away from the high ground.
Liberator sieging behind the third base. Nice move here for Oliveira to distract and tax fire Lemon there. The tanks are sieging on the front. The Marine Marauder is going to come in. The Stalkers will deal with that Liberator. 4 probes going down. The tank's in a nice position. Battery overcharge has already been activated, but it's not going to be able to clean this push-up. And I do think it looks like Lemon may have to give up the third base. Not something he wants to do. The Zealots getting ready to flank those tanks. If those Zealots can get on top, he could clear this.
Yeah, coming in from the right-hand side, get blinks on as well. Taking a little while to really clean out the siege tanks, though, and the tanks get a lot of shots off. If we get rid of that last tank, there's going to be Colossi left to fight the Marines, but that tank is still actually just there. We are going to clean this up, but man, this felt like it took an eternity for Lemon to work his way through anything. I thought that was going to be a little smoother once the Zealots charged in from that right side, but no, he pushes it back still. He is down on army supply, but also up in workers. Oliveira just now settling his orbital for the third base, so getting that ready as one siege of that tank, but Lemon does not really have the numbers to go diving into another battle anytime soon.
You know, there was one Chad Marauder that was up front in front of the Marines, and the Colossus were on A move because the Stalkers blinked forward and all the Zealots were on the right. Nothing attacked that Marauder except the Colossus and 1 sentry, I think it was. So the Marauder tanked like 2 or 3 Colossus volleys while the Marines were very clumped up. So that's the one thing we could criticize there for Lemon that maybe slowed him down clearing it up, is if those Colossus focused in the middle of the Marines a little bit earlier, they would have been melted. Nonetheless, I like the decisiveness with which Lemon did it. You know, I can nitpick all day, but at the end of the day, you've defended, you got a 4th building. Oliveira is only now floating out his 3rd. I would say this looks pretty darn good. Of course, you do have to take into account the units lost tab. When you sacrifice all your Stalkers and Sentries in a fight like that, it costs you so much more than the opponent. And he's going to go for an ambush here. Does get on top of the tanks with the Zealots, which is very nice.
Yeah, he's going to work his way through those, but 2 Colossi already down, and they have been trying to clear up the army on the left-hand side. The last Colossus looks as though it will fall as well. You mentioned the Stalkers going down, so there was no anti-air to really fight against the Vikings and to clean those up. And Lemon is going to lose everything trying to fight in. Now, he obviously traded okay against Oliveira. The resources lost is still not his friend, and he does not now have really much tech at all to follow up with, which is huge for Oliveira because Lemon is going to be limited on tech. That gives Oliveira so much more potential with his own aggression to have a good time.
Yeah, 100%, mate, 100%. Lemon's 4th base is going to be hard to defend. Thankfully, the Prism does come in to buy him time. And he's got a Disruptor up, but he needs to keep up Colossus production. Because he's blind, he's rebuilding Observers right now. On single Robo, though, that production is limited in this Prism. Oh, does he save it? Yes, just barely. Wow, that was close. Definitely a bit dicey, but at the end of the day, keeping it alive is good. Zealot Stalker will not keep you alive, though. If Lemon doesn't crank up that Robo production, I think he's doomed to the next push. I'd love to see a second Robo here, Wardy.
Absolutely. He is limited on tech. Rebuilding is fine for him in a way, like his supply has never struggled. But what's in that supply is struggling because he's never really had, like you say, the extra Robo or so to replace, and he has lost his Robo units now in that previous fight. So moving into Disruptors, they're a little bit of a, can save you while there's a low account, sure, but it's also a scenario where they're very vulnerable in low accounts because if the 2 Disruptors are fired and they're on cooldown, there's then no stopping Oliveira attacking in. Facing those splash damage, you can have a great time. And they haven't even kept the Robo producing here. So you have Robo downtime, and I think that's something, like you say, we'd like to see a second Robo, and yet he isn't even using his first Robo. It does feel like the future fights are very scary for Lemon. Now he adds on 2 more to make up for lost time.
Hey, I like it. Better late than never. I do think, non-stop Robo production kind of has to be crucial. Luckily for him, though, his Observer sees everything at the front. I think that's part of why Lemon's kind of being almost slow on the Robotech. He sees a Ghost Academy, a 4th Command Center, an army that's sitting very passive. And there's something to be said for if Oliveira kept moving around the map, just sharking a little bit, he might have got Lemon being a little more scared. But now Lemon's on the map. He's got that 5th base and 6th base now coming up. He's on a good worker count of 78, and once again, I'm just floored by how solid Lemon's macro is. And just looking at the way Oliveira plays, I don't feel like this is his next level confidence stage of the game. He could still win here. But I feel like the early and mid game in this matchup is where Oliveira is a world-class competitor. In the top couple of Terrans in the world, capable of beating anybody. At the late game stage, it's not his specific area of expertise. Whereas Lemon has shown a very surprising amount of experience here. Like, he's just so calm at setting up these fights. Now, he doesn't really want to fight just yet. He kind of just wants to pin Oliveira back, keep him occupied while he gets those bases established. I would like to see a few more gases for Lemon behind this. He's going 2 more to go to 6, but I wouldn't mind him going up to 8 gas since he's on 87 workers, triple robo, double forge, and that's an expensive amount of infrastructure and upgrades to upkeep.
It's a lot to be spending, and you know, he does have just so many bases coming up. You're right, this is definitely where Lemon's been great. He's been non-stop at expand, and he is taking extra gases now on that right-hand side base as that comes online. So that's going to be the 8 gas. You're right, he is just spending so much money with +2 armor looming in the, you know, the cost, or you know, on the shopping list, I suppose. We've got more and more disruptors coming out. Is there a point here you want to see something other than disruptors, though? I feel like we're getting to that point where we've got plenty of disruptors. Do we move back into Colossus? Is it time to see something else? He's actually going to start up with Colossus now, so I think he's kind of feeling the same thing. They just need some more stable splash damage. That's probably the best way to improve his army right now.
What a crazy move. Oliveira, Clem is a guy who loves to save his Vikings in case there's a Colossus swap. Oliveira has decided, nah, these are dropships now. Let's go. He's going to dive down the left and the top of the map at the same time while landing Vikings in the back. Oh, Lemon, he lost 1 observer on the front and now he's caught completely out of position. This happened last time they played on this map, but he trapped Oliveira's army that time and punished him hardcore for it. Let's see if he can do that again. It doesn't look like this is the case. Oliveira's dodges are on point. My gosh, his micro is out of this world. The bio is heavily wounded, so the Stalker Zealot will eventually overwhelm. But up in the north, he is getting ravaged. The other section of bio is taking out their Nexus. This is a huge problem for Lemon right now. Oliveira just showing a spectacular ability to set up multi-prong there. His Vikings that weren't great units with no Colossus on the field actually did a good amount of distraction, and that is why you need extra observers in the later stages. That's something where the triple robo could have been used for that, but he lost 1 observer, and honestly, I almost wish we had instant replays, Wardy, because he was so quick to capitalize after scanning that observer and split his army into 3 chunks. It was beautiful.
Yeah, he really did just go all out from that point on, and here we are now with Lemon in a lot of trouble. I mean, he's kind of clearing up armies at the moment, so the supplies are going to close in, but he lost multiple bases. He's really reset base count-wise. He's building 3 Nexus to try and reset. I mean, he does have good army supply. Did Oliveira maybe lose a little bit too much at the very end? Maybe, but that doesn't matter as long as he doesn't die now, and it isn't looking as though Lemon wants to go across the map and try and kill him. So Oliveira should be fine. He's going to have an economic lead to kind of rebuild with, and that's exactly what he's doing. Scan to the bottom left. He sees that the gold is there, realizing that Lemon was on his way to another base. And Lemon is, I mean, he's going to be across the map now. Let's see if he can make something of this fight. Disruptor is not going to land initially, but he can use those to keep on pushing the Terran back and force him to miss shots, as he has to just spend time kiting. Not a single Disruptor shot landing so far, though, and that feels bad for Pros. That feels desperate to push in to some extent.
Yeah, finally gets a single Marauder with the Disruptor shot. Good idea to poke here as Lemon, but you got to be cautious not to get jumped on. Your army is way weaker other than those Disruptors. And Oliveira is back to almost max. He's got the army supply advantage. Lemon's got his gold base under assault in the bottom left, and Oliveira split an army around the north as well. Now, he's got to be careful not to get dived on, but Oliveira will have to give up this planetary. Good catch by Lemon. He's got a stat recall to that third, otherwise he's in trouble.
Yeah, but he is going to recall. It might not matter because, quite frankly, the Disruptors get left behind. The recall gets cancelled, so we're actually going to end up taking this fight. We blink in with the Stalkers. Obviously, that does mean the base has gone down at home, and we cannot get back there at the moment to go and defend. The rest of that army continue to push through. Problem is, Lemon's going to be so far behind if he tries to base trade. It's going to be such a slow process for him to push up a ramp. A few Zealots doing work. I mean, this bio is hurting. It's in the orange and reds, but just a couple of medevacs doing some healing. Finally, we start getting back. We'll blink on these medevacs, but the blink into the Marauders is not pretty. Disruptors will start to clean up, and we will get rid of everything, but at, again, a pretty high cost.
Yeah, Pyrrhic victory. Lemon gets a beautiful fight at the end of a series of bad events for the Protoss. Oliveira is retaking his 5th. He's got a 6th command center up as well. He's adding orbitals, nukes, +2 ship weapons, everything here. Lemon cannot keep up, and that there was a work of art. Oliveira just catching him out of position. Reminding us once again why on Golden Ore, especially a map that's quite wide, extra observers are pretty much a necessity.
Oh, absolutely. This was 100% a situation here where we just have, you know, you lose vision for one moment and immediately Oliveira is just there and he is punishing you and just making your life a misery because of it. So definitely something to, again, keep in mind. Obviously, Golden Aura really lends itself to that because it has a lot of different pathways. It's large enough to split around and, you know, head off in different directions as well. So that's, you know, these are all things which I think are noteworthy. We'll see what the next map is. Get this hosted up in a second or two. Just wait for our admin to join us again. He's been chilling in the game sometimes afterwards, so take a moment or two. But more action coming up here in the first map of today's, so in the first series of today's ESL Regionals playoffs, the Asia playoffs. Amazing that we're already in the playoffs. It's kind of surprising somehow.
And you know what the highlight is of being here at the start of the day for our avid fans, Wardy, who love StarCraft that much they come for the first match, is they get the special segment here in between games called Weighing In on Twitch Chat Debates, where people were arguing about, oh, Protoss A move never, and someone's saying, if you got that wasn't A move, that was Blink Micro and stuff, and they're saying the casters literally said it was A move. Correction, I said the Colossus were on A move because the Zealots were flanking and the Stalkers were what was being actively microed and focused on the tanks. So the one miss micro Firefly had was the Colossus not being target fired while prioritizing, or sorry, Lemon. I keep calling him Firefly. Too many good Protosses in this region. But yeah, basically that's how it goes. So just a reminder, if you guys want to weigh in and tell people things, don't change the facts too much. We get a bit of fake news in Twitch chat. Something I'm sure you see in your stream as well. You say something, gets taken out of context pretty quickly sometimes, doesn't it, Wardy?
They love taking things out of context. People only hear what they want to hear sometimes, you know? They, you know what I mean? They hear what they want to hear. They decide that, you know, what you said is, you know, it's not even that they hear what they want to hear, but they hear you say something like, yeah, and that's what I think, but they kind of like merge it a little bit, right? So yeah, it's the same thing, you know. You snip a little bit of context away, and then suddenly, I mean, there's some interesting quotes to say the least. But oh, next map's going to be Ghost River. Exciting. This is a map that gets very cramped. You know, that was so weird because I really feel like that's a scary push. Oliveira kind of just keeps doing these sharp pushes. We've seen them fail a few times. Honestly, it didn't look like it was good enough for him in that game, but there was that overextension counterattack. I think the first push was actually... I think Oliveira had a slight lead, I want to say, because I feel like whenever you're playing Protoss, your goal is to kill their army, right? And you kill the Stalkers, the Sentries, like that's very valuable units you've killed. You're up 1,500, 2,000 resources and the units lost. That's great. On the other hand, it feels like Lemon just has such a good expansion rate and good probes. He's always able to bounce up and keep the supply very similar. And I felt like, you know, Oliveira's series of very good fights only led to incremental advantages because he's cutting so much more economy, like slowing down his third, slowing down his fourth to really get the big army out at these moments. So it's very much a knife's edge matchup that I think could go either way. Well, we will find out as we load into Ghost River for this map number 2. Oliveira has taken the 1-0 lead. Can he keep it up and finally derail truly the Lemon hype train? Because Lemon has been really playing great this season so far. Been very exciting to see. Not a new name, actually a very old name. We've seen him in a lot of past regionals, playing different races even. But to see him kind of doing this well, he's a new name at this kind of tier of play, which has been very exciting. So we'll see how we continue through. Game number 2 in the top left, our Red Terran, the experienced man, the world champion. It is Oliveira.
And his opponent on the right side of the map, the young upstart, used to pick his faction. Played a lot of Zerg, played a lot of Terran. He settled on Protoss for this season. It is Lemon. We were seeing more of that. You know, it's so funny for like 10 plus years of StarCraft 2. People really weren't great at off racing outside of the very beginning when everyone was kind of bad in general. There was like a couple of guys throughout the history who, like, you know, they'd dodge a mirror matchup and pick a certain race for like a period of time. Then they'd go back to main racing. I know like Morrow used to do it with like to dodge Zerg versus Zerg, would play like Terran versus Zerg and stuff. And there was obviously Scarlet had a period where she was playing Protoss versus Zerg. So there's been a bunch of different players, but it feels like only for stints here and there. And it feels like these days you see Raynor occasionally doing it. You see a bunch of different players kind of mixing it in. And it's kind of just cool to see Lemon experiment so much before kind of settling here and saying, you know what, I'm the best with Protoss. I'm an expert with Protoss right now. I feel really good in this matchup. And so far, I think you're all starting to get an appreciation this deep into the season for just how good Lemon's macro is, because it feels like there's just no gambles. And it's bizarre because we don't normally see that in this region. This region, everything is normally a little bit of special spice, a little bit of extra something on the builds, a bit different. But it looks like a European player. And Europeans, like, you know, traditionally, they're very defensive, scout, react, macro. It's like a several of Protoss. It's bizarre to see Lemon just be so good in this defensive game.
That's what's really getting me, because if Lemon, I think I said this yesterday, but like if Lemon had shown up and he was like cheesing everybody and had some really sick all-ins or really sick times, I'd be like, okay, you know, makes sense, he's seen some success. But it's his core gameplay that is genuinely the impressive part so far, right? It's like, you know, it's his big, you know, the basics, the mechanics are there. You know, his ability to split armies and keep track of armies, obviously not so much in that last game, but generally that's been what he's good at. It's not just like, oh, he's hitting this time that people are struggling with, or man, he has come up with some disgusting cheese. No, it's very standard, solid play. He's dealt with the aggression early, he gets him to a comfortable state, and he just plays a great game from there. So it's been fascinating to kind of watch that kind of prevail for him this season, and it kind of makes me wonder, like, how much can he keep this up for? Like, is this just a one-season wonder run, or is he really going to kind of become a real challenger in the future seasons of Asia as well?
Yeah, I really hope it's not one and done. I love when players show longevity. You know, I like to see the evolution of players, but we see a lot of players. You know, they find a moment in a meta, in a map pool, where they go from being a high GM or a low-level pro gamer to a high-level pro gamer. Carrying that over into different metas, different map pools, different strategies, that's what's so difficult about StarCraft, and why you see so many players' names appear, we go, oh, that player's promising, and then you don't really hear from them again. It's because they just can't qualify anymore, because they haven't managed to evolve their strategies to that next level, and that's very common. I have high hopes, though, for Lemon to, of course, surpass anyone's lack of expectations on that front. For now, Adept gets in, doesn't see anything. Letting the Shade finish like that is actually often a tactical move. For a long time, Terrans were very lazy. They always built the extra buildings within vision, just assuming that because the Adept Shade has less vision and the Protoss doesn't want to throw their Adept away, they wouldn't see it. But Oliveira has actually been very good at hiding it. And that's something him and like Coffee and XY, all the Chinese Terrans are really good at hiding their build, because they're such masters of timing attacks. And look at this, the Stalkers are out of position. They're going to try and pressure, but the Widowmine drop will get past. And if these Stalkers are on the wrong side of the map, even though he gets a Marine there, that's not going to be worth being out of position when the Widowmine drop comes in.
Absolutely not, because you can't get any further. The bunker is up, the defense is there, and this Widowmine drop is going to be able to get some damage done. And obviously the main thing here is it's very likely these Widowmines are going to get to drop, shoot, lift back into the medevac, and go a second time, and that's where the value is found on these Widowmine drops. You know, unload 1, unload 2, Lemon's response is quick, and this might just be 2 pros, but like I say, because the Stalkers weren't here immediately, we're going to get both of these back into the medevac, and we will be able to get that medevac into the corner to go for round 2, a half minute or so from now.
And it's 4 shots from going down, not just 3, which is important. So I believe they do 18 damage a shot. It's got 48 life, so, and barely survive 3 Stalker shots, which is big. The Liberator coming out, the Marine tank pushed behind it. Woody, it feels like we've seen this one before. This is crazy, man. Oliveira just feels like he can spam this build against Lemon, and Lemon's too greedy and he can catch him out. Lemon so far has held the openings really well. Will he be able to do it this time, though? He sees the Marine tank coming out. He knows it's on the way. Charge has started, but he's got so few units. Just a handful of Stalkers. The Marine tank will be able to get a forward position. The battery's just started. It's a tiny map, Ghost River. This is a scary, scary spot for Lemon to be in. Yeah, and obviously pulling the Stalkers to the front here. That there's time for the Widowmine drop to come back in. The Liberator is going to hit as well, because there's only so many units. These Widowmines are going to get to fire, and Lemon is a little slow to respond. So this time, multiple workers going down. The natural into fire. Oliveira is truly all over Lemon in this game. He doesn't even need to go for the Marine tank push, because the damage on the mineral lines is good enough. He will fall back for the moment, and yeah, I mean, even the Liberator gets out, I think, completely unscathed. Didn't take a single shot. Lemon kind of panicked when he saw this army coming. He's like, oh no, I do not have enough units. I need to start slowing it down. And because of that, he pulled everything to reinforce in the middle. But he left 2 Stalkers in the main, but they didn't even catch the medevac coming in. So complete disaster for Lemon, and Oliveira really is looking as though he's the guy to finally start picking Lemon apart. The way Oliveira paused with his Marine tank and kind of pulled back and went forward and pulled back just below Lemon's ramp, that really drew Lemon's attention just as the Widowmine drop went in and the Liberator, and shows an expert knowledge of Oliveira wanting to pull his opponent's attention around to maximize the chances of doing damage, which that whole build, that's what it's focused around. There's a Liberator in your natural, a Widowmine drop in your main, and a bunch of Marine tank on the front. And the Blink Stalkers can technically wreck the Marine tank as it's moving across the map, but it takes so much attention and APM and micro. You can't do that while dealing with the other 2 prongs. So just excellent play by Oliveira, finds himself way ahead. And I think we're seeing here that on such a small map, for Lemon to do the same 2-gate into RoboBay is exceptionally greedy. And I think now I'm understanding on a deeper level why Oliveira is just doing the same sort of very aggressive not all in, but incredibly committed play over and over again. Because after seeing it not work in the previous group stage, I was like, you're crazy to do this again, dude. He's got great defense. And it wasn't necessarily winning for him in game one. It was okay for him. Maybe got him a slight advantage. But here on Ghost River, it's a small map. Lemon takes zero safety precautions, extreme greed. I really think he should have gone 3-gate blink. Just slow down your tech just a little to have that few more units out. I think you need a bit of an adaptation on this map. Otherwise, it gets very tough. Despite that, dude, Lemon's macro is insane. How is he back in such a good supply position? I do not know.
Yeah, he is, right? I mean, it's way better than expected. He's got a couple Colossi out, 9 Stalkers, 3 Sentries. Problem is, positions like this are going to be rough. He's going to lose his gases here on the natural as well. He does not have gases set up on the third. He's going to come around from the center, though, and he is going to jump on these tanks. Well, this is going to be a good cleanup from on the left-hand side of this. Obviously, still taking damage elsewhere. The Liberator is back as well for 7 probes. Again, just causing trouble. We recall to the high ground, defend the natural, but the Colossi in range of the bio, we lose one of them. And that is a nice additional pick-off here from Oliveira, who, had some ups and downs in that. It started off great, and then he kind of got jumped on and lost a lot of army. The question is, well, did he do enough damage overall to kind of really put himself in an okay spot for losing so much? And I think so, because he's already kind of got good army supply back at home. I'm not worried about one Colossus in this push coming across from Lemon. I don't think he's going to be able to break into Oliveira's setup here.
Yeah, especially if an EMP lands on those sentries, that would be huge. There's just enough Marauder Marine Ghost. I don't mind him hanging out outside the base acting scary. I love the 4 probes at a time. Lemon's ability to bounce back from damage is incredible. Unfortunately, no Forge right now, and that's really costly. It just starts, as I say it, second Colossus building now, and he's going to have to buy time for himself. I think this might be another game where, yeah, there we go. I was like, another game where second Robo and Disruptor production, you kind of need it just to slow your opponent down. And on this map, it's a bit more tight of a location. You probably don't need too many observers. Still more than just one outside the base, because we saw how good Oliveira's multi-prong is. But even a 5th base, wow, Lemon just has such confidence in his macro. I'm floored. At no point does he look nervous, just confidently doing what he wants to do.
Yes, he just does not stop, right? I mean, you have kind of hiccups along the way, and then he's just like, cool, I'm still not going to take my 5th base. As the second Colossus out over here, keeping that first alive is important because you actually do need to start getting a little bit of the splash damage up and running. Here comes the rest of Oliveira's army. Stims yet again, so pretty hurt already going into the fight, which now there's 2 Colossi out is pretty darn dangerous. They're going to laser down those units pretty quickly, so things to be concerned for. As Oliveira is going to back it up, Lemon opens up some space on his side of the map, and it is incredible. The bounce back he is capable of bringing off, it's actually crazy.
It's like watching Australia, especially like a few years ago, like 2021, 2022 Australia. And the number of times that guy would lose 60 probes in the first 5-6 minutes, and you'd be like, well, he's dead. And then you're like, 20 minutes later, you're in this back and forth TVP, and you're like, how the heck did that happen? It feels like Lemon has that same level of confidence in his ability to leverage defenders' advantage and just kind of bounce back. So I'm so impressed right now. By the way, that before, when Oliveira tried to move down the ramp and EMP'd, if that force field didn't land on the ramp, I think it's game over. But it was a bit crazy once his army got 50% of it force fielded up the ramp for Oliveira to chase him. That was like a crazy move for Oliveira. Oliveira may need to chill just a little bit. On the other hand, the supply is looking so good for Lemon right now. The upgrades for him are very bad, but he's got triple robo. I feel like Lemon needs to go for a bit of a greedy gas transition if he's going to play like this. Get a Dark Shrine and kind of just defend the middle of the map. Try to buy time until you get up a force of Blink DTs to do some counter-attack damage. But it's definitely like something where you can't really push for the win as Lemon right now. On the other hand, you got to be wary, because if range libs come out, your army does fall off really hard on a small map like this. So he's going to have to find a way to be aggressive while being way down on upgrades.
He gets himself a shot across here, tries to get rid of that Sense Tower, which is nice because it gets rid of the idea of where his army is, but he gets flanked at the same time, using Disruptor to still zone out up the left-hand side. Now Oliveira's coming from the south as well. Colossi will help to get rid of that, but we lose one of those Colossus, and now it's only a single man standing as Oliveira will have the chase. The Disruptors do not have a way to fire just yet. Reinforcements are showing up. It's another Colossus dead, and Oliveira pushes Lemon right back across the map.
And that's where you just die if you don't have triple robo. But Lemon's got triple robo. That disruptor count, he gets them home as well. Like, those are a very good fighting retreat, and he's got disruptor shots ready. That army's a little overstimmed. There's a good medevac count, but Fusion Core's just started. 5th Command Center is almost finished for Oliveira, but Oliveira is down in supply, and Lemon is taking a 6th base calmly in the midst of it. This is beautiful play by Lemon. If he could get in a Zealot run by or something like that, you know, something to really disrupt Oliveira, I feel like he can keep him at bay with this crazy disruptor count so well, and Oliveira is really trying to force it.
He is. He really wants to take this fight, as we are going to see the disruptors helping the zone, getting some connections off. We are going to get backed into the top side here, which is maybe a little bit of a problem here for Lemon. Oliveira is going to continue to try and chase into this. Stork is trying to push back out. Disruptor shot up the ramp, hitting a good chunk of units. Disruptors are hitting more and more. The Zealots flank in, and Oliveira is going to have to go in full retreat mode. We will chase a little bit here as Lemon get a couple final units. Because it's such a small map, this becomes a problem for Oliveira immediately, because now Lemon is attacking into Oliveira's base, and this is a huge issue as we just move on in. We zone out the natural units and the reinforcements, and we're going to have free reign filling bases.
Oliveira just stuck his hand in the meat grinder, similar to that fight earlier when he chased down the ramp. Absolutely insane aggression to chase into that many disruptors. Oliveira, you can tell he's got a bit of a mindset to this matchup right now, which is pre-spread, come in from all sides, and once you start doing that, you never pull back, and that's dangerous. The moment Lemon pulled up into that top corner of the map, Oliveira needed to disengage, split his army up, and go back to that multi-prong. You've claimed map control with that move, you've threatened that move, but he just kept chasing and he took massive disruptor shots. And now look at this, Lemon is just dismantling. Dude, Lemon lost 16 probes to the first wave. He lost another 9 probes to a Liberator on his third while defending the next wave. Lemon had a rough early game, but he has shown an ability to come back from that very impressively. Oliveira does have more army supply. If he could catch this army, he might be able to get back in this game. But Lemon's got bank to spare, and he finds another command center.
Every base of Oliveira is just getting taken out one by one. We blink to the low ground here. I don't hate it because a lot of the reinforcement units were still up on the high ground, so we get to go after the medevacs a little bit already. Lemon has a warp in right here at the gateway, even in the center of the map. We blink forward again because that's what Lemon is feeling. Disruptor shots landing on Ghosts. They're reinforcing Zealots will deal with the right side force, and this is looking as though Oliveira is going to be out of options, and Lemon is going to be tying this series up 1-1 after such a dreadful start. He took so much damage. Oliveira did a great job out positioning him, and Oliveira, just like you say, a couple times over, got a bit too aggressive at different points, put himself in trouble, and made this more difficult than it maybe ever needed to be.
Amazing comeback for Lemon. I'm so impressed. I mean, if he could do that on Ghost River, I'm just like, whoa, you gotta watch out here. Ollie, you're potentially in trouble. This guy is a beast. I just can't get over how powerful he is, man. It's fascinating to watch, you know. It's no surprise that Lemon made quick work of guys like Cyan in the previous round, of Nice in the group stage, or the Swiss bracket stage, I guess I should say earlier. Lemon took out Firefly 2-0 as well in the Swiss stage. Like, yeah, there's a reason. Like, Lemon is not just a one-trick pony. We're seeing he's just must have been training so hard. You don't get this good without putting in years of like thousands and thousands of macro games practicing your butt off.
It's crazy. Like I say, I mean, everything about it is just like the opposite of what you expect. You're like, oh, an underdog made the playoffs? Like, well, who did he go through? Well, only like 3 of the best players in the region, right? It's like, you know, Nice, Oliveira, and Firefly. So, like, none of that was easy, right? And that's what's so crazy. Oh, he cheesed them all out, right? No, he did it in the macro. It's like, oh, Lemon actually just got really freaking good. And that's incredible to see. And again, you know, this happened yesterday. He lost the first map against Sign. I was like, oh, we got to playoffs, the Lemon Hive Train. Maybe it's because he looked bad in the first game as well. Like, he kind of got dismantled. And then in game number 2, he just, like, absolutely rocked the show. And it was like, okay, we're back on the Lemon Train. And obviously now he's kind of brought it back. Obviously, it was a rough start in this game as well. So to turn that around is once again impressive. And I tell you what, Oliveira has been a little bit mentally not great lately, I feel, in TVP as well. So he needs to keep his cool as well. He needs to not kind of be like, oh man, this game was like won and I lost it. Because otherwise he's going to disintegrate in this series.
So, you know, this is an interesting point in terms of the mentality of Oliveira. Historically, he's been incredibly predictable in the region. Incredibly predictable. You look at when he was dominating, and he'd just do the same build over and over again because he was that much better than everybody else. Like, Oliveira is a guy who will get his execution down so tight. But when you're relying on such aggressive timing attacks, I think this is dangerous. On the other hand, what's weird here is that Lemon's not taking safety precautions. I'm like, dude, build a third gateway. It's a tiny map, you know, like, take some safety here. Lemon's like, no. Like, my comfort zone is just resting on that knife's edge and basically knowing the Terran has to do damage to me. Is Oliveira playing into that by leaning into it? Do we want to see a third command center build mixed in? I feel like there's got to be some sort of mix-up, whether it's just an extreme proxy all-in style strategy or an extremely greedy play. I do think there's got to be something else on that spectrum. If we see another Liberator tank marine push sort of thing, I'm not going to be particularly impressed with the strategic range of our Terran.
Let's see if he mixes it up for you. In the bottom right-hand corner, our red Terran player is Oliveira.
And in the top left, some comebacks galore. And I doubt he's going to be making those map control mistakes after game one again. In the top left, it's Lemon. Losing an observer, getting caught out of position, it happens. You shake your head, you shake it off. And to be fair, he almost came back even after that first big one in Golden Ore, right? 30 probes, 3 Nexus go down. Still gets back to a pretty decent position. It's like, okay, just a bit slow building the disruptors. Remember, we were both just saying it in game one. We're like, oh, more robos, more disruptors. Come on, man, you got to rebuild quicker. And he did a great job of probing, was a little slow on the robos. Game 2, he's like 3 robo immediately after a much worse start. And just such good disruptor zoning. And honestly, I once again want to go back to that force field on the ramp when he stopped Oliveira getting down there. If Oliveira EMP'd the sentries at the exact same moment they cast the force field, if that force field was a split second later, I think Lemon's screwed. Like, that whole army just gets on top of him at a dangerous moment. Instead, he does a fighting retreat against like half of Oliveira's army while the other half stuck behind the force field. And that was very clutch for Lemon, but it was also, like we said, a bit overly aggressive there and in the following chase. So maybe Oliveira's plan isn't that bad. Keep doing it. Just don't get quite so overcommitted once the disruptors are out in big numbers.
Absolutely. The disruptors really just were able to do such a good job, though. I was actually really impressed with by Lemon. You mentioned the kind of like the retreat, the fighting retreat, and it was so true. Like, his disruptors were really on point. He kept a lot of his disruptors alive, even though if he lost the Colossus. And keeping the disruptors alive meant that he had good numbers to then continue the fight with reinforcements coming through as well. That was really, really good for Lemon, and it was really because he did such a great job of retreating away. So, yeah, that was a big thumbs up from me. And again, just shows Lemon's ability to kind of just control the game and just be comfortable even under pressure. He took the fight properly. He did what he needed to do to give himself the best chance moving on. Very nicely done.
We're going to see Command Center on the high ground this time around for Oliveira, but once again, similar to game 1, Marine into Reactor. So not believing in the Reaper. I think that's because Lemon is quite good at going for that little high ground wall off and keeping the Adept at home to defend. So the Reaper basically against a guy who's as consistent and almost predictable like Lemon is. Like, we don't see a lot of Stargate openings from Lemon, right? So it's usually the same 2-gate blink Robo into Robo Bay on 4 gas and a 3rd base. And because of that, it's like, hey, why bother scouting? What I would like to see Oliveira take advantage with, though, is just like a Stim, Shields, Medevac multi-prong. I feel like these sort of builds against like a Terran who's very good with his positioning. You'll see Beyond do this all the time against this style. Just hit the main with some drops, hit the 3rd at the same time. There's a point where there's like 2 sentries, 1 Colossus, 6 Stalkers, and 3 Zealots. And you've got like a giant army of Marine Marauder because the Protoss splits up into Economy, Colossus, Stalkers, Sentries, Blink. They're often trying to get a Forge as well. There is a point around that 7 to 9 minute mark where they are vulnerable. And especially when you've got things like the ledge there where you could potentially snipe some of those buildings. That also can lean into that a little bit, though not necessarily the most useful in this map since the 3rd base is right in front of it. Nice Marine ambush. Ooh. Oh, wow. Barely gets out.
Yeah, it's actually going to get away. Shade in the right direction too to be safe, so it is going to be alive at the end of all of that as we move into the blink play from Lemon. That Robo facility is coming up. All of this off the 2 gates, so again, ready for that expansion as well. And he's just very comfortable as well in just doing this, right? 2-gate, blink, expand. He keeps on doing it. Just very happy to kind of play this style. And, well, we are waiting to see what the next step is here from Oliveira. He starts up a Banshee. You know, it's not a Liberator, but I feel like we've got a very similar vibe going on. Like, Marine Tank Banshee, it's high output, high damage output units, can definitely go for some very powerful pushes. It still feels as though he wants to get something done early. He wants to take the edge early on and not let this just be a super passive early game.
100%. You know, it's a good map for it. So hats off to him for sticking to his guns. It is a slightly different flavor as well with combat shields. Oh, shorter to upgrade. And of course, if you don't have any medevacs, you don't. This takes away the danger of overstimming. You don't even have the option. It's just Marines have 10 extra hit points because they're kind of buffering here for your tanks and your banshees. They're not as much damage dealers. Of course, they are always a mix. Single medevac on the way. Oliveira is committing incredibly hard to a 2-base push, and Lemon is kind of doggedly like, me do this build perfect, I can defend anything. And this is such a stubborn test of Oliveira saying, that's too greedy, you can't get away with that, I'm going to punish you. And Lemon saying, nah, watch, I can defend anything. And honestly, only the results are going to tell us. This is what StarCraft's often about, and this is where the tiny edges are going to add up. Oliveira moves out, the Observer sees it leaving. No SCVs being brought with this, which is a little surprising. This is a push where often a few repairing SCVs, sometimes one with a bunker does come in. And the Banshee does fly into the natural. Looks like the Stalkers are there. Doesn't really get any damage. So far, it is a very big push. Stalkers damaging the Marines, but not doing all that much. Third Command Center starts behind it. Oliveira is getting close to sieging up. He's got to get in range of that battery if possible.
They're going to get really, really close really quickly here. Combat shields will give these Marines so much more HP. And that is where Lemon is going to have a little bit more struggles trying to clean this out. Super Battery pops very early on here. Banshee coming in from the side. Again, a high damage output unit. This tank needs to get forwards. Sorry, not the tank. The Immortal needs to get forward. It took a long time derping on the Stalkers before it was able to shoot the first time there. Second Immortal is coming and Oliveira steps further forward. This time he's going to start sieging the battery. So he will be able to start shutting this down. We actually go for the blink forwards here. We're going to get rid of one tank. Looking for number 2. The Immortal helping out as well. Now it's just Marines left over. This becomes a lot less scary, but that Immortal is taking a lot of hits. It pulls back. Do we have a little bit of battery energy? No. The Immortal will die, but a new one shows up. Just as a new siege tank shows up, we jump on that immediately. Is it enough? I think the Marines are just too powerful. That combat shield is keeping them alive for that little bit longer, but with an extra warp in, it might just be enough for Lemon here, and it is retreat time from Oliveira. He gets the medevac shot at, but it will be out alive.
Dude, Knife's Edge. Every single hold of Lemons is Knife's Edge. I was literally about to say the exact same thing you did, that it seemed like there's just too many Terran, and then like one more Stalker step warped in, and it was like, no, he actually holds on. And he's got the 8 probe advantage. A 4th Nexus starts immediately. A Forge, he knows these situations so well. And, you know, Oliveira is doing his best, sharpest timings, but they're also so predictable and repetitive. There is no surprise factor. This is an execution battle. Like I said, it's two guys saying, I think this beats this. No, I think this beats that. And you see this often in practice sessions. You rarely see this in tournament best of 5s, where the two builds keep kind of clashing with only slight variations. So far, though, I think Lemon comes out on top of that first engage, and the big reason why is look how delayed Stim is. There's no medevacs on the map, there's no Marauder production, and Oliveira is still building siege tanks. Siege tanks are great for defending and keeping you alive. They're really good for sharp 2-base timings. Past that stage, they are the least mobile version of long-range siege damage that Terran can have. Good for focusing down Colossus, very bad against Zealots and Archons. They're very vulnerable, very slow. Flanks, warp-ins, all these tools Protoss gets in the mid to late game are going to make tanks feel like an awkward tool. And with the second factory going down, it looks like he's doubling down, and he's going to go for some sort of crazy 2-2 maxed out bio tank push. This is a crazy move for Oliveira.
It really is a little bit wild. Just wants to completely send it with so many tanks. But honestly, the answer to tanks, a lot of the time, really is just charge lots. And we're getting charged up now. A lot of Zealots already starting to build. So I feel like that's setting us in a decent direction. We do have ourselves a Forge coming up. That's going to be second Forge, and Lemon just doubling down again. His upgrades up and running. So away we go. Help's still sitting out in the center of the map. And we do open up some rocks in the middle with the Colossi and the Zealots there.
I guess just to explain the siege tank sort of dynamic a little more, I still think tanks are probably, if you're just sitting there and fighting head-to-head in like a unit tester, they're one of the best units in the game. They are just 13 range, great splash damage, great anti-armored, especially if you focus fire. Like, they're amazing. Like you said, though, if Zealots get on top, they disappear real quick. They do very little damage when they're hitting them. The other thing is just the immobility. It takes them a few seconds to siege and unsiege, and they're not fast to begin with. So a lot of the time, Protoss will run at you, and you go, oh, we're fighting, and you siege, and the Protoss just pulls back. And you go, okay, I'll unsiege, and you start moving forward. The Protoss comes at you, and you go, oh, God, I've got a siege. Then you siege, and the Protoss just pulls out before you even get a volley off. And 5 minutes later, you were trying to do a push for the last 5 minutes, and your army's only halfway across the map, and you're going, he's got carriers and tempests, or like he's got the next step. There's blink DTs in my bases. Like, it's just very hard to force an engagement. That's the main immobility problem with the siege tank, and that's kind of the big thing he's gonna have to contend with in this game.
Lemon comes over to the right. There's a couple of medevacs top right as well from Oliveira hiding out. Obviously, Lemon playing the right side is nice because it would naturally defend his 5th base location. This is a wild expansion pattern. No, playing like the complete top side of the map. Playing like left or right on Oceanborn is not really done like this. Usually you take kind of like the base below the natural of Lemon as the next step. A little bit more compact, but yeah, he takes that far right-hand side. And you know what? I'm not going to doubt him, Pig, because he knows what he's doing in these situations for the most part in this event so far. But here comes this big push of Oliveira, and this is where Lemon absolutely just needs to be on top of this and be ready to go. And right now, he's just going to mass counterattack.
Oh, unfortunately, he's not in front of the army, though. Remember I said the problem is the siege tanks should never get across the map. He's letting them across the map, and a double drop getting in the top. A distraction squad in the top is going to find massive damage. Meanwhile, the tanks are going to get sieged in a good spot. That disruptor did not fire early enough. The Marines are on top, as is the tank siege. This is going to get really dicey really quick, and having all three robos exposed on the front, always such a danger. All three robos are removed. It's pure gateway warp-ins for Lemon now. He does take out the mining on Oliveira's third, does find the fourth planetary, which the Zealots should be able to overwhelm. He still has a large probe count, does Lemon. Oh, I like that drop coming back in on the north side. But the production, you got to protect your production. If Lemon loses all of his production, Oliveira could find himself in the advantage here. Zealots do take out the planetary, but the tanks are sieged in the main.
He's just warping in so many Zealots, though. I mean, he is starting to lose production. It is absolutely time to go and clean this up. I mean, he's going to have +2 attack in a moment as well, which helps him a little bit in terms of evening out. Finally, the numbers across the map are dropping down. As, yeah, this is it. This is the moment we dive in. Zealots from the top side, Zealots from the bottom. The Colossi doing what they can to help, but the tanks do get to clean those up. Do we have enough Zealots here as we come up this ramp? Lemon is going to clean up everything of Oliveira. The question is, how much damage has been taken? Well, he's rebuilding 2 bases already. Oliveira is only on 3 bases, so the double base rebuild might be a bit extreme. Lemon did lose all of his tech and also his tech structures. He has no robos left, and he only has 5 gates, and those are the biggest problems here for Lemon moving on.
Yeah, I didn't mention it because I always harp on about suboptimal building placement, and Twitch chat makes fun of me. And I didn't complain about it. When I saw that triple robo stacked, I had a bit of an aneurysm, and I contained it. I didn't complain about it. But then what do we see? In the one game I don't mention it, they all die. No, obviously I'm just kidding. It's just one of those things where it's like, it's so convenient in the natural. But I do wonder if you should always just have one at each base. It's kind of annoying to chrono boost then, or do you hide them in the back of the main? Obviously, Oliveira has a chance, but it's still on a timer. Like, he's kind of got to go right now, man. This is a big, scary army. Is it enough Marines to guard the tanks? And can Lemon slow him down? Because if Lemon can buy a bit of time... Oh, wow.
Okay, that wasn't too crazy in the end. It was a good little split force. But, yeah, Lemon needs, like you say, a bit of time, really, because he just doesn't have the numbers right now. He's going to start going. He turns around into this as the tanks are still sieging, so he does get rid of 1 or 2 after only a volley or so. Immortal going down is just so Marine heavy, and the Marines are so good against the Zealots, and that is going to be the difference. No +2 armor really sucks for those Zealots when it's against this many Marines, and it looks as though Oliveira is going to make it happen, coming across the map to put the finishing touches on Game 3.
Dude, Oliveira is so clutch in TVP. He was way behind in this game. He was in a terrible position. But he just seems to find the opening in Lemon's vision every single time. He did it in Game 1. He's doing it again in Game 3. Both games, I mean, this game he was definitely behind in. Game 1 was relatively even until he did that move. But it's just crazy because, like, man, Lemon had all the advantage on his side. Massive worker advantage, massive base advantage. His upgrades were going to catch up. But Oliveira gets on through, even with the observer seeing him move out. And one has to wonder, should Lemon have recalled? Should he have been a bit quicker to move his army? As it is, he's going to try and gather a defense with a lib on the north. Marine tank guarding this position very nicely. The Zealots just can't do it.
In they go, but yeah, it's just not going to ever be enough. And Oliveira is going to take the lead in this best of 5, 2-1 for the moment. As Lemon really, again, made it very tough for him. Oliveira, it feels like Oliveira's biggest strength keeps coming from when he's kind of moving across the map, and Lemon's kind of a little bit out there, and Oliveira kind of gets a dive up the left, a drop on the right, and he makes the game chaotic. It's very similar to what happened in game number 1, and this is kind of what was kind of the finishing blow in game number 3 as well, eventually. So yeah, that's what Lemon needs to kind of keep on top of, but Lemon is so, like, he's so difficult to punch through. Like, he very nearly had a good enough defense if he cleaned up maybe that main army a little sooner and has a few more gates alive, right? And you can just keep reinforcing a little bit extra as well. Maybe it could make a difference as we get ready to go into game number 4 with Lemon now trailing, and it is Oliveira looking and hoping to make his way into the upper bracket final with 1 more map win.
I guarantee you Lemon's kicking himself. There's no way that army ever should have even made it to his base. Like, that army, we talked about how it's amazing if it gets to stand and fight. Its immobility makes it really weak because Protoss can just force it to siege. No sieges forced until it was on top of his base. That is always a disaster. As a Protoss player, you know you've messed up when that's the case. Lemon will not be happy about that, because the thing is, he fixed the observer weakness from game 1. Remember, like, Ollie moved out, he scanned, and it was right in between 2 observers. Like, even if he got one of them, the other observer would have seen the move out anyway. There was lots of extra kind of redundancy in terms of vision. It's just Lemon wasn't quick enough with his army, and the decisiveness from Oliveira going, oh, you're on the right side of the map, you're just a little too deep, I can just dive straight through the left now. He did it, got in a great position, and I'm just once again impressed with Oliveira's decisiveness. It reminds me of that World Championship match. A lot of people forget the match first hero in the round of 4, but dude, like, you could tell Hero was shocked at how savage the pushes were, where it's like, wait, the boys are already here, and the Marines would just stim up the ramp, and like, if Hero missed one force field, he'd just die. Like, if he was just a little slow on something, he'd just get, the Colossus just gets focused and he's done. And that's exactly what Oliveira's specialty is. You can tell he really doesn't like letting Protoss get to the next stage of the game for free. His whole game plan is punishing Protoss for being greedy, finding ways to get in there with those sharp timings, or catch them when they're all too clumped up and get them with the multi-prong. He's showing a good execution of that so far, but he's about to go into Dynasty, and this map has got to be the weirdest map out there. I have no idea who it favors. I think a lot of people would say it would be Protoss, because Blink is so good early, and Protoss should be able to maybe defend the gold base while Terran can't. On the other hand, I've seen so little pro TVP because we only really see it in best of 5s and greater. I don't know what's going to happen. Wardy, do you have any predictions, any thoughts on it so far?
I just haven't seen enough of this map, because people are still figuring it out, and like you say, we saw it a little bit like week 1 of the new maps, and then people are like, no, this is too much of a headache. You know, we're gonna play best of 3s very soon. So no one really played it, but now it's starting to make its way into best of 5s. We're seeing it a little bit more, but even then it's like later in the series, so the experience on it isn't really there. I think a lot of people are starting to kind of really question whether the gold is worthwhile, because the investment to defend on that gold is very large. I know Zergs are kind of giving up on the gold and kind of taking it on the other side as like a 4th base, for example. So it's definitely an interesting map. I mean, there's so many question marks, and it comes down to how you believe in yourself as a player, or even your style of what you want to play. Like, do you play something that can defend the gold base? If Oliveira plays a tank setup, then yeah, you can probably put a tank there and be pretty safe with a bunker alongside it. A lot of questions, and we'll figure it out as we see the build orders pan out. As in the bottom left, the red Terran is Oliveira.
And in the top right, started looking pretty sweet in a few of these games, but turned sour very quickly. We've already used that one twice in the intros in 4 games. I'm sorry, I apologize, Internet. In the top right, it's Lemon. Honestly, I expect the game to be very swingy. I think like one player will get a bit of momentum, like you snipe a dropship, you spot with an observer, you blink on it, and then you're just blinking stalkers in the base, out of the base again, running Terran around in circles, and it feels like Terran's useless and Protoss is OP, or vice versa. You know, you catch a few stalkers, then you pick up and drop across the minerals, then they warp in there, you pick up, drop to the other side, kill 10 probes, and it feels like Protoss is useless. Like, I feel like you've got to really think about map control in maps like this. That gold base on the outside, he's going to get the purple gas as well. Massive risk, massive reward for Lemon, and that was a 17 Nexus, a very early Nexus, which will, of course, give him a very quick access to double chrono boost, and more importantly, recalling probes onto that gold to get the payoff as fast as possible. Yeah, basically, Stalkers and Adepts dominate the early game unless Terran wants to invest in a lot of like Heli and Cyclone. Then once Blink comes out, of course, they're really dominant. Then once Stim Shields and Medivacs comes out, Terran kind of controls things for the most part. But if the Protoss has exceptional control, using things like Observers, Oracles, and Blink Stalkers, they can kind of control the map slightly more, but the Terran just has so much more vicious firepower in the army, which is what evens things out.
You know, you asked me what I thought about the map at the start. This was not on my prediction list, seeing the Protoss take the gold on the wrong side as their first base super quickly, so already just seeing again the viability of kind of doing different things on this map. And obviously, big benefit of this is that rich Vespian gas now, so the extra reward, it's a full kind of rich base. But Oliveira's going to put pressure on it and miss straight away. We're going to recall the Stalker and the probes over here as the Reaper is starting to put some damage out. The first probe hurting, eats a grenade as well. Can we get rid of this SCV? We can, so the bunker will not go up. That's big for defending this. And these couple probes will get batteried back to health, so they are fine. Obviously, the issue now is the Reaper can also hit the main base. You're going to need a unit there as well.
I guess he's got a battery going up in the main as well, even though the second unit is late. But hats off to Lemon, hiding the worker in the gas, didn't even lose a single worker. And it's 1 Rex expand on the gold versus 1 Rex expand on the outside, or 1 gate expand on the outside of the gold. You know, this is interesting. Oliveira is going double Hellion production. And if he can kill a bunch of these probes, he could run away with this game very quickly. Stargate's on the way. A 3-minute Stargate. It's a very late Stargate. And a Twilight. What am I looking at right now? I think it's Oracle into Blink. But what a weird order.
You just don't see a Stargate alongside another tech structure like that in terms of the timing of it building. Viper now sits on the other side of this mineral line and is going to be an annoyance as well. It's just going to put in some trouble here. As you now get that pushback, Stalker will be there. Reaper gets chased away. I mean, this is amazing because now the Hellions get into the main base. There is a battery here, but we can shoot the probes down quickly and obviously do more than just shield damage each time, which means you will eventually get some kills. That's going to be 2 already. There's 3 more kind of ripe for the picking here. There's going to be 1 more. There's going to be another one. Oh, we missed the targeting on it, but we're going to get these ones instead. Either way, we're getting damage done, and that's what is going to count as eventually we're going to actually target the probes I want him to. Now 2 more Hellions show up as well. And this Oracle, the fact that Stargate was not really here on time is kind of being the problem, right? Because now, if that Stargate was a little sooner, we would have had the Oracle out as part of this defense. Instead, you're left with a drained battery. The Hellions get to stick around way too long, and that's 10 dead probes early. Oliveira cementing a lead early in this game.
I gotta doubt the double shield battery in hindsight, right? I mean, definitely I can see times where Lemon's build order kicks butt. But in this particular game, even the shield battery on the gold didn't really do anything at the start, right? It was necessary against other things, but not against this build. Now, the Oracle's going to go for some counter damage, and it desperately needs to do that. Just focusing the SCVs is probably the right call there. Does change targets to the Marine at the last second, and grabs 1 more SCV before getting out.
3 SCVs down right now as our Oracle has work to do. I mean, word count even is never good for a pros play. They like being ahead because obviously the Terran will have mules on their side, so lots to worry about there typically. As you have this Oracle just going to back it up. 4 barracks all coming in, the tank, the Banshee. I mean, I do not blame Oliveira for setting up aggressively off the 2 bases. Just why wouldn't you? When you've done damage like this, it's going to be nigh on impossible for the pros player to find a defense. So I'm absolutely all about what Oliveira is doing. And even more so with the fact that this is obviously all over the place, right? Because this is going to be, you know, the gold is kind of out there, so it's even easier to push onto. I think Oliveira's going to have a great time. And here's the Oracle missed its revelation, which is terrible. Oh, that's actually so bad.
That's so bad, man. Oh, he was trying to stalker counter pressure the gold of Oliveira, but he has a tank and a bunker there, so he killed maybe 1 SCV, didn't really achieve anything there, and has to back off, of course, because these Banshees are just causing mayhem. So much damage, forcing a overcharge, now getting probes in the main as well. Oh, this is a disaster for Lemon, and as I said, it's going to be very swingy this game. I think, honestly, close TVP macro games on this will only really happen when both players don't go for the gold base. If you've got players going for the gold base, it's going to be a vicious arms race in the early game to see who can punish the other player or be a bit greedier. And we saw in this case, Oliveira did massive game-ending damage. And it looks like despite running into some, you know, some hard waters, some stiff positions in this series, Oliveira has just shown a good ability to just keep playing good StarCraft. We haven't seen him kind of fall apart at the seams or anything like that. And I mean, I'm still very impressed with Lemon, and I think just a few small changes could turn this series into a victory for him. But right now, he is looking down the potential of going to that loser's bracket, and he's going to need to make some magic happen to avoid that fate.
Yeah, he is in a really, really rough spot. The upgrades are finishing very soon from Oliveira. That is going to be go time for all the damage that he's dealt in this game. 26 dead probes. He is just going to go and send it right now. With a bio army with stim and everything, there is really very few ways for Lemon to kind of turn this around. Maybe the stasis ward would be part of that, but it looks as though Oliveira is aware. He pops it, and so he continues to move through with, quite frankly, an army that Lemon can't really fight. He's going to get charged, and maybe then you can hold on for a little bit and force the Terran to have to reinforce, you know, a couple times over, but it's going to be extremely rough as you see these Stalkers trying their best to hold up this army, but it's just not making any difference. It is just continuing to push forward, no issue.
I mean, Lemon's still microing very well under pressure, and this is what we've been, you know, singing his praises. He just stays pretty calm and collected. Here's a little supply block now. Stalkers are trying to engage the Phoenix, try to pick up the tanks. The mules get dropped. Oh, Oliveira dropping the mana mules.
Wow.
For those who don't know, the mule is a mining unit that is meant to be used to harvest resources. When you drop it on top of your opponent's army as it dies, that's basically you saying, get out, thumbs down. And Oliveira getting a little bit spicy at the end of that series.
I've not seen a mana mule in an eternity. Actually, it's been a long time since I've seen a
Actually,
manual.
wait. I saw Clem do one the other day and instantly type accident misclick. So
Yeah, that's really not something that really happens as of late. So that's kind of a wild one, as we do get our first result of the day. It's Oliveira to move through to that next round. So congratulations to him. Great to see him able to advance. 3-1 is the scoreline, of course. So he gets to move on through, and he'll be taking on the winner for the next series up, which is going to be Yeshi versus Nice. So that'll be coming up in a little bit. We'll be back with that very soon. Just trying to get the bracket here just to show you guys how things are looking following that series. Everything's misbehaving today, apparently. There we go. All right, let's have a quick look at the bracket before we hop on over to our break. Oliveira goes to the upper bracket finals. Lemon will drop down to the top side of the lower bracket, so he'll be waiting for Firefly on an army and a PvP. And that is where our bracket is at. So like I say, we're going to continue with the rest of the matches in Asia today. Yeshi versus Nice comes up next. We'll jump into that in just a few. We'll be right back.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are back for more SC2 action here. We have got plenty of games left to come your way. We only just had our first of 8 best-of-5s wrap-ups, so loads and loads of SC2 still to come. VOD and Pig coming at you with Yeshi versus Nice up next, ready for some PvP. Just letting the guys know that we're ready. As, yeah, full day Pig, lots of games, and some PvP up next. Next couple of series PvP, and there's Protoss-heavy region this season in the playoffs. And 2 guys that kind of struggled through their mirror match in the previous round.
Absolutely. Jaishi does come in as the favorite historically between the two. Does have a pretty nice record, which I find interesting because I always think of Nice as just being such a difficult opponent, but it does remind me of the depth of the Asian region, really. Previously, Jaishi was often number 2 behind Oliveira, even occasionally number 1 in China. And obviously, Nice was in that kind of Hong Kong to Macau, Taiwan region where Nice and Haas traded places for many years. So now you see these regions joined, and it's interesting to see, like, how do the players stack up? Also, is the form changing between these players? How's it going? Either way, we are getting into Site Delta for a map 1, and it's going to be a PvP, which I predict will be rather brutal. I don't think this is going to be a slow back and forth series. I think we're going to see some big gambles from both sides, starting with our red player in the top left side of the map. Of course, it is none other than Jaishi.
Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner, we have ourselves Nice.
All right, Nice a bit more willing to go for the high ground pylon, whereas Jaishi's like, one gate expand is the way. It's a good map for one gate expand, honestly. I feel like maps like this, not that short a rush distance, you got a good ramp on the natural. One gate expand is the more solid opening, but it doesn't mean there isn't room for trickery and play if you are going to go for the 2-gate style. Nice so far has not scouted, which shows he wants a hyper-optimized early game to start off. And he could still go for the 1-gate expand, especially now we do see the second gas, so a little bit less likely for him to rush that. Does look like a 2-gate.
Well, it is second gate coming down, so we are going to be seeing that happening. Obviously, we have the 1 gate on the low ground on the other side, so 2 different openers to start us off. Site Delta is one of the very few maps we have in this map pool, especially one that likely get played, that's got this kind of ramp that allows you to kind of go for the 1 gate low ground setup. So you're going to try and make use of that. It is something which Nice could try and abuse, but obviously, if you try and abuse it, then, that's pretty rough, because it's
second probe comes out immediately. So Jaishi, because he's tracking the first probe, he's really worried about the proxy. So immediately Nice sent a second probe out so he could hide it. Nice move. This is a really good move. Jaishi both respecting the proxy all in that he knows is probably going to come once the 1 gate's scouted, and Nice also realizing you have to hide it. If the proxy gets scouted and he knows what it is, it's way weaker. This is a very clever move by Nice. I love the way he's done this.
Yeah, it's very neat because now you, like you say, you just don't assume anything, and so we've got ourselves a cheeky little probe. Gonna build that robo facility, and the tricks and everything is already starting here. Gotta absolutely love that.
He's gonna see that is a mighty bear main base of Nice, and Jaishi will be pretty aware of what's happening. The question is, what's the response? He's gonna need to go. I think he's going robo. Yeah, he's going robo. Okay, cool. Because I was like, man, he doesn't have enough gas for Stargate. It's kind of too late to go Stargate. You can't really go Stargate after Stalker. So he's going to go just 1-gate robo against 2-gate robo, but with the power of the batteries for the defense. I think this is one of the best ways to stop this. I think Jaishi's read the play very well. On the other hand, even that 20-second delay on the robo, plus that robo being so close for Nice, will give him the potential to do some real damage. You can see he's got to get the wall off here. Needs 150 minerals. There we go. Gets there just before the Adept Shade can arrive.
Yeah, gets that wall off so the Adepts will not be able to do too much straight away. Just going to be held off. They're going to Shade just to obviously get a bit more info and just see over, but the setup really is there for our red Protoss player. Just needs to get himself. He's getting an Observer first. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily help too much. Nope, cancels that, and he's going to save up for something else instead. There's the Immortal, so he's realizing a bit of what's going on, and now he gets the Immortal ready. That definitely is a step in the right direction.
It is. That delay, though, does cost you. There's already a second Immortal on the way for Nice. Wow. 2 Immortals before Prism. Really? Nice not building a pylon. Has Nice forgotten, or is he just looking to trade units? I think he's just looking to trade. I think he's like, whatever. Oh, no. He definitely needs a pylon. This is a big mistake for Nice. Second Immortal is on the way. Battery Overcharge buying some time right now. The Stalker Micro from Jayshi is really good so far.
Yes, being able to kind of just buy himself as much time as possible, as we obviously do want to knock down. Ooh, the pylon would be a huge target. Another pylon comes up, but we can still depower at least one of the gateways with that. We're going to go back to hitting that other gate as well, so able to put some more damage out. We are seeing the extra gates coming online for Jayshi, and so we're getting closer and closer to really kind of being fully set up and defended here. He's up 10 workers, of course, with that extra base. Nice needs to break through. He just ain't making it happen just yet, as he's going to try for the Cybercore next. But yeah, needs that high ground vision to keep on shooting.
Force fields are real scary as well. You can't step onto that ramp anymore. You could get trapped by these force fields. But pretty good pullback for Nice. I think that was well done. 2 force fields baited. Don't lose any units. Nice has still got a scary army, and he's going to go Robo Bay. He's going to go Disruptor Siege, realizing, oh gosh, I'm already deep behind. I need to keep going at this point. He's going to start taking out these gateways, but Jayshi's already rebuilt 2 of those in the main. He's expecting to lose these gates. His Cybercore's rebuilding the main as well. Nice, does do some nice hot pickups, but Jayshi's got the battery healing available and a Prism of his own. Honestly, Jayshi looks unbreakable unless the Disruptors find the money. And against a 15 worker advantage, I mean, you're going to need the biggest Disruptors of all time. Nice, once again, hitting his second supply block of the game. Not a great way to start this series. He will be kicking himself over those slight mistakes, something that Nice is normally known for being a little bit tighter in that regard.
Well, it's Prism into the main, so we're going to try and just split it up. I mean, I like that Nice is doing something different, because breaking at the front was not looking to be too much of a thing. So this is where you can maybe split Jayshi up and maybe give yourself an opportunity still. But man, the split is looking okay so far. Nice does not find the moment to dive forward on the front lines. Our first Disruptor is going to be here soon. That could open the doorway, but it does need to be a great shot.
And I want to see a second one chronoed immediately when he gets 150 gas. I feel like just warp in Zealots and Disruptors is all you got to do right now, because you are starving for gas. Jayshi just scouted no natural, by the way. His probe's still alive on the other side of the map. Crazy Prism going across the map there. Oh, Disruptor going forward. That is a crazy Disruptor drop potentially here. Adepts are getting shot down. The Disruptor does unload. He's looking for the shot, but he's a bit far back.
Gets an Adept and a Sentry, which is something better than nothing at all, but obviously we're talking about getting big connections and huge ways to kind of open up the map. That is not it. Now the Adepts across the map, the Prism going across here is going to benefit, because now you force a warp in here as well. So there's going to be some good denial in terms of units on the other side. That's going to help you in a big way. This Disruptor looking to try and get a cheeky shot up while his opponent's not watching it. Is going to go for 3 units, and the Immortal forced to heal up on the battery.
You need your Prism at home against this, because if you have your Prism, you can run forward with your Immortals and just pick them up with the 2 Immortals, but they can also kill a Disruptor in 3 or 4 shots. You also need an Observer of your own. Jayshi's just going to shove down the ramp. That's one way to do it. He's going to push Nice back. Nice needs to wait for those balls to be ready. One of them does come off cooldown. Oh my gosh, he moves into it. Miss micro from Jayshi. He might still have the numbers. 4 Immortals is huge. Tries to pick up, but a bunch of the warping and Adepts do go down. Nice needs to retreat until the Disruptors are ready. He's trying to do a fighting battle here as he falls back, but he's only got 2 Immortals against 4. That Immortal firepower is extreme. Zealot warp in for Nice is really good, but look at that force field. That is a clutch field if I've ever seen one. Disruptor shot does come out. Nice pick up there. Saves the Immortals. Only 1 Stalker goes down. Another Disruptor does pop out, but the production is being depowered. Great Disruptor shot on the warping and Adepts. There's just no firepower left here for Nice. He doesn't have the numbers. He gets good Disruptor shots, but as we said, he needs great Disruptor shots because he's been at half of the economy of his opponent for far too long.
He needed so much here, and he just didn't quite find enough, as this is going to be Jayshi with way too much in the end. You can see it. He just has the numbers. He just lose 1 Immortal, but you know what? Does not matter. Game is called, and this game plan of Nice did not work out well enough, unfortunately. So that is going to be our Red Protoss player able to take the first game of this series. I would say, kind of based on performances so far, Jayshi to me is kind of the favorite coming in. He was very good in the groups, whereas Nice definitely stumbled a little bit through the groups. And, you know, when I see that Jayshi kind of scrapes through past Firefly in the previous round and Nice had to scrape through Nanami, I do feel like, you know, for me, Yishi's going to be the favorite. And everything about this game kind of suggested that. He was like, cool, I'm okay to expand. He figured out the, you know, aggression of his opponent, and he shut it down pretty well. He had a great read, and he put himself in a great spot to kind of close it out. So GG's for game 1, and game 2 coming up with that Jayshi 1-0 lead.
You know, there's part of me that goes, oh, do you really want to do that sort of all in on site Delta? But then on the other hand, you go, well, you hit it well, he doesn't really know you're going Robo. So what if you were going for a proxy or double Oracle into an expand just a little bit later, right? Like you know, at the point when he's committing to the Robo and stuff, he doesn't know for sure what's going on. That being said, Jaishi probed pretty well. It's not like he froze on 25 workers and was like, just hard counter the push. He was on 33 probes by the time the first units were arriving. So I do think Jaishi kind of knew exactly how to play 100% safe there and played it out very, very well. Not the map for that sort of aggression to start the series, especially when you combine it with things like the supply blocks. There was 2 supply blocks, one on 39, one on 55 for nice. Can't afford that. It's Razor's Edge in those sorts of games. And I like how he kind of pulled units into the main, but part of me wishes he had a sentry, hallucinated a Warp Prism, flew it in the main, pulled those units out of position, and then shoved the ramp. The problem on that map is you can't shove the ramp without the Prism there because you just get force fielded and then you're screwed. So you really need the Prism as like if I run up the ramp, I don't get trapped here. I can always pick up and ferry the units back to the low ground.
I was about to say we're going, but then we said wait, and then apparently we're going anyways. So it's going to be Crimson Core for game number 2. And we'll see if Jaishi's going to stick with trying to expand. Obviously, again, different map. You know, maybe you do not feel as comfortable, but we are in a meta in PvP where expanding is fairly popular. That new sentry makes it a lot easier than it ever has been. So it is an expansion-heavy meta, but you know, on any given day, I wouldn't have looked at these 2 names and been like, oh yeah, you know, a big, long expansion PvP. This is meant to be aggressive, back and forth, feisty PvP. So we'll see what Crimson Court has in store for us, as we'll be starting off to the top right side. The red Protoss player from Dragon Kaiser Gaming is Jaishi.
And his opponent in the bottom left, the underdog. He's had a tough season so far. Let's see if he can rally in this match. It is nice. It's nice. PvP's a cruel mistress, I feel like, sometimes. I mean, I also think, you know, I feel like there's an alternate timeline where Nice grew up in a region that wasn't Taiwan and didn't have to play 4,000 PvPs against Haas, because I feel like that does something to you. And you might be wondering, what do you mean by something? I mean, it's got to damage your brain in some way, right? Like, there's got to be doubts that enter your brain when you've played enough PvPs versus Haas. You've got to basically just wonder what PvP even is as a matchup, because that man turns this into what he refers to as unashamedly as a coin flip, and that's all he tries to do every PvP. But it's nice, like, you could see the frustration year after year of playing against Haas, and no matter how much he'd figured out how to macro better, micro better, Haas would always find a way to surprise him. And PvP is a good matchup for that sort of trickery, and I do feel like that's the history of Nice, whereas, you know, Jaishi's had practice partners over the years like Jim, Cyan, Firefly. I think he's had a little bit more of a range of competition in his regionals, and it has given him very well-rounded PvP.
I think that's a great way to put it. These PvPers in the Asia region, the best guys do seem to be from that China region of old. You're right, Nice. You know, obviously ended up against Haas so often, was a big breakthrough for him to get through him. It's funny because originally Nice was kind of like a mini Haas, right? He was a super aggressive guy as well. Like, he clearly looked up to Haas, like king of his region. And it's almost like as Nice kind of branched out more into like the rest of the world and playing in more international tournaments. He's like, oh, there's all these other ways to play. And he definitely did adjust his play somewhat to that. It's funny to look at the history of these guys. The probes pulled to get a kill there.
Yeah, Jaishi got a little bit too fancy for his own good there. And Nice does punish him, gets a probe kill. That always feels good, especially after losing game 1. Just a little up like that can give you a bit of momentum. Both players playing 2-gate, quick Stargate plus double Adept for Nice. So it's been 2 Adepts, 2 games in a row for him, whilst it is a 2 Stalker opening for Jaishi. I would imagine we're going to see a Sentry and an Expand behind those 2 Stalkers. Oh, Stargate of his own. And in his opponent's vision. Ooh. That almost feels like you got to wonder, is he going to cancel it? You're like, oh, he built it in front of me. You know, he's not even trying to hide it. But no, it's completely fine. Jaishi's just like, no, 2 Stalkers, Stargate, Nexus. And I think he's just going to go a couple of Phoenix to shut down any Oracle play and then play Blink of his own from there.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to kind of, like you say, build it in front of your opponent, because Nice, well, he's still going to go Oracle despite knowing it's a Stargate of his opponent. Obviously, does mean he can maybe go Phoenix after, so he can start to shut down the Oracle as well, so he has that option. That information is just big. If he does kind of decide that that's what's happening, he actually is across the map with an Adept here, so he gets the confirmation there is still a Stargate. That's big, because now he knows he can build a Phoenix to get on top of his opponent's Oracle, and it will not be a waste. He's also just going to get 3 probes, which is really nice in itself. It's a nice, not a bad setup.
Yeah, I thought delayed Stargate, you'd have to go Phoenix, not Oracle, because it's kind of like being scouted, and Phoenix is kind of the more well-rounded, safe option. But I guess he didn't know about the Stargate of his opponent, so that kind of makes sense in that regard, where Rajeshi's, you know, not aware of the Stargate, and as a result, this Oracle does come in along with these Adepts. Nice pairing up of the pressure there. The Stalkers need to focus the Oracle. That's the big damage dealer, and he does do so, but that allows the Adepts to pick up a few more kills. Lovely harassment for a Nice. This is a beautiful opening. 8 probes this early is massive.
Yeah, huge amount of damage done, and unless Jayshi finds something himself, which, well, there's a Phoenix there, he's just in so much trouble. He's down in a massive amount of workers, so many for an early game PvP mirror. And, well, you had a little bit of army supply that can't really be used. Your Oracle goes down now, too, so you don't even have that to utilize. This is terrible. Nice is all, you know, in all of the advantages, basically, in this game. Number 2, nice and early. The little things have just gone his way.
Oh, even going to get another probe, potentially. Took a bit too long for the second attack there. Little bit too much stepping and stuttering and not enough actual shooting there. Oh, I like it. Jayshi's like, when behind Dark Shrine, you know, I need a big gamble. I'm kind of screwed. Nice, apparently, is like, you know what? We both went Stargate into Twilight. Neither of us can afford a Robo right now. Let's also go Dark Shrine. So they're both identifying the same pattern. The Phoenix should have seen that. I'm not 100% sure Nice did, though. Even though I believe he got the vision of it, I'm not sure he actually looked at that. And actually, no, he didn't get the vision of it. Oh, damn, that's crazy, man. So that's unfortunate, barely missing it. Now, obviously, he has an Oracle for detection, whereas Jayshi doesn't. So arguably, he's got the better setup. He's also got the pylon on the front to warp in forward. So I don't see this bringing it back for Jayshi, but we'll see. If either player drops a Robo in a moment, that'll be a big advantage. Forge for Jayshi. Oh, I mean, I guess you could get a cannon in each base. It's better than nothing, but I don't think that's going to be up in time.
Yeah, that's going to take a little while. I mean, DTs are on the verge of being built here. I guess maybe with a slow warp in, maybe there's some possibility. We do just have that Phoenix heading up to the right-hand side, so off and away we go. Obviously, we just have ourselves the, well, DT's warping in now, so Forge is going to finish. I mean, it might be close. You start cannons immediately, but yeah. Starts one
DT's already warping in. It can definitely get into the main if he just runs it straight past. And if he does that, all you can do is build an Oracle, which you don't have enough gas for right now as Jayshi. I mean, arguably you could force field him out of the main or block the ramp or something like that if you see it. But oh, he sees it. He sees it. He does spot the blur. The Stalkers are in position. Cannon starts in the main. Oh, Jayshi's good, man. Real good eyeballs there. Sees the shimmer of the Dark Templar even without detection, and he's ready for it.
Realizes what's up and plays it correctly. Cannon finishes up on that front so you can deflect that DT as well. And he's going to keep himself in this as we have one DT approaching on the other side. Would love to get a couple of probe kills here. Sees that the minerals are being mined out. He's going to go for the guaranteed kill. He's going to see another Propius. He's going to get a second. And confirms the third base is there, which is obviously one of the advantages Nice is taking. From the better economy early, he's had a few more minerals to spare. So he's going to spare them onto the expansion and just go from that.
You know, Nice doesn't have that big of a worker lead. He's got the third, though, which is, of course, nice. Behind on upgrades, though. Robo timing similar. Jayshi's doing all the right things to give himself a shot in this game. He still finds himself with an uphill battle. But if he, I mean, honestly, I think if he wins this game after this opening, it's like basically 3-0. There's almost no doubt in my mind, right? Oh, good catch. Wow. Dude, Jayshi's a sicko. I'm really impressed. I think you learn a lot from watching a player play from behind, don't you? Like, you really get to see their caliber.
Because they have to kind of really impress to kind of get back in the game, right? So you see all the little things they will try and do. That's a nice catch on the DT here, at least, though. So Nice will get this cleanup. And Jayshi has to keep on trying to find other bits and pieces to bring himself back with this. He will have that faster +1. So he will have an upgrade lead. If the fights take place and the numbers are similar, that upgrade will have a big impact. So that's one more thing we can watch out for. Another Stalker gets warped in on the front of the third base. As we just have the numbers getting settled. And honestly, at this point, the game definitely feels to be kind of leveling out a little. The big difference is still that third base a bit faster from Nice and a few more probes. Yep. He's also going to have a way faster charge upgrade, so maybe that can be utilized in some of the upcoming fights as well.
8 gates versus 4 gates, so Nice has already got a lot of the infrastructure going with that. That little bit of momentum is big. To me, it feels like JG's best chance is just do nothing but make Blink from here, Blink Stalkers, and mass them. because I think Nice is probably going to lean aggressively onto you to try to finish the game with the advantage that he has. Oh, wow, he just warped in 4 Dark Templar. So, oh, that's a great move. If he Stalker pressures the front at the same time with Zealots, takes a 4th, and DT drops, if he can clear the cannon in the main, that could be huge. Right now, there is only 1 Observer out for Jaishi. And that's, of course, very hard to defend with, but no pressure at the front. He's just going to go in blind. Stalker warping instantly. Jaishi is so quick, realizing what was happening. Even the probe's limiting surface area, but even with all that reaction, it's not enough. He quickly recalls the Observer, though, and that should get her done.
Yeah, that's the defense, but a few probes going down. Obviously, the Prism just evacuates all the DT, so no loss there. This DT gets a couple more kills, and out of range of the cannon, it's going to be very happy.
Oh, that was really well done. That DT and the natural is what got all the kills. That's a 9-kill Dark Templar. Yeah, I was like, when did the probes die? I didn't see any probes die. I'm like, oh gosh, he's just having a little stab down there in the natural. And he gets out. Nice is still playing a good game. You know, as much as we've been singing Jaishi's praises from behind, Nice is still doing what he needs to do. A bit of insurance, cannon battery at each base, adding some Archon Zealot, slowly adding gases, keeping a good solid worker advantage. And as his army grows, I do expect him to never really let our Red Protoss Jaishi get a 4th base. That being said, Nice is a little slow to start +2. Be cool if he could do that.
Definitely one thing he needs. The one thing he's really lacking is the upgrades. So it's one way in which he's behind, but that doesn't matter if the army supply is that much larger, which with better economy it could have been. However, this is Jaishi with, 9 more Stalkers. There's not, I guess there's a couple of Archons here from Nice, but they have to be able to get into the fight as well, right? They are going to be short-range units, and, if they can't actually get involved, then Stalker count here from Jaishi could do very well. Already the Archon's been forced to pull back. A couple of Zealots do leak through. You have a DT there as well. We're going to shoot down the Observer of his opponent. Oh, I took a shot, but it doesn't go down. Killing the Observer on the other side is big, because any Observer dead means potential for DTs to warp in defensively.
Yep, and there is one DT there for Nice now after killing both of Jaishi's Observers. Jaishi here tries to get it done with the Stalker advantage, but I think Nice with the DTs, the Defender's advantage, the Archon Immortal coming in as well, a massive, not to mention really good Prism micro by Nice. The way he was ferrying those Archons to the back early on was huge. DT even comes in from behind the army, and that's a crushing defense for Nice. 4 base against 3 base. Jaishi did a lot of things right to make this game competitive. On the other hand, Nice just had a crisp, dynamic opening. And that's what we're seeing from him so far. Dynamic openings, lots of adept aggression. Jaishi's got to make sure he's on point. Letting that first adept in his base, I feel like was the beginning of the end. Because he recalled his Stalkers when they could have done damage on the other side of the map. And they also could have scouted that it was a Stargate. But it felt like he didn't quite realize what was happening, even though he'd seen 4 adepts in the early game, right? He should have known 4 adepts. We should expect oracles behind that. That's kind of the standard follow-up, but he was reeling from the early adept harassment, and things did put him behind. Now, Jaishi's still dancing with his opponent, still trying to look for advantages, find a way back into it. I really admire his ability to just play through these scenarios without looking desperate.
Yeah, he just sort of says, hey, I'm going to take a 4th base, we're good, but there's obviously then on Nice to kind of come across and be like, well, no, you're not actually good. You're behind quite heavily, and that's what's going to be shown in this fight here as we work our way through. Obviously, battery can't overcharge here because it's not finished Nexus, so you don't have any of the additional defensive advantage you might be hoping for in this situation. The 4th base down, and this game looking as though it's going to come to a close with Nice, as we kind of expected. Tying the series up then, 1-1, and really gives us a series on our hands. 2 very different games, from Nice kind of being very committed to pressure the first game to just sort of finding a better opportunity in the second game. Jaishi making a mistake, like you say, letting that adept in and everything. So as we continue through, just going to knock down cannons inside defense, which allows it to stand and fight. Army supplies are getting kind of close, but only because we're missing the warping from Nice. And once that comes through, it's only going to get more and more one-sided in his favor.
Oh, and the Immortal saves. The Immortal saves seal the deal. That's so brutal. When you commit all your Stalkers in there, and then Nice just picks up the Immortal just as about to die. You focus the other one. That one barely gets saved by the Prism coming out of phase mode, flying over and catching it. Good Prism micro by Nice. Lovely DT harassment as well. Pretty good defense from Jaishi, but those first Adepts and Oracles just did way too much. As you said, we got a series on our hand, and yesterday was a pretty quick day. A few series went by, Wardy. I think today we might be in for the long haul, mate. I thought this would be one of the quickest series today. Looking at that game, I'm like, oh no, these guys can actually go at each other back and forth for a while. So I am gonna recorrect it. I think we are gonna go for a good 11-hour plus broadcast today. What do you reckon, mate? Are you excited for that much StarCraft with me?
I love it, mate. Hey, at least if we go along today, you're the one that's showing up with me again tomorrow, so we're in it together.
That's true.
Yes.
We can both show up with half a soul tomorrow, looking like husks of human beings.
Yeah, at least I'm not going to show up and I get a fresh co-cast who's like, let's cast StarCraft. I'm like, I just finished casting StarCraft, mate. So, yeah. That's,
Man, you guys that do the kind of hosting production job have definitely the harder and more exhausting job. I get to come in for, I did one before, so I'm doing 3 casts in total, just rocking up a few times, talk about video game. I once again feel very lucky to just be able to hop in, talk about the strategies while you guys actually have to do a little bit of work.
Well, let me just get readied up. Go is called here from the players. It's much nicer this season, to be fair, doing the production because I don't have to observe. Turns out observing is actually very difficult because for everything else, right? Well, for everything else, if you start getting tired and you start losing focus, like, oh no, you changed the scene like 2 seconds late or something, right? In observing, you miss entire fights. So actually having the dedicated observers this season has been a big plus. Definitely makes the days a lot more chill on my side, so that's a big difference. Yeah,
observing's not that hard when you're just doing one game, you know? One series maybe at most, but they start stacking up, it's like, oh god, this actually takes a lot of focus. If you want to talk good and observe good, it's really hard, and you're doing production as well. Big thanks for Marpu here, being our lovely observer, our man on the ground, showing us the action. In the top right side, tying up the series. Let's see if you can take it to an advantage in the top right. It's nice.
Bottom left in the red, it's opposition. It is Jaishi.
The one thing I do miss with our current production is the player cameras. I really, for me, watching Nice, every time he would win and he would just look so disappointed and just be like shaking his head. He'd always have this like kind of, it's kind of like a half smile. He has this like, it's kind of this weird, it looks like he's kind of laughing at himself, but he also looks very disappointed. He has this very odd expression whenever he's playing in these tournaments usually. And I always like kind of studying the players' reactions a little bit. I'm a big fan of absolutely over psychoanalyzing every little thing. I'm like, he's twitching, he's tilted, you know, like that sort of thing. So it's a shame, but it is a lot. And obviously we often have those cameras bug out anyway, especially when, you know, going cross region and firewalls and all sorts of different VPNs and things were included. So to be fair, I hope we do get them back at some point, but otherwise even more excitement for when they are on the main stage in person with the actual live cameras right in front of them.
Yeah, it's always good to see the reactions, and everyone kind of has their own way of looking when they get like DT'd or something. Definitely adds something to it. It was you kind of don't realize how much you look at it until it's gone, and then you're like, oh, I would have totally looked at his camera right now to see how disappointed he was that the DTs just showed up, or he didn't have detection, or disruptor shot, you know. So
or how high will Drogo levitate his keyboard today, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I love Tio. Good man, Drogo. It's always good to see players that let a bit of emotions out. Personally, it's always added to the fun. I mean, for me, nothing like a good Serral kind of hair tussle, that angry hair tussle he does, even after winning a game. If it didn't go perfectly, you know, it's always good seeing that intensity from the players. And let's talk about the builds. That is a very quick Nexus for Nice. Zealot Sentry up against Double Adept. So we're seeing a bit of a role reversal here where it looks like Jaishi is doing a more, I guess you could say, aggressive opening, and it's Nice who's just playing extremely greedy to start off.
Yeah, a complete role reversal from that first game, and again, this is a meta where you can go one gate high ground and then expand. It's something that has been done a fair amount. Sentries are so much more survivable against the Adepts. This typically follows up with the Stargate and Oracle, so the Sentry just doesn't die as often, so you can keep those units up. They zap a lot more, so they fight back a little bit. And now 2 more gates from Nice to follow this up, while Jaishi expands himself.
Speaking of Drogo, this is an old... I remember Drogo doing this build like 5 years ago. This is actually like a PvP build from 2018. Yeah, he's going to proxy a pylon, maybe even a gateway, probably just a pylon, and do a sentry push. It's not all in because you're on 2 bases, unless you actually cut probes. But because your opponent thinks, oh, you're expanding, they think, okay, I can both do pressure and be greedy. And then suddenly a whole bunch of Stalker Sentry arrives at their base at a really bizarre timing. And it's because they're thinking, is it Robo, is it Stargate, or is it Twilight? Little do they know you've skipped all the tech. You're just investing in gateways and even thinking about a 4th gateway as well on the front. Nice wall off so far for Nice. He's got the sentries there, which you could not do this build pre-patch, by the way. You needed some Stalkers to make it work. You can do it now because the sentries aren't light units. They don't take bonus damage from the Adepts anymore, so the Adepts only do half of their damage, even less than half technically. And this 4-gate is going to be very scary. On the other hand, Jaishi does have a Robo almost finished, so that's probably the best tech choice for helping to defend this.
Yeah, I was about to ask how worried you are about the Robo, but I think you answer, right? Like, if there is a tech structure to have, Robo is it. Twilight wouldn't give you an answer immediately. Stargate does very little for you here. Robo does give you a chance to get good defensive units out. Batteries are finishing. Immortal on the way. We're definitely figuring out a little bit of what's up, and we do force field in a Stalker initially, although we don't have an extra Stalker. The Adepts will have to recall back home. And so Jaishi gets as many units as possible in place as Nice is going to get ready to send this. A little bit of a shame that these sentries now don't have energy. They can't be as useful as they might want to be. A couple extras warping in, and we actually do go shading forward with these Adepts. Guardian Shields will pop when we begin to take this fight as force fields continue, and it's Stalker versus Adept with some sentry support.
The Adepts actually do a great job of tanking here. They're not doing massive amounts of damage, but it adds up. Just the raw number of units that he built, because this was non-stop 2-gate production. Jaishi's build was just actually very safe because he did not pause the production whatsoever, and that's really worked in his favor. Now with the Immortal out as well, it's looking kind of rough for Nice. Oh, Nice does come forward with those 4 Adepts, does throw a couple volleys here. The Stalker Sentry, nice force field comes in, but the Immortal adds massive damage to those Stalkers. It's still a very close fight on both sides.
It is. We're starting to lose a lot more here, though, from Jaishi, as he just maybe stepped a bit too far forward. The reinforcements are nice, helping out a lot. This Immortal will stand and fight and just say, no point turning around now. Tries to get a few more shots off on the Stalkers. A couple more Adepts showed up. Another Immortal showing up as well, though, right? So that's a real power point, getting another Immortal in play.
Nice is behind 7 probes, dude, and he's playing full Taiwanese Haas style right now. Man drops a Stargate in the middle of a Gateway Robo War. He said, you know what? I'm going to try and go either Phoenix or Oracles and surprise you. But Nice is so slow to probe. Because remember, he walled himself out of his natural. This is a disaster for him. He's going to have to recall probes from his natural to his main. He's got to kill that pylon. And Glaives is coming in for Jaishi, so he's going to have a crisp counterattack timing. That was a good hold. Jaishi finds himself way ahead in this game. And honestly, it's just about stabilizing, clearing out those gateways, and then moving across the map. I don't see the Stargate giving you any comeback potential in this scenario. 2 Oracles in the main, maybe kill a few probes. It's not that big of a deal. It'll be too late to matter. Phoenix disabling an Immortal, also really not that big a deal. And it is indeed going to be the sneaky Oracle, but Nice is kind of clutching here for a desperate surprise maneuver because he realizes how far behind he is.
And that Glaives is so nice as well. You've already played quite Adept heavy. Your opponent being behind from this Glaives is such a good kind of upgrade to have when you're just going to be overwhelming him. And that's definitely what we're on the verge of doing here in terms of unit production with all those extra gates coming up. So the Adepts are going to be looking great from Jaishi very, very shortly. And Nice is really relying on this Oracle dealing some damage, a Void Ray to come out defensively, but if this is Adept heavy, the Void Ray will not have the huge, the biggest roles to play defensively. At least it won't get shot down because there won't be any Stalkers, so I guess that's something. It can just sit there and fight. Maybe it would be able to put itself on an Immortal or so, and that could be kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's no answer to the Void Ray, but as you said, the Void Ray doesn't answer the army either. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure Jaishi just kills him here. It's a battery in the main. Nice, not happy to see that. Goes to the natural, and we'll find 2 batteries there as well. So, no real damage to be done here. He's just going to turn on the laser and then quickly get on out of there. Oh, grabs a few probes out of range of the battery. Nice micro. But about 50 Adepts are about to overwhelm 2 sentries and a Stalker. So, not a very good defensive setup here for the Blue Protoss. I like the cannon. The cannon does help a little.
Yes, having that just extra damage output is a big deal, and like I say, the Stalkers have to come in to deal with this Void Ray. That's units you're building that are not going to be glaved and benefiting from that upgrade you've built. So a little bit awkward is Nice for the moment, holding on. Second Void Ray showing up, of course. Now no super battery. Continues to build Void Rays. That is absolutely his belief in kind of how he can defend this. As the battery in the back will drain very soon, and that means that the Stalkers and the Sentry should be able to start getting through the Void Rays. There's one more battery. Didn't see that in the mineral line. Is it enough?
The Void Rays are doing good. The Void Rays are doing really good. He even had a second Stargate on the way, but he cancelled it because he didn't have enough money. He wanted to build more stuff. It's amazing how well the Void Rays are doing. I thought this would be way more one-sided. Hats off to Nice for looking for an advantage where it lies. I don't think it matters. I think he's still going to lose everything there, but he killed 12 probes behind it. If the Void Rays could overwhelm these last Stalkers, maybe he could somehow hang on to his main. His natural Nexus will get focused down. A few Zealots warping in. They're going to try and defend this. The main base has been opened up. If those Adepts get inside, they will do huge damage. Recalling a few of those Immortals home, a very clever idea to at least salvage something.
Got to target fire the probes, otherwise you will automatically attack the cannons, so that is another nice little buzz to have in the cannon in position there. That is going to keep you a little safe from those Adepts. Obviously, we lose a base, which is just a huge deal. And Jeshi just has to get up enough anti-air at this point, because the only real thing that saved you there as Nice was the Void Rays. But hey, he found an out, he found an answer. At least keeps him alive for a little bit longer in the game. And now he's going to come across the map with the Void Rays, just in case there isn't enough anti-air. Maybe there would be even further potential and possibility for him.
Well, it does look like right now the Immortal Sentry Stalker moving out to the third. Jeshi has got a lot of Stalkers now, and especially with Guardian Shield, Stalkers do okay against those Void Rays. They're not the best unit against them, but it's the mass ability, whereas the Void Rays come out one at a time very slowly. Going for a little Void Ray run by. It's going to maybe try and snag a Snorker and get back.
I think that's 2. It's not bad. Going to get a couple of probes as well. Obviously, there's plenty more Stalkers coming in. Kind of surprised we haven't just started a Blink. We're at the point now where we're going to just have to keep building Stalkers. Obviously, Blink would be nice as Nice actually comes in himself and gets himself a bunch of probes right there. So more damage being done. Blink does now finally start. So Joshi's kind of feeling the same. He's like, I'm basically on pure Stalker army. May as well get the upgrade as we lose a Void Ray. That's obviously going to hurt.
Yeah, I feel like Nice right now. This is that, what was that third new Batman movie, the one that sucked out of the Dark Knight trilogy? Basically, he's had his back broken. He's trying to climb out of that pit that Bane put him in. It's like impressive, but it's also like your back's still broken, and he's kind of just falling down the sides of the pit. Like, he's getting damage done. He's doing really cool tech. He's going double Robo now because he's like, I'm forcing Stalkers, so I get Immortals, and then maybe Disruptors to counter this. It's amazing he's keeping the game as close as it is, but he's doing it from so far behind that even with closing the gap partway, it still looks pretty rough for him, because without Twilight, how do you ever secure a third base? Whereas Jeshi should be able to probe up that third base in the near future. On the other hand, 6 sentries, that's an awesome way of using force fields and guardian shields. You've got the Void Rays. We'll see what this double Robo gets used for now. I love all of the ideas that Nice is throwing out. We're seeing a lot of kind of fancy tech switching hard counter ideas. None of them have done enough to get him in the lead, but he has closed the gap from an impossible position to one where maybe, just maybe, he can get back in this.
Giving himself a chance at the very least. The Oracles have been big, being able to do some damage here and there as well. 2 of them coming across again now, looking to, well, again, extend some work of damage output. You're up against 3 bases as well, so only finding 1 probe, not ideal. JJ doesn't even have too much of a rush to do anything right now, because obviously he is on that third base. He doesn't have to try and push the issue too much. If he just sits here, he is in an advantage. Nice, at least with the +1 upgrade, we'll have another advantage on his side, so it's 1 extra thing to be thinking about overall. As the Robo Bay continues up, and he's got to make something happen. He's got to do something a bit weird, and the Robo Bay at this point could just be it.
Mech Protoss, man. Void Rays, Immortals, Disruptors will be next. Yeah. This is how you try to get insane value, right? He's looking for that asymmetric power. Oracles go in yet again, but the Stalkers are ready for it. Those Oracles are, it's amazing they're still alive. Like, even there, I think the Stalkers could have blinked after them and actually killed one. But Nice has been annoying. He's been a nuisance. He's somehow ahead in the upgrades. The lack of a third base is kind of disastrous, and it is something where it feels to me like at any moment, Jeshi can just drop a 4th, build 10, 15 probes, and just have so much more money than his opponent that it's just in the bag, and just Stalker Zealot can roll over. But Jeshi's kind of been so focused on being aggressive that it keeps the supply close enough that there's like this inkling of hope for Nice, where I'm like, maybe he can do it, man. And then there's another part of me that's like the voice of reality that's like, come on, dude, that is a 25 army supply lead. Like, you're gonna need to walk into some disruptor shots as Jeshi to give this one up. But as I said, like, I feel like the way Nice is playing, this is the sort of stuff that so many people on the ladder, like the average Joes, can relate to this. Like, you run into that one weird Protoss player in PvP who's like, I just build cannons, batteries, and Immortals, and then I add Disruptors and Void Rays, and then if you leave me for 27 minutes, I make a maxed out Carrier, Mothership, Tempest, Storm army. And you're like, how do I beat this? You know, a lot of the average Joes play against sort of stuff. We almost never see it in pro play, but it does have some advantages. We're going to see how Jeshi can pick it apart with his mobility, though. I like the force fields there. If you want to blink in, you have to use it aggressively. And then the disruptors, you'll notice they're far back in reserve. He's keeping them out of blink target fire range. Because if he can just blink and focus the disruptors, he can overwhelm with the numbers. But if the disruptors are there to punish the forward blink, that's what their job is.
Got rid of one sentry at the front. The disruptor came so far forward, I thought I was going to get target fire, but didn't quite find the opportunity. Blink away, only one stalker dies. Super battery active, obviously third base will fall, and again, that's kind of just enough for now. You don't need to go pressing for too much extra than denying the base and taking that lead. We do need another disruptor shot, so the disruptors have done okay. However, now we're blinking forward, going to go after these immortals. Stasis ward helps a little bit, but maybe not enough. Another one tries to come up. The disruptor shot will fire. Stalkers do have the blink to get away, but it's into another stasis. The numbers are dropping down in terms of active stalkers because so many of them are caught up. Yeah, I mean, now the Void Rays are going to try and get involved as well. Surely with reinforcements, JC should just be okay. But it would be lovely if you could save some of these stalkers somehow. It's just, I think, going to be very easily done. You get 3 caught in his stasis. Of course he does. Now blinking in for the Voids, though. Another disruptor going down. Fresh one gets denied. That is going to be doing it. And JC takes game number 3.
That was awesome, dude. I feel like this is the series of dudes just doing great moves from behind. Like, Nice was so dead for the last 10 minutes of that game, but so many cool moves. Laying stasis traps, disruptors. You've got the Void Ray swap that somehow kept him alive. I mean, very cool ideas from Nice. It was desperate, but it needed to be desperate. When you're that far behind, you got to dig into your bag of tricks. You can't be like, I'll just make blink stalkers and have 1/3 as many as you. No, you got to make hard counters. You got to make units that have extreme strengths in some areas and extreme weaknesses in other, and then you try to make the other units to shore up those weaknesses, and you try to kind of stay one step ahead of your opponent. At the end of the day, Jaishi does get the 2-to-1 advantage, but he has to work for it, and I think that's a bit of a kind of moral victory for Nice, playing well from behind. And I, at the start of this series, expected him to go down potentially, one-sidedly, and now I feel like, this could go either way. He could bring it back. Jaishi still looks like the favorite, a little bit more confident in the macro, but a very fun game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A good time here is... I'm kind of with you. I kind of thought we were going to see a very aggressive series as well, right? But that has kind of been the case, but not thoroughly the case. Obviously, Nice has kind of brought in the more aggressive side of things, but at least this game also developed back into that kind of longer stage as well. And you can see how Nice is able to kind of give himself chances. The Void Rays really kind of, again, breathed life back into the game for him. So, see what happens now going into a game number 4 as Jaishi does have a chance to actually close the series out now. Nice, obviously, fighting to stay alive in the winner's bracket of the tournament.
Heck yeah, dude. PvPs warming us up well today. Of course, we've got a bunch of other matchups, especially in the second half of the day when we get to the European side, but very Protoss heavy, the Asian region so far. I'm excited for Coffee's match later as well. Hopefully returning to Terran for good in the TVP matchup. If Coffee chooses to play Protoss versus Protoss, then I'll be very mad. For those who don't know, Coffee did pick Protoss in 2 out of 3 of his games against Oliveira. Didn't go too well for him, but playing Oliveira doesn't really go well for anyone. So I don't think that's necessarily the race switch being the problem there.
No, I don't think the race switch had too much of an impact on that series. Maybe Coffee gets another map, but Oliveira has shown us many a time that his TVP is quite good against his friend in Coffee. As we head into the bottom right-hand corner to start off this game number 4, looking to not drop to the lower bracket just yet, will be the Blue Protoss player, Nice.
And in the top left, he's been looking solid as a rock so far, calm in the tumultuous waters of the Taiwanese PvP. In the top left, it's Jaishi. It's scary. Nice has played very dynamic StarCraft. You don't really know what he's going to try next. Jaishi stayed calm, though, and has navigated it very well so far. He's going to go for a Gate Scout, whereas Nice, of course, is part of the Haas school. So Jaishi is here, part of the Macro Protoss school of I'll scout and react to it. Nice is part of the Haas school of if I scout, it doesn't mean anything because you're just going to cancel it or do the opposite of what I saw. And information just hurts me because I'll just react wrong. That's kind of the thing that happens when you play against Haas enough in PvP is he really, the way he plays is so gamble focused. Sometimes he convinces you that scouting isn't worthwhile. It's a weird thing. Don't get me wrong. Nice will go scout now. It's just a bit later. He's trying to be a bit more efficient, but I truly do feel that it's hard to have faith in scouting in PvP in general because it's not just Haas. I mean, I'm using him as a bit of an extreme example. anyone who's played Parting in a PvP, anyone who's played Hero in a PvP knows just how dirty a lot of the builds and transitions can be. I think MaxBax is probably the only top tier Protoss player who doesn't really seem to mix much filthy cheese into his Protoss versus Protoss.
That's very true. I mean, this matchup just lends itself to being aggressive because there's so many ways to hide it. It's so difficult to naturally get the scout all the time, and sometimes some of the builds that people like to do just don't have a good defense straight away against some of the more aggressive setups as well. So it does lend itself to kind of encouraging everyone to maybe kind of try out that aggression, as it's going to be mirrored here on the early units. 2 Stalkers versus 2 Stalkers in the production. So that's going to be our starting point here for game at number 4. No one going to diverge from one another just yet. Waiting for that moment to come in the next little bit.
Yeah, cool to see a bit more of a fighting focus opening. 2 Stalker versus 2 Stalker. If one side does lose the early skirmish and lose a Stalker, it can spiral pretty hard. She's got a lot of minerals, but does queue up 3rd and 4th Stalker. Oh my gosh, mirrored build orders. All right. This one could be over very suddenly if one player starts losing Stalkers. Nice does variate, though, a little bit. Goes for the Stargate, whereas Jayshi is saving up those minerals. But he's not got a probe in position to build a Nexus. Okay, he does. He's just slightly slow. I was like, whoa, what's he doing, man?
I was with you. You mentioned Stary if you lose Stalkers. This is going to be a dead Stalker already from Jayshi, so the man who is building the Nexus is the one to lose a unit initially as well. Well, obviously we do stop Stalker production now from Nice, otherwise this might have continued. He's obviously waiting on the Stargate to finish, get that tech out. Meanwhile, Jayshi will have the sentries to provide him information with some hallucinations across the map. That was better than expected.
Yeah, good reaction by Jayshi. If he was there for half a second longer, he loses another Stalker in this spirals. But look, now he's seen 4 Stalkers. I mean, Jayshi's scouting is terrible. He's like, oh god, I'm getting all in, man. Oh god, I gotta build a Robo. I gotta be safe. Little does he realize it's just an Oracle, and it's a macro build. Nice is just doing light pressure. He's forcing multiple shield batteries and a Robo. This is a huge opening advantage for Nice. As I said, losing a first Stalker's big, and look at that. Cancels the battery. I love that move. Nice is realizing he's got his opponent scared, and he does not need any safety precautions. His opponent is stuck on the defense right now.
Completely stuck as a few Stalkers and sentries try and come out. The force field goes down. The Stalkers are kept away. You have the Oracle finishing up soon from Nice as well. South of the Twilight Council is about halfway done. So that's about halfway through as the Oracle activates and multiple probes begin to go down. And Jayshi is having a nightmare of a start.
Oh, that's huge. 9 probes go down, and the Oracle doesn't even take much damage. Nice is building a Void Ray as well. That's just to be safe. He knows he's miles ahead, but an Immortal push could be scary, so he's like, let's build a Void Ray, get a Robo of my own, let's have a bit of safety. And Jayshi sees all of this, so he's probably just going to have to probe up himself and try to recover on the economy. Seeing a Void Ray already built should really take away his hope of doing anything aggressive in this game. And the Oracle even tracking his army confirms that. Nice is in a great spot.
Robo facility for himself, finishing. Just got himself a Void Ray out as well. So he's very safe in case he gets attacked. And his army's looking good, his setup's looking good. Forges will come down similarly timed. Obviously just nice maintaining a worker lead as well for that early damage he dealt. So able to run from that, and with the map control and the units that he has, likely he feels confident to perhaps put the 3rd base down a little sooner also. So that could be another way in which he kind of keeps the eco advantage. He's also going to have the extra minerals to do that because he's up the probes. All of this, again, just leading towards Nice's advantage right now and kind of putting the pressure on our red Protoss to try and turn things around a little bit, make something happen so you can step back in it.
I like the transition into the Forge here. Nice is, of course, very slow on the Twilight, but that's okay. I think he's far enough ahead he can take a 3rd base, and I think if he does drop a 3rd base right now, it's just an amazing position to be in. Jayshi's going charge on 2 base, which is definitely not ideal, but he's up against a wall, and a 2 base charge Immortal Archon timing might be just what Jayshi feels like he's forced to do.
Yeah, honestly, I don't hate it though, right? I mean, we've seen throughout the Asia region so far in these PvPs, these aggressive 2 base timings can really kind of net you a way back into games that have not been looking good for you otherwise. There goes an Observer, though. Talk about the little things continuing to go Nice's way. That is going to be one of them as he knocks that Observer down. And yeah, extra gates. We are just going to commit to units. We are not going to stop from Jayshi. And I think rightfully so. He's far enough behind that playing into a third base, you've still got to then find some way to kind of take an advantage back. This is a way to kind of diverge and potentially hit a time where your opponent could be weak and you could just end it right then and there and turn it around on the spot.
Yeah, going up to 8 gateways. He's going to try and clear the stasis trap blocking his third, just to, you know, make it look like he's going for a third. But the Phoenix sees everything. Templar Archives, 8 gateways going up. Nice is like, oh, okay. Build some batteries, warp in once these gateways are ready. I wouldn't even mind just slow Zealots, since his charge won't be ready in time, probably. Twilight's just finished. Obviously, Chronoing charge would be a high priority for Nice in this scenario. And yeah, you can already see he's warping in slow Zealots. Just kind of going, okay, I just need material. As long as I have enough stuff, stasis traps all together, we should be fine. And funnily enough, he's going Templar Archives instead of charge. So he's actually decided, you know what? Archons are so good against Zealots. If he goes Zealots, I need Archons. If I go too many Zealots, his Archons will wreck me. So I like the prioritization from Nice, who's got a good economy lead. Jaishi, of course, has been so scouted that he's changed his plan. He says, well, let's just take a third, probe up, start +2. And we'll see how long it takes Nice to clue into that, because Nice is still turtling up, thinking there's an all incoming. He hasn't realized that Jaishi switched it up.
And now we've got ourselves actually a worker lead from Jaishi, so the worker lead established. Obviously, gateway count is equal here. Upgrade is slightly Jaishi favored as well. He is going to start moving forwards. I mean, the base is spotted now from Nice with the hallucination, but as Jaishi presses forwards, he can fake some pressure. I don't think you ever want to commit at this point anymore. But move out with the hallucination, you'll see the setup, and I think he'll know there's too much there for him to attack into, and then he backs it up. But honestly, kind of right back into this game, no?
I don't like Nice going back to probes there. It feels like Nice is really stuck in between two opposite directions. Like he's building probes, then he's just making army and not building probes. So I'm like, oh, he's going for a timing, which is great. I think if he just hits the timing of 50 probes, he wins. But because he's going to have so much more stuff. But the thing is, he's not hitting that time. He keeps going back to probes, adding a +2, adding a cannon. He's already invested in a lot of batteries. So it feels to me like he might be just a bit indecisive. Now, he has paused probing for good, it seems. But I'd love to see Nice move across this map and leverage this massive army advantage that he's got. I mean, I say massive. It's only 10 supply. Equal Archon Immortal count. Similar upgrades. Man, I thought this would be a much bigger lead for Nice in this game, but... yeah, double Oracle is going to harass in the natural. At least that's something.
Dives in, a few probes going down. And we do have +2s finishing soon as well. As Nice just taking that 4th base, just saying, okay, well, I'm comfortable just to expand once again. So gets that set up pretty much immediately, gets that on the go. And the way we go with it is we just see ourselves a few more batteries and pylons coming into place. A couple more Zealots getting warped in. +2 is about to finish up as well on both sides. So those upgrades will remain even for the moment. Let's see, just now the charge time from Nice, that's obviously something he decided to kind of skip out on later. He talked about him prioritizing the Temple Archives. Now he's got a whole lot of charge lots that aren't actually charge lots. Yesterday we named these Roddy Zealots because apparently they run as fast as Roddy does, so that was Ben's nickname for them. So they're set up right now.
I've seen Roddy sprinting towards that casting desk after a smoke break, Woody. He
yeah,
is like a leopard. It's insane.
Yeah, when Roddy's needed at the desk, he upgrades charge for himself for a couple seconds. That's very true.
He puts his shoes back on and sprints over there real quick. Honestly, this is a big push for Jaishi. I'm impressed Jaishi's position. I don't think he should necessarily force the fight. Charge is not done for Nice, which I don't think is the worst thing. Obviously, it makes it hard to jump on your opponent, but sometimes that's good for you because your Zealots don't clump up for the enemy Archon shots as badly. Jaishi's done an amazing job of recovering this game, and Nice does have the bigger army though, so I think strategically pushing in is a mistake. I don't mind him hanging outside the base. I think that's fine for Jaishi, but if he attacks into a concave, it's going to be lights out real quick. 15 army supply advantage is nothing to sniff at.
No, it really is not, as Red Pros takes position, holds position on the map, but could really just, yeah, do with probably just add, well, just honestly just backing up. I mean, the worker lead there for Jaishi, so if they both max, he's going to naturally have a smaller army. Now he starts a robot bait. I like that a lot. That's exactly what you want to do. If Nice isn't showing signs of moving out aggressively, you don't want to attack in. The tech up to Disruptors is the perfect way to give yourself an advantage now in the PvP.
I feel like Knights has just looked a bit stuck strategically ever since he scouted what appeared to be a 2-base Immortal Archon. Feels like he's kind of just maxing on not that much economy and not that high-tech an army, and oh gosh, he's getting out of position. He's not even tracking the enemy army right now. They're going past each other. Stuff's about to get weird, Wardy.
Well, Nice actually does start to turn around. Now, yeah, she sees this. I feel like this is a moment you back away because you've got so many of your units over towards that natural. this is not a moment to keep coming through. Force fields ain't going to help you here because the Archons are going to knock those down. Again, he's fighting in the natural at the same time, but his army here just takes such a bad fight. The Zealots, again, working their business, but... I mean...
It's so close. It's very close, but the Archons do get through. You're absolutely right, Wardy. There was a moment where he was up that choke point, exposed, and he took so much surface area from the enemy Zealots and Archons, and it took him a while to start to step back. But he did do massive damage to Nice's natural. So if he can defend the counterattack, he's in a great spot. That is a big if, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Focuses down on the Archon, picks up, pulls back. He's down 20 army supply. Jaycee's in trouble. Nice should easily be able to kill this fourth base. He's on 4 Nexus behind it. That's enough to allow him to transition, but honestly, going for the throat's probably the better move. Nice agrees. He's going to go for this.
He just wasted his overcharge on that base. Nothing's there. So that's a huge mistake as we see the Zealots are charging into Archons. That's obviously a big part of the problem. Jaysee needs to hold on this high ground, but it just doesn't look like he'll have the numbers. He lost too much in that fight on the other side. He will see a few Zealots kind of reinforce this, but again, they're still going into so many Archons, and Archons are the magic factor of this right now. 60 army supply to the 20, and Jaysee looks as though he will not hold on here for this game number 4. And Nice is going to take us through to 5 games for the first time today. As GG is called, we're going to go to a 5th and final game. These PvPs continue to be back and forth.
Absolutely, back and forth. Nice gets himself a lead and then kind of gets stuck sitting at home maxing on a basic army comp. But I think that actually confused Jaysee as much, because we were saying, oh, he's got the bigger army. He didn't know that he had the bigger army, right? I don't think he had as much vision of the economy and realized, even though you can maybe see it's a bit bigger than yours, when you get to those giant blobs of Zealot, Archon, and Mortal, it's kind of hard to read. So I feel like Jaysee kind of got to the point where he's like, well, you're just camping at home. You're doing nothing on the map, nothing aggressive. You must be like trying to go disruptors or sky toss or investing in different areas. Little did he know, he was ahead on upgrades, ahead on economy, probably had a slightly higher tier composition because I think his Archon count was a little higher as well. And he was going disruptors behind it. So he was definitely getting to a much higher tier comp. It was not the right move to attack there. We could know that and see that, but I think there's a lot of inference that happens in high-level StarCraft where you go, if he's sitting at home defending, it's because he's investing in other things, he's trying to survive, and if he buys enough time, that's going to pay off big. You know what? I'm maxed out. My army's pretty good. I've got nice upgrades. Let's go for a timing distract in there. And honestly, I think it could have worked if he pulled down that ramp on the left, as you'd pointed out during the fight. You're like, most of his army's on the right. Why is he fighting? Number one. But number two, he was up the top of the ramp. He should have pulled down the ramp and been started stepping backwards. A lot of his Archons were trapped behind his army as well. Whereas at that point, if you got 9 Archons shooting 20 Zealots charging you, those Zealots just disappear. You know, lights out, they're gone. And then you can disengage because the Zealots are the only really fast unit that can chase you down. So definitely Jaysee could have executed that a little bit better, but I think he was somewhat stunned by just how much stuff Nice had.
Well, it is time for game number 5. The first time we're getting a game 5 today in this PvP. And we will see who's going to be joining Oliveira in that upper bracket final. The winner of this map will decide that. So let's head into it. It has been a bit of a back and forth PvP. We've seen all sorts of different things being used and utilized. It's time to figure this out. Who is advancing into that upper bracket final? Who's dropping down to the lower bracket? In the bottom right of Golden Aura, our Red Pros player is Jaysee.
And his opponent in the top left, full of surprises today. A great Stalker into Oracle opening that last game. Let's see what he's got to surprise us in game 5. In the top left in the blue, it's Nice. High range, Nice's style. Nice almost looks... Yeah, there's like a very opposite nature game to game, right? Sometimes he does play quite defensive macro and switches gears. Other times it's just crazy variations of aggression and all in and weird proxies. He definitely runs that whole gamut. And as a result, Jaycee's just like, yeah, I'm going to keep scouting. Like, I need to know what version of Nice is showing up here in game 5. It's a deciding match. I can't take any risks.
This going to be really intriguing to see what the plan is. As 2 gates come down a piece. Wait to see where these two are going to diverge. Is there any way we see the aggression in this game 5? I mean, in PvP, it's always a possibility. These guys do believe in their kind of one basey builds. Jaysee has been a bit more about that expansion all the way through the series, whereas Nice has been happy to be the aggressor, although when he has been the aggressor, it's not really worked out for him, so maybe he will, again, stick to the macro as well.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of 2-gate versus 2-gate, and I would like to just see Sentry expand, honestly. I think it's a great move, and I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, both of them almost cautious in Game 5. You see, like, 6 sentries, really fast third base. It's bizarre. It would be different for this region, but that's exactly why I feel like Game 5, the unexpected sometimes does happen. But keep our eyes on those gateways. Stalker sentry for Nice, sentry for Jaishi. Yeah, they're both going sentries for the start. Definitely indicative of expand builds. Jaishi's gonna go for a super quick Nexus. Whereas, yeah, Nice minerals. Where are Nice minerals? Why is Nice so much lower on minerals? Just a Stalker? Does it make that much difference? I guess he's built an extra probe as well. And because his pylon goes down before the Nexus. Ah, okay. Yeah, that actually adds up to quite a big delay, isn't it? Just going only 1 sentry at the start and then Nexus off 24 probes gets it down very early.
Yeah, that is a big deal. As our Stalker actually catches the probe here. The Stargate coming up then. And that Nexus just so much sooner from Jaishi. So the Stargate really has some weight to pull because it's going to have to make up for the timing difference on this Nexus. Obviously, it is nice to have the Oracles kind of throughout the game because they're going to be able to continue to provide harassment and so on, and vision and scouting. But yeah, for the moment, you're just taking a later Nexus, so you'd like to catch up a couple of probes at the very least. Hallucinations will fly by each other, and we will go across the map trying to get that info. This Stalker will try and play the denial game, but this hallucination will be all the way through to the main, and it should be able to see absolutely everything before any chance of going down. And yeah, knowing the Stargate is there just means you can prep properly, battery in the main mineral line, and that is a huge, huge investment.
There's always part of me that wonders if you can skip the battery and just have extra Stalkers, but I feel like that's a risky proposition. So good to see the players being safe, and a Robo goes down now for Nice as well. Twilight goes down for Jaishi. Jaishi's up a couple probes, the Nexus up a lot quicker. Advantages are there for Jaishi, but because Jaishi didn't open Blink, it's not a massive advantage, right? If Jaishi opened Blink and saw this, it would be huge, because you can shut down the Oracle very hard and go for a quick third. But instead, Jaishi's got to open up 2 different tech routes, right? Observers plus Blink, the Robo and the Twilight both, and then you kind of go in the other direction.
Oracle getting deflected.
Slows down the third a little bit, but that's good.
Yeah, no, absolutely, right? The more you slow down a third base, the happier you're going to typically end up being. And just seeing our Oracle activate, you're just going to be seeing a probe getting taken out. Hallucination keeping track of things, but there is the third now down. So Jaishi has that third base timing advantage on his way to Blink. And this Robo from Nice means that he's just going to be playing a much slower composition where he's just going to be building the Immortals. He'll have to be playing just a much more defensive style. Eventually, you can kind of attack with Immortals if you get enough of them too, but it's going to be tough against someone who has Blink and control of the map with that.
Both sides taking a third now, so as they both gear up for the 3-base versus 3-base game, we're definitely going to see a much more likelihood of a big Blink war and a big macro game to decide everything. The double Oracle is now about to arrive with 3 Stalkers and a battery. More than prepared is Mr. Jaishi, the Forge going down, as well as a third gateway, and rounding out that tech nicely whilst maintaining the worker advantage. I feel like, oh, no, that's not a good time to leave. Okay, whew, does send 2 Stalkers back.
Yeah, that was not the prettiest time to be starting to move out a little bit. As we do have the Twilight Council halfway done, the Immortal continuing up. And we just see the couple of Adepts still coming through here, grabbing a couple of probes. So some extra probes going down. That's 4 workers killed so far. Stalkers still firing away. There's going to be another Adept dropping. And that is a defense in the end. But yeah, 4 probes dead, and that does keep Nice now in a couple of workers advantage.
Oh, I like this move. 10 extra shields or hit points isn't going to keep you alive there, is it? So double Stalker come forward, snipes, and Nice. He's taking the 3rd and 4th gas, so it's 4 gas against 3 gas. Immortals building charge on the way. Now that's interesting though. The charge is interesting. So Nice is basically saying, hey, I'm going to skip Blink entirely. While Jaishi is playing the more standard Blink style. Blink is the better, well-rounded tech, right? Because it allows you to defend harassment, do harassment of your own, pick off units as they come across the map. But, I mean, just having more Zealots and Immortals sometimes can overwhelm. And when push comes to shove, Stalkers are not as good at fighting in a straight-up fight as Zealots are, right? They're way more expensive. So if you don't really get value out of that Blink, then you're like, hey, why even bother? And I always say, like, for low-level players, honestly, why bother with Blink? Just go straight charge is usually better. the question is, you know, can Jayshi engineer the situations where he's out microing Nice for extended periods using that blink? Because that's when you really get to see the lack of blink just be like, oh my god, you need blink. Why don't you have blink? You're getting out traded so badly. We'll see if that can come to play as Jayshi's still just kind of neck and neck, adding his own charge. And I do imagine Nice adds his own blink after the charge.
Would make sense. I mean, eventually you may as well just get that upgrade. Otherwise, the Twilight Council just sat there doing nothing, and just blink is such a nice thing to have. And as we do have +1 a little ahead of Jayshi, we'll see if he is able to keep that up with +2 as well in the next few moments. Get that set to go. And this army's actually moving forwards. Okay, waiting for that charge to be done. We're going to send it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pure Zealot Stalker with 1 sentry and a Prism, right? And Immortals, Oracles, there is an Archon morphing with Battery and a Prism to micro it. Like, you can, if you keep your Immortals and your Archons alive, you can defend this. But it's definitely on Knife's Edge, and it's going to be almost impossible to defend that 4th Nexus. 4th Nexus in trouble, a couple of defensive Zealots warping in as well as Immortals there trying to build. But, oh, he's got to back away. And this is that moment where the blink shows its power, because this is not an all-in. Jayshi's taking a 4th. He's going to get massive damage here, but it's flexible. He can blink back and disengage whenever he feels like it.
Well, Stalkers will sit out the front and just try and get some damage dealt, good force fields, but that's what the Prism is there for, to evacuate those units. Blink ticking along here from Nice, and Jayshi just going to be taking a 4th behind this. So again, making use of the fact that he's got map control right now, making the most of this situation as we are going to engage in, get a few Zealots, a few Stalkers up into the natural already as well. So things are getting a little spread out here. Obviously, the Prism has to do its best in terms of keeping these units alive as we begin to dance around, and Jayshi is taking an army supply lead. Can he keep the momentum up going in as he's getting to the last few Gana Tech units? If he can knock those down, he might just have a free pathway through.
That was a sick defense on the ramp there for Nice, but his natural does lose 10 probes. Doesn't come cheap. On the other hand, Jayshi's not probing at all. Remember, he's not building Immortals and Archons, and those units, 2 Immortals went down, the Archon's still alive. Great defense for Nice. Can he stabilize? Equal army supply on both sides as the Prism heads into the main base. Jayshi is going to be doing a big Zealot warping up there. The Zealots in the main base are going to cause problems. There's a battery and a... Oh, it's a cannon, sorry. And a few Zealots warping in, holding the choke. Hodor Zealots hanging on very nicely. Immortal Stalker at the front pushes back the blink as well. This looks like a successful defense for Nice. Even traps those Zealots in there. Really nicely done. The Oracle even adds its laser beam in. Nice defense for Nice.
Very nicely done, as we just have ourselves the Phoenix, the Immortal, +2 attack coming up from Nice as well. So he's trying to play catch up there, and he's bought himself time to survive through this stage of the game where his opponent was being hyper aggressive, and he comes out but still with the tech unit lead, 3 Immortals and an Archon, and only just now is 1 Immortal being made from Jayshi. So we're getting to the point where Nice is maybe on a better quality army, but again, it's about the size of it, and also that 4th base is allowing Jayshi to get away with kind of playing a lower tech force, because he can throw units away more easily and replace those as he goes.
Oracle going around the back there, trying to get some counter aggression. He's going to need that 4th base up, but so hard to get out of here. And this is the advantage Blink gives. Even if your attack doesn't straight up win the game or fully succeed, you still can force your opponent into a bit of a corner. Now, obviously, Knights does his own blink up. The Stalker count is so different, though. 12 against 31. It's the Immortals, the Archons, and the Prism that are obviously adding the power. If push comes to shove, I'd say Nice Army wins any day. But if you're able to just chip away, blink, skirmish a bit, that's where Jayshi can keep getting value. And with that 4th base fully mining, he's already getting that value right now. Zealots keep trying to breach the main base. There is a Phoenix ready for it. I love this Phoenix edition just to shut down the rotation in the main. It's not going to kill the Prism, but it'll force it out.
It is nice as we still chill on the left-hand side. Jayshi trying to look at pushing up this ramp. Problem is, Golden Aura itself is very difficult to push up those ramps on. It's just very narrow, as we are going to get rid of this cannon that was causing issues before. But the warping gets cancelled as the Stalkers help to get rid of the Prism. And this warping will not do too much. So Nice is going to have a hold in the main base as well, clearing this out. And looking okay there as we chrono boost out. An Oracle, +3 attack is on the way. And +3 finish with Jayshi. He's maintained this upgrade lead throughout, but from here, he's not going to be able to take any more attack upgrades in his advantage, so it would have to be armors or shields. Still just expanding to stay a base ahead, and that's really imperative with the style that he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, being a base head is great. I'd normally say it's a game-winning advantage, but we saw in that last game, Nice likes sitting on 54 probes and maxing out. He doesn't care. As long as he's got a sick army, he's happy. Stalkers blinking in, that's a very dangerous move. And honestly, JC has too many Stalkers at this point. That's 40 Stalkers. That's a silly number. It's good for harassment, but I'd like to see him split it up, hit two sides, and the double Robo Disruptor transition, which he's going for. Triple Robo, in fact, cannot come soon enough. If JC gets the triple Robo Disruptor out, it's the power behind the extreme mobility of the Stalkers that can really win in this game. Gets the Nexus for 3 or 4 Stalkers against the guy who you've already kept off the 4th all game. Not too bad. Cost for cost, obviously long term the trading there is better for Nice than Jaishi, but in the immediate term, when you add into account all the lost mining time, the tempo is massive for the red Protoss. Keep in mind though, tempo seems good, but if your opponent just keeps building that core of army, things can be very scary. It's a 20 army supply lead right now, and there's more probes building. If Jaishi builds a ton of cannon battery, that's good insurance against the counter push. And you can see he's doing that. He's learned his lesson from the last game. He's like, dude, if a push comes, I'm gonna have so much stuff to fall back on. Triple Robo Disruptor, mass cannon battery. The Robos are spread across all the bases, which we love to see after that first series.
That's a very good point. It's like seeing Robos dying in important moments today. As this Disruptor War sets up here on Golden Aura, both players heading into full undisrupted production. We're getting observer speed because information and vision is going to be big, and that is going to be a bunch of Stalkers in caught in stasis. Now, that is Stalkers that did not blink in. They walked in there, so they will have their blink to get out the moment that stasis fades. That is a big thing to note, because obviously otherwise that could be very troubling as well.
Oh my, that's a big fight here. I mean, just saying, hey, your Stalkers are trapped. You want to fight? You want to defend these boys? Oh, he focuses the prism. That's cute. Blinks into another stasis trap. You know, that's actually almost like it keeps them safe. Just remember, Blink does not reset its cooldown while they're in stasis. So they're going to come out of that having just blinked, which means there is no escape from the next one. And I love these stasis traps to stop the reinforce saving the day. Nice, going to be getting some good value trades. Now, good way to set it off with just a single Stalker. Smart way to engage here for Jaishi. But nonetheless, those Stalkers surrounded get absolutely wrecked. And you've got a Disruptor, but so does Nice. And now we've got a Disruptor war, and you've had this big economy advantage. What have you done with it as Jaishi? You've tried to breach the main, but Nice defense has been so good. He keeps defending the Prism Zealot. Now you've got to set up the advantage with the vision, especially since Nice is trying to play Skytoss, which is just crazy to do this off this economy, but it will be the ultimate thing in the long term. So it's all about observers here. Whoever can get more observers out is going to have the advantage. If you can see where they are, you'll be able to go forward, get the better Disruptor shots, and try to take their Disruptors out. If you take their Disruptors out, it can be game winning. The big army on the left is the important one. The Zealots are just a distraction on that side. Oh, gets one Disruptor and a triple shot. Big triple shot from Nice. Jaishi, he didn't have the vision. No observers, whereas Nice did. And Nice has 3 oracles, so he can keep tagging the observers, and he's getting tempers. Dude, Nice has better late game. We were talking about Jaishi being the better macro player. Honestly, he looked way more solid in the early and mid game. Right now, Nice is getting better for the late game, getting ready for the late game way better. Like, Jaishi went mass Stalker, took forever to go Disruptors, and now he's stuck on that mid game. Nice, if he gets out to carriers as well, I don't think he's killable, and it's going to be so hard for Jaishi to catch up. His transition is so late.
Well, we have our Oracles setting up a few more stasis wards. Jaishi is, very late to transition, and everything in terms of the current army looks great for Nice. He's been great defensively so far. He's not panicking that he's down in bases because he knows his opponent has been flinging units at him, so he can afford to kind of be behind a base because he's been trading better. And his army that he's now set up onto way more quickly is going to allow him to keep trading better into the future as well.
All right, we've got Stargate Dark Shrine on the way for Jaishi. He is thinking about that late game. Plasma Shield upgrades as well. He's also got the better gateway count. He does have 17 gateways to 8, and he's still building more. I mean, if there's an opening at all that Nice loses a fight, Jaishi will swarm. But I think Nice has done a great job, and I think he's happy to sit down 10 probes. He's got a bigger bank. Jaishi's building more infrastructure. Great Zealot counterattack. Catching these cannons when they just start, that's a lot of value. They're not getting cancelled, which means lots of kills, lots of lost minerals.
Yeah, good to knock him down just one base at least as we play the Observer pickoff game as well, so we keep that going. You have the Mothership finishing from Nice, so an extra little tool in the arsenal for him in these upcoming engagements, in these upcoming battles. And he does have the attempt of a 5th base here. His opponent's going to be on top of it though, that's likely a cancel, and we'll have to just try this one again in a few moments. It wasn't a cancel, it was a kill, but either way it goes down. We're pretty rich right now, we're not going to pick bones over that. I was just going to be seeing a couple Stargates still coming up on either side. Nice just continues to leak Zealots into the bases of Jaishi at the moment.
This is what you got to do, because they build so much cannon battery on the edge bases. You want to go up the guts. This is something people forget in late game. Is like they go, oh man, he's got 20 cannons on this base on the right, 20 cannons on this base on the left. I can't do any counterattacks. And you go, you know the main is wide open, right? The main in the natural. So sometimes you just run past the static defenses into the production and it actually gets more done. And there's even juicier targets there as well with all the tech. So I like nice awareness of that. He is going to be yielding 4 more Tempests. I think getting about 6 Tempests is awesome in this matchup. Problem is, it's very hard to go win the game, like, just with the Tempest power. It's more about they're there to protect you against carriers, to pick off the enemy disruptors, and you're basically just trying to win with your own disruptor push on the ground. Whereas I imagine Jayshi's probably going to go for the carrier thrust. We'll find out soon, as his Stargate double Cybercore transition is there now. And we'll see, is he going to go for the carriers? The carriers are more of a jump on top, and they'll obviously wreck Tempest in a raw fight. But if the Tempest can shoot them down, pull back, shoot, pull back, they will obviously hard counter carriers, given the space to micro. But so far, Jayshi's Max not making a transition to the air until he finds a way to clear out some supply. Observer goes down on both sides. Tempest chipping away.
Yeah, a couple of disruptive shots just warning as Nice has obviously made his way down to this low ground, so he knew a position for him to kind of defend in. Lost an Oracle there.
Yeah, two Oracles actually went down. He does rebuild 2 instantly. That forward observer on the right for Jayshi's getting, you know, huge pickoffs now. And I'm going to actually keep checking the dead observer count. So basically it's 6 for 6 right now. And I'm going to check that throughout the game, because that's actually a really good metric in late game PvP to see who's actually controlling the map a lot better. Cannon battery Archon trying to defend this northern side. The Archons are just got to be careful of the disruptors, which is why Nice is pre-spreading those. Does lose a few cannons, but these Tempests will scare back that Protoss force. You can even catch some of these disruptors on the rotation. Stalker counterattack in the south doing big damage right now. Ooh, could maybe get some of those disruptors, but Nice is very cautious. He doesn't want to get jumped on by enemy Blink Stalkers, so he's playing it super careful.
Yes, he is. We see a few Stalkers still going after those Zealots. The rest of the Zealots come charging through. And we have the defense made. So Jayshi will hold on here. As Nice trades out these Stalkers, he's replacing them with Tempest. So he has a plan for what he wants to go into. As he loses out in one way, he will gain in another, in theory. As he was actually now going to go into carriers. So we're going to start a carrier on carrier army. And I think that's the right call, because at this point, your army's good enough to hold out to get to a good amount of carriers. And carriers are just going to be so huge deeper into this game.
You only need enough Tempest to one-shot a carrier, one-shot a Colossus, one-shot a Disruptor. Right? Any more than that, and what are they doing? They're all shooting the same target anyway. If you're using them correctly, they should be focus-fired most of the time. So going carriers, the actual raw fighting unit, much smarter. I love that he made that cancel. He's also a little ahead on the plasma shields and those air upgrades, significantly ahead. Jayshi's starting to go carriers of his own. Disruptors are coming forward, starting to clear out that static D. The Zealots and the Stalkers will have to back off. Mining more bases is Jayshi, but I'd actually like to see Jayshi transfer workers to all the forward bases. Get the gold base and even try to mine the top base out. If you're playing a more mobile style, you're essentially playing late game Zerg versus Terran. Jayshi's the Zerg, Nice is the Terran building Ghost Planetary, right? What have we learned in the last few years? Mine their base out. If you're going to play a less efficient composition but get more map control with your mobility, you have to take their resources. And we actually just saw his screen look at that top base, which makes me think he might be sending a probe there very soon. He's definitely going to go take the bottom left base, is Jayshi, but we'll see. He's going to have to steal some resources. He's blinking on the top. Oh my gosh. He's actually diving in on that northern base again. He keeps just trying to clear out the cannon battery, and funnily enough, it feels like he's almost just like, hey, my value is just going to be sniping static and running away before your army can get that. Like, I'm just going to get free mineral pickoffs and slowly wear you down.
Well, DT's just play cleanup around the map. As, again, we essentially just kind of building up until at some point something's going to snap and we're just going to end up in this kind of massive trade. So just kind of building through to that point. Yeah, well, another DT getting caught, just little bits and pieces right now. Resources lost about 3,000 difference. With the amount of bases we have at this stage, it's not a big deal. Of course, note that Jayshi obviously has a way higher bank, so when he does trade, his rebuild is going to be fairly instant, and he's going to be able to rebuild a lot. He doesn't have as much gas as Nice, but obviously gas needs the minerals to be able to make use of that gas anyways.
Nice does take out a Disruptor, but he loses a bunch of his own units as well. He's killed 7 Disruptors for 1 so far this game. That time, though, Jayshi does win the trade on the second round. But Nice is going to secure the northern base, and he can pick off a few Disruptors on the retreat. They're not a very fast unit.
No, and they actually turn around.
On those.
Yeah, they make it even easier for a second there as we get a couple extras. So Nice is able to chase away to that upper right. Now even more stack defense coming down as he really solidifies this location. Obviously he needs to do the same on the top side, hold that 6th base, and then eventually he's probably going to make a play for the gold. That would be his final base versus his opponents in the upper right. But we're ways away from him really reaching out to do that, considering he's barely gotten to these other bases so far.
I'm kind of known recently as the guy who won't stop shouting about how good Storm is in late game PvT and how underused it is. I don't know about Storm in PvP though, Wardy. I feel like having 1 or 2 High Templar here to Storm is good, but I almost feel like just activating Guardian Shield's probably more important, and I don't think either side has a sentry right now. I feel like just having a single Guardian Shield in the fight with the Interceptors fighting is probably more important. I don't know, like, do you think it's worth it? I guess any damage is worth something, but I don't know. I've never really seen Storm added in late game PvP.
I feel like it's so hard to get the right Storm. It is the problem. Like, if you can, like, storm your opponent's Interceptors and stuff and soften things up properly, then sure, without killing yourself, but I feel like that's very difficult to do. And obviously these High Templar are going to be a big gas investment. You're going to have them in the right place to get those storms off. So yeah, I'm intrigued by that choice. And we'll see if he can kind of make something of it as Zealots try and dive here, but that's a super battery.
They are very supply efficient. Oh, he's going to win the Disruptor trade again. She's struggling in these Disruptor Wars. I think, looking at how he's put High Templar on the bottom with his cannon, I think the idea is if the carriers attack here, I can storm on top of the cannons because buildings don't take storm damage, kill all the interceptors. So it's just like, it's almost like a bit of bonus static defense, so carriers can't like push through a base suddenly. And it'd also be good against Zealots as well. It's not really going to do anything to the bigger, chunkier units, but good against Interceptors, good against Zealots. Not a bad addition. I do think Jaishi not mining any resources off this top base that Nice has is probably the biggest thing that's like been missing. Despite that, he still gets the whole top right and the bottom left base. And that is, I don't know, 10,000 minerals, 5,000 more gas. Like it's an insane amount. Actually, it's like what, 4,500 gas a base. That's 9,000 extra gas he's going to mine. Like, that's crazy. Nice is looking like he's playing a much more technical, efficient style, but this is going to put the pressure on him not just to be efficient. He's going to need to slaughter Jaishi when it comes to the trading. He needs to absolutely one-sidedly manhandle him.
Yep, these Immortals at least doing a nice little job of picking off all the pylons down here, then slowing this base down in general a little bit, so this ain't bad. Again, a little bit of a trade with these Immortals is decent. The Oracles are going to show up to help against the Stalkers. The Immortal going to try and help too, and funnily enough, there's going to be a win still from Nice as he didn't really deny the base in full though.
Yeah, he doesn't deny the base, but still a good trade. I think he was looking to get rid of the Immortals anyway and replace them with more air. Now he's going 15 Tempest. I once again want to reiterate what I said. How are you going to use Tempests? Because he's going to have enough to basically kill 3 carriers in one shot. But no one's able to micro target fire on 3 different carriers while also starter stepping backwards, right? Nice. Unless he's going to break what we know about what Protoss players and StarCraft players in general are able to do, I feel like there's massive overkill, and it's arguably way too much. And if those Tempests do get caught by the carriers, and the carriers get on top with the Interceptors launched, it's lights out. Like, you need to recall out of there straight away. That being said, one other thing to keep in mind, Mothership Cloak. You need a Revelation for Jaishi, because you've only got 2 Observers. If those Observers go down, Mothership Cloak could ruin your day.
It's very true. You need that detection permanently, otherwise, exactly as you say, cloak up on the motherships and you can't see enough. You're only going to have... Now our army is going to approach this left-hand side. We're just going to go to pick off the stack defense. Yeah, this is where you want it, and we are going to drop Storm 1, Storm 2. Well,
that's cute.
Storm 3.
Does get a few Interceptors, but not enough to do that much, and the base still does die. Interceptors are pretty cheap. The Interceptor count got about half there, down from about almost 120 down to 60. Time Warp also a nice move. Jaishi getting a base snipe. This is huge. Jaishi has so many of these carries, but they need to get out of here. They need to get out of here. You do not want to get those Tempests picking you off. Remember, Tempests are slightly faster than carriers. They can pick them off in the retreat. You can see how good they are at shooting them down. Snipes an Observer there as well. A few of his own Tempests are out, but only a few. And if you can ever get those carriers at the edge of the Tempest range, it's really powerful. But you can see how careful Nice is. Because like I said, if those Interceptors all get launched, your army's going to get smashed.
Yeah, he's being very cautious about it, as DTs in the main will be met by a whole position of throws, but now the cannon goes down, the DTs will continue to have a great time. We recall back into this top side. We will go cleaning that up. That was a big recall. That was the entire army getting recalled back. And that's going to be Jaishi able to come back over to the left-hand side here. And he is really starting to dominate Nice in terms of just army movement at the moment.
Oh, and he left the DT up there. He's F2'd his observers back to the south. Jaishi using the army movement so well. Just so well, dude. Look at this. He's just ripping apart his infrastructure. There's still that DT, like I said, that he left behind. Nice is kind of panicking a little bit, and he has kind of got his whole army on one group to a certain extent. Like, yes, he's splitting his oracles off decently well, but everything else seems to be grouping up. There we go. Finally, we see it, like a bit of a split of these units. DTs do blink on top. Disruptor actually gets focus fire. Dude, this is actually really painful just because no observer up here.
No obs to really save us, and that is just going to be, again, a little bit more of a problem. Let's have ourselves 5 more carriers building up currently from Nice, so he is replacing that supply, but now he's on 24 workers, so don't get me wrong, he has a bank, and he doesn't have a lot of bases. He really needs to smash in this army fight, which he's got the army supply to do, but it is going to do or die, and, you know, he's got to then also withstand the reinforcements of his opponent as well, which Jaishi is going to keep on mining more with all of these bases taken and the probe count still high.
7 Stargates to remax for Jaishi, as well as right now 23 gates with 2 more building. So he's going to be able to remax very quickly. On the other hand, Nice has the Fist of Nice right now. You know, we all remember the Fist of Need, 200 army supply of Protoss, ripping Rogue apart in late game back in 2018, I think it was, 2017, one of those BlizzCons, maybe 2016 actually. But it was a really, you know, powerful army. Jaishi should be throwing probes away to build up his army, because that's the one way he could lose this game right now. Get out of there, Jaishi. He does, like Nice's economy is dead, but Jaishi has to watch out for the counterattack. Now, to be fair, like I said, I think it's way too many Tempests. They're best in this position when they pick off the carriers from far away. Let's take out another one of these carriers, down to just 12, up against the 9 of Nice. Nice has got a similar carrier count and 13 more Tempests. That is ridiculous. Oracle does get focused down. Tempests, nice focus fire for Nice. Really good micro by Nice. Very aggressively picking away. What are we going to rebuild here as Jaishi? He's not throwing his probes away. He's got a big bank, but Nice can still win this game. When it gets this late, denying a few bases and getting an economy lead does not win you the game. You need to do more than that. Time warps do go down. Ooh, Mama's gone for Jaishi. Jaishi's in trouble right now.
Yep, losing that mothership, and he's kind of getting pinned into this corner. Not really an easy way out, and that does mean that Nice can continue to just get picks. We're going to recall away, but that's obviously going to give up the top side. We get one more Tempest, so Nice making the most of the opportunity. As, yeah, now he's going to get rid of everything on this top right base. That is one base denied. One step in the right direction here from Nice. These probes will go down from Jaishi, and I can't imagine we're going to be replacing those. Time to add more army in, as he actually built 6 DTs just then, so it's once again going to be, well, he actually moves to the left-hand side with his own force, so he's going to go counterattack some bases of Nice, who is re-expanding to the top, and he actually just recalled over to defend the left side, so that's going to be a big engagement over here, and he actually saves that base, which is mostly important just for repositioning.
That was a beautiful move from Nice. That was recall with extra steps. He used the Nexus to recall the mothership, then he used the mothership to recall the army like 3 seconds later. I don't think he realized the army was so close. He was like, oh, I should get ready to recall over there. That was kind of hilarious. The DTs on the top get defended this time. Nice defends that base in the middle of the map, though. Ooh, the cannons are going to get cleared up. Sorry, I thought that was flying units. I didn't realize it was the cannon battery from earlier. Jaishi's building mass Tempest of his own, but he's still only at 6 versus 17. He's got some catching up to do. The Oracle Revelations are huge because they give a big vision advantage. One of them goes down, trading an Oracle for 2 carriers. That's a trade I'll take any day. Dude, Nice is looking fantastic. Another carrier goes down. Another carrier falls. Disruptors landing on the Stalkers as well. Nice is all over it. He's got the confidence. The Fist of Nice right now is destroying. It's absolutely incredible. I can't believe it, dude. He looked like he was getting ahead and Jaishi was too slow to transition. Then Jaishi started picking him apart, but Jaishi did not realize the army supply disparity. He traded out so much of his army for economy, and he let his economy stay too big. If you're down 50 army supply and they've got the Tempest advantage, they're going to be able to overwhelm. And Nice making a series of insane comebacks in this series. He's been down 1-2. And now, look at that. Jaishi's bank is empty. There's still a 60 army supply advantage. What a comeback here for Nice.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And he was really kind of pinned in a lot as well, but he played the patient game. He knew he could get one massive army, and he knew he'd likely have one shot. Denies them Nexus with the mothership building off of it as well. We're knocking down Tempest as we go, and this is going to be enough from Nice to send us through into the upper bracket final. Nice, he was so shaky during the group stages, and now going to get a shot at Oliveira tomorrow. to make it to the grand final. So amazing stuff for him, as the last few units of JC are going to try and do something on the top, but it looks realistic for them to ever do enough to bring this game back. But that to get on top of production, Stargates are going to be in trouble, and this is where Nice just continues to expand on the lead, which is already very well set.
Tempest slowly sieging here for an attempted base trade, but this is the slowest base trade ever in the terms of what JC's doing in Nice, whereas Nice is clearing out the buildings so darned quickly. Guys, we're looking at a 32,000 resource lost advantage. 32,000 resources and climbing. That is what I call efficiency, my friends. Oh me, oh my. Nice just dances all over this. The Stalker's helping out. That is ridiculous. That's 2-to-1 efficiency. How often do you see that in a pro match? Nice shows an ability to come back from behind. He showed glimpses of this in that earlier game with the Void Ray swap, with the double Robo, using the stasis traps. But this time he actually made the comeback because he wasn't already 6 feet under when he started doing all of those plays. That was really cool for Nice, and massive congrats to him for making it through. Once again, I've been saying it a lot tonight, but I'm super impressed.
Yeah, man, this Asia region keeps on heating up. It keeps on being very, very fun. And it's definitely not changing so far. As 2 matches down, we got 2 to go. Up next is going to be the lower bracket games. Firefly versus Nanami. The winner of that plays Lemon in the lower bracket. And then, of course, Coffee versus Cyan. The winner of that plays Jaishi in the lower bracket. Those ones being tomorrow. So we'll be back in a couple of moments here. It is going to be that next PvP coming up. We'll see you in a few.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as we have a quick little peek at our schedule right here as we get set up into more action today. We're going to be having Nanami versus Firefly coming up, then Coffee versus Cyan, and have a good time here in the next few moments as I see my boy Pig sitting down. I'm buying time in case you guys didn't notice. Pig has not realized we're on a delay or something. Hello, Pig. Welcome back. We are live, and we are getting back ready for this Nanami versus Firefly PvP. What are you thinking about this one?
Oh, damn. That was faster than I thought. Thought we had a longer break than that, my dude. You guys get me walking in the shorts on camera and stuff as well?
I saved you, mate. I did like a little extra ad, then I put us on the schedule to intro us back. I got you covered, don't worry.
Oh, thank you, mate. Damn, I didn't realize that took so long. Sorry.
Okay.
I just had to refill the tea there, man. It's going to be a long night of casting StarCraft, and if I let the tea run low, we need that low little, just slight drip feed of caffeine. You know, keep the warm water for the throat as well. It's very good for it, and we will need it because I think we're going to see some fireworks in this next game. Nanami and Firefly, dude. Firefly has a 100% win record versus him. It's going to be a massive uphill slog for Nanami, but if he can do it, he will absolutely kind of shut down the naysayers and say, Nanami is here to stay. Oh, that was really painful. I'll stop. I'll see myself out. Sorry, Wardy. I apologize to you and the entire audience. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, we are ending into this match. It's lower brackets, elimination time. It's do or die, very much so, as we enter another best of 5 PvP, and we'll see who gets to live and who gets knocked on out of here, as we will be starting off down in the bottom left-hand corner with the Blue Protoss player from Mystery Gaming. It is Nanami.
And in the top right side, he is looking pretty good recently. We'll see if he can cleave through this PvP to the next round. It's Firefly. Yeah, 12 wins in terms of maps, 1 map loss. That's pretty dominating. That's super one-sided, isn't it? It's massive. So Firefly comes in as a big favorite. Let's see stylistically how they both approach it. So far, it's been pretty standard openings, you know? Gate Scout versus Gate Scout. Looks like they're both probably going for a 2-gate opening as well.
It is interesting because I would say that Nanami is obviously the underdog in terms of that history, but and the underdog for me in general, but he has maybe played his best season here so far. And so he's had me believe he very narrowly squeezed through Nice, who just squeezed through Yeshi to get into the upper bracket finals, right? So we're talking about PvPs with small margins, and if I've been impressed by Firefly in any season, it's definitely not been this one. He was really good the last couple seasons. This time, he's definitely stumbled and made it a little bit tougher for himself. So, if everyone kind of returns to their normal form, then yes, I feel like Firefly, but I can see the potential of an upset here, even though Firefly is usually so dominant against Nanami.
Yeah, I was really looking at the last few seasons of WTL and stuff and thinking Firefly is ramping up to be the new contender, and Lemon's kind of taken that in my eyes. You know, Lemon beat Firefly, beat Nice, beat Oliveira, all in the Swiss bracket stage. Like, talk about having the hardest run of opponents and winning all of them. And then, you know, he had a very good match against Oliveira today earlier as well, but Firefly can still absolutely salvage it. It's very hard to always be on the top of your game in StarCraft. It's just such a dynamic game. Like, any pro gamer you talk to, no matter top level, mid level, whatever, they'll always tell you how there are points where they are god tier in a matchup. They feel unstoppable, but there's just another matchup they just can't win. And it's like, you know, it's very hard to get all 3 matchups really tight, really confident at the same time.
It's very true, as that Robo facility down immediately from Firefly. You know what, this is not something we haven't seen as much of in the PvP. They're just straight up aggression, and oh my god, Robo on both sides, but it is going to be Nanami who drops a Nexus. So Robo into Nexus, that's going to be incredible, right? Just against someone who's trying to play 3-gate Robo, you are going to have so many defensive tools available to you. This is going to be one of the better setups while expanding that Nanami could have put on himself forward for now.
You know, yeah, I think in theory you're right. I just feel like experience-wise, when I've tried to do things like what Nanami's doing here, and when I've seen the Protoss players try to do it, I almost feel like the Nexus before the Robo usually works out better because sometimes you just get overwhelmed here anyway. Just the other guy having 2 more gateway units and Prism microing or getting into your main, like you can defend here, but it's still a very thin margin for error is what I'm getting at. So Nanami's still got to play a very tight game, but definitely conceptually it's a good one, especially because the Robo is not proxied for Firefly, and that gives you a lot of time to kind of catch up on that Immortal production.
That's very true. Just give him a chance to kind of play that kind of setup. And yeah, usually when you kind of go Robo in the main, you're just kind of about that Warp Prism and overwhelming in terms of numbers. But that Immortal is coming out very quickly, and we're going to go Immortal then Prism here from Firefly, so you'll have a little bit of extra oomph. It's going to be very difficult to continue to, you know, kind of reinforce with Immortals during this.
Yeah, it's not. It's usually it's like, hey, you chrono that Prism out, and then you're just warping in, and that's it, right? Well, we'll see. As right now, the Stalker fight does go on. Ooh, Nanami loses a Stalker almost, but no, actually baits him in. Well done.
Yeah, nice. Just going to be seeing those Stalkers taking a few shots and absolutely well microed by Nanami as Firefly. His Immortal is kind of just out on its own there. I thought we'd see a force field already just to trap this in. Now we will. We'll finish that Immortal off, and his own Immortal just wants to run back to the battery. He's going to be fine. Oh my goodness, this is amazing for Nanami. This is completely shut down with Firefly, and of course, being completely shut down when you're the one down a base, definitely not great. I feel like Nanami already got through the scarier part of this game, and now is absolutely cruising with this Immortal out, and yeah, his own Prism coming through for his own micro potential as well.
He doesn't even need to fight out here, but he's just so confident. He's like, yeah, why not, man? Now I got a second Immortal. Yeah, I'll fight you wherever I want. Like, okay, I'll go back to the battery for a second. It's all good. I've got so much more stuff than you. With the Prism coming as well, that's going to give him massive micro potential. It feels like every time a Stalker gets killed on the Nami's side, there's 2 going down on Firefly's side. Oh, and the force field's there. That's an easy game 1. I thought this would be an aggressive, a one-sided series, but I thought it would be going in the opposite direction. Nanami starts out just stopping Firefly in his tracks, and that 3-gate Robo ain't getting nowhere. Very nice start for Nanami.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Nanami showing us that this is definitely not one series to just consider done before it's anything else. I think there's a lot to be said in this region about the form of the players that you see in the groups. Maybe even more so than other regions, because I feel like every season that Asia comes around, it's always a little different, and the groups are so telling. And the way it's gone in the groups this season was that Nanami was a strong player. He was way more consistent, way better than usual, honestly. And Firefly, like I said, has stumbled a little bit more, and that's already shown a bit in this first game. Now, of course, it was one very aggressive build, hitting up against, I think, a pretty good counter as well, so we shouldn't take too much from it, but it definitely sets the paving for Nanami into the next couple of games. 1-0 lead very comfortably, definitely puts a bit more pressure on Firefly, because this is elimination time as well. One series lost here, you're out of the tournament now. There's no second chances anymore.
I'm having a bit of a brain wrinkle, brainwave moment, Wardy. I sense that Firefly is going to do the exact same build again. I don't know why. Sometimes StarCraft's too complicated for me to consciously calculate what's happening. I just get a bit of a feeling, a bit of star sense. I don't know, man. I feel like sometimes you get stopped like that. You're like, oh, he just blind went Robo like before Nexus. Oh, come on.
He's like, I can show you it does work.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to do that again. He'll be greedy the next game after that, right? I think he might do it.
Well, we'll find out in just a few as we are in the lobby, just waiting for players to swap on over to Protoss. It is, in fact, PvP, of course. As we have a little bit of PvP sandwich in amongst the TVP today. Apparently, I'm now playing, so oh no, never mind. I lost my chance. So
they're trying to swap the player colors and races around. I think
I love it.
It's actually so funny when the referees, like, rather than asking them to change colors, I'm just going to swap players in and out of slots to try and get the colors correct.
And then it's great because then they also have to reset their race back to Protoss again. It's like, maybe we should have just asked the guys to change color. Wouldn't have been so
Do you
difficult.
know, by the way, how does it pick your race? Is it each map remembers the last race you played on that map or something like that?
No, it resets if you join the lobby, not in the player slot. So if you join the lobby...
does it always just go to Terran?
It always goes to Terran, yeah, it defaults to Terran. So Terrans never have to worry, because they will just default in as Terran no matter what, unless they played a different race before. But if you load in straight to the player slot, then it's fine. But it's if the observers are in the player slots first, so you go into an observer slot, when you move up, you get reset to Terran. So... I told them about this about 8 years ago, and they were like, oh, that's actually a really easy fix. never happened, so.
Well,
Okay.
you know, up there with having any punishment for griefing in team games and killing your teammates or anything like that. That's just too difficult, Wardy. There's
Yeah.
some interesting choices that have been made over the years, but it is what it is.
That's all good. I just find it funny. I just distinctly remember telling them about this. I was like, oh, that's an easy fix. I was like, nice, that'll save us so much. I just remember thinking, that's going to be so nice in the future. No more loading in with wrong races. Here I am. It's 2024. As we get into game number 2. In the bottom right-hand corner, his robo did not work out in game number 1. Let's see what he wants to bring this time. Will he go for the same thing again as Pig thinks? It's Firefly.
There's a narrow line between 300 IQ and 0 IQ, and the defense in the last game, he seemed to look into the matrix and know what was coming. Let's see if he can predict once again what his opponent's going to do. In the top left, it's Nanami. Nanami. Cool to see Nanami having such a good season, as you said. Best season he's had in the regionals, and he's looking really great, even if he loses this match. But so far, all is looking quite nice. Double gas for both sides. And now we do potentially see variation if one of them doesn't build a second gate. And so far, Firefly's a little slower to send his probe out for that gateway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a little slow and deep, but
Yeah.
probably just wants to one gate, right?
Yeah, looks like a one gate. It's cool. So one gate on the high ground, a very safe one gater. I'm willing to give up the natural. I don't need to defend that. Up against the classic 2 gate. Nanami's core is about 2 to 3 seconds later. It does matter. I feel like a delay on the core when you're a bit too busy microing your probes, it can make a difference. For now though, second pylon goes down there for Nanami. Fireflies is already finished because he's opening with that early Zealot, of course.
Yeah, Zealot is on the way in, so bringing that through. Cybercore's coming up. Obviously, you just need that Zealot to make sure you don't get blocked or anything. You want to be able to kind of, punch down any kind of pylon or so that will stop you from taking the Nexus. Especially because on, one gateway, you don't really have any option of, what else you could do if you can't expand with your minerals. You're going to be building sentries, so you won't have the gas to just invest into tech. So yeah, very important that you have the Zealot for exactly this moment.
Nice pylon at the last second there. Sentry is going down for Firefly. Should pop out to kill this probe in a... oh, sorry, actually, there is a sentry. There we go. For both sides. Does look like expand versus expand. Firefly's blocked Nanami as well from expanding. So he gets his expansion down potentially a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, always kind of, if you go for the one gate, is how the second block comes in. Just to buy a few more seconds.
Yeah, it's a spy pylon that's like, I need to delay it by 4 more seconds. Let's go. And Nanami went Twilight Council anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. It's like, yeah, it's fine going Twilight. Twilight is generally a little weaker than Robo in kind of direct engagements, right, early on. But it's going to give you way better longevity. If you can get Blink up, it's going to give you much more flexibility. So Firefly, on the other hand, with the one gate, feels forced to be a bit safer with the Robo. But it will give vision advantage with observers. Warp Prism can be very nice. So even though Blink is more long-term, Robo does also give a little bit more threat because the Prism pushes can come across the map pretty fast.
Hallucination flies through from Nanami just through the main base and just obviously getting good information. And that Warp Prism is building on the side of Firefly, so he will get a bit aggressive with his Robo Opener. That'll be his way of having map control here, while his opponent will have Blink and more ability to do stuff there. Firefly will just rely on that Warp Prism as his way to have any sort of presence on the map at the moment.
2 more gates on the way for Nanami. It's a lot of production right there. 4 gate Blink and chronoing it. Whew. My man's looking for a stiff Blink aggression, and honestly, I love that against what Firefly is doing because it keeps you safe. But also, it can be highly aggressive. You can just out-micro him for days, so I really feel like those first Stalkers are going to be so dangerous. And what is Firefly doing? What is this?
This is a very risky Prism Adept combo, trying to move about the map, but as Blink gets closer and closer, he's going to have to be extremely careful. And the fact he's been seen with that Prism, like, this is terrible. Go back home!
He's got sentries in it as well. I think he's going for the mineral line. Surely he's not going for the ramp. So,
yeah.
The sentries kill probes much quicker with the bonus damage. So, like, if you can force field the mineral line and do some damage, that's great. Dude, Blink's almost done. Oh my gosh, he doesn't know about it. Oh no, Blink! Oh, okay, that force field might save his bacon. Oh my gosh, that was so dangerous. Firefly playing crazy risky, gets away with murder there.
That's so funny because Thermal did this the other day. I say the other day, it was like week 1 of this regionals. And obviously their teammates, Thermal and Firefly. I wonder if Thermal was like, hey bro, I've got the sickest build. It's the Sentry Drop. Actually did a lot of work for Thermal in the PvP he played. I think it was against Drogo back then. But yeah, this was a complete shutdown. Obviously super dangerous with that Blink finishing up as well. So yeah, very scary times.
You know, sometimes the YouTube thumbnail highlight plays actually end up being not that bad if they catch someone off guard, but it's definitely something you want to slide in where it fits. I don't think you want to force it to work, and that was kind of why it was so dangerous for Firefly. The Nexus and Twilight's coming in for Firefly now. Nanami's got the third up. I'd love to see Nanami be more aggressive with the early Blink and Stalkers. I feel like those Stalkers could be running rampant. They could be blinking in the main, you know, running around, but we do see the Observer vision advantage, right? He's just like, well, I see everything you're doing, and you're running around in circles looking for this War Prism. He's back in the main base with that Hallucination, I think, is scouting. Sees the Forge timing. Firefly's done a very good job here, and does feel like it's a very even game in most regards, but Nanami going to be a bit more gateway focused, whereas it's a bit higher tech for Firefly.
Yeah, 2 different ways of playing it. Obviously that charge coming through Nanami will have a lot of numbers. I mean, we've seen a lot of games like this so far in PvP the last few days where it really is one guy has that more mobile army, the other guy is playing that more techie army. It's just becoming a very common occurrence for kind of, you know, PvP to end up like this. So here we sit, waiting for upgrades and everything to come through. Blink finally coming up for Firefly. He's obviously not going to have as good a kind of bit of mobility here, but he does have the Immortals, and if the Immortals get into a fight, they can do very well, and that's exactly what Firefly's trying to do now, creating a bit of a timing. And coming around this right side, I mean, the sentries are very important here from Nanami. He needs to get some good force fields off. He needs to block this army in, but he's starting to lose his sentries very quickly.
The battery is not up yet. It is going to be finishing now, so we can fall back to it. He doesn't want to lose position. Oh, high energy sentry for Firefly, wanders forward, gets killed. Good pullback by Nanami, dodging the worst of those force fields. Great force field there for Nanami, splitting the units off. But they're still going to come forward. The numbers for Firefly are still quite scary. Does blink forward, takes out a Stalker, almost gets the Warp Prism as well. Bit of a messy fight on both sides, but understandably so. Considering the positioning and just the awkwardness of when you're both force fielding each other, that is just how it goes. Nanami starts at 4th on the left side. I love that choice. I think getting a 4th up when you're in a Gateway Man style is the way to do it. 3 more gates and a Templar Archives are on the way, as well as +1 almost done for Firefly, as well as charge. So it's going to be a Zealot Archon transition for Firefly. Nanami has not gone towards the Templar Archives yet. It's still mostly just Stalker Zealot, and is slightly behind on the Gateway momentum.
Yeah, it's I love what you say about the 4th base, because it is true. Like, if you're going to play the Gateway heavy style, just expand. You know, you're meant to have the ability to kind of swing between your expansions much more easily, and it probably will turn out that your trades will be slightly less efficient overall. So good to have the extra economy there to kind of help you along the way ASAP. 2 Adept Shade in here. The second time Firefly's had Adept in. He had some Adepts in the natural during the previous fight as well, and that's why he's getting himself a few probe kills, and that's the slight worker lead given to Firefly. It's all because of these little Adept plays that he's been able to make thus far.
Archon transition on the way for both sides. Slightly faster for Firefly, but his 4th base is later. Very similar worker counts, and it really doesn't feel like either side is making a big risky play to get ahead. They're both like, hey man, you got a scary army, I gotta respect you. And it's kind of interesting to see that. Adepts in the main. Oh my gosh, how is that Prism still alive with an Observer watching it the whole time as well?
That's a very, very good question. Just about gets to live there, and obviously just nice for Firefly to at least have one more thing that Nanami has to keep track of for the moment. And just even keeping units in the main base deflected as well. We do see Firefly working up the right-hand side. Nanami is matching the movement though, so he will be here to greet that group of Stalkers. That should not be too problematic, and he is going to be absolutely fine as he's actually going to press forwards here. That's an Observer he should be able to kill, so nice grab, removes the vision of Firefly a little bit, makes it tougher for Firefly to know where he should be moving to and what positions he might be trying to dive into in the near future.
These Adepts continuing to be annoying. I like the way Firefly is doing a lot with a little up there. It's such a minimal investment, but it's keeping Nanami busy. finally they are left in the open, and these Stalkers should be able to clean this up, but Nanami hasn't really been blinking aggressively, and finally he's going to get rid of those Adepts. You can see he's a little bit angry. He's like, just get out of here. The Adept phase is over. That harassment isn't meant to do anything anymore.
Yeah. It's like, please stop, bro. I shouldn't have to deal with this at this stage. As actually going to see Firefly does come into a fight. Super Battery gets depowered, by the way, so that's not going to do much healing at all. We try to blink for the Prism, but the Stalkers defend it. Great defense on the Prism. We still have Zealots bleeding through. A couple of Archons in the front from Firefly, though, are going down, and if he loses his tech units, well, that isn't great, because that's meant to be his advantage. Right now, the couple of Archons come through from Nanami, and he is going to completely win this fight. Wow. Even when Firefly defended his Prism, and now he loses the Prism as well. Oh, man, it gets even worse. Nanami popping off.
That Prism has been insane. Its piloting has been absolutely bananas for Firefly, and yet, honestly, when those Stalkers blinked across and didn't get it, I was like, oh gosh, is he actually going to win this fight? But no. Nanami does swarm with the mass Zealot advantage, and this counterattack is looking pretty tough to stop. 2 Archons and an Immortal with a shield battery. Those are powerful units, but that's a heck of a lot of red Protoss coming in. Stalkers will take out the battery. The Archons will fall. Zealots overwhelming the Immortal Stalker on the right side as well. The Guardian Shield even helping out a little bit. Nanami is warping in on the front with a Warp Prism, and I like the way those Zealots pull back to the left, focusing his forces on clearing this base out. The Zealots and Stalkers will join up to try and push through the right side. Single Zealot in the mineral line starting to stack up those kills, but the Stalker micro for Firefly is good. I don't think he has the numbers to stabilize, but he's doing the right moves to give himself a chance here. I just think the numbers for Nanami are a little too much.
I'm with you. I think it's just a little bit too much of a lead as Nanami sits on this base. He will actually back it up. I don't think that's a terrible thing either. He's going to have his Warp Prism back here. Don't lose that Prism, and he does actually now blink forwards as well, as Firefly felt as though maybe he was chasing it away. He gets jumped on as well, so it does feel very good for Nanami coming out. This worker lead, base lead, he's set up across the board to be in an advantage, and Firefly is not going to be kind of, recovering quickly. The problem is, again, Firefly is playing this kind of very techie army, but placing tech takes a long time, and he's got nothing right now. He is building sentries, he's got an Archon and 1 Immortal. It just ain't a lot of anything that you need.
Yeah, you know what? Protoss is desperate when they start warping in sentries past the 10-minute mark. You know, that's like maybe force fields could buy me a little bit of time. You know, it just gets a bit awkward. And Nanami has everything going for him. Workers count is actually even right now. Firefly takes a small lead, but the 5th base gives a big income advantage, of course, to Nanami. And Nanami with the split army, I like this way of trying to pick your opponent apart a little bit. Nice way to stretch him out and say, hey, I have an army advantage. And if I split that army advantage into 2 or 3 places, good luck on using defender's advantage correctly. It's going to be really hard to piece together this defense.
Absolutely, as our Stalkers make their way up to the top side. You see some Zealot Archon moving about in the bottom. Nanami is more or less maxed out, so he's ready to go. I mean, I like Firefly kind of counterattacking in a way, but it does mean this portion of the army really shouldn't be taking a fight, because it's going to be completely overwhelmed. So he's just going to lose out there. He's going to lose his bases, and Firefly realizes that anything he does here is just not going to be enough. GG's, and Nanami is off to a 2-0 lead in a quick PvP so far, and Nanami is coming out on top of these games.
Fascinating there. Firefly tried to go for the 1-gate expand into the Robo, and you know, it's just seeing the sentry drop go towards the main, that was crazy. But you know, cool to mix things in, try something a bit creative. Didn't find the damage, and at the end of the day, the classic kind of Twilight 4-gate play was the more well-rounded opening. That blink flexibility, it felt like, gave Nanami a good setup. And, you know, building all those extra Immortals, they're so good in certain situations in a really long game that just keeps going to the next step. But they cost so much. 375 resources for an Immortal, 275 minerals, 100 gas. I always feel like in a lot of those mid-game engagements, would I rather have 1 Immortal doing 20 damage to a Zealot or an Archon per attack, or would I have 4 Zealots? And usually I come up on the side of the 4 Zealots when push comes to shove. And Nanami with more of a Zealot Stalker focused army, just adding a few Archons to add some, you know, good splash damage to it. I think that was a way better force. So really well done by him. And Firefly maybe just being a bit too aggressive with that Immortal-based army. Probably should have been a little more defensive and just looked for a 4th base of his own.
Yeah, no, I am with you with everything you say. Has to get ready to host in the game 3. What change do you make as Firefly then? Like, he is not winning aggressively. He didn't win in a more macro-y kind of way. Like, it feels like Nanami is kind of, you know, definitely setting the precedent that he is just the stronger player right now, right?
He's looking good, yeah. Firefly hasn't really looked like he's happy to just play like a super kind of safe defensive build. I mean, you can tell both players are kind of wary of the all-ins the other could throw out, right? It does feel like there's a fair bit of respect in the air, and going Twilight Forge, Blink, like that sort of stuff just doesn't really happen in the Asian meta much in PvP because it's so dangerous. In a tournament, especially when people prepare a lot of cheesy all-ins, it's just so hard to make, oh, I'll just make 3 sentries, 3 stalkers with that natural nexus. We'll probe up and go Blink and scout with hallucinations. Even though you think you can see everything with those sentry hallucinations, it's often not early enough to kind of catch on and be perfectly ready for all the different variations. That being said, maybe that's what Firefly has to do. Make the game a little bit more standard and try to get to the mid game and then patiently outplay Nanami. It hasn't looked like he has a big advantage in the mid game. Hasn't looked like he has a big advantage in the early game, but he's got to find an edge somewhere, and only Firefly knows exactly where he's got faith in his abilities.
We can, excuse me, can we count down into game number 3? It's Oceanborn to try and bring it back from Firefly 0-2, facing elimination. Nanami has arguably been better throughout the season. Firefly is arguably the one with more experience and expected to go further. Can he put that experience to use right now and keep himself alive, change the course of this PvP, swing the momentum back into his favor? Because right now, the wind is all behind Nanami's sails. In the top left, up 2-0 and just rocking it in this lower bracket matchup, it is Nanami.
Yeah. Down here in the bottom right side of the map, we've got the blue Protoss. He's been on the bad end of it, but we'll see if he can fight back. Get a bit of fire in his step, get a bit of zest going. Let's see what he's got. It's Firefly.
It's crazy that this might be the last time you see Firefly in the season because, like I say, we're used to him making big runs.
I forgot it was losers bracket. I was thinking we're still casting winners. This is losers, isn't it? Damn.
Yeah, we got to start eliminating people because Asia wraps up on Sunday. This region is done by the end of this week, so yeah, we got to eliminate a couple people today. Next series, elimination as well. Coffee Cyan, players who've been in the finals of this region in the past, also elimination round 1. This region, the only constant in this region is usually Oliveira, and that's kind of ringing true again as he sits in the upper bracket finals, but even he had a tougher group stage this time as well. Asia really has been a scene of unpredictability.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, the heartbreak was like Mio Micah and the Zergs not making it through to the top 8 was a little sad. You know, him just barely missing out, but seeing Lemon and Nanami and a few of these other guys come up has been fantastic, and I like seeing Oliveira struggle. I don't like a player just dominating their region too hard, and it's a mental test because a lot of players get their eyes set on, I'm going to be the world champion again, or I'm going to be a top 2, top 4 player at these big international tournaments, and they kind of start taking their regionals for granted and kind of disrespecting them and not really preparing builds for them, or kind of going, oh, I can just beat you doing this. And the moment you don't respect your regional competition and you go, oh, I'm the champion, I'll continue to be the champion, things get really tough. And we're seeing Nanami and Lemon, I think, and these guys are really making the players like Firefly, like Oliveira, say, whoa, I need to get to work. I got to get in that kitchen and get cooking because I cannot take for granted the fact that I'm going to win this region.
No. Oh, absolutely no way can you take that for granted right now with the way that this region's been looking at, like, so. Do you see the sentry popping out? It is helping to get rid of the probe, although it's not gone just yet. Probe chasing probe gets the kill in the end, and it is just an expansion on both sides, Pig.
Instant robo for Firefly though after the scout happened. I feel like it's probably just going to be for a couple of depths dropped in the main, you know, something like that. Get some observers out, be nice and safe, but will be interesting to see. Does Nanami just go Twilight again is the other question I guess I'd have here. 2 adepts coming on out off that incredibly fast nexus for Nanami. And it's Robo as well. Okay, the Robo respect, man. It's obviously Robo keeps you safe versus DTs, but it's also just the best for shoving, especially against force fields, right? You can pick up your units, save them from the force fields. You can drop in your opponent's base. Observers give you a lot of information. So this is the ultimate safe way of playing PvP, is actually going Robo after expansion. And I'm not sure, I haven't watched too much of the European PvP this season, but definitely something which historically the Europeans never liked doing.
Oh, that's very true. As a couple of Adepts get in, and Army going to deal serious damage. You shouldn't let 2 Adepts in this soon when you're playing fairly mirrored as well, right? This is 6, 7 workers potentially going down. Oh, he just didn't get the right target fire there, but only loses 1 Adept. 6 dead workers this early in the game. Nanami's up by 10 probes now, and Firefly has absolutely nothing to show for it. He has no tech advantage. Like a slightly faster Immortal, great, woohoo. That's not going to do anything for you. He's going to build the Prism and maybe just send this. He is now starting up another probe or 2, but he did prioritize that Prism first, so he does want to try and get across the map and deal some damage. I get it, but I ain't loving it.
No, I'm not either, mate. The Sentry does catch this Adept. Unfortunately, the Sentry does very little damage, but hey, barely gets through. Nice, 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 nice. Shields, of course, do take bonus damage from those Sentries. Twilight Council coming in. Nami's got to keep warping in. That's my one worry, is he's only got a few Sentry. Oh, he warped in another Sentry and a Stalker. I think he should be okay here, especially with the extra batteries coming in. The Nami isn't probing right now, so he's really respecting this incoming aggression, and I think that's the right call. Oh, he's going Glaives as well. So he's just going to go for a big 2-base push. When you've already got an advantage like this sort of thing is killer.
Yeah, we saw this with Joshi and Nice earlier as well, where you get the advantage and you can just be in such a good spot kind of playing from this point. We did see that Prism with the hallucination, so this shouldn't be a surprising arrival, as the Scout will come in as well, by the way, with this Prism coming through. We'll see the Twilight Council upgrading, so you know that something at least is on the way. No target on the pylons. We're not looking to depower things here. As yeah, Nanami definitely getting caught a little bit off guard, loses 5 workers initially, and yeah, this is doing better than we probably imagined, as we do indeed lose the pylon in the end. We rebuild the pylon, blocking our own units for a moment or 2, as we will be able to evacuate the last couple of units there. And the Adept Shade to the low ground, going to try and get a few more probes. Great play from Firefly to absolutely take steps back in this game. He's evened out the worker count, and by delaying the Robo and Twilight production, he's going to give himself a chance when it comes to the larger kind of techier fights as well.
And the Prism goes back in the main again. Ooh, dangerous play, but it could pay off. Really, just leaves the Zealot. Oh my god, what did that Zealot say to that Warp Prism pilot? What did he say? He must have made a your mum joke or something tasteless, because that Prism pilot just said, get out of the car now. Kicked him out on the side of the road and drove off.
Yeah, not impressed with that Zealot. It's left behind and doomed for the moment then, as we do have the Glaives will continue towards completion. Firefly still down a bit of army supply. Going to find another pylon though. An army supply blocked off the back of this, and he does not have his own Prism. He's going to lose an Immortal. Firefly is outplaying him with this drop play. The Prism comes in across the map. These 2 Adepts are going to unload and maybe get some probes in return. Finally,
Firefly's getting a lot of damage. But is he getting too fancy, Wardy? Is he getting too fancy? Only 2 probes. Okay, it's fine. Firefly's just doing so good. He's going back in the main, dude. Okay, Firefly's almost going for too much right now.
Yeah, I agree. Oh no. Yeah, loses 1 Immortal. I mean, you need everything as Firefly to make sure you can defend the follow-up attack, right? So maybe again a bit extreme. I do like that cannon, extra battery. These are the things that will help to absorb damage from the Adepts, and that's typically what you want. As now with Glaives, Adept on a mineral line is actually very scary as well, and good thing that we got the force field down to split him up, stops the targeting fire. As Nanami retakes a worker lead here, it has been a duel. Firefly can match Nanami with Glaives.
Nanami is so triggered from this Prism, he's building a Stargate. He's literally like, dude, get out of my base. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to do my Adept timing anymore. I bet you he takes a 3rd base now. Because this is slowing down his timing. He's taken forever to move across. I feel like just use the Glaives for harassment, which you're doing a great job of. Take a 3rd, macro up from here, and play a longer game. You don't need to all in, you know?
I see it as, yeah, good force fields there. Going to block the Adepts up a little bit. Prism still getting pushed into that corner for a few more moments. +1 and Blink both coming through from Firefly. And this Immortal is still cruising about, chasing those few Stalkers around the back once more. And he's going to go for even more probes. So Firefly trying to make up for any workers lost.
It's so much fun. This is bizarre. We've seen so many workers killed. 13 versus 15 Immortals, Adepts. The Phoenix is going to find the Prism. Let's hope he's got recall energy. Don't want to be losing that Prism. Oh, he doesn't have recall energy.
Yeah, he's on cooldown. He already used it. Because he recalled back previously. Yeah.
He could have at least unloaded. You don't want to lose the Immortal. Oh, no.
That's a shame. That really wasn't necessary for the Immortal to die. I mean, maybe if you unload the Immortal, it's going to die somewhere anyways, but at least give it a go. Force your unit, your opponent to chase it around a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Get something out of that, as we will see this push from Nanami coming across. He's up in army supply, but that's triple cannon on the natural. I think if Nanami just sees there's no 3rd base and backs off, I'm okay. if he does anything on this natural, I hate it. I mean, that's just so well defended.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I really think that third Forge, you know, I think you could even take potentially an early fourth. Like, you already be thinking a few steps ahead as Nanami. Yeah, I don't mind the Robo Bay, actually, because you've got such chunky, like, Immortal Sentry Adept forces, and Disruptors are really good there. They're so good, in fact, in this scenario. So this is a really clever play by Nanami, and it's good to see him show this flexibility. You know, is building a whole Stargate and a Phoenix just because of Prisms being annoying always the most optimal response? No, but you're under pressure. Tournament's getting weird. It's getting exciting. Slowing down, not getting stubborn about hitting a 2-base Glaive Adept timing, and just changing your plan actually shows good flexibility. And I don't know why I said flexibility so weirdly there, but I did. Firefly's going to go for a counterattack. It's a desperate counterattack. That's a cannon is going to kind of deflect these adepts, but hey, they'll still get a couple kills.
I mean, Glaives is just fast firing, right, so they can get a few kills before the cannon cleans up. Forces a Stalker Warp in. I don't hate it. As you obviously have, like you said, the desperation push forwards here from Firefly. He does have Blink. And yeah, Force Fields obviously can be huge as well. Blinks in, is going to take position on the third base. He's going to start knocking this down. I mean, that's the one thing he needs to get rid of to undo a lot of the advantage of his opponent. And the third just drops immediately. Nanami does nothing there. Now supply blocked as well, so we'll struggle to warp in a little bit beyond this. Force Fields just keep on coming.
Yeah, this is a good fight for Firefly, dude. The Prism needs to be recalled. Prism is such an important part of these fights to save units that get trapped on the wrong side of the force fields. He's going for a massive depth warp in Nanami. Wow. And Nanami's getting a bit excited, mate. He's like, dude, am I gonna bet 3-0 Firefly? What's going on? But dude, this disruptor, oh no!
Oh, it just doesn't reach. Good lift up. You need to be a step closer to that to be able to actually take it on, as we are going to see a couple of force fields, but super battery available. Sentry's starting to run dry on energy as Firefly starts his third up behind this. Nanami doesn't really have an advantage to show for this anymore, apart from maybe being on disruptors. Obviously, that still relies on the disruptors being able to find connections, but now being pinned into his natural, not a pretty situation. And I think you're right. If he had that Prism at home, he would have felt so much more comfortable in a lot of the fights that took place. Now as you try to move forward, you get Force Field. The Immortals are in the main again. I mean, I feel like we've seen this one before. Disruptor shot though, as Firefly's not watching, so we do get a big connection. We chase the tech units down. It's these Immortals that cause an issue, but otherwise, Nanami breaks out.
That was a huge move. Nanami realizing Firefly is getting fancy in the main. Let's jump on his army. But dude, this Warpin's kind of sick. The Stalker Immortal in the main is kind of ruining Nanami. If Nanami doesn't have recall, at least not in the main base anyway, he's going to lose his whole economy in this main. Oh my god, and now his army's getting jumped on in the middle. Oh, defensive disruptor shot does keep Firefly back, but damn. Nanami's taking big economic damage. Firefly was looking so all in. Honestly, he is tooling Nanami with a Warp Prism this game. This is crazy. That was a insanely messy game on both sides, but hats off to Firefly. Adepts got in, was it 8 probes they killed? It was some silly number at the start of that game. Yeah, it was like,
I think he killed 6, but he was like ahead by 10 because he was also just better at building the workers. I mean, that's a huge lead, and Nami he got outplayed by the Prism and the Immortals. He got outplayed real hard, so that is going to be a bit rough, and we are going to get ourselves ready for Game 4. We do not wrap this one up quickly. We are going to have ourselves a continued series, and the battles are fierce here in the Asia region. In the elimination matches, of course, it's expected. Get into map number 4 in just a moment. We'll see what the map is. It's Ghost River. Definitely a weird map to play your kind of tournament life on as Firefly, so we'll see if you can figure that out over the next little bit.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That was crazy, dude. This game, I'm just watching the replay as well and stuff, and just kind of thinking about how weird that game was, because I feel like there has to be tilt after a game like that, right? There's got to be some Omega tilt going. There's got to be like, what did I just do? Because building the Stargate and the Phoenix, calming things down was really good, but then letting it slip away from there, like letting that Prism in the main, and especially, I feel like he could have just dropped the Disruptors on that army and then pulled back into the main, right? It sucks you're on 2 base, but I don't think that Firefly had a very good setup. Like, I think Nanami probably could have slowed the game down and still been fine.
Oh, no, I'm with you. I don't think he had to go and kind of attempt to break through or so. And, well, here we go now, heading into this next game as Nanami looks to get his series wrapped up. It's all well and good losing the map, but now he's not got that 2-0 lead anymore. Firefly's going to be feeling good, especially because he was in trouble and he brought it back. Like, that's really a feel good for Firefly, so he's going to be feeling great going into a game 4, and that mental kind of portion of the matchup can come into it in a big way as well. So we'll see what that means as we are ready. We're just
Ghost
waiting
River.
for this to start. Yeah, Ghost River. Fun map, right, to kind of wrap this up on potentially.
It feels a bit claustrophobic, this map. It's fun, and it's created some really interesting excitement in games, but it's always that I feel like there's this thing where on Ghost River, people look at the middle too much because they're so afraid of that army getting position on them, and then bam, the drops in the back and the run-bys and things catch them off guard. Honestly, great micro from Firefly on the Prism drop, and he went so deep. I thought it was going to do not that much, and I thought he was going to over micro and lose it all, but even though he ended up losing the Prism, he built another one and got that in the main again, and Firefly found a way in that game going to the next one. Let's see if he can make the comeback train and get us a game 5. In the top left, it's Firefly.
In the top right, and Red Pro display here is Nanami. Still has the lead, just needs one more map. But that ain't easy when the pressure is on. You, like you said, you get a bit excited as well. You feel like it's coming. You just got to be able to keep your cool and not let yourself, don't get too ahead of yourself right now.
Scout coming out at the same time for both sides. Both of them kind of checking for any sneaky proxies and stuff. Firefly more so. Really double checking that Nanami's not getting cheeky on him. Nanami still definitely, Firefly looked a bit more calm under pressure in that last game. We can't underestimate just how far behind he was after that early stage and how well he did. On the other hand, yeah, the game was chaotic, but Nanami went Disruptors, which was the right call. They were a very good addition to his army. He did manage to recover quite nicely as well, but maybe a little bit too focused on sending his own Prism across the map. Once they both had those Immortal Adept armies, having the Prism with that army makes such a big difference, and that really cost him when he couldn't defend his third base.
Yeah, because that really makes you have the confidence as well, right? Because if you've got the Prism, you feel way more confident standing further forwards because you don't get punished as hard by force fields. So then you can stay on your third more easily, and that was the big issue in the end, getting knocked off that third base so easily. Then gave Firefly position out the front as well. And that went a long way to helping out as we now have Cybercore's finishing. 2 gates versus, again, the 1 gate from Firefly. He's very comfortable with the 1 gate, so that's cool to see, as we will get the little block off with the pylon, and an army will just be, pretty well kind of versed in what's going on at this point from Firefly. You've seen it a couple of times over at this stage. We'll see what the tech choices are. There's been a lot of robos in this PvP, a lot of safety robos, a lot of aggressive robos. We'll see if there's any more robo play in store for us here on Ghost River. With the attempted expand setting up for Nanami as well. Tech will be on the horizon.
Nexus down a bit faster for Firefly with that 1 gate opening, but he's going to have to deal with 2 Stalkers coming across the map pretty early, and he's only going to have a Zealot and 2 Sentries to defend. That Probe gets a good scout off. Shield Battery not going down in the natural yet. Second gateway to begin. Interesting. Firefly there kind of building a semi-wall. Well, that's odd placement.
He did this yesterday. He did this yesterday against Yeshi, and it was very weird. It's like it kind of stops the Adept shading in, but then it's terrible because you're stuck behind the wall off if your units are behind the wall. So it's almost better to be in front of the wall, but then you're also going to have less space to run away to if needed. In different situations, this can be good, but also bad. So it's a very interesting little thing that he does. And he hasn't done it this series until just now, so it's interesting to kind of bring it out at this point.
Well, the last game he let the Adepts in his base and it ruined him, right? So he's like, let's not let that happen again. This way I've got way more time to react. He's got that, and he's got a probe on the high ground. Like, extra safety precautions. Fair enough. Definitely, it's an odd one, I agree with you, but I'm like, I guess I can see where he's coming from. It is Robo for Firefly once again, whilst Twilight is finished for Nanami. So Blink up against Immortal. Remember, we saw this on Golden Aura. It looked great for Nanami that time. Let's see if Firefly can change the story. He's moving out. Oh, is he going to take a quick third, is he? No, that's a Zealot. Okay, I thought it was a probe. I was like, that would be crazy to take such a quick third, but maybe he's thinking about it.
Quick third with the less mobile option of the Immortals, right? Well,
yeah.
He has another, this time it is a probe there, so maybe that is just the plan, but that would really open the door to the Blink harass. There's going to be so many positions you can harass with the Blink at that point, so that would definitely be...
You can blink in the natural as well, right? On this map, like you can blink from the low ground into the natural, I think. I'm not sure how, there's a pretty big gap. It's a bit awkward, but you can do it. And then you could blink in the main from below the third as well. Like you could potentially run past the third and blink up that Reaper ledge. So yeah, it could be good aggressive options for Nanami. I'm with you, man. It's only 2 gate, but he has a good set of Stalkers out. He definitely could get over to that side of the map and make things awkward. Firefly's being very greedy, and it gets scouted instantly. That's such a bizarre thing. Wow, Firefly's trying something special here. Nanami immediately sends the Stalkers across the map.
Instantly across to the other side. Hallucination is making its way to the right as well. Twilight Council on the forward coming up. Nexus coming through. Stalkers will knock down this Zealot. And we just have ourselves a little bit of a push up. Hallucinated Immortal is obviously a little bit scary. If you hit that Immortal as well and waste shots on it, that would be really bad for you as we try and see what we can do. Stalkers might go back and forth, but nothing found yet. We're going to take our own third base as a response to this, and that charge coming up along with it.
Having the Prism gives a lot of safety right now for Firefly. I like the Hallucinated Immortal. I think that's cute. Just a nice way to absorb some damage. Nanami's third base is up. Nanami's work account's really weak, though. It feels like Nanami is basically just committing to a low economy charge lot all in here. Because it's 2 gas, third base, no more probe production. Is literally trying to go to 8 gateways before building any more workers. I don't think Nanami needs to go this all in. I feel like Nanami could make more probes, but it's just like, nah, I'm going to try and kill you right here, right now. You're building too many Immortals. We saw that those Immortals, remember what I was saying about the cost up against Zealots? They don't do well versus them. So Nanami's looking to create that Zealot against Immortal situation and really lean into that advantage.
Yeah, he puts a few probes out into that third base, so...
That's off gas. He's off gas completely, Wardy.
Yeah, he's got nothing. So he's just purely mineral mining. And so he's going to just go. He warps in his last few Stalkers. He has a little bit of gas left, but there's obviously going to be just pure Zealot from here on out. And to be fair, he had done so many gates that he would have to pretty much have no gas mining to afford warp-ins at this point with the gates he's built. And when he
blinks
starts
on those Immortals, it'll be huge.
Oh, I think Firefly scouted as well. So Firefly knows he starts at batteries. Is it going to be in time?
Heck no. The Zealots are here, the Stalkers are here, the Prism gets taken out, which means the Immortals are right behind it. Look at how brutal this time is. This is a beautiful all-in. Nanami goes all in, but what a beautifully picked timing, and takes advantage of that immobility and that greedy third. We talked about that greedy third being a crazy move. Nanami instantly scouted it and knew exactly what he's going to do. A 39 probe, 2.5 base, mineral only Zealot all in. That is a beautiful way to close out that series. We thought it would be an aggressive and brutal series. We thought it might go the other way, but Nanami changes the script and comes out 3-1 the victor. Firefly going out very early in this season of the ESL Masters Spring Asia Regionals. What a surprise.
Massive surprise to see Firefly eliminated someone we expect to potentially challenge for finals in this region. And, man, what's really sick is now we have Nanami versus Lemon in that lower bracket. One of those two is going to be guaranteed top 4 of the region, which is a hell of a result in this mixed kind of Asia region that's new since a couple seasons ago. So that's really, really cool. So I'm very excited for that PvP. I imagine that's going to play tomorrow, because Lemon and Nanami have both impressed, and they've both stepped up their game from their normal kind of level to be able to get there. So I'm super excited about that. I think that's going to be freaking awesome. So with that said, we are going to take a couple of moments here. More StarCraft 2 is on the way. We'll be back after a quick break, and it's going to be Coffee versus Cyan to wrap up Asia.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
It's time to get into the final match of Asia today, as Coffee and Cyan will be going up against each other in a non-PvP matchup. It's time for some TVP. And yeah, we are set to go into this, as I think this is a very fun match. It's players who've been in the finals of this region before. In the first round of the elimination bracket, it's a tough place to be, Pig. Only one of them can move through, and honestly, I feel like these two are kind of a bit of a clash against one another. Like, I would not like to pick a favorite here. Coffee can always be decisive with his timings. Cyan is generally just a very strong player as well. This is a tough matchup to call.
Yeah, I think it'll likely look a little unfair for whoever loses. Like, if Cyan scouts and defends well, he's going to look like he's outclassing Coffee, because Coffee's very timing attack focused. On the other hand, if Coffee just catches him off guard, just a little, forces a few little mistakes, kind of, he does share a lot of similarities with like Oliveira, where he'll just build up to this giant, scary all-in, pull the boys, or he'll do like the Liberator in the main and the Widowmine drop elsewhere. So I think it really is very much, how does the Protoss player hold up against that litmus test of just stress and attention? In the top left side of the map, in the blue, it's Cyan. Qualifying for Big International since 2016.
In the bottom right, our Red Terran player, it is Coffee. And he is obviously being, that was not the Coffee pronunciation I was going for, but okay. He really impressed me at Katowice last year, and obviously has been kind of a step up from his previous form since then, so it's been always exciting to see his games and see what kind of dangerous timings he might bring out in this one.
Yeah, I remember in the Swiss stage, one of the ones I cast with you, he did a 3 racks tank push. So 3 racks factory, no starport, no eBay, but also no stim. It was concussive and combat shields. And I was like, yeah, this is the most Coffee thing ever, Like, he's like, we don't need stim. It's just marauders with concussive, marines, and tanks. And a few SCVs for repair. And he just hits so hard and fast. And that's the sort of stuff. The thing is, when his opponents scout and really adapt well, the inflexibility of his pushes really get punished. And you get to see, because like when he catches people off guard, you go, why don't people do this more? That attack was so powerful. But then you see a player expertly kind of chipping away at him with blink stalkers and interrupting his reinforcements, and you suddenly realize, like, this is so all in. If this attack doesn't hit at the timing it's meant to, if it gets delayed a little, like, everything falls apart very quickly for Coffee. So he's probably going to be leaning into that style. And so far, this looks pretty similar to how Oliveira opened on this map. So as I said, these guys share builds a bit, and often it does feel like you see echoes of each other in how they play. But he's waiting for the factory. He's not going reactor straight away. So it is a variation from how Oliveira played earlier.
Yeah, a little bit different as the factory drops in. CC in the main base, very far back CC as well, so doesn't even put that at the front. You mentioned earlier about these guys hiding their structures. Well, this time it's a very hidden CC in the back, so yeah, could have put that a little bit closer to the natural, so it's an easier float further down the line. As, again, the reactor, the factory coming up, CC building, people on the way, and the warp gate coming through as well.
Quite standard for Cyan so far. Cyan took down Rogue the other day in one of the weekly cups. He's had a few good victories, and I feel like Cyan's always a threat for everyone. He's not 100% consistent. I guess probably happens once you have multiple kids running around. Not as much time to practice maybe as these younger guys, but Cyan's a very busy man, and he does bring that dad energy, often super well prepared for his games when he gets the time in these regionals to really grind. 3cc opening for Coffee though, man. 3cc Cyclone, Mega Greed. This is very different to what we've seen so far today. And interestingly, because he doesn't have the money for the orbital, he's going to float it down, then make the orbital.
Yeah, a bit different again. It's a long float, so it's a long time where, you could have been just gaining orbital energy, but as you said, it hasn't quite synced up, and now the CC will land. We'll get the orbital on the way. And his first couple Cyclones out to help him out throughout the early stages of this TVP, as the couple of Cyclones will just split up a couple different directions.
Clearing out his side of the map, Cyan's got Phoenix opening, which is not ideal against this. Cyan loves his Stargate, which is I think why Coffee's chosen this build, because he's like, look, you're going to have 100% scouting, great harassment defense. You know what you're not going to have? An answer to a 3 command center, because Phoenix kind of suck against that. Because the 3 command center isn't looking to engage with the Protoss until you way later in the game when you've got much bigger armies, at which point the Phoenix fall off. Their utility is small-scale skirmishes, harassment defense, drop defense, picking off SCVs and mules. That's not what Coffee's going to be engaging in. He's just going to take his third, make Marines, make tanks, probably make 5 barracks, and I would expect him to push much later in the game.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. Just kind of take it very chill for a while, get built up even more so, and then just go for the pushes. Especially because the Cyan numbers are rising Phoenix-wise, the Robo's coming up, so a lot of that early defense is starting to take place anyway. And obviously you do not want to waste too much, otherwise you're just going to get overwhelmed by that tech if you try and push later after losing out early. So yeah, Cyan setting up nicely again as the Robo facility finishes. We'll see if he does just drop an instant Robo Bay. He's got the money to expand to a third as well, which is a fairly quick third base alongside Phoenix Colossus. Not the fastest third base ever, but yeah, gets that down and just going to be comfortable taking that expansion and kind of getting the economy rolling quickly.
And he's even checking the corners. He's like, dude, where's your drop? Where's your Raven? Where's the Lib? What's going on? You know, because he hasn't sent the Phoenix across. So the thing with Phoenix is if they know you're going Phoenix, they're not as powerful because then they won't drop you. You want to kind of hide the Phoenix, kill the first drop, then you can use them to scout and harass. Because Cyan held them back, he doesn't know what he's up against. He's going to find out real soon, though. Oh, good cancel.
Yeah, good cancel. It's tempting, right? When the depot's down for a moment, you think you're getting in, but no, he makes the responsible decision ahead of time.
Could pick these units up, but it's very dangerous with 2 Cyclones and a few Marines there, yeah. Does disengage. Adepts going, ooh, friendly tank fire maybe? A little bit of friendly tank fire, 3 SCVs, but 3 Adepts go down. Not a positive trade for Cyan. He will now get a couple of SCVs and mules, and keeps all 5 Phoenix alive. First Colossus is on the way, and he's well aware of the fact that his opponent has done a super greedy start. Coffee, only building 2 SCVs at a time right now. I expected him to be slightly more economically focused. Notice even now, no SCVs building. Kind of interesting. To me, that says he might be thinking more about doing a quicker shove rather than building up to like the big 2-2 timings that we often see off 3 command center builds.
And Phoenix going to get back into the main mineral line, get some more SCVs. And that just means that the damage is being done. Obviously, +1 combat shield done here soon from Coffee, so he'll have all the bio upgrades in a moment. If he does want to push with all of those, then there's not really anything stopping him. Unless there's something else that he's then waiting for, maybe more tanks, etc. But this would be a go time if he wants to really get super aggressive right now with the 3rd CC down and everything. Not sure if he's going to see much of a chance, especially because he's been kind of running around after these Phoenix, stimming a lot already, losing SCVs. See, obviously +1's done now. 1 more tank pops. If there ever is a time to unsiege and move, this would be it.
I mean, his worker count sucks. Coffee's got to go soon. He's starting +1 armor. His worker production's been very inconsistent. For a 3cc build, he should be way higher than this. I know he's lost a few to harassment, but 12 SCVs dying. It's kind of crazy, right? That's like kind of more than you want to be losing by this stage. And combine that with the lack of consistent SCV production, Cyan's in an amazing position. And it feels like he's going to have charge arc on 3 Colossus ready. Coffee is way behind in this game. Miles and miles behind.
Miles and miles. As you have the Marine Marauder medevac all coming through from Coffee. So just still not doing anything. I mean, if he made a push, if he got something going, but look at Cyan, he's like, okay, well, if you're not coming for me, I'm going to get Storm, I'm going to continue my upgrades, you know, I'm taking a 4th base. He just extends on a lead while Coffee is just sat at home, not really doing a bunch of anything, and by the time we end up fighting, I feel like Cyan is going to be so well set up, it's going to be very tough for Coffee to win a fight. Now, he is going to move out here with a good chunk of the bio, but he's leaving all the tanks behind, so he's not even that committed to a fight. He's just going to see if he can pull his opponent out of position and get a lucky kind of catch on a base or so.
4th Nexus is coming up. Over 70 probes now is Cyan with cannons and batteries going up all over. I do like the drop cleaning up the spotter pylons. That's a very good move, but there are Phoenix headed in that direction. They can't really fight the Marines head-to-head, but if they're loaded up in the medevac, of course, they will get shot down.
That's true. The Phoenix just chilling then, waiting to deflect that direction. Libera is on the way from Coffee. Talk about a man that is going to be fairly committed, right? You know, this is someone who is not going Armory. He is not going for a 2nd Engineering Bay. Libera is just signify that he is going to push. He's going to siege. He might even bring some SCVs to kind of just weather the storm initially, but I mean, the fact that Storm is up is just terrible for Coffee, because this is something you're not meant to play against here, and the Storms do just go down all across everything. I mean,
what am I looking at?
it was honestly
crazy.
It was a bad fight for Cyan, though. That's the weird thing, because he got caught so off guard. The storms were great, but that was the only good thing.
Cyan should not have been that far forward on the map. I mean, that was insane from Coffee, but it was really bad from Cyan to be that far forward on the map, and kind of confusing that he was relying on Storm Drop when he's got Phoenix, Colossus, Sentries. Like, he's got so many different things to manage. A very complicated army composition, and Cyan made things difficult for himself. And this is kind of funny. This is the second time today we've seen a tank army move out where it should not be able to siege on the other side of the map, and yet it's just marched through the middle. In this case, it ran into the army. Literally 8 storms. I love how you said weather the storms, and then you're like, but he does have storms, so he's kind of screwed. And then he did weather the storms. His whole army got deep in the red. Half of it died, but he killed the Protoss units. And it's such a big problem there for Cyan, who's defending with so little now. And what a bizarre turn that was in that game. I mean, Coffee was all in. All you needed to do as Cyan was buy time, but I don't think he had that info. We did. We knew. Oh, you've just got to hang on. Whereas he thought, oh yeah, maybe he's poking out, let's slow him down. Didn't expect Coffee to just walk through Psystorm like that. And honestly, if Cyan was 1 second earlier on dropping the storms, he probably kills the entire army. He just was surprised and reacted a little slowly.
Yep, slow reaction, a little bit too far forward. Coffee just said, I'll take all of this, I do not care. And, well, now you're attacking into a ton of tanks, which do get lifted. Storm good on the Marines, although you're hitting your own Phoenix with that also. It's kind of tanks and libs versus the world right now. As they get dropped back down, the Immortals were able to close the distance, but tanks are pretty powerful, and you can see that in effect right here. As this Colossus does not want to get too involved. It is taking an absolute beatdown, and that means that Coffee can just continue to re-siege further and further forwards. This base is going to be in more and more trouble, and obviously reinforcements are just streaming across the map from our Terran player, so he's having more and more to, well, pretty much come to a close in this game with. As we try and build a Void Ray, a bit of just a desperation bit of anything right now from Cyan, apparently. As this base will go down, he's re-expanding to the left. As you see the probes run south, that should tell you that is Coffee, so if he didn't scout it yet, he should know now. And that should just be like an unsiege, and yeah, relocate around there. You can push up into the natural from that position too. As there's one Colossus and Archon, it has a bit of a dream.
The bunker's been defending the Zealot counterattacks on the third really well as well, so Coffee really not sweating it at home. He always looks all in when he plays. I'm telling you this is how Coffee plays. He always looks like he's super committed to some push, but he's so good at making it work. He's so good at just making it work and finding a way through. That Void Ray is helping out here, but Cyan's already taken so much economic damage that it is a disastrous position to find himself in. And once you let those tanks across the map, man, siege tanks look like a very good map unit, sorry. And now ghosts are coming as well. So ghosts are going to, of course, counter the storm. EMP, the gateway units will be nice. That tank just refuses to go down. Finally does fall, but at massive losses to the Protoss.
Absolutely. A couple more Zealots dropping down here. We have ourselves the tanks, Marines, Marauders, all just continuing through. We're going to take down this base, and Cyan really is on his last legs right now as Coffee found a way to make it happen. EMP just to finish that Colossus off a little bit sooner. That is going to be GG as Coffee takes game 1. A game that was not looking good for him. It felt like he missed his timing, and his opponent had all of the setup in the world. That still doesn't mean you can't be out of position, and that is where Coffee found his moment. And when he got a moment, he really did strike forward with it. So congrats to Coffee there. Gets himself game 1. We'll head into game 2 in a moment here to see if Cyan can equalize, or if Coffee might start to run away with this series. I mean, again, he's a dangerous player. He might not have found his timing truly kind of properly in that first game, but that doesn't stop him from finding it in the future games. So it's always, you know, every game is going to be terrifying right now for Cyan, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he just made things so unnecessarily complicated for himself. Like, at the end of the day, he had Colossus and Storm, but for some reason he was like, no, I got Phoenix over here, and I got a Prism with Storm drops, and I got Sentries in my army, and I got Storm on the ground, and his army just had no meat to it. It was like literally 3 Zealots, a Stalker, 3 Colossus, 5 High Templar, a Prism, and a Sentry or 2, and I was like, it's just like, hey, if there was even like 10 Zealots in there or something, or like, you know, just a few other units to just finish off those units when they move through Storm, that could have gone very well. And I mean, I love the Storm edition, by the way, especially against Coffee, because he's a guy who likes to hit these sharp pushes. The macro Terrans tend to like get ghosts a lot earlier, whereas he's like, no, tanks, libs, Marine Marauder, go kind of thing. Storm's really good against those guys, and especially against SCV pools. So I think it was good overall strategy, just way too far forward on the map, not watching his army, and especially in a scenario when you're being that greedy. I'm not saying, oh, make more basic units, but I'm saying if you're that high on tech units and low on basic support units, Zealots, Stalkers, Archons, and Immortals, make sure your army is not randomly caught on their side of the map, or you're going to be in huge trouble.
Well, we head into Dynasty. Weird map. Time for game 2. See if Zion can pull this back. See what kind of... I mean, we mentioned, you know, if we see people taking a gold, we're probably going to see it end quickly because it just makes this map kind of weird and much more aggressive. So we'll see who wants to do what and what the plans may be. Heading into Dynasty in a second. We're just waiting for the ref to start us off.
You know what's interesting? So you say Dynasty, you say it the American way, not Dynasty. But aren't you? Don't Brits mostly say Dynasty? Like,
yeah, probably.
I think we're too Americanized by the internet, aren't we? At this point, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't know. I probably say both, but I feel like for a map name, for some reason, in my head saying Dynasty as a name sounds worse than Dynasty.
It's ZVZ, not Z versus Z. It's
yeah.
ZVZ.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like Dynasty just comes out better when I'm casting. Maybe I don't know. It's a weird one. I didn't even really notice, to be honest.
It's the hey man, America won a cultural imperial victory a long time ago, you know, and that's it. We subconsciously speak Americans. I love it. Anyways, that was a pretty crazy start to the series there. That is not what I was kind of actually honestly thinking, oh, this is kind of unfortunate. This is terrible for Terran, but you know, where there's a will, there's a way. And right when it's 6 a.m. and your eyes are bleary, you've been up all night, you need a nice hot pot of coffee to keep you going. In the bottom left, it's coffee.
Top right, blue Protoss player here. It is Saya.
Gas first. Oh me, oh my. That to me, I always think of like Hellions when I see a gas first. I'm always thinking about Hellion drop, Hellion run-bys, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I always, especially when it's someone like Coffee, I'm like, yeah, you want to get that factory up quickly, get some tech units out, and just send them. And, you know, Hellion run-bys are more dangerous the earlier they hit as well, especially, right? Because it's really going to punish the lack of units.
Oh, no. Especially if they take the gold base on the outside, right, Wardy? We're going to see that again.
This is the second time in a day, right? Like, that would be...
if he goes for it.
Really wild. Apparently not. Not yet. He's just going to continue across.
Okay, he's going to go for a normie expand. Yeah, that's more Cyan style to just kind of go for the front blue base. Don't take the crazy risk. Just chill out on it. Marine into factory. Factory starting at 1:32 is extremely early and blocks the scout. Nicely done. Good micro on the SCV to make sure it builds from the other side as well. He scouts no gold base, and then that SCV goes to proxy to starport, getting ready for that Hellion drop that we've been expecting since the moment we saw the gas first. I mean, it doesn't have to be that technically, it could be something else, but that SCV already in a forward position, I would not be surprised if we're seeing a forward medevac.
Yeah, I could absolutely believe it. From Coffee as well, 100% a possibility, so no doubt in that right now. As the SCV is going to see the probe just sitting there, and the probe is going to see the SCV building the command center, so we're going to get that underway. As we have our Nexus continuing through, and the CC coming up as well. Reactor building from Coffee. Get that going.
Adepts coming out for Cyan. Twilight Council does go down. And Coffee has got the double Hellions. But it does look like it's probably going to be extra barracks behind that. And to be fair, Coffee going 3 racks off a factory before starport is about the most standard thing Coffee almost always does. So wouldn't be surprised. There we go. Second barracks goes down. Even Oliveira rarely opens up starport before extra barracks, but Coffee, it's almost unheard of. Hellion is going to just trade on these... Adept, sorry, will trade on the Hellions, get as much damage as it can before it goes down. Surprised he doesn't pull back to repair the Hellions. That's interesting. Coffee really prioritizing getting across the map forward and trying to see if he can have a poke around.
Yeah, no, it's intriguing as we do have... Now they attempt to dive in, but we mentioned that damage on the Hellion, and that's why it's important. Stalker even body blocks there for an extra shot before the Hellion breaks through. It just limits any potential damage. Now the Hellion gets one shot off, goes around the side, can't get back in. Boom. Twilight Council's Research and Blink. That is Scout at least. Now we get to the natural, though, and this is opportunity. The Stalker and the Adept on the way back, and it's got to pick our targets right. We can absolutely net ourselves a good few probes here, so that's going to be 4, and the Hellions here actually will stay alive as well, so not bad.
Tanks and 3 racks pumping out of Coffee. It's his favorite setup. He gears up for those huge 2-base pushes with just an insane amount of bio tank. But Cyan has a forward pylon, maybe even getting a gateway there. And remember, blink aggression is huge on this map. There's just so many blink areas. And, you know, you're already going into that robo. You've got 3 gateways up. Like, there's a lot of things going for you, especially if you build that 4th gateway on the front. There's a lot of areas to blink in. On the other hand, Coffee's build is so rock solid against it. I feel like you can harass the gold, but you don't want to go all in. I think like light harassment with Blink is great versus Coffee, but I think if you really try to win with 4-gate Blink, it's a bad idea because he's just got so much Marauder tank producing by default.
Yep. Let's have Stalkers firing here. A couple of SCVs going down. Depot will take a couple more shots. Is going to get killed off there. Still got that Blink coming through as another Stalker just being brought in. So getting that Stalker going as well. Combat shields coming up. Concussive shells. Also, I mean, we are going to get ready to go very soon. Combat shield and concussive shells. Super aggro, yeah.
Yeah, this is that build we were talking about from the other day. So it just hits so early. Now, he'd actually pulled a few SCVs, but then he sent them back to mine. Now he's pulling them again. Okay, there we go. I think he was just kind of umming and ahhing. He's only on 25 workers. This is so all in, dude. This push needs to do damage. And look at this. I almost feel like just blink across and get on top of the production.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this push is hard to deal with, but you can recall if you need to. And if you can get in here and pick off the reinforcements, that is massive.
Absolutely.
He's even going to supply block him by killing depots.
Everything about this just seems disastrous right now for Coffee. As the Hellions get in, I mean, that part is nice, but we're losing a lot of SCVs here. Now the Stalkers recall, so they want to just be back to be able to deal with the army. A couple tanks, the SCVs are already coming to the front. Now the Stalkers meet this out the front as well. Again, no stim. We lose the sentry quite quickly. This is where actually having a wall off is going to hurt because now you can't engage through as easily. So you might need these gateways to fall before you can attack through, but that's 2/3 of your production, so it's not exactly something you just wanted to give up freely, but yeah, there's not really much choice for Cyan.
I think cancelling the 3rd and building a bunch of gateways in the main is huge, but he's just not doing it. He's building batteries, which are not good versus tank Marauder necessarily. Like, they can heal you a little bit, but you really want charge and zealots, and neither of those is coming. An Immortal is being built, but he's on 1-gate production right now. I think Coffee might have him. This, like, the Stalkers probably should have stayed committed on the other side of the map, or they should have come back sooner. And oh man, we're seeing just how painful this position is for the Protoss. Battery overcharges here. The Immortal does come forward. If he can get on top of either the tanks or the Marauders, it could be big, but oh, he goes out of range. And look at the SCV repair. It's just so big, man. That is huge. He will get rid of one tank. If he can't get the second one, though, it's pretty much lights out, and he can't, not through the repair. Great play by Coffee. Dude, once again, Coffee looks kind of dead in the water. Like I said, he always looks so all in, and he just finds a way to make it work. Coffee is the master of these pushes, dude. He's such a sicko.
It's crazy as he actually just started catching those Stalkers on the 3rd base as well. The Natural is under some heavy fire. That's a pylon dead. That will cancel a Stalker warp in. We're going to kill off the pylons that are trying to repower these gates, as we do see the probes are going to pull. And probes actually might be a nice answer right now just because, well, it's mostly Marauders, but there's just no support in it. If there was any other units here, maybe something would have come of that. Tank will siege. It was unsieged for a little bit. The Immortal is going to whack its way through some of these Marauders as well. The batteries are putting some healing in. And Cyan is not going to fall down dead just yet. He gets rid of the tank, and that's a huge deal. And he's going to get rid of the bunker.
He's up 15 workers, Wardy, and the 3rd base is still alive. I can't believe it. This time, we said it was all in, and I think now you really see just how all in it is. The fact that he finally managed to defend, slowly rebuilding 2 more gateways in the main. So he's back up on 3-gate plus robo production. And Coffee's on 23 workers. Oh, he's in a terrible spot. And his gold base it can't be defended. Oh no, wow, Cyan hangs on. Dude, that first couple of fights was so bad for Cyan, but lack of stim, not as much firepower, no medevacs for the Terran healing. You know, you look at the units and sometimes you think, oh, you calculate it based off pattern recognition, imagining there's medevacs there, because 99% of the times there is with that unit set, but in this case there isn't. And it does just hit this exhaustion point where that unit comp dies off very quickly.
Dying off very quickly as we just have this Immortal across the map is going to get the GG, and Cyan's hold is eventually there. So he makes it happen. It took a long time to defend, but you know what? A defense is a defense. You get there in the end, it does count. Incredible, actually. Bit of a crazy game is we get tied up 1-1. We are not going to see the 2-0 lead.
Damn, man. Cyan, a scary moment. I feel like that's just playing Coffee and TVP. Nothing comes easily. Nothing comes easily. He's going to hit you with those pushes over and over again, and they will always be a little scary to deal with. I don't think we'll see too much more of that 3 command center play. I think he did it at the start of the series. I don't think he'll do too much more of it. Next map is Crimson Court, though. And this is a map, I've got to admit, I haven't seen a lot of TVP on.
Yeah, this one I actually think it's very interesting because of where you can expand, and a lot of people seem to still have very different ideas of where to expand on this match for on this map for this matchup. So some people do like to play down the edges, and then the Terran can only really drop into that, for example. Some people do like to play the center and just hold the middle, where the Terran can kind of push forward, but you can also kind of push back quite easily as the Protoss and hold a rich Vespene. So there's a lot of kind of playstyle dependent choices here. It is quite a long map because it is so narrow, it can get away with being very long, so that doesn't really bode well for Coffee, who likes to kind of push early. Anything he tries to do is going to take a few more moments to get there as well, right? So it does seem like a factor as you swap people around, as Coffee is set to Protoss. Is he going to Protoss this? Okay.
There's no way.
Good.
There we go. He swaps to Terran. If he did, I would be mad. I do not want to see Coffee play PvP with Cyan. I think Cyan would make him look like a small child fighting a large man.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most terrible decisions we could make. You know what? Yes, against Oliveira was acceptable. It's like, okay, sure. Against Cyan playing PvP,
not a mirror matchup, man.
No way.
I think you know, we all saw Raynor. He almost beat Dark in a bloody $10,000 grand finals. Like, come on, that was sick. But you put him in a PvP against rank 50 Protoss in the world, and it was at best 50-50 for Raynor, at best. That's just mirror matchups, right? Mirror matchups are so hard to learn the details of, and just get enough thousands of games of experience in tournaments where people pull out the dirtiest, cheesiest builds. So I think off-racing a non-mirror matchup, you can get quite good in, especially if you're playing against your main race, right? But doing it in the other ones is so tricky. And that is why I'm very happy to see what we're seeing here, which is, of course, Coffee playing Terran in the top right.
Bottom left, we will have ourselves the blue Protoss player, Cyan, just about holding on in that previous game. Well, we get ourselves set up. We'll see if Coffee has anything super intriguing planned. Again, to me, this is not going to be the prettiest of maps to kind of just go for a straight-up push across because of the size of it, but maybe, just maybe, there's some other plans in store. I would be very surprised if Cyan took any of the forward bases. I think against Coffee, this is a scenario where you just say, okay, his playstyle is all about pushing, whether that's early, a bit later, or whatever. You know there's going to be some kind of time push coming at some point, so I think you just mine those gold minerals out for your third base in the future and kind of go over there. And, yeah, in terms of choice, tech choice, I don't know what he'll go for, but I think that has to be the expansion pattern at the very least.
I agree. I think that's a really good point. Yeah, because Coffee's almost always going to do one of these crazy pushes. Coffee never looks like he's confident just playing Bio Ghost, you know, mine, multi-prong medevacs, macroing. You know, like how Clem plays often like the most standard TVP you've ever seen, where you're just like, he's going to take another expansion. Then he's going to make some more ghosts while dropping and harassing and poking around and adding upgrades. And like, he just kind of does everything in a very standard progression and just kind of steadily looks for good fights and advantages. Coffee is like the complete polar opposite, where he's like, here's my plan. Here's a really sharp attack that you're not going to see coming. It's going to hit like a brick, but if you defend it, I'm kind of dead. That's most of his games.
It's, I'm kind of mesmerized to see what Coffee does to like be dead this game and then kind of be like, oh, but actually here's my timing that can't be killed. Because that has been the kind of way of it so far. This Reaper heading down to the bottom left-hand side. And we just have the factory building in the main base, the barracks still coming through. And yeah, Reaper will show up to get a bit of scouting done. We're waiting to see the tech choice still from Cyan, so a moment or two we should see that, and that's exactly what the Reaper would love to find out a bit about as well.
Twilight Council does go down. Oh, Reaper does a little cheeky boy maneuver. Gets to see the Twilight straight away. Nicely done. Good micro by Coffee. He's getting a bunker at home, though, so he's playing a bit more of like a standard one racks expand, a bit safer, second gas factory. I was saying Coffee doesn't play standard very much. This is the most standard setup we've basically seen out of him so far today. So we might, you know, Reaper opening rather than Marine, Hellion for extra follow-up scouting, Starport going down before second and third barracks. Heresy. Coffee is almost always about the quick second and third barracks, but I love that he's mixing it up. It's a best of 5. You have to show this range as a player, and I love it. I think, you know, being able to do many different things makes you a much more fearsome opponent. StarCraft's such an execution-focused game. We're always tempted as players to be like, nah, I'm just going to do the thing I've done 20,000 times because I do it best. But then your opponents can hard counter you. You know, they can prepare for everything. You have to strike a balance between doing your best executed strategies and doing ones that can surprise and catch your opponent off guard.
Reaper Hellion trying to move through, and the Hellion is going to get into that mineral line. Stalker and Adept will kill it off quickly. The Reaper should net one more probe kill here, and then try and get out. Twilight Council scene and everything, so we know what's up. And the Reaper's actually out alive.
Not bad. Very nice. Oh, could have cancelled that shade and got it, actually.
Nally.
Oh, interference matrix. Hello.
Okay.
We don't see this very much these days. That is super rare.
Yeah, sometimes you see a Raven is just, you know, not for the Matrix, but for like some auto turret harass and so on. An actual Matrixing Raven has me very intrigued because, like you say, it's just not really a common occurrence anymore.
Yeah,
people just seem to
like
not really like it. It just doesn't do much.
I feel like Maru had a build where he goes double Raven and like really relies on just locking down the Colossus, but I always felt like it's so hard even for him to pull off.
Yeah. The thing is, I feel like so often you see the Matrix on a Colossus and the Protoss just sort of backs up for like 2 seconds and then they re-engage and it's like, okay, the Colossus will still come online in time because the investment into that Raven's fairly big anyways, so... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, yeah, there's the Terran often is like, I'm gonna drop my matrices and just stim and run past everything, right? And just click on your stuff. Like, and if they get you a bit out of position, yeah, it's like, oh, well, that's brutal and one-sided. And then there's other times where, as you said, you just kind of pull back a little bit and create enough space and you're kind of totally fine. So we'll see which scenario it is. Blink is done. There is only 2 gate though. 2 gate Blink Robo third is probably the one that's most vulnerable to this interference matrix. And we are now seeing the 3 barracks get onto the tech labs, the reactors, and we should be seeing a reactor on the starport soon so that he can get the double medevacs. The Reaper sees the 3rd base about to finish, does get taken out by the sentries and the stalkers. Cyan's, I think, doing a very nice mix here. You know, you got 3 observers out, which is way more than a lot of the younger Protosses go for. Great map vision with that, really important on Crimson Court. You've got your first Colossus on the way, a couple sentries gathering energy, so you will have some force fields, which is a big part of stopping the Raven, right? If they cast the spells, you force field to buy time so they can't stim on top of your army, and then you kind of use that to pull back. So I think this is a very well balanced force for Cyan as he goes into 5 gates. The only thing that I'd criticize is there is no charge just yet. And I always felt like one of the best things the Protoss players like Astraea and these sort of guys who really love the 2 gate, you know, Blink Robo into 3rd base, is a quick charge makes a world of difference. And he actually starts it and cancels it there. That's interesting. Okay, 2nd Colossus was his priority, and now he'll start charge as he gets the money for it in a moment.
Yeah, just changing the ordering here and just again his priorities. Make sure you do go back and start it though, as he does it there with Chrono Boost as well. Try and make up for some lost time. It's coffee time though. Yeah, his stim pack, it is +1, and we are moving across the map. With that Raven with Matrix available, so again, you can lock down that first Colossus, you can try and take the splash away, and well, push we go. There's only really one direction to push in here, and straight down.
Cyan's overprobed a bit. He's on 66 against a 48 SCV Terran who's going to 5 barracks. I mean, this is as all in as it gets, and Cyan has just been way too greedy. Those force fields I was talking about trying to buy time, and it looks like they do just that. There's still 1 Matrix left though, and he's got to slow those tanks down, dude. He's got to move forward again to slow this down. The SCVs are out front. Watch out, Coffee. Those SCVs do not want to run into Colossus, the laser beams.
Yeah, you kind of want to wait a little bit. There's the Matrix. Super Battery will pop up. But man, we have so much DPS available from the bio. We don't quite finish the Colossus. However, we do get rid of the Super Battery. And the tanks are going big on the Stalkers. Another tank going to show up. One of the Colossus being so low. It ties to SCVs! You're kidding me! The SCV kill.
The Drilly Boy. Oh, damn. Drilly Boys strong together, man. Taking down the man. Oh, my lord. Didn't realize that was a Robin Hood Colossus right there. Holy crud. Marauder tank sieged on the Nexus. Cyan massively overprobed this game. Way too greedy against a guy that loves his 2 base all-ins. Cyan going to 68 probes here. He's going to still maybe clear it with the Zealots, though. If he can clear those tanks, that'd be big. The Zealots are doing great. The Stalker's actually doing amazing. The Colossus tanks a lot of tank shots, and he's got it. Cyan's got it. Extreme greed gets rewarded. The Stalker Zealot able to overwhelm. It's not over just yet because his supply is so low, and he lost all of his Robo, though. He's got to pull back.
Yeah, that's not a position of fighting with those few Zealots. You're going to need as many Zealots as you can get to help you tank, and no robo means you can't really rebuild the tech units, but this is a low HP army from the Terran player with not really much medevac energy left, but you're getting overrun a little bit here as Cyan did not really need to go that far forward, and he ends up getting punished for the move.
Oh, he lost his robo. I
Yeah.
mean, to be fair, all he has to do is survive. All he has to do is survive. I forgot the robo went down there in the natural. And that is a bit scary. He's trying to build a forge. You do not need a forge, mate. It's a 26 SCV coffee. You just got to survive, and that'll help. Oh, he doesn't watch, though. He wasn't watching, so he doesn't blink on it. Still good to push back the medevac and damage it, of course. Not to mention baiting out the stim. Coffee doesn't have a large amount of medevac energy, so every stim is actually very painful for him. First new Colossus is rebuilding. There's 2 sentries, a few zealots, and 6 stalkers. There's only 7 gateways right now for Cyan as well, so he really desperately needs more zealots. This is still a very close game. I like the zealot counterattack. If he can intercept the reinforcements and buy time, that'll be huge.
2 force fields going down, zealots coming in from all sides. We are going to have ourselves this one tank firing away on the stalkers. We finally started getting reach to knock down the tank, but man, there's just too much bio here, so it will come through. It will knock that down. We're going to go after the pylon at the front.
That robo's only powered. Oh, the battery goes down, and that Colossus, if it doesn't get out, he's screwed. If he gets the Colossus out, he's got a chance. He's got a chance if the Colossus pops and survives, but he doesn't have much support for it. It pops out seconds before the robo goes down and instantly dies itself. Coffee, once again, he looks so desperately all in. Like, this move absolutely has to kill his opponent. But you know what? It hits like a brick, I'm telling you. You might think, oh, he does it every game, but he has different timings every game. They're all subtly different, they hit in different ways, and it is so hard to know which one is coming. Of course, Cyan did overprobe this game. He played a bit too greedy, but Coffee, he finds his opponents napping all the time. It is his specialty. He lulls them to sleep and always surprises with the ferocity of these attacks.
GG. Coffee is going to take it to a 2-1 lead. The ferocious Terran here is going to put himself into match point. And again, this is an elimination matchup. It's crazy to say because you just expect these two to not get eliminated on the first possible chance in the playoffs. So that's what the results have led us to so far. And it's Coffee who's going to be up 2-1 with Cyan kind of, well, sitting on the edge of doom. Because this is no second chances anymore. And he's now got one map to try and save himself.
Man, you know, it's kind of tragic that the SCV killed that Colossus because that was kind of set up by, I'm not sure if you noticed or the people watching noticed, I noticed it just for a second. When the Colossus were trying to pull back, there was a gap between the battery and like the gateway or the robo or whatever. And the 2 Colossus were butting into each other. You know, when they both get stuck on each other trying to move through a choke, and they kind of derped for like a full second or so, which it's a lot of time in a fight like that. And that was when the Colossus got so focused by the Marauders deep into the red, whereas I think otherwise it would have had a bit more hit points, and we saw how close that game was. A few more Colossus swipes could have been a real game changer. That being said, Cyan was probing insanely hard in that game, going up to almost 70 probes. It's good he was only on 4 gases, but that was, yeah, there's greed, and then there's kind of what he got up to in that one.
Well, it is time for game number 4, and Coffee is the one on match point. Can Cyan tie it up a second time? I mean, it's Golden Aura. It's another map where I don't really expect there to be like as good of a push. It's big, right? But Coffee has these builds where he can just figure out different ways to, like you say, end up needlessly all in and then just about make it work. So let's see what he has planned for Golden Aura. Actually, wouldn't mind him going back to like the 3 racks before starport thing here, because I feel like a little bit more kind of biocentric, bit more speed onto the map quickly can be maybe the way to kind of play Golden Aura with a lot of kind of distance to cover rather than just being fully teched. But we'll see. We'll see. We're heading into this right now as we get Coffee Cyan, game number 4 underway.
Heck yeah, getting into it. I would also love to see some Phoenix Colossus. I think, Phoenix Charge Lot or something like that. I think especially against a guy like Coffee, there's some potential. We'll see what our Blue Protoss brings out. He's got to win this game and the next. It is Cyan. Loses bracket as well. So remember, whoever loses this match is gone from the tournament.
Yep, huge deal. And if you win this, you get to stay in it. It is the Red Terran in the bottom right. Coffee.
I feel like by default, you should be erring on the side of stopping at about 55 workers against Coffee, rather than 70. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, looking at how Coffee plays this matchup, and I've cast a lot of Coffee games, there's got to be a general rule of like 60 probes max until you know exactly what he's doing, because even if he doesn't SCV pull, like he's almost always hitting you with a crazy attack. And I think Cyan's got way better long game. I don't think Coffee can honestly really compete in a standard game because he's just so specialized of a player, whereas Cyan loves macro games. So I'd like to see just a little bit more insurance. He had 3 observers out in that game. He saw everything. He really should have been more prepared. So definitely I think that the fault's on him for not being ready in that scenario. Hats off to Coffee though for even, I mean, this could easily have been a 3-0, I feel like, with how these games have gone, right? Even the 2 wins Coffee got were at knife's edge. They were so close.
Oh yeah, no, it was a really scary game number 2. It really could have, like you say, just ended already by now. So, good thing that
to be fair, though, I guess Cyan kind of looked dead in game 1 as well, right? So it goes both ways.
That's true. That's true. Let's just have early reactor coming in. So again, getting set up to that nice and quickly. ASAP, get that rolling.
Yeah, I mean, technically he doesn't see the command center, so like there is like maybe he thinks something weird's happening. He didn't see the second gas either, the lack of second gas, I should say. But there we go, reactor into factory, so it's going to be a bit more optimized. This one does look like probably a 3-racks build. Usually off these sort of marine openings where he skips the Reaper, it's okay, I skipped the Reaper, I don't care about scouting because I have a timing attack that's decided before the game started. Same thing that Oliveira was doing earlier today in a lot of his TVPs. It's like, why would I scout if I'm just going to do the same build versus whatever you're doing anyway, right? Like, there's no need for a Reaper Scout. We just want more Marines earlier, faster factory, and usually we'll see that second and third barracks in the follow-up to get, you know, stim, shields, that sort of stuff. I doubt he'll do the concussive shell build again from Dynasty. That build has actually lost the 2 times I've seen it in this tournament for Coffee. It's always looked very close, but it always just like hits a point where it just falls off and suddenly the whole army disappears and crumbles because there's no medevac healing. So I don't think he'll do that again. And in fact, he is going starport once more. So it's going to be going for a more classic, looks like a mine drop.
Adept just shaving through, and yeah, this could be the most standard sort of setup from Coffee so far. We'll see, of course, what the next step is. This is still just an opener. It can lead into so many things. Cyan playing the Blink and 2 more gateways, so we'll have a good amount of stalkers on the map. Not as committed as it could be with 4 gates, but obviously not a super fast third base either, so being a little bit respectful of the fact that, hey, I'm playing against Coffee, maybe don't want to go overly greedy on taking my third.
So this is interesting because the Robo is very late this game, 3:45. But there's a safety battery up, so it feels like there's massive respect right now from Cyan. Really kind of being worried about some sort of weird frontal push, and he's playing super duper safe. It's a good idea when you're on match point. I think he's expecting a super fast tank push, which is why he's like, I need 3 gate and a battery before I even think about a third or a Robo. Problem is, if you don't have the Robo, you don't have an observer for scouting, and Marine does run in and die, sees the battery, sees the Robo timing, but that mine drop heading towards the main. We'll find 3 stalkers nearby ready to greet it.
Well, Blink is going to be finished very soon with the Chrono Boost on. It's going to be very shortly, and you got to be careful not to go too deep with this medevac too soon. Lose the medevac too quickly, and this entire drop could be not so worthwhile. Extra stalkers warping because the Wooden Mine drop is just chilling. Hallucination to scout. Just going to see the Untech Lab starport, so it gives you a bit of information about what can be building there. So it's a bit of a guess that you can put together now as Cyan.
You just need a battery in your third and pump unit, so you know what's happening right now. Same build Oliveira did 2 or 3 times earlier today. It's a lib plus a mine drop plus a bunch of marine tank pushing the front. You need to get 5-6 stalkers on the front to wear down the army while keeping a few units at home and moving your probes away from the mine drop. It is the multitasking skill tester for Protoss that Terran loves to throw their way. Say, we're going to hit you in 3 places at once. Have fun dealing with this. It's going to move out right now. There's a few stalkers coming forward, but he's got to micro this very well. This is a really hard moment for Cyan.
Yep, he gets a couple of units. He blinks away. He's going to start up the Immortal of that Robo facility now as we kind of spread out here to try and catch, but he's honestly just taking a lot of damage. He's, going to have the mine drop as well. We do go for 2 probes, but splash on those stalkers. Unburrow, reburrow, the stalkers will start a fire as the probe will actually take a shot. Another bit of splash on the stalkers. The medevac gets away. The Liberator sets up Probes begin to fall. The Stalkers blink into the lip. They're actually going to get shot down more easily because of the fact we took damage off the mines. Super Battery goes down to the third base already. Tanks will target Stalkers. Probes pull into a disaster. And Coffee is just winning out. The Liberator won the fight. And it's all because Cyan took splash damage off the Widow mines there.
Oh, that's huge. That is so huge. That's such a good point, Wardy. The splash there is massive, isn't it? That is so massive. And Cyan ends up taking big damage. He played really cautious against a super early push and then takes his third slightly later, and he actually ends up worse off against it than he potentially would have with the 2-gate opening. He's going to push forward and clear the tanks now, but not until he's taken massive damage. A few more Stalkers will go down here. If you can save those 2 Stalkers, let it be big. The SCVs will at least die. If you can drop a third Nexus, maybe there's a chance of rebuilding. But that is, of course, a massive amount of damage. And you know what? It's not as all in as setup this time. Stim, shields, +1 attacks on the way. The first 2 medevacs will start up soon. Coffee is going to build a 4th and 5th racks. He says, I'm already ahead. Let's try and win the game with a giant bio medevac push. And that's the right way to do it. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of right ways to do it right now, but anything that's decisive and committed one way or the other should do the trick. Cyan is deep down the well, and honestly, I'm thinking about what he could do to bring it back. Maybe something like a Robo-Bane and 2 Disruptors. You know, look for the Hail Mary shot. Doing it with raw gateway units is going to be a long shot.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult as... especially once the bio upgrades have kicked in, right? This bio force is going to be able to trade so well with any gateway units, so it feels tough. And also, when you play gateway heavy, you're kind of typically meant to be on that third base. You have the better economy, so you can afford to kind of throw a lot of units at your opponents. And that's the issue. Like, gateway units work with high numbers, and this is not high numbers. And the SCV pull, I actually love it because he's far enough ahead that the SCV pull can be completely game-ending rather than just like a push that maybe gets held off. I think here the SCVs are going to actually have a big role to play. There's a Prism in the main base of Coffee, but I don't think he cares. He's going to commit across the map. Single Zealot warp in. That's the saddest little counter-harassment of all time.
That is a confidence move right there. You know, the battle lines are drawn, military tanks, and a single man with 2 knives walks towards your front lines slowly. And that's some real scary stuff right there. Sentries and Immortals and Zealots trying to hold the line. Zealots actually do amazingly well there. The Immortals with the battery overcharge are even going to kill some tanks. I am amazed at how well Cyan is killing anything with how outnumbered he is. But of course, the moment that front line's gone, the Marine Marauder is going to have a party all over his base and stomp on his face. Dude, Coffee. I felt like the start of this series did not look great for Coffee, and then he made that game 1 so nail-bitingly close, and then I was like, oh, okay, maybe we have a series, and then things just slipped away from Cyan. Coffee, so decisive, so many all-ins at his fingertips, and he just kind of finds a way to clutch victory there. Very well played by Coffee.
Yeah, really well handled by Coffee, and he is going to net himself through into that next round where he'll be playing against Yeshi. I'll show you guys the bracket here in just 1 second. Let's bring that up on the screen. And see that Coffee has advanced over Cyan to play Yeshi, so that sets up tomorrow's matches. Lemon versus Nanami, Yeshi versus Coffee, and Nice versus Oliveira here in the Asia region. Again, this plays out over the next 2 days still, so tomorrow and then the day after. And then it is going to be, obviously, first now, Europe time. So let's take a look at our overall schedule. We're halfway through the day. Not going to take too long before we jump into Europe because we're already behind schedule, but that's okay because it means we just get straight into games. Reynor versus Mana, Gung Fu Panda versus Spirit, Alaza battles Christiana, and Skillus takes on Max Packs. It's a fun set of action. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Quick set of ads, and we'll be back for that Reynor Mana PvZ to start us off.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more SC2 action continuing through right about now, as it's time to swap on regions, and we're going to be moving on over to Europe here for the next portion of the day. I'm already joined by Pig. We're halfway through the action. If you just joined us for Europe, we've got some great matches upcoming, and let's have a look at where we're actually at in Europe altogether right here, because we had a few matches already yesterday as Clem, Harstem, Showtime, and Hero Marine netted themselves winner bracket round of 8 slots. 4 more players will join them today, Pig. What are we thinking? What are we looking forward to?
We're looking for some good StarCraft, man. Honestly, I'm just like, I've been let loose. They've let the wild pig into the EU region. I'm never allowed to cast these boys. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I think there's a lot of good matches here, and I think there's a few sleeper matches that could be incredibly exciting. I can't wait to see what happens in Gung Fu Band vs Spirit. I think it will be potentially a very back and forth match, and potentially some gigantic macro games. So I don't know, man. I think all these matches look really interesting, all the way through to the Skillus Max Packs PvP matchup. See if Skillus can contest the king of PvP. I think it's going to be a banging day, and I think the Twitch chat's excited as well, because let's be real, the last 45 minutes has just been chat going, "Where's Raynor? I thought Raynor was playing. These guys aren't Raynor." It's okay, guys. The wait's over.
It's okay. Chill out. We will get there. We will not just skip his match. We could actually just skip over if we go to the next one. You know, we get to annoy Twitch chat and get back on schedule.
Later.
Amazing. Well, we actually are just missing Reyno for a moment, and I think we're missing you from the lobby. Pig, hop on over.
Oh
to Europe.
yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. I'm on the wrong server, aren't I?
Yeah,
professional
okay.
over here.
Our admin noticed, so don't worry. I would have left you, but the admin wouldn't. So
I'll just be like, yeah, it's really cool to see the I'm like casting without seeing the game and just making things up. That would be fun just to see how many people I could fool, but I don't know if it would be particularly fantastic cast. But like, this game could go short, it could go long. I don't know. You
just gotta
really
guess.
Exciting.
You just gotta you take what I say and just you build off of it like very blindly, like, oh yeah, this I double down on that, or just sometimes you're like, no, I actually really think this. Well, it's like the opposite's happening on the screen, so yeah, could be fun, but even better, we'll just get you in the game, and then we'll be able to.
I'll be there momentarily. Thankfully, Battle.net does take a while to authenticate these days, but we are logging on in. Apparently, we're getting flooded with achievements, which is fun. So I'll be in momentarily. There we are.
All good, mate. Yeah,
it's always random that happens, right? You're just like, I've been on this account not long ago. Why am I getting achievements now? What's happening?
Sometimes it just decides to like, I don't know, achieve. Make you feel achieved. I suppose. This is like it needs to pick me up. So, anyways, our players are ready. We're obviously a little bit behind schedule starting Europe, but that's okay. It's obviously a pretty tightly packed schedule, so that we don't have the situation which was the other way where we have to like wait an hour for Europe to start once Asia is done. So it's designed like this with the intention of we're more likely going to go over schedule than run under. 1 hour per best of 5 is not a lot of time, quite frankly, but that's okay because we're set to go now. It's Reyno versus Mana, best of 5 ZVP. Reyno is in Korea. That's the one thing we have to preface this with. Absolutely, Reyno is in Korea. He's playing with Ping. When he's played previously, he's played pretty darn aggressively. We'll see if that stays true in the playoffs. I don't think he's too worried about this tournament, and I don't say that in like, he's just like overly confident. I think he really is just very committed to GSL right now, so he's very happy kind of being, in this, just playing with Ping, and so he's going to be a bit loose with his builds, I think.
Definitely agree with that one. Well, we are going into Crimson Court. We'll see how fast and loose he can be. It's when he's at his most dangerous, is when he plays relaxed and doesn't care too much about the result. In the bottom left side of the map, representing Basilisk, it's Reyna.
Up against the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map from Team Liquid, we have Mana.
Historically, Reyna's done very well versus Mana. I don't think that's a huge surprise to anyone with the fact that Reyna is Reyna, and there's like 3 or 4 dudes in the world who have winning records versus him in big tournaments, so it's not particularly easy. Oh, he's going to go for the purple gas base after getting blocked. Not a bad move. Puts a bit of pressure onto the Protoss, and it launches an incredibly powerful Ravager Queen Walk off of that front hatchery with the purple gas.
That's the sort of stuff I'm kind of thinking we might see a little bit of him throughout this series. I think back to the series he played against cost him in the group stages. It was very aggressive. There was a Nidus all in, green walks, and more. Kind of expecting similar kind of vibes here against Mana. And for Mana, I think, you know, I don't really know what he wants to plan on doing, but I think a lot of it's going to have to just come down to, can I defend against all of these things? Obviously, when you see this forward base, I feel like a lot of players get tempted to go for the Twilight Council and to build glaives and be like, oh, well, you're spread out. You're trying to be very forward. I'm going to try and take the fight to you a little bit, but you've got to be so careful of the eventual possibility of just like a mass Roach Ravager Ling follow-up where you just do get overrun before Depths can really do enough. So things to think about here. We'll see what Mana's choice will be soon because the side is on the way. So a minute from now, we'll have a much better kind of idea of what exactly this game is going to look like.
Indeed. I'm always curious because Mana, I feel like, becomes so good in PvZ, small scale, low economy fights. And I think the pacing of Legacy of the Void and how quickly Zerg grows makes it very difficult for Mana in this matchup because the fights get big quick. And when there's a screen filled with Ravager Baneling, Mana is not as comfortable as when he's got an Immortal, a Warp Prism, and Archon, and, you know, a couple of units just making elite Warcraft 3 style micro things happen. You put Mana down 100 supply and he becomes a god. I feel like he's one of the best comeback players of all time because of that. But PvZ has always been a problem matchup for him because, like I said, there are just so many swarming fights where there's too many guys overwhelming. I do like the Robo first for Mana. That can lead into a super fast all-in, or perhaps maybe one of those like Disruptor or Colossus drop plays.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really cool way to go about this. It's potential to kind of have the mobility around the bases to kind of punish this forward base a little bit, while also being very safe if Reyno does get aggressive, right? Because you will have access to, there's the Robo Bay. Something like Disruptor is obviously going to be very powerful in and of itself, so it's already a possibility. As we see ourselves the Observer coming through, Warp Gate continuing up, and the Link Speed on the side of Reyno right now.
Alright, well, this is interesting. Very interesting right now. We are seeing that Robo-based second gateway coming up. Raynor, he's got that gas on the front, but, you know, he's just macroing for now. Just going 5 queens. I'm keeping an eye on Raynor and going, hey, are you going to drop a Roach Horn soon? Because if you do, there's still a chance of doing a slightly delayed queen walk. But if he doesn't drop that Roach Horn soon, it looks like he's probably going to go for like an Evo chamber and stuff. There we go. Roach Horn does go down at 350. But that's, of course, because he hasn't seen an Oracle yet. He knows he's up against some sort of ground-based play, needs a safety Roach Horn, 4 gas on the way for Mana, and his Prism and Disruptors are being chrono-boosted as we speak.
Yep, getting that underway here, getting that operational. Let's just see the Disruptor continuing through for the moment, so we get that all set. And let's just have the Prism Speed coming up, the Disruptor on the way, Roach Horn getting on the way. I mean, it's going to be about what these Disruptors can find and how well they can do over the course of this, right? That's definitely the thing we're going to be watching out for here. Let's just see those feelings moving about. The Queens are moving through. All of this getting settled for the moment as the Prism comes back home to go grab the Disruptor.
Les coming up nice and early. I like that choice for Raynor. That's going to give him Overseer Scouting, but also unlock some tech options. That being said, having built so many Zerglings, his work account is behind. And we are now seeing that Prism hang around, go after that Overlord, trying to catch that one down.
Yep, just going to be able to nab that there. Just going to be seeing that Overlord just going to get picked off, which is nice. And again, we've got a Prism Speed now. The double Disruptor is setting up. So all of that getting underway, all of this being brought up. And again, the Prism is going to continue down to the bottom side of the map, looking to get some big connections, hoping to be able to find a lot here over the next few moments. Let's see how successful we can be.
Queens are looking in intercept, but Mana takes a safe route around the left. He's going 4 gates before third base. He's going for a big commitment here. Oh no! Losing a Disruptor, not worth it. Even though you get a bunch of Roaches and Lings, it is never worth losing a Disruptor for that. Great discipline for Raynor, and honestly bravery to stand and fight. A lot of players would run away and panic, thinking, oh, I'm not going to kill it in time. But he took the trade, and that works out for him. Does get a Disruptor. This one comes in. Oh, he's going to go for the shot in the mineral line. Does get himself a few Zerglings, but that Prism's heavily damaged, so he's got to get out of there.
Starting to feel very dangerous, and yeah, just losing a Disruptor feels so bad. If you're going to eventually be any amounts of aggression behind this, you need as many of those tech units as you can, You're skipping over all of the Twilight upgrades, etc. This is your army, the Teching Robo units. Any one of those you're missing is just going to make life tough for you further down the line as Raynor. Well, he gets the Spire on the way, and you gotta love that, because right now there's not really a lot of anything that really does go shooting upwards, right? Twilight coming up now, but that's still going to be a pretty late blink, and the Stalker count is going to be something you then have to invest into. So I don't hate this idea from Raynor if he survives to get there, as right now the Disruptors will find a Queen. Another Queen going to go running. The creep spread obviously very far forward allows him to kind of meet this very far out on the map, but it kind of has to be because he's got a very forward base as well.
That Spire is big though. Raynor's got a big worker advantage now, like 3 bases full of workers basically. He's got the gas building up, Spire's halfway done, and oh, I do like that move. That's a nice move, but not the best disruptor shot. I would have liked him going after the drones there. Gets himself a Queen though, which is something. The problem is because mutas are coming out, Queens really aren't that important anymore. If this game continued to just be ground versus ground, it would be bigger. Now, there's no blink done just yet. It's just starting. But look at that adept so well positioned, and he's pushing the front right now. Oh, getting 3 roaches to start. This is actually awesome from Mana, and he's pushing just before mutas can be built, which is the right timing.
Yep, because now you're going to force gas to be spent on Ravagers so you can have a defense here, which means less gas available to spend on Mutalisks, which means less mutas, which is obviously just a good thing in general. Across the board as our Roachling sets up and just tries to find a defense moving forwards here again, but the force field is still very good for Mana. And he continues to just edge his way towards this base, that forward location. He can shoot at the rich Vespene from the low ground. If he could deny that, that might be nice, although obviously it does put him quite far forward, so make sure you're not getting caught off guard in a fight during it. And he will also be able to hit the mineral line, so the drones actually just straight up pull away. Raynor starting to just say, hey, I'm evacuating this base a little bit.
This is awesome plays by Mana, but the prison! Oh no! Oh, he's so lucky that didn't go down. It's deep in the red. Losing the Prism and the 2 Disruptors would have been a disaster, but Mana's still alive. He's still making a lot of Stalkers. Stalkers might not be the best long-term unit, but with an Immortal, a Colossus, and a bunch of Disruptors, they really can complement each other so well. Not to mention those force fields. Raynor's doing a really good job of keeping his energy very low, though. Part of me wants to see some Stalkers blink on the high ground and go after those drones, but of course, it's a bit of a risky move. And look at this, continuing to clear the creep. Raynor's got some more units going up north for a counterattack. Oh, great dodges by Raynor, but even better force fields for Mana.
Yeah, catches a lot there, and he is going to be able to grab a bunch of units once again. Mana continues to be on the offensive. Moving up this ramp, Queen will go down. Another couple corrosive vials coming in towards the army. We blink forwards, chasing this Roach Ravager. Melee upgrade just now finishing from Raynor. 15 more Roaches coming through. Few more Stalkers coming in, and corrosive vials on that Prism. It finally goes down, so no more reinforcements, but you know what? Mana's supply is looking very good anyways. Drones have to pull in to be the rescuing units right now. That's never a good sign. As our Stalkers, well, they're not going to be at home to deal with these mutas, but that muta damage is going to be so underwhelming compared to everything that Mana has just achieved here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great build choice by Mana. Super micro-oriented, high pressure, and even if that delay, you know, that little bit of latency, you're gonna get punished because the disruptor shots are so much more dangerous, not to mention force fields. Beautiful play by Mana. I love this. Great play to also punish the front forward third the Raynor went for, which is a greedy third base. And this is a great play by Mana to take map 1.
Yeah, very well done, very well handled. I think you're right. He was very smart about his choice of build and what he wanted to do here and what that allowed him to do kind of in this game. And Mana gets to go up 1-0 against Raynor. And, you know, it was always... every time I've seen Raynor play in this event, I've been like, well, I'm not going to get carried away and just think Raynor's going to kind of cruise through because he is playing on ping. And, you know, that is a big factor. And especially when players know that, the chance to, like, prep for someone being like, well, what builds can I choose to make his life as difficult as possible with the fact he'll have latency? Like, you know, Mana is a very prep-focused player as well, so... I think this does build, you know, build into Mana's chances of actually having a shot to maybe upset Raynor here and win a bracket round 1 of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, especially losing an early disruptor is kind of rough, but you know, he just gets a new disruptor in there, keeps doing the drops. That front base offering up a nice target, taking down queens. I like the way he slowly, methodically cleared creep as well. It wasn't like I've got to win the game right now. It was like, hey, I'm going to clear your creep and kind of abuse this ledge, deny your mining, make you feel like you have to make a play. So really well played by Mana. Next map's going to be Golden Aura, which I think is something a bit more room to breathe for young Raynor. On the other hand, not one where I think it's too easy to pull off any sort of like nasty all-ins. And I know Raynor's pulled out a lot of aggressive play online recently, but I feel like ZVP especially, he's been kind of a king of like solid standard ZVP. Like, does feel like he's very inspired by like a lot of what Cyril's been doing over the last year.
Yeah, I get behind that. Is maybe if Mana can just keep him away from that, that would be the answer then, because Reno has just looked all around good when the game has been fairly normal. As I think Reno had a little bug. I know he's had some issues joining lobbies lately. That internet in Korea having some troubles, but looks as though he's in here now, so we should be good to go for game number 2. Golden Aura will be our map. It is ZVP. I'm gonna get this started up in a sec.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be really fun. Raynor Mana game 2. And you know Raynor doesn't want to lose ever. He's very competitive. Even relaxed Raynor is focused on GSL. It's going to be, rather than I am fiery competitive and have to win and want to win, and that's everything. It's going to be like, okay, I'm just at a calm. I really want to beat you because I think I'm the best. You know, it's still that drive there. Being down 1-0 is no surprise because he's been there a billion times before. A lot of his most epic tournament experiences, I think, and comebacks and things and stuff came from being down 0-1 or 0-2. Let's see if he can start that comeback train here on Golden Aura. In the bottom right, it's Raynor.
Top left, representing Team Liquid, our Blue Prowess player is Mana.
For those who don't know, Raynor's not only in Korea, but he's been kind of documenting a little bit of his journey over there. You can see it on his YouTube, on the Basilisk YouTube channel, and their Twitter pages as well, but or X as it's called now. It really is a stark difference. You know, back in the day when you went to Korea to play StarCraft, you know, it was 27 sweaty dudes stuck in bunk beds in a 2-bedroom apartment, you know, with a bunch of computers filling the place up. And these days, I gotta say that pad he's in looks bloody nice. That looks like a slick bachelor pad. It looks fantastic. Good to see Basilisk and the other people over there in Korea taking good care of him. And he's definitely feels like Rain is very passionate right now. It's like his focus on the game is being rejuvenated after having a kind of hot and cold relationship with StarCraft over the last year or year and a half, where he'd practice really hard for a few months and then just not touch the game much outside of kind of messing around in a few tournaments for a few months, and then he'd kind of burn himself out repeatedly. So it's good to see he's realized that cycle wasn't working. He was very upset with how he performed at Katowice, and you could kind of see it not just in how he performed, but also how he reacted to his performance. Like, he was getting very upset with, like, and disappointed with himself. You know, he wasn't performing with the level that he expects of himself.
And now he's fully sending it, hoping to be a GSL jump as we set up on Golden Aura otherwise for this game too. And of course, Golden Aura, when it comes to the maps in this map pool, still definitely stands out as one of these bigger macro maps. Intriguing to see, and now that Mana's already shown us something, you know, a little different for that game 1. I'm very excited to see what else he has planned for the series. Obviously, we expect a bunch of Stargate stuff at some point, than there is Stargate now. But obviously, what are the follow-ups to this Stargate? Is there any kind of twists and turns planned, or is this just going to be a Stargate here and there with oracles and then just very normal play? Yeah, I'm very interested by Mana's choice and, like I say, his preparation for this series and what he thinks is going to be the best chance of giving him a shot against Reno here.
You know, as much as I'm always a big fan of Zerg's kind of mixing in a lot of gamble dark style and really being very hard to pin down or predict in ZVP, the power of being so good in standard play, which Rain has really been working on in this matchup, is if you're a guy like Mana who's a very good player, but it's not your strongest matchup, it's always been kind of a weak point for you, you just want to avoid standard situations like the Plague. You really don't want to play triple Oracle into Blink. You know, because Rain is just so good at the tiny details, it feels like a losing battle, and that puts pressure on Mana to keep these curveballs coming. That build in map 1 was perfect, but he needs more of those, right? And that's hard to do when you need to string 3 wins together. He's going to go Void Ray, which is a great way to deny scouting, kind of change things up a little bit, hide whatever you're doing in your next step. Yeah. So far, no losses. Good defense.
I feel like the Void Ray is still a bit of a twist on the typical Stargate open, and not something we never see, but it's not the most normal way to play it. And if you do push back the first Overlord or 2, yeah, Reno does not know exactly what's up. And even if then you're just playing standard, you might just have him a little bit worried about what the next step is, right? And even the Zerg playing a bit concerned could be a factor. Things get the Adept. One downside of the Void Ray first is that you don't have an Oracle to necessarily activate against Lings, but the Lings decide it's not worth taking enough damage off the Void either. One Overlord dead. Reno just trying to recreate an Overlord to get out the supply block that he's closing in on. And yeah, now our first Oracle will pop out, so Mana will have some more presence on the other side of the map once more. And it's the second Oracle queued up immediately after. So no kind of weird tech choice behind this after one Oracle. You know, maybe you could have thrown down a super quick Twilight and been aggressive off of that, but no, just Oracles and just taking a more macro approach this game.
We can still see triple Stargate into Mass Oracle. Twilight Council, it's standard. But no, you're absolutely right. Very, very straight up play. He is supply blocked pretty badly though, his Mana right now. He's got to wait for his Nexus to finish. Oracle, is going to take big damage. Only gets, okay, he does get a second drone. I like that he got the second one. Reyna did a really good job of delaying his spores, seeing that it was Void Ray first. So he's only built one Spore Crawler in his natural. And he's just relying on good queen positioning to defend the main in the third, and already taking a massive worker advantage of 10. That supply block really hurt Mana there. He did lose about 4 or 5 probes of production, and he's going to try to catch up now. But since he doesn't have any curveballs, you would hope that he'd scared Reyna. Reyna did build a Roach Warren at about 430, which is a bit earlier than normal, to be safe. But despite that, his drone count is insane. His fourth is already down. Like, this is scary. This is so scary. Reyna, I've seen him do this on this map a few times. I remember once first Harsed him, he hit like 90 drones at 7 minutes and just had so much stuff. And I was like, oh gosh, if you can't make him feel the threat, Reyna gets out of control on this map.
It's one thing the Void Ray will not do is really provide a threat, right? Like, obviously, yes, if you do something weird behind it, but if you know, if as Reyna, you just say, oh yeah, you're building a Void and you're just going to build Oracles and there's nothing crazy coming, there's nothing threatening, then okay, he can just kind of maybe get up to that stupidly high drone count stupidly quickly. And a couple of depths here do go in. We get a few more drones, so we do slow down the worker count of Reyna, which is nice to see from Mana. We get a couple Lings as well. Stasis is very nearly going to catch, but the reaction was there in the end. We get 2 more drones off the Oracle though, and honestly not bad with the Oracles. They're starting to do much better than they were originally doing, because when that first one flew in, it looked as though it was going to be a complete disaster. But like I say, we're looking a lot better now at least.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I like the way he created a bit of chaos there. It does cost him 5 adepts, but the Oracles are still alive. He's building a third one. Reyna is massing Roach. Nothing but Roach's Roach speed, +1 range. No Infestation Pit yet. Hasn't droned his 4th yet. But now, there we go. Hydra Den and drones on the 4th. Is Reyna playing Rogue style? Is he playing Rogue style? Oh my gosh. Rogue has been doing this recently. This is old school, man. 2019 kind of Rogue PvZ. Basically, Roach Hydra aggression every game, and if it gets scouted, he just hard transitions into Hive. Just goes like Lurker Viper. But the thing is, like, it is a kind of good surprise attack. A lot of Protoss kind of go, oh, you know, this must be Lurkers, and then bam, Roach Hydra just overwhelms. Other games, they overreact, and you can deny their 4th base while they turtle on 3 bases, and then you can transition from there. So there's some decent play from it. We'll see how well this does. As Reyna doesn't have an Infestation Pit, he's not droning. It really feels like it's just mass Roach Hydra all in.
Well, it is a big amount of units swelling, as you mentioned, and Storm on the way. Storm can be nice, but it's also one of those things where you need the numbers, because storming a few Roaches is great and all, but you need in the follow-up to kind of buff through those. Yeah, if the Storm lands on the lane/Hydra portion of it, then even better, but the Roaches are going to be looking to take the brunt of the damage here, so is Mana going to A, have Storm in time? Yeah, I think so. B, will he get the Storms and have the buffer to kind of like follow up from those Storms? That's the big question on my side. We still see units spawning, the Oracle's picking up that info. Reyna is set to come in from the left and the right, so he's ready. Mana instantly blinks on those first few Roaches before the Hydras come in. They'll probably end up cancelling this 4th base, and you know, the High Templar. Storm is not quite done yet, but I mean, the rest of the army is not quite in the front yet either. So we're talking down Hydras, and I feel like Mana's not doing a terrible job initially. There's just going to be so much Zerg continuing to come this way.
2 Oracles have already gone down in this game, and the Infestation Pit drone transition started behind it. This is what I was saying. If you can kill the 4th with this, you don't need to kill the 3-base Protoss. Don't get me wrong, Mana has triple Robo building right now, which he needs against such a heavy Roach count. He does need that Robo production. Stalkers are there. He had a great Storm before, but what I love about Mana is he's keeping the Storm in reserve. A lot of players make the mistake of moving too far forward, using the Storms too early. You got to save that energy, because if the Zerg does try to push in and force the issue, you need to have that Storm in reserve to keep you alive.
I think Roach Hydra still pressing up. High Templar's still in the back. We got a Void Ray here. Has +2 attack and charge continues in. 2 Robo facilities building for Mana, so Getting those up and running as well. Bring those out and hopefully get something off of them, but the pressure from Reyno continues. Despite the fact he's on double Lurker Den high follow-up, he is still kind of just sitting here and trading a little bit, and obviously forcing his opponent to not be able to retake the fourth. A few drones go down to the Oracle at least, but it feels like very minor damage compared to the fact that Reyno is just swarming at the moment.
Yeah, Mana needs to drop that fourth this second and hold the probe key down. I love that he's got triple Robo. Now, something I've been kind of discussing with different players here is I really do feel against these mass lurker styles, Robo Bay and getting like 3 to 4 disruptors is so huge. I think you can definitely defend with Immortals, but it relies kind of on perfect positioning and good flanking and stuff. Whereas getting just a few disruptors out can be absolutely game-changing. Now, right now, Mana's pretty broke. He probably can't afford it. But that is something I'd like to see if we see like this sort of battle of Immortal Storm up against Lurker Hydra being protracted for the next few minutes.
A bunch of Lurkers coming up here from Reyno, so 11 of those on the way. We are going to have ourselves Seismic Spines coming through. The Adaptive Talons is building, plus 2 missiles finishing soon as well, so he's going to be full force very soon. Obviously, the Lurker upgrades are the real kind of holdback right now. Once he has those, these Lurkers will be as good as possible, and I'm sure they are going to commit to some extent as we go to the upper left. And Mana is just on the wrong side of the map, so this is going to get really, really wild.
I think this could work out for him, though. If he just goes full base trade, I think he's got to send it. He's got to send it, and I actually think this could work out well, because the Lurker upgrades aren't there yet, and they're a siege unit. They're kind of awkward when it comes to pushing in. So if Mana can get a few more Immortals out and some Storm at home, he could do it. The Stalkers are getting jumped on by Zerglings. Good force field, though. Mana's so clutch with these little technical micro maneuvers. That's what I'm talking about. You know, in the midst of this chaos, most people aren't thinking about a force field there. Mana does. Storms the drones as well. Dude, this push, he kills the Roach Warren. Yeah, he's going to lose his third. Would be good if he ran his probes away, but he's building Immortals and Observers behind it. He's got stasis traps. This could actually work out really well for Mana. He's just got to protect this army and keep it alive.
Storms continue to come through. Lurker's going to get stormed as well. We're actually going to jump on some of these Lurkers right now. He does have the Observer right there, but he's losing an Immortal. He is just getting cleaned up. All of a sudden, this fight was horrible for him. Too much damage coming out, and Reyno gets the full cleanup. I was with you. I could kind of see the potential for Mana, but it fell apart very quickly there as that army kind of melted. A few Lurkers showing in, the units from the other side, and that is good enough to make this a 1-1 scoreline. Mana and Reyno get tied up here in the best of 5.
Yeah, just not quite enough meat and potatoes with that army for Mana there. Raynor was, of course, in a pretty good position with the numbers. I thought with those Lurkers being out of position, it's like, hey, if you kind of engineer a high-paced base trade like that, suddenly you're killing drones on multiple bases. If he ran his probes off his third, I was like, okay, maybe he, like, gets all of his workers, you know, over to the fourth base. He buys some time with some Immortals, like just a few Immortals and Storm and batteries and stasis traps. And I just love Reynor's reaction. Just doesn't get stubborn, pulls all the Roach Hydra home, a lot of the Lurkers as well, comes in from all sides with Lings and drones as well. And when you come in with the surround on creep, we suddenly see that those Zerg units, yeah, they take damage to Storm, but they're naturally spread coming from multiple angles, and he is able to surround it, eat that army up. So he does tie the series up before we go into Ghost River, another cramped map, where I wouldn't be surprised if Mana wants to keep the pressure up with maybe a quick Twilight opening.
Yeah, actually, could be an option. Obviously, the small map, short one to run across, get some Twilight Adept play going. Could be a cool option, as we, like you said, I mean, he's mixing it up a lot so far, first 2 games, so absolutely possible. Ghost River, game number 3, 1-1 here between Reyno and Mana. Reyno bouncing back. And he's very clutch, you know, he has been behind in a series 100 times before. That is not something that ever really affects him mentally or anything, so was not really expected here. And so far, so good in terms of the recovery. And the top left-hand side, looking and hoping to get back on top, will be the blue Protoss player, Mana.
And over in the right side, the favorite in this matchup, Buddy, is playing on that away disadvantage. Korea to Europe ping. We'll see how he copes with it in the top right. It's Raynor. It's a very early probe. I mean, there's making sure you block, and then there's getting there 10 seconds before a 15-15 gets down. And it's like, whoa, that is Mana saying, I do not want to let you get that expansion down. It's interesting because I feel like you could send it a little bit later, just simply because Raynor has been basically, I don't think I've seen him do a 15 hatchery in a while. It's been almost all just, take the third, 16 hatch, I want the fast ling speed. You know, I'm sick of these double adept pressures. The harassment's been way too powerful with Adept Oracle. I'm just going to play the old school style every game and kind of go back to that. And so far, it's been going pretty well for him. Mana's going to be annoying with the probe, nonetheless. Just harass those workers, but you can see Raynor counter-microing very, very well. And whenever those drones get bounced off the patches, he fixes it up.
Well, the probe gets down to build the Nexus, and that means that we are going to have that underway already from Mana, so that's that started. And of course, the wait to see what the tech structure will be a little bit from now.
Gambling time, Wardy. Guess what? What tech do you think Mana goes for? I think Twilight.
I'll say... Oh, I'm going to say Robo.
Yeah, Robo again. I mean, it wouldn't be bad, eh? It looked pretty sweet. I think Robo would be cool if he then does like just a 6-gate all-in or something. I don't even know if that can work against someone as good as Raynor, but I feel like that sort of old school move would be really cool.
He really needs... I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, if Mana's had time to prepare anything, something that could work, be down for it. I said Robo. I actually think Twilight's the most likely, but I didn't want to say the same thing as you, so... But also, since Stargate's such a boring guess, right? Ugh.
Yeah, but hey, Stargate it is. I feel like Mana's gonna play probably like 2 Stargate, like Carrier or Tempest Rush or something like that. I don't know. I don't think he really wants to play Super Standard Oracle Blink. Maybe he does. You know, there's some good blink timings you can do as well. You don't have to play it in the most standard style. Like you can delay Forge and do one of those really slick 5-gate blink pressures, take a quick 4th behind it, and then add double Forge. There's a few nice build orders that mix things up and just make things awkward for the Zerg to defend. Meanwhile, Adept does arrive. 3rd hatchery has started. Raynor is going up to a total of 8 Zerglings. Ling speed's on the way. He's only on 24 drones. This is what you need to do to be super safe against the Adepts early. But behind it, he's going to be going non-stop drones and queens the moment he's stabilized here.
Non-stop. As we do have 2 Adepts making their way up through the natural into the main base. So they're just going to send themselves up over here. Just going to see a Zergling going down, make it a 2nd Zergling as well. So that's 2 Lings, 3 Lings. Ling number 4 also going to get picked up. That's not bad, but obviously not a single drone found. As Adepts will finish up a couple more Lings as well. So hey, at least you got something off of these Adepts. Unfortunately, it's going to be the end of them as we pull that one Ling away. And that is the Adepts cleaned up by Raynor. Fairly comfortably in the end, just cost him a few Lings.
Oracle's in behind it. Let's see if that can stack some damage on top due to the distraction. Oh, that Spore Trick was real slick. Gets 2 drones, takes a bit of damage, but I think that's acceptable for Mana. You know, it was a good reaction by Raynor, but you're keeping the pressure up, you're keeping his economy low early on in the game. And we are going to see Forge Twilight. It is a Zealot opening this time. Goes Forge Twilight before 3rd and 4th cast. So he wants to go quick +1 and charge. Don't know how committed he'll be to the Zealots. Going those upgrades before even taking the 3rd base is quite a venture from Mana. Mana's got to build a pylon here. Supply blocks did get the better of him a little bit in the previous 2 games here and there. They'll start that pylon pretty quickly, so not too bad.
Twilight and Forge finishing, so we can start up the upgrades behind all of this. And the Oracle's still trying to find a little bit of something out on the map. Again, only the 2 Oracles, so there's not as committed as the 3 Oracle, which means the blink is a bit faster. How aggressive do we think we
dive.
Get? Ooh, yeah.
He's already damaged. Yeah, that was 100% going to always be a sacrifice. He might be okay with it. You know, you get 5 drones, you are slowing down Raynor's build-up, but losing the Oracle, there are a lot of Protoss players out there who say it's never worth it to lose the Oracle unless you're trading it for like 12 workers. They're like, nah, just keep it alive. Its value over time is worth more than that. I don't know. I think 12 is a bit extreme. I'm not sure what the actual number would be, but I do think 5 drones is kind of like maybe 50-50.
Yeah, no, I think honestly 5 drones is pretty nice. Obviously, a little bit sad that there's only 2 Oracles to begin with, right? Because then it's like, you know, now you've only got 1 left. All the gates coming up, by the way, as that +1 and blink comes through. Yep. So potential to get aggressive on the blink timing. Bling's on the other side already, though, picking off some probes and just slowing down. Mana's set up completely. The more you do that, the better off you're going to be finishing things.
The Zealot was between the minerals and the gas, but it was like slightly off position, so the Ling's got the full surround on it. Just like, it's one of those things where you're like, just off by a couple pixels there, Mana. Just a little bit mispositioned, and Does lose the Zealot and a bunch of probes on the third. That being said, he's keeping the work count pretty close. If he can kill this Overlord, that's nice to kind of tie things up a little bit. Just keeping damage happening on both sides of the map. Oracle doesn't have energy. Oh gosh. Warping in a few Zealots in behind the mineral line. Charge and +1. Well, Charge never actually started. It did end up being Blink. But definitely weird build order. Because it's early Blink, but I guess he was planning to do the 6-gate Blink pressure. But yeah, it's not really rounded out because he's taken so much economic damage that it feels like Mana has to kind of go away from that into a more standard game plan now. And like with the Robo and the Sentries, it looks like he's just going to try and go Colossus.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. I think he was absolutely thinking like, oh, I'm going to go for this big Blink timing, this big bit of Blink pressure. And he just got completely shut down from that idea. So he's ended up in some trouble now as we do see the Stalkers chasing the Lings away out over to the left-hand side. Again, Robo Facility, Robo Bay coming up. +2 attack on the way in as well. So we do see Mana just completely transitioning out of any sort of initial aggression here and just going to go into that Robo attack and playing from there.
Warcrawler in the natural does defend. These Oracles going to have to regenerate their shields. Stasis Trap's a bit naughty there. Mana does think better of it. Overlord speeds on the way for Raynor. Mass Roach on 65 drones. Roach Max is probably the most simple way to kill Protoss, and it is so bloody reliable. Because Protoss is always thinking, is it Mutas? Is it Swarmos? Is it Lurkers? Which one's he doing? And then, is it Ravager Bane, Hydra Bane? And then you just run across with a ton of Roach Ravager Zergling, you just win the game. Is it going to work here? Not necessarily. There's a Mortal Disruptor building. That's kind of the perfect thing against this. He's got 2 Overlords for the Queen drop. I don't think you need that. You've got Creep already to his base, so I actually don't think the taxis are needed at all. It almost seems like a waste.
No, I'm with you. It just feels a little unnecessary. As you see, the Oracle's already jumping on these Ravagers. The Roach are so eager to get across here. First Disruptor is ready, but where is it? It's going to have to come from the Naturals. It's going to come from an odd spot and is going to expose itself. However, Reno not ready for it. Mana pulls back. Just a few Roaches in the front. Now that Disruptor getting jumped on, but Reno's numbers are going to be lacking by the time these Queens finally show up, which is right now. There's like a handful of Roach Ravager left, and this does not feel as though it's done what Reno wanted.
Yeah, the Disruptor shot, like, yes, the Immortal went down, but the Stalkers have done well. Oh, those Biles do hurt. He does spread creep on the front as well, allowing himself to transfuse here. I guess being able to transfuse in the action does make a difference, but definitely that Stalker count can just stay alive. Mana, this is where his clutch micro is needed more than ever. He's got to keep some probes alive on this base. You don't want to lose all of them. He's got 2 Colossus on the way, but they take such a long time to build. Feels like those Colossus maybe weren't the right unit to build in the midst of this action. The numbers getting out of control. He just doesn't quite have enough Stalkers to hang on. The Roach Ravager's breaking through, and he's losing a lot of workers. Battery Overcharge does come in. Oracle's going to start to take down at least 1 Ravager, but the Transfuse is fantastic. Oracle's pushback. Stalkers are going to eventually stabilize with the Colossus coming to the low ground, but Raynor has a huge supply advantage. It's mostly Roaches. It's not the most long-term plan, but the Stalkers dying are so expensive.
Yeah, all these Stalkers starting to drop, and Reno just really starting to overwhelm now. There was a point where it felt as though Mana was closing the gap, but yeah, he just couldn't really hang on in there. The reinforcements just showing up too quickly, and I think you're right. I think it is the problem of the Colossus. They just take so long to arrive. You know, and by the time they arrive, they just, you know, the kind of closing of the supplies is kind of, you know, completely gone anyways. So yeah, missed
54-second build time. Yeah. It's just a little bit too long, I think. I think the Disrupt is like 35 or something.
Yeah, it's way faster.
20-second build difference is massive.
It's huge in these situations for sure. I'm genuinely kind of surprised he went for Colossus as well at that point. So yeah, I think Disrupt is more of them. Like, it feels bad because the Disruptor has to like come out into the open to shoot, but the Colossus just is like you just said it right. It just takes so long.
I think Immortal might be better actually. I think Immortal's probably the best in between. Like, probably don't miss Stalker warp-ins at all, right? Because that's the most important. It's just units that get there immediately. Then Immortals second, Colossus third. Disruptor's probably actually lowest priority once they're there, right? If you can keep a Disruptor alive and fall it into behind your third mineral line, I think it's really good, right? But if it's coming from the natural, like you said, once the fight's all spread out, they feel kind of useless. That's a really good point, Wardy.
Yeah, no, that's I actually would have liked Immortals, like, especially because it was so Roach heavy on the follow-up, right? Like, it was just Roaches spamming across the map. So honestly, yeah, maybe you get some Immortals out and, you know, Maybe that is the difference. It's just going to be getting them to the army, though. Like, getting them across to that third base and joining with the Stalkers. But that's going to be difficult with anything. Anyways, Reno now up 2-1. We go to Alcyone for map number 4. And the hopeful start of Mana is fast disintegrating, fast disappearing. As Reno now takes the lead and is a map away from moving to the winner bracket round 2.
Yeah, I think Crimson Court was a good map for Mana, and it's a map where Raynor choosing to take that purple gas base kind of played into Mana's strategy really well. Since then, it's been a bit more back and forth. I guess technically a slight supply block hero there, like on Golden Aura, did hurt him a little bit. Other than that, though, it doesn't feel like there's too many big mistakes from Mana. It's just that Raynor's early game it's always this mixture of kind of tight defensively, but also almost like ridiculous levels of greed mixed in with it. Like it feels like he drones faster than anyone when he's got a handle on what's going on in the early game. And I like that we saw the Oracles keeping the pressure up a little bit more in that last game, but the Ling counter aggression was huge. So very scary, very hard to deal with. And we are going to be going into this next one. Let's see, can he get the 3-1 in the bottom left side of Alcyone? It is Raynor.
Top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss player from Team Liquid. It's Mana. Bigger map, Alcyone, so opportunity to see a few different things perhaps pan out here. I mean, this is going to be a tougher one to find like a big kind of Kreen walk on, for example, from Reyno's point of view. Maybe he would have to actually bring the taxi across this time around, so potential for something along those lines. Mana, obviously, he has mixed up his build kind of throughout, so we'll see what Game 4 brings us. He's not done the same thing twice so far, so yeah, absolutely another chance to mix it up again and to see if something else will perhaps find him some success. Or maybe he just sees, you know, the first game as a sign just to return to what did work for him so far and just to go back to that more aggressive kind of robo style.
And there's part of me that always wants to see more cannon rush out of the Protoss players, you know. It's such a lost art at the pro level, I feel, right? Parting brought it back for a while, and he stopped doing it eventually. But, you know, it was interesting because he kind of made people afraid. Like, I remember pros were so disrespectful towards cannon rush, and he got so many free map wins because they just didn't pull enough drones. They weren't preemptively pulling drones. They were always underreacting. And there was a certain point where like everyone was afraid and pulling a worker to like block the abusive positions on each map, and they were always kind of a bit paranoid about it. And then he stopped doing it. I do think maybe that's one thing that's kind of missing from the strategic range of top Protoss players these days in this matchup.
That's a really cool little thought to think about.
Maybe I just played too much NA ladder though. Who knows, right, Audi?
Yeah. Surely not. Can you ever play too much NA ladder?
Well, yes, like, these builds are really good. I lose to this all the time.
Yeah, maybe there's a potential to play a little bit too much NA ladder. You know, cool ideas though. As the Stargate is the choice for Mana here, so he is going to just go again for one of the more standard tech options. Again, we have seen a Void Ray first, we've seen Oracles first. We'll see what the choice is for him here. I do feel like his follow-up is still likely to be different. Last game he went Oracles only and then tried to go into that kind of more aggressive Blink setup, but then had to pull out of it. Would imagine if he plays it this time, it's less likely to be the more aggressive Blink setup and a bit more kind of even more macro focused from that point on.
I think map control is huge against Raynor, and I think that's something you really need to actively put a lot of focus into. So if you go Void Ray first, which he is, you want to preferably push forward and try to like pick off a few drones and overlords and stuff, but that means you need a lot of extra defense at your third, right? In terms of like extra depths, perfect positioning. You can't let Raynor surround any of your early gateway units. That's actually massive. Like, early unit trades are very important. And these little edges are the things that Raynor runs away with. This is why he was nigh unstoppable in Zerg vs Terran for a long time, because he just got better at all the early little micro trades. He'd get his creep tumor down a few seconds faster. He'd, you know, deflect the Hellions with a few less Zerglings, focus the Reaper down better. And I really feel he's brought that speed, attention to detail, and focus to ZVP early game lately. So you got to be very cautious. That's once again very early Forge Twilight, is it? Or just the Forge, perhaps?
Forge Twilight. Okay. For a moment I was like, oh, just a Forge, but no, Forge Twilight comes in and that is quick.
Now I'm looking for it, and I'm like, are we gonna pull off? Are we gonna pull off gas? Are we doing a 3-base chargy lot mana? I don't think so. It'd be kind of wild, but maybe just more of like a Zealot Archon opening or something like that, or Zealot Archon Immortal perhaps.
Yeah.
I do wonder. It's a very quick bunch of 3 more gateways, so yeah, he's gonna have the potential for a quick +1 charge timing. Maybe just commit with like 12 Zealots while actually taking a 4th behind it. That's actually a very solid timing.
That could be kind of cool. So, like we've been saying, Mana definitely switching up game to game, trying to catch Reynor off guard, making Reynor work for it. You know, making Reynor kind of really trying to figure out what is going on, what is being done each and every time, and just trying to, you know, like I say, catch him off guard, catch him making him a misstep, because he's not able to fall into any sort of like comfort zone so far. See the
Reynor's got his Roach Horn on time. He's being pretty respectful. I feel like he's not playing. I'm used to Reynor getting too greedy sometimes in his series over the last year or so, but this time he's been pretty on point. Good micro though from Mana. 3 drones in and out. Doesn't take too much damage. Well done. If he can get rid of these Zerglings before he shows his hand, that'd be great. That Zergling gonna get cleaned up by the Void Ray. Nice catch. Overlord speed's on the way. Reynor's planning the same sort of strategy, and that's perfect. Because not only can this kill a lot of Protoss strategies if they don't execute really well, but it also keeps you safe. If you're gearing up for your own attack, guess what? You're going to see Zealots coming. You're like, oh, I was about to move out with my own Roaches. This is fantastic. This is actually perfect build choice for Reynor. This is so unlucky for Mana in terms of like build counters. I mean, half unlucky, half just amazing choices by Reynor. Mana needs to run away when he sees how much stuff Reynor has and pull back and defend.
Yeah, he needs to just pull for sure, as we see so many Roaches here. The Zealots are going to run in. Oh, they've kind of... Okay. I thought they were going to keep going, but they were already kind of pulling further out to the upper left, so they are going to run away. Double Robos on the way through. Queen's going to get some damage onto the Void Ray here as more and more Roaches just spawning into play. Lings are into the natural, though. That's the last thing you want to be dealing with right now, as probes will start to drop, and that's just such an annoyance when you're getting ready to deal with some aggression from the Zerg, and you're obviously now going to be doing it with less economy and with having to warp in all over the place instead.
You know, they say to be the best, you got to study the best, and it looks like Mana's been studying some hero replays this morning. Oh, that's unfortunate, mate.
Yeah, that's the one part of the hero game you maybe didn't want to copy, the lack of a wall off. You had the depth there as well, it's just not in the right place, as our Roaches are going to come across the map from Reynor, and he is going to go and push himself onto that 3rd base. I mean, honestly, just losing 16 workers there, suddenly Mana's already down on probes on this defense. And, well, Oracle is going to try and get some cancels. The Overlord is just going to fly by, wants to bring the Queens to the front very quickly, get rid of this Void Ray, it seems, is the plan. The Overlord is actually going to get knocked down. We did not manage to transfuse it, so that means no creep on this side, so no transfusions available. Void Ray and the Oracle both dead already, though, and this is very Zealot heavy, so if these Roaches just stay clumped, it's going to be difficult. We're trying to come in from all sides. The Queens are going to get caught, but honestly, I don't even know if I hate that. There's a Queen drop in the natural as well.
Oh, Reynor, what? Queen drop in the natural. He's styling right now. He's having a lot of fun with that. The Queen drop there looking really good. The Roaches do get surrounded and cleaned up, though. Dude, Mana, impressive hold. Unfortunately, his workers have been shredded. The Queens are even going to the main right now. Oh, it makes you wonder. This was actually a really sick defense with the Void Ray into the Zealot surround. If he didn't lose those workers beforehand, this could have been amazing. Oh, dropping a deuce inside your opponent's main base. Bit disrespectful there, Reynor. But obviously it is actually an effective move as it gives you scouting. It is a very nice move. Stalker's going after him. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of there.
Oh my goodness. 3 HP. Will unload on the natural and probably just go for a couple final probe kills or so. He's going to hit the Stalkers at the moment. Mana is moving across the map. I mean, Mana's economy is absolutely shot. He's about to have +2 attack. He's going to warp in some more Zealots. He is just going to send it with one big hit. At least that's what it seems like, although currently pulling back from the center. I imagine it's just to reposition and go a different direction. Knocking down Creep Tumors. Reynor is building nothing but units. He knows the situation. He sees with the Creep Tumor there that obviously he's like, oh, I don't see you building any probes off the Nexus. So that pretty much just tells him, okay, you are all in me. And that allows him to just build nothing but units and set up to try and play defense here, which is still not going to be easy, but you can also lose a few drones while doing it. Holds with the whole position on the drones, helping out a little bit as the Roach Ravager comes up, and Mortal's going to have to micro back, and the Zealot's still trying to make progress. They are just so stuck on that mineral line. Corrosive Piles missed the Prism, though, so Warpins may continue for a bit, and Immortal micro, but there's just too much here from Reynor. Mana's numbers are dropping down.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit odd there, but that was kind of funny. For some reason, I don't know about you, but I can't see a flyer helper underneath that warp prism, whereas I can on the observer. So I'm not sure if that's the same for Raynor as well. But you know, there's often, you know, if you have the setting for the line underneath the unit, I don't know if you have that turned on. But for whatever reason, I can't see that on that warp prism. I mean, you still can see it, the unit highlighted when you hover a bile on it, but normally you aim for the circle on the ground underneath. You can change that in the gameplay settings for anyone who doesn't have that on. But just an odd little thing. I don't know if it's the same for the players or not.
Yeah, that is actually weird. Is the actually I don't see it for the observer either. So it's, oh no, I do see it for the prism. Never mind. If I click it properly, my bad. All right, well.
Be funny if Mapu, like, it's different for him. I don't know. It's,
Yeah,
it's different for everyone. We don't know. Anyways, good build for Raynor, honestly. This was just, like, very smart build because it's just so hard to stop these attacks. And we've all watched Dark play. Dark just does these sort of, like, random Roach Queen attacks all the time. And he transitions even when it goes terribly. Like, the number of times he wins when he's down 30 supply or something, or down 50 workers or something ridiculous is huge. So the thing is, it keeps you so safe as well. And we saw that it kind of just hard counted Mana's build to a certain extent. Now, maybe if the units didn't get in the main and the natural would have been a different story, but this just is a testament to the pace Raynor plays at. And it's hard to describe because, like, it's easy to just look at, like, the small mistakes Mana made and say, oh, well, just don't do these small mistakes. And then you realize, like, the pace of playing against a guy like Raynor, it's very different to a lot of the practice you normally get, where you simply have to play faster and do more things than you're used to doing against your normal practice partners, because he's more active with his Zerglings, he's more in your face, he's looking for those openings, and he will catch you out all of the time, as we see right there with an Immortal going down. Two of them do get saved, but the Roach drop in the main still having a bit of a party, and even with battery overcharge and a prism, 'tis but a dream for Mana right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much Roach Ravage. I don't think the battery overcharge is anything to actually be concerned on here. We just go attacking in. First of Files will knock down the pylon. Does not actually depower the battery, but doesn't really matter too much. GG, well played. Raynor, it will finish this series up. 3-1 victory for him, and he's going to go cruising through to upper bracket round 2 here in the ESL SC2 Masters Regional Europe. So congrats to him. It sets up a hell of a matchup in that next round, by the way. Raynor against Hero Marine. It's going to be tough for Raynor with the ping. Hero Marine's been playing well. I don't think that's going to be an easy one for Raynor to get through at all. So that's going to be tough. That'll be in a couple of days' time, I believe. As we'll take a quick look at the standings just to update you guys with that Raynor victory. 3 slots left to fill out in winner bracket round of 8 with Gung Fu Banda versus Spirit up next, Pig. We were kind of excited about this one, right?
This is going to be a banger, man. I guarantee you, for those who don't know, we refer to Spirit as the schedule ruiner. It's his name every cut of each. So you go, oh, schedule ruiners here. We're going to be here till 3 a.m. And I don't know. I feel like Spirit and Gung Fu might be the match made in heaven for some very epic macro games.
Yeah, me too. All right, well, we'll be jumping into a break, get some ads run before we jump into those epic macro games. At least that's what we're hoping for. We'll see you in a few. More StarCraft after this.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready for Kung Fu Panda versus Spirit. Apparently, I'm missing my boys in the game, but we'll get you guys in here, and we'll be off and away. So, yeah, we're set to go into some TVP action, Kung Fu versus Spirit. We've been working our way through 8 best of 5s today. This is best of 5 number 6. We've got this matchup to come, and then Laser versus Christiana, and Skillers versus MaxPax at the end of it as well. We're excited for that PvP. Expecting that to look a bit different from the PvPs in Asia earlier on. So, yeah, everything looking fun. Kung Fu vs. Spirit, a fun one. And we are set to go now into this Terran vs. Protoss for Kung Fu vs. Spirit. Kind of wondering if Kung Fu can actually, like, make it a long game. I think if you can make it a long game, this will be very interesting. But Spirit can. I know we meme about him being the big macro guy and everything. He can be quite deadly, right? Like, he can be very kind of tight with his timings and do some stuff early. So, yeah, interested there.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, because after casting a bunch of the Asian TVP, I know the European TVP is built different. They like to build workers and take 4 bases and build ghosts and things like that. Things we didn't get to see as much of with Coffee's pushes earlier. Spirit, very good at harassment, very good at turtling, very good at macroing to end game. You know, if you're ever going to see a mass battlecruiser late game, it's going to be a Spirit game. Kung Fu does have a pretty low win record all time against Spirit, something like 30% in series, so just less than 1 out of 3 series he will win. But yeah, I definitely feel like, you know, Kung Fu can go the distance in macro games. He's not necessarily an end game specialist. He's more of a mid game guy. But I don't know. I just sense like this match could go very long. On the other hand, Spirit does sometimes show up as that cheesy Terran that just wants to finish TVP very quickly. So we'll see exactly what bag of tricks comes out. We're going into Ocean Board for the first map. And down in the bottom right side of the map, we're going to introduce our Protoss player first of all. In the red, it is Kung Fu Panda.
Taking on the blue Terran in the top left-hand side, we have ourselves Spirit.
And it's going to be cool to see how this goes on. My favorite kind of memory of Spirit is many years ago, trying to set up show matches and being like, hey, Spirit, I'm trying to do some matches. What do you reckon? You know, this much money, play this time kind of thing. He's like, oh, yeah, sure. Just no Protoss players. And I was like, what? And he's like, I don't play against Protoss players. And I'm like, what? And he's like, they're disgusting and OP. And I was like, what? And I was just like, you got to play them in other tournaments, though. He's like, yeah. I don't get to choose them, though, but in show matches, I don't want to. And I was like, what are you talking about? This was so many years ago. He has evolved a lot as a player and a person since then. But I remember that was just like a sticking memory. Right? I've never heard of a player just like veto an entire matchup before for show matches. It was kind of funny.
That is funny. I've had that with a couple players, though. There's some guys that have just straight up said no Protoss. A couple of people have said no Terran at some point as well. And there's one Zerg who has been very adamant they never want to play a Terran player, so I'm not going to name any names, though. I'm not going to call them out. Not feeling mean enough.
I just throw them under the bus. I have no respect for anyone's privacy. I'm just a D-bag like that. No, it's all in good fun, of course, and it's always a little bit of banter with the players. There's a bit of fun. Marine first for Spirit. Haven't seen too much Reaper openings lately, and it is going to be a quick factory by the looks of it. So factory into reactor, not a bad style. Kung Fu has that Nexus finished, Adept getting chronoed, Warp Gate on the way, so it looks like a pretty kind of, you know, Twilight opening. Pretty standard stuff, most likely. Oceanborn is a map where I feel like in the last map pool, I was like, oh, this one's good for Terran. And I feel like in this map pool, there's so many bizarre and weird maps. It kind of just feels like the normal map now. Does that make sense?
Oceanborn?
Yeah, like it kind of feels almost like overgrowth now.
Yeah,
like, because there's so many wild new maps.
To me, this is just the norm. Like,
yeah,
this is like, if you want a standard map, Oceanborn is it. And some races prefer the layout a little bit, but it's standard. In my eyes, this is just a new standard for the ladder. You're right, especially because so many of the modern day maps are weirder. it does mean that, yeah, this one really stands out as being extremely normal in comparison.
Give me that white bread. Give me that vanilla ice cream, you know, give me that plain. Sometimes it is nice. I'm a little sad we haven't seen a lot of post-youth or Amphion. Those maps are getting vetoed super hard, sadly.
I love Amphion as well. I think Amphion's such a fantastic map.
Yes, I agree. It's the new Golden Wall, man. Fun, weird movement on that map.
Yeah, loads of different bases. At least Crimson Court gets some love. That's kind of similar in terms of like you can kind of have a lot of different base layouts, and people actually are playing that one, so that's nice to see. It's funny because Post Youth I feel like got played a lot early, and now they're kind of starting to veto it a lot more as they play on it more. They're like, no, actually, we don't like this. So it's funny how the opinions change there.
Yeah, I went from one day playing Max Packs in the weekly, and he vetoed it, and I was like, you know, this is good for Protoss vs Zerg, right? And he was like, what? I vetoed it day one because I didn't like the look of it. I like the old maps. I've never played it. And within 2 games, he was doing it, and he beat like Dark and a few people with it. And I was like, see, it's really good. And then I saw he was beating Terrans on ladder and playing the same map. I was like, oh, he completely unvetoed it for all matchups. And then a week later, like Clem had cheesed him a bunch on it and killed his gold base. And he was like, okay, I'm back to vetoing it, you know? And I'm like, it's fun to see the cycle of the players kind of figuring things out, going, oh, this map's good. Oh, wait, it's bad. Oh, it's good. No. There's too many strong pushes for them. Speaking of strong pushes, mate, flavor of the bloody day. Yeah. Mind drop into Liberate into Tank Marine push. We've seen so much of this. This is a slightly different one because it's got the early second barracks as well. So it's going to be a super committed Marine tank push by the looks of it.
Yeah, very committed Marine tank with obviously the stim behind it. Eventually, the Widowmine drop coming in. Blink not done yet as the Widowmine will just get to burrow for a probe. Good retargeting. I was going to say, just let that fire, I think, because he was actually stacked onto multiple probes at first.
Yeah.
I think he outdid himself there with the retargeting. Like, yes, he bought himself more lost mine time, but he could have had 2 or 3 workers worse if then the shot went off and going through microed late. So, yeah, I think maybe a missed opportunity there from Spirit, but nitpicking a little bit. He still has the medevac and the second Widowmine alive, so he can come back in and drop again at some stage. As the Liberator is now out as well, so that's something else that Spirit can get in position. And yeah, we're waiting for the Marine tank phase to come through because we've seen this one a lot the last few days. We definitely know how this is typically meant to play out from here.
I think I totally agree with your nitpicking about the Widowmine should have fired, but I also feel like for Protoss it's almost a competition to react the least these days, where like some Protoss players are like, no, I'm gonna pull back to like 1 pixel out of range. And then they just miscalculate, and like the Widowmine just fires on it and kills 7 probes. And I'm like, you know, you could just pull them slightly further away, right? Like, you don't need to. Like, it doesn't actually help you to have them standing 1 millimeter out of range of the Widowmine. Anyways, big push through the middle, Lib in the back, and the mine drop in the back of the main, ready in case Gung Fu does F2. Stalkers on the front are harassing. He's put his probes away. Stalker Sentry Immortal. It's a good force against the tanks, but that is a big Marine count, and they have stim. Oh my lord, that's a lot of units.
It is
forward,
indeed.
The Marines will stim.
First Stalker already getting shot at as well. Both tanks will in siege. We reposition. Finally, we get rid of the Lib, but that's a lot of lost mine time as well. And yeah, these Marines stimmable as a 3rd tank shows up. My goodness, this is not getting any better here for Gung Fu as Spirit shows up on that bottom side.
Mine drops going in the main at the same time as well. He was really patient with that. Of course, he's busy on the front. That's why he's not looking at it. The Marines do stim in at the same time. He'll burrow that Widowmine in the midst of this, and it will potentially get a big shot. Great reaction there. Gung Fu's reactions on point. He is hanging on, but that Nexus, if he wants to defend it, he's got to go. He does not have time to get charge up.
He does not at all, as the medevac there from the main kind of flies through to its death. Gung Fu massively supply blocked now as well, by the way, after losing the Nexus, so this is hurting him a lot. He's got Stalkers on very low HP. He's actually letting units wander forward as well. Not the crispest of play. And this is looking very good for Spirit, obviously, game 1. 3rd CC of his own coming up back at home. +1 combat shield soon here to even empower these Marines further. And he's still killing pylons. I mean, Gung Fu is building 4 pylons at once to get out of a supply block at the moment. He is desperate for those to finish. And Spirit just says, cool, I've done enough here. Let's go back home. Let's reinforce properly. Let's not stick too long and push my luck. You know, let's just play this out as I should, because he's got no 3rd base. I'm in a very comfortable position.
Yeah. Terran players, we refer to this as the gotcha Nexus maneuver, and then you try to get out of there. Protoss does not like you grabbing their Nexus and running away like that, much like a child who thinks you actually stole their nose. It's very upsetting.
Yeah. That was some cool micro on the tanks as well, by the way. Just little things from Spirit just to make this as smooth an experience as possible. As he's obviously just set back up over here, getting Marauders out now, +1 armor will start. And Gung Fu just tries to re-establish the third base and that extended thermal lance as well.
Observers watching this. Can Gung Fu climb back into this game? We've seen some pretty cool Protoss recoveries recently. I like the repair on that tank, though. Spirit's macro has been great. Like, he's got 1-1. I think the only real thing we could say is missing here is, like, he doesn't have any ghosts yet. He's got a Ghost Academy. But I think his army could push yet again. He's way up in army supply, and I'd love to see him just go and keep that pressure on top of his opponent. But he's getting a bit prepared for run-bys. He's got the bunker coming up with a bit of a depot wall. I love that little attention to detail, by the way. Not enough players wall off their bunkers. And if you leave that little, like, single space opening where, like, the Zealots can get at it and they all get stuck behind each other, that's even better. Like, I almost want that depot to be on, like, a diagonal, you know? Leave a tiny opening, and it just bugs out the AI if your opponent doesn't micro it.
No, that's a cute little additional thought as Spirit is coming across the map and he's looking to be very aggressive. Loads up a drop, so not sure if that was just Widow Mines or so off to the right hand side. Nope, it's full of Marines, so a full Marine drop out to the right hand side, gonna drop over there. We have got the rest of this push setting up from Spirit coming out the front. Couple Widow Mines will burrow, tanks will get set. And there's Bioforce ready to try and make something happen as well, as now going to see these couple of Zealots starting to charge through, trying to jump on this.
Marines do get defended from the natural. Gung Fu's doing a good job. Can't take a fourth just yet, but honestly, not dying is more than I would have expected from him in this scenario with how it started. Disruptor takes out the tank, does pull back. Yeah, he's doing really well. Honestly, like, Gung Fu's still way behind. But if he can manage to eke this one out, defend this tank push without losing any robo units, that's amazing.
Yes, it is. Zelda still chasing the rest of this army coming through from Gung Fu. He will push Spirit away up to that left-hand side, so he is going to push this back, give himself some freedom. Marines drop back in onto this mineral line where a few probes are taking damage. Zelda get warped in once again, and it is going to be Spirit. Wants to lift up and back off. Good defense from Gung Fu, keeping himself alive in this game where it looked pretty doomed for him early. But, yeah, Spirit having some troubles finding some finishing touches to the fights.
Yeah, Spirit's not really an expert at finishing it with timing pushes. He's great with his early aggression. He's great with his macro. And just getting ahead. That's what Spirit excels at. It's not killing you, it's just getting ahead. So even though I'm like, oh, Gung Fu's surviving, we got to realize that, like, Spirit is so well prepared for the late game. Marines are in the main. They will get cleaned up by the Zealot Stalker. Only getting a few probes there. Vikings are causing problems for the Colossus. No battery on that base just yet. Good pullbacks for Gung Fu, but you don't want to lose the fourth. And honestly, if Spirit just clicks on it, that's dead.
Yeah, if he just jumps on their space, and he should. I mean, there's no reason not to. He will be able to cover the ramp with EMPs. The instant cancel from Gung Fu. He understands the situation. Spirit Battery's healing stuff up already. That means it wouldn't be active for a fight if Spirit was to pounce, but don't think he's necessarily going to go, as the Stalker will blink away from the mine. Or, well, mine will unburrow and get blinked upon, either or. Still looking good for Spirit, I suppose. He gets fourth base up and just denies his opponent's fourth while getting his own fourth up again. Extends his position in this game, keeps him in the lead, even if he's not being instant towards clearing it up and closing it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of me that's like, oh, maybe we could, you know, drop the natural with like 4 medevacs and then hit the fourth or third again. Ooh, don't want that Colossus to get hit. Already almost dead. Good blinkies, though, to dodge. Viking counts out, +1 ship weapons on the way. Fusion core's almost done. He's on 2 starports, and I believe it's 7 barracks now. Ooh, ambush disruptors, but the Vikings spot it. Good reaction by Spirit.
Yep, well handled, as just have, and pull back in the bottom right-hand side. Spirit just going to finish up his 2-2. A single Marine wants to go hunting onto that probe, and he does see the fourth base coming back up, so he knows that's there again. We'll see if that instigates him to push forward. He's getting advanced ballistics on the way, so he's going to get himself ready and prepped with the Liberators. Knowing that that's obviously a very good way to obviously follow up in this situation. It's no surprise.
Gung Fu's surviving right now, but he's getting out upgraded, and especially with Lib range on the way, Spirit is building towards a better position in the long term. Right now, though, I think Gung Fu's army is exceptional. If he can land 1 or 2 good disruptor shots, he might be able to roll over things, especially if the Stalkers can focus down the Vikings. And making something happen before Lib range kicks in is huge. If he doesn't do that, I feel like Gung Fu is just going to get sieged by 10 Liberators and slowly lose this game.
Yeah, the libs need to, well, the libs need to be answered straight up. If you don't have a good answer to the Liberators, they will just control the rest of this matchup. So there's something to look at here. Wouldn't mind looking at this little Zealot that's trying to come through, and already a drop in the bottom left again. Put some pressure onto this fourth base as the main army keeps everything busy on the right-hand side. So actually that little drop there could have some success. I believe a warping coming in now, but we got rid of the battery, going to get rid of the cannon. It just makes it easier to jump onto here with drops later on, right? Because there's going to be less static defense ready to go. Spirit's still pushing towards the front. Super battery active though, and it's going to be a big help to keeping Gung Fu Banda alive.
3-2 upgrades almost finished for Protoss. It's an important power spike, but 3-3 is already 1/3 complete for Terran, so Terran will eventually outstrip on the upgrades, not to mention 4 starports being ready, 6 libs building at a time, +2 ship weapons on the way. Combine an EMP with a +2 ship weapons Liberator shot, and Stalker goes bye-bye. And when you're getting Stalker's one shot, an almost 200 resource unit, oh, it is so costly. So very, very rough for Gung Fu the longer this goes if he can't find some sort of answer. If he adds Storm, I might feel a little bit better about his position because he'll have at least the ability to zone the Vikings and libs. They can't just jump on top of you, but he doesn't have Storm, doesn't have an air transition. It's just this disruptor ball. And remember, the Colossus, there's enough Vikings to deal with them. There's enough EMP to deal with the Archons, which means basically it's just Zealots, Stalkers, a couple Sentries, and 5 Disruptors. That's not a great long-term army, and that's why things are looking rather stark for the Protoss player right now.
Definitely not looking too pretty as a couple of libs fire away for 5 probes. Yeah, I mean,
does get a few Vikings. That was actually a really nice blink forward there.
It's a nice moment for Spirit though, right? Because he just got a bunch of probes just as Gung Fu wants to attack. Spirit's just hitting him back at home, and it's just a problem for Gung Fu. You're going to have to go and busy yourself with dealing with all of that as well. They have 3-3 about to finish from Spirit as well, so going to be looking good upgrade-wise. And he's actually going to get a catch on those Disruptors. Just didn't quite get the units down there to damage, but he will chase with Libs, and the Libs actually help to clean up.
We don't talk about it too much, but in the last patch, Lib range did get reduced by 1 with, with the upgrade. So they actually aren't quite as abusive as they were before. This map was one of the big problem maps last season before that change, because like you literally just could not reach them. But you can see even now it's still hard to deal with the Liberators on the south of the map. The drop's getting in. Spirit is a master of mass macro and harassment, and he's showing that right now. He's, like I said, very good at getting ahead. He's not the best at just running in and killing his opponent. We saw like earlier, Oliveira and Coffee, brutal. I'm going to try and kill you right here, right now, Terrans. Spirit is I will just work those advantages over time, methodically building those advantages for myself. And it really is looking like Gung Fu's stuck in a corner with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Libera is going to continue to siege up. Bio will stem, so Stalker taking quite a few shots. We do pull back. The Disruptor shots firing through. Archon going down. This was a massacre as Gung Fu Banda's army just did a disappearing act.
Absolute slaughter. Like I was saying, you need something like Storm. When those libs run forward and siege like that, you got to be able to hit them with some sort of flanking splash damage that hits air and ground. Easier said than done. Gung Fu was on the back foot from that first push that got rid of his third base. Spirit just played a really tight opening, and that flavor of the Widowmine lib marine tank push where you have stim in the second barracks, I always find that to be the nastiest push, because you think, okay, this is kind of hard because there's 3 things happening at once, but at least these marines and tanks are kind of crappy, right? Oh, what are they going to do? And then you're like, they have stim? Really? This early in the game? And the Widowmine drop in the main and the lib in the natural? That's where things get very difficult. So, yeah, no shame there for Gung Fu losing the third to that. The fact that he hung on brought it back to a situation where he maybe could have made something happen. Not too bad, but hopefully on the next map, Alcyon, he has a better opening and doesn't find himself playing from behind from 6-7 minutes in.
Spirit going to take the typical minute break between maps. And special move. So he does sit up 1-0 here. Big map, the next one, right? So potential to actually see if especially if you don't see earlier damage done. That kind of longer game that we maybe expect. This was already kind of a taste of it, right? Where it's like, even though Spirit did great damage early, we still kind of drew it out for 15-16 minutes of the game when a lot of players probably would have found a way to maybe end it sooner. It is that thing that Spirit just isn't great at, necessarily kind of closing games out. So just something to look at there as we ready up for again this map. As soon as Spirit is back and ready to go, we'll get that back on track ASAP.
It's always tough. I feel like if you go for charge is one of the simplest solutions to a lot of Terran pushes. Makes it very easy. They're so cheap, fantastic units, especially against tank pushes. But Gung Fu in that last game got caught with his charge about halfway done once the tanks were in range of the Nexus. It's one of those things where it's like you just can't wait for charge, and you'd actually be better off having not committed to it at all. But that is something you only know in hindsight. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a relatively quick charge again as part of his standard defensive setup. And I think against most builds it will work out pretty well. We are loading into Alcyon right now. I doubt we'll see any gold-based shenanigans on this map in a TVP. That would be something you only really see like Hero do. You know, opens with a proxy Stargate, some Zealot adept pressure, and then goes for the gold base. I don't think Gung Fu will take that sort of risk, but we will see exactly where it goes. It's been a great start for the Terran player as we load into the map. We are going to be introducing the Protoss player first of all in the top right side of the map. It is none other than Gung Fu Banda.
Representing Na'Vi in the bottom left-hand side will be the blue Terran player. It is Spirit. Big map. Big game potential from these guys. Let's see what they can do.
It's always interesting to see the different players' skill sets, and you know, Spirit. I just always feel like, you know, give him harassment while expanding. He's second to none, but doesn't really have the same sort of scary killer instinct some players do. Despite that, it seems like it's really hard to punish him. It's not like you can be like, oh, he doesn't kill you on the front, so I can be greedy, because he'll still push and he'll still deny bases. He just won't go all in.
That's true. He's definitely the kind of guy who he's just very happy to, like, I think he just believes in his macro game so much, right? And because that was always his bread and butter, like, it's just kind of the old familiar for him, so it's so easy for him to be like, well, I can see how I attack in here and I die because I mess up the fight, but if I play for the longer game, if I mess up one fight, there's less of a chance I lose the game from there, so I'm just going to go and do that because, like I say, he's just very comfortable doing that kind of thing, playing in that sort of a way, so it's kind of just him returning to his habits of old, even though he definitely has become a player that overall has been better and not letting the game just go on forever when it doesn't need to be. You know, old habits do still die hard.
Now, Spirit grew up in pain, man. This is the guy who played like hundreds and hundreds of practice macro games against Cyril in 2018 and 2019. We're like, how often do you win? He's like, never. Like, you just keep practicing with him. He's like, yeah, I think it's good practice. I'm like, I'm sure it is, but man, it's got to be frustrating. This is so annoying. And obviously not never. He would definitely take maps, but you know, some silly low percentage at that time, if my memory serves. This eBay block's been great though. Gung Fu's been forced into a second gas opening, a Zealot and an Adept. And that Nexus is going to be starting at like 2 minutes 30. Now, he does need a third pylon. There we go. Yeah, third pylon's a good choice. So as long as you keep probing non-stop, it's not too bad having that delayed. I mean, the command center is a little delayed as well. Oh, almost gets the SCV. Good reaction by Spirit. Barely gets out of there. Always confuses me how you hear the probe attack noise on the final attack, but it doesn't actually complete. So you're like, oh, I always feel like if you hear the noise, the attack should have happened, but it actually happens. The noise happens and then the attack sees if it connects, and if it doesn't actually complete the damage.
Protoss, man. Confusing us in every single way, apparently. Well.
Ooh, that Marine got sliced. Oh, he's going to let the command center finish, though. Maybe should have focused on that SCV. That is the bigger pick-off, the delay on the command center. Nonetheless, I mean, you only lose a probe, you get a bit of damage, kill a Marine, kill an SCV, and you see that there's a factory in the back as well. Twilight Council's on the way for Gung Fu. He's going for it. Blink behind this. And those Marines coming up. There's a second Adept. Good micro by Gung Fu, man. Is it enough, though? That's a lot of firepower.
There's a lot of firepower from these Marines, and they are going to come and chase this Adept as well, because it was shading towards the base. And I'm just going to be seeing our Adept going to get a grab. And that's going to be the cleanup in the end then from Spirit. So he has to shut this all down, and I mean, that's 2 Adepts, a Zealot, a Probe. Lost for a handful of Marines. Obviously, Spirit this game moving into the Cyclones and then the Starports, so a little bit of a different set for him. And he is up against Blink, so he just need to be careful. The Cyclones are not going to be the best unit here compared to if they were playing like against a Stargate or something. as we do have our units continuing through the middle.
Second and third gateway coming up. No robo just yet. I think this is pretty good though. If you can warp in 3 Stalkers here, should be an easy defense of the initial Cyclone and few Marines. There is another Cyclone and even a third one building. Spirit's going ham. Wow. Really hoping that Gung Fu's underprepared, but Gung Fu's got a battery up. Starts a robo as well, so Gung Fu's playing pretty safe.
Yep, making sure he's not going to die to anything kind of showing up out of nowhere, but the moment he has Blink, he's surely going to be in a very good spot to clean up this army. He still needs to get the Stalker count up, but he's playing 3 gates, so he should have access to it. He should have access to the warp-ins he needs, and he gets a couple of them now. Third Nexus will start as well. Spirit is moving towards that third. Marines and Cyclones alike. Let's see what we can do.
He did cancel the third Cyclone, built a Tech Lab instead. He's going for the Lib in the tank next up. Gonna look for the deny on this base, but he may be best off just running away. Those Stalkers will pick at you. He's gonna commit. Wow.
Okay.
Just commits 100%. Blink is ready. Medevac does go down though. Oh, that's huge.
I was gonna say losing the Cyclone to Medevac was a little bit sad as well. Maybe a bit of extra damage lost. You will lose everything, but hey, we got rid of the third base, so this wasn't all for naught. At least you got something out of it, so a little bit love found there for Spirit here in this game too. I think Gung Fu's not too upset though. It's not like the third was super far along. You know, he did clean up absolutely every single unit there, so now there's not going to be anything else showing up for the foreseeable future.
No, I mean, just a Lib and nothing else. So he also sees that Tech Labs are just starting. And when you see that, you go, oh, I have at least 2 minutes. Like, I have till almost 8 minutes in this game before Stim could arrive, right? Like, there's not going to be Stim bio on my doorstep for minutes. And that gives you a lot of freedom. That gives you the ability, because he sent the Hallucinated Phoenix across, didn't F2 at home or anything, Gung Fu can kind of chill. He can probe up, add upgrades, really transition to that next step. So really want to see more of this from him. Just keep hitting that economy. And he's got a good Stalker split in case there is more harassment.
Stim and combat shields coming up from Spirit. The couple of engineering bays coming through as well. So he gets all of that bio set up for the future. And yeah, just going to be seeing the third CC finishing, so you can morph that into the orbital and then continue through. So should be looking pretty okay there very shortly. So just have the charge and the +1 continuing to build. So Gung Fu getting his own tech up and running with the Robo Bay as well. Obviously that's going to be a splash damage choice for the future here as well.
Raven goes across the map, doesn't find the Observer outside the natural. That's very good for Gung Fu. It's already got a healthy worker advantage of 8, which I'm not saying that's like, oh, you're way ahead on economy, but it's kind of what you want in this matchup. Looks like Pylon on the left, maybe built there. The Stalkers are kind of looking around, but he's pulled the Stalkers out of the main, I believe, and the Raven coming in there, finding an undefended base. We'll be able to start getting some auto turret harassment down. He pre-pulls the probes. I think good reaction, better than losing anything.
Yeah, no, I lost my own time is better than actually losing a worker, and the Raven obviously can sit in the corner and do this a few times over, so that's going to be a challenge that we see for the next little bit. Meanwhile, Stim is done from Spirit and 1-1 is done soon, so he will be able to get some larger armies going, maybe even some drop play, because Gung Fu is obviously moving up to that 4th, so this is maybe where you can try and hit on the left side and the right side at 2 different times. Split push is pretty good on this map just because of that left versus right aspect of the expansions. I mean, for now, Spirit is just going to tech into the Ghost Academy as he's hitting his 3 bases and all his gases. It is time to get that tech online, and be surprised to see maybe even Vikings on the way at some point soon.
I was about to say, where's the armory at? Because if he doesn't go for the armory, he's super committed to 1-1, but he does start the armory. I think that's a great choice. You know, when you play a big 3-base economy build like this, continuing your upgrades is always a very good idea. So I like to see that. And it does look like Spirit's going to start venturing onto the map, looking to put on some pressure. Gung Fu doesn't seem to see this coming. This is a huge problem. Losing his 4th Nexus for free would be such a big mistake.
Yeah, he needs to, this is just going to be going down instantly, right? No idea that this is here, and this is going to be a great grab of Spirit. He is starting to move across now. The auto turret's going to the main base. And there's going to be the Liberator Center as well. Gung Fu pretty well set up to kind of deal with this all over the place. Widowmine goes into the center of that army. I think Gung Fu might be lacking units to defend this. Spirit's going to turn back onto the Zealots. A few more units coming in from behind. I think this was too bad of a fight to start out with. Now a diving Colossus, so we believe we can get rid of these. We do get rid of both. The Zealots are left over are not going to be enough. And Spirit is going to potentially get the 4th at the end of this. I think at this point you do just turn onto that Nexus, finish it up. I mean, it's only Stalkers showing up. We can still even fight these after it all. Great little attack in from Spirit from all angles, getting so much done.
That wasn't even a scary army on the front, you know, from Spirit, but it was so unnoticed, and combined with the Lib and the Raven in the back, such a good start to the fight, as you pointed out there, Wardy. It was like, man, just got good damage, started cleaning up units, probes were going down in the back, and now Spirit is running away with this game. Every probe he picks off is irreplaceable. And that battery overcharge will buy a bit of time here. Good micro from Gung Fu with the back and forth. Marine drop on the right side should get cleaned up. Colossus and Zealots in the main defend there. Drop on the right side does get shot down, but Gung Fu finds himself drastically far behind in this game, and that's just a terrible spot to be in. Down 20 workers on a Terran. Spirit has endless numbers. He can swarm, but he doesn't need to. He can play technically. He can do whatever the heck he wants. He's got 8 barracks on the way, ship weapons upgrades. He has got the Vikings coming to counter the Colossus. I mean, Spirit is just all over this series so far.
Yes, he is. He's been very comfortably in great positions after each of the fights. I mean, he got drawn out a little bit last game, but you can see that this is obviously looking pretty darn comfortable for him as well. Up 35 supply right now. And just, again, knocking down his opponent's bases is such a great thing to be doing, because you're constantly slowing down your opponent's setup. And if you're doing that, you're just going to maintain that lead for yourself as well. So it just gets better and better and better for you.
Going to clean up the watchtower there as he moves down that right side. Gung Fu trying to scrap together a defense with very few units. And remember, Spirit feels no pressure to do damage right now. He's just looking for positive trades, because he's ahead on the income and the army and the upgrades. And when you're ahead on every regard, there's no pressure, but you feel confident just looking for whatever favors you. Does hit a Colossus with one of those Widow Mines, but blinks to dodge another one. Counterattack on his 4th base on the gold. Looks like maybe a single Zealot ran in there and actually denied the SCV building that. And at the same time, we've got his drop in the natural. Gung Fu's doing a pretty good job of pushing him back momentarily, but feels like this is only a small chunk of Spirit's army. Doesn't want to lose it, though.
Yeah, doesn't want to keep it alive. That Colossus just spawned into those Marauders, unfortunately, so that gets grabbed as well. Now going to get the pylon that's powering the Robo, and we'll go into a battery after. So Spirit's still finding good value across the board here. Continue to find some connections, continue to find some trade-outs, and again, at some point, you're kind of just expecting the large armies. We actually will see this completely cleaned up now, so that's nice. You're kind of expecting Spirit to get one big kind of gather up of everything and be able to just sort of push. It might be that he just wants to get a few more Vikings out for that, because the Colossi are probably the biggest concern at the moment, so maybe expecting that to be the biggest issue at the, right now.
Second stop, what's up now as well? So he's kind of got, Lib range +2, 3/3, 8 racks, 5 or 6 command centers up. I mean, this is a delicious setup for Spirit. That being said, right now the army supply is dead even. He traded a lot of army away, and those last few fights actually weren't great for him. He is down 1,000 resources in the units lost. He's going to lose his planetary on the gold before it even gets up. Spirit's got to kind of just slow down and, as you said, gather a big frontal army, because there's no disruptors. There's nothing in here except Colossus, Zealot, Stalker. He just needs to have numbers, drop EMPs. As long as his Marines aren't too clumped up for the Colossus, he should be able to roll over this force.
It's the sort of army that's scary in numbers alone. Yeah, you look at the numbers, like, Gung Fu's in this, but again, it's what's in that army is very much so lacking with EMPs and the tech of the Terran. It should be, like we've already said a couple times, perhaps fairly easily figured out. So let's see what we get as we do have the Zealot Stalker Colossus still moving around in the center. Bio going to pull away to the left-hand side. Colossus firing there. A couple of EMPs go down, and we do fire some shots chasing the army away. 3-3 on the way from Spirit 2, so just going to extend that upgrade advantage. And also just maintain that base lead as he gets his 5th up and running. There's a gold base from Gung Fu on the way, though, and that might be one of Spirit's targets at the next time he feels comfortable with a larger force to move out.
Kind of feels like a repeat of game 1 in that Spirit is miles ahead, and Gung Fu, he's hanging in there, but I don't really see him getting into a position where he can survive. Like the Dark Shrine, I love that. I think that's a good piece of tech, but it's so late in the game. I'm wondering, 2nd or 3rd Robo, Storm, maybe a Stargate transition. Something like that needs to happen. It needs to happen really soon if he wants to have any chance once this Lib range comes in.
No, I'm with you. +3 attack is soon finishing from Gung Fu Banda. The Prism speed is on the way up. The Dark Shrine and a couple extra gates all building as well. And we still have that 3-3 is just not quite ready yet for Spirit, but I mean, with Doctrine coming up, it's going to give Gungfu some more harassing opportunities. Also, will give him a way to kind of move around the map and maybe deal some damage. Would be lovely if Gungfu can actually kind of force Spirit to kind of look everywhere on his bases, because Spirit's the one that's been kind of throwing units around the map so far. More Vikings are coming up as Spirit lost a little bit of bio. He'll replace it with Vikings and just try and deal with this. This is a lot of Zards, but need to turn around instantly, and they do.
Prism's gonna sneak by the turret, almost gets shot down, but will make it into that main base. Gungfu's army clashing in the middle. Big EMPs on his Archons and Disruptors. He doesn't have many Disruptors, and he's getting armor, plasma shields, still building Disruptors one at a time, but I'm waiting to see Gungfu make that play. There we go. Stargate does go down. Okay, so he's going to try and go Stargate. He's got forward gateways for warpings. He's got pretty good map vision. Spirit's just like a few steps ahead in this macro game, which makes it really hard for him to find those advantages. And look at that. Spirit EMP plus focus on the Disruptor takes it down. He's a little in front of his Vikings right now, but he doesn't seem to care too much. He's like, hey, that's all right. We'll catch up. And that Protoss army crumbles. Man, Gungfu's army is just falling apart right now. The Zealots are kind of stuck behind each other. One Disruptor comes in from the left. It gets dodged. And man, Spirit is monster moding this series. He is making it look rather one-sided.
It's funny because it's like Gungfu's like holding on, he's hanging in there, and again we're like, wow, you know, Spirit, you were so ahead. Why you let Gungfu max out? This is why, because Gungfu's maxed out, but it didn't really mean anything. Spirit was able to take such a good fight. His army was so much better. It's just about waiting for the correct fight so it looks this one-sided when it gets to this stage. And yeah, I mean, at this point we're just going to fight this. Obviously, these few Zealots will not be enough of a buffer for the Stalkers. Stalkers will melt against this amount of Marauders. The Disruptor will buy you a few seconds of Spirit splitting back. It's another base going down, and Spirit is once more looking good to win out a map in this series, looking to go up 2-0 in the best of 5.
Big wins here for Spirit. I mean, he's making it look like he just belongs in that next round. And he's looking like you're going to need to bring out some special sauce to beat him here. He's on another level in this matchup right now. His build orders are being tight. And it's like, oh man, his whole army's gone. He's still maxed. Playing Terran like a Zerg there. Masses of starports, 8 barracks, a billion command centers, and Gungfu just can't keep up. Very clean early kind of into the mid game for Spirit. And like I said, I mean, you need to do some real special plays as Gungfu to get back from there. Whether that's triple Robo Disruptor or Psystorm or triple Robo Disruptor to get you into Sky Toss or something, like, I don't know. It's easier said than done, but felt like we were watching kind of just Spirit establish an advantage, and from there it looked like an unstoppable force. Once he's got that momentum, he is a beast.
Yeah, no, he is absolutely a beast. I mean, you get going, you get started. He just takes the lead, and then he's just like, cool, with that lead, I can play such a comfortable macro game, and he just sits back and he does exactly that. As Spirit is now 2-0 up, so he's going to take a 2-minute break. It's his new strategy, a minute for every game that he's won in the series, so a couple minutes here before we jump into Game 3 of the best of 5. Spirit on match point. Of course, this is winner's bracket here in Europe. We can take a quick peek at it maybe just for a second while we wait for our players. So this is winner's bracket. Don't have the lower bracket to show you guys just yet, but basically anyone who lost in round 1 drops into the lower bracket against the guy you would expect them to, the same player. So for example, Bly against Wayne will be a lower bracket match. And yeah, obviously the loser of this ends up against Goblin, which isn't an easy matchup. And the winner of this gets to go up against Showtime. So lots of fun matches here in the European region as we enter these playoffs yesterday, today, and over the weekend.
I think Spirit Showtime's a very good match, actually. It's very interesting. Kind of what I was saying about this one, and that we could have long macro games. I think Showtime's much more likely to push it there, right? Rather than what we've seen so far in these games, obviously, has been a little more one-sided than I guess perhaps we expected. But yeah, man, we've already got like Rainer Hero Marine, Clem Harstem. Clem Harstem's actually a fascinating match as well, because when Harstem gets on point, dude, it feels like he is just such a master of like the simple, I just run my Zealot Stalker Disruptor around and just rotate it, and that's where my whole focus on APM is. And I just run around and just take pot shots and keep blinking on command centers and killing them. And it feels like I think Harstem does that better than a lot of players. So I really hope he can survive against the intensity of Clem's, early and mid-game Terran and get to that late game, because I always feel like it's a joy to see those two clash. And They had that epic series a few months ago. I can't remember what tournament it was in, but that was a lot of fun. I hope we get to see a little bit more of that action.
I'd be very down for that as we get ourselves up into Gung Fu Bandit Spirit Game 3. It's Ghost River for what could be the final map of this series. We have not had a 3-0 all day, actually. We've always gone to at least a fourth map, so Spirit looking to do what no one else has done today as he comes in. He was a big favorite in the groups as well. He was 3-0 through his group, so very comfortable there. Gung Fu had to go through all 5 matches in the group, so you can definitely imagine that Spirit is kind of meant to be the guy who is the favorite here. We'll see if he can keep that up. It's definitely been the case so far. As in the top right-hand side, looking to bring it back. Red Brawlers player from Berserker is Gung Fu Banda.
And his opponent on the left side of the Ghost River, he's looking absolutely unfazed by his opponents today. It is Spirit. Representing Na'Vi and looking fantastic. It's going to be a bit of a low ground gateway for some of that early potential Zealot, if not just the Adept pressure. You know, shading across, trying to maybe deny the SCV, building the command center. Always a good move.
Yeah, just little some things. This is a small map, so with that low ground gateway, get some pressure across the map quickly. And that's something that Gung Fu look to utilize, try and make Spirit's life a little bit tricksy throughout the early stages. If you can successfully do that, then that would be great. As again, that barracks coming up in the high ground gate and the gas coming through from Gung Fu. Waiting to see what the plan is. Spirit is not adding on gas number 2, so he will be looking to expand. Kind of honestly, so many Terrans do just expand high ground just for safety reasons nowadays. Ghost River would be the map to do that on as well, but Spirit, he doesn't have a SCV low ground at the moment. He is also still about to build the Opal and the Reaper, and then he can afford the CC. So he will low ground it up, and he'll have to play this defense down here. Nothing actually on the way from Gung Fu though. No early Zealot at least. Okay, there it is. Use it up now, so he will have some pressure coming to the other side very soon.
Good timings on this block by Gung Fu. It was right when he got to 400 minerals. Delays it by like a good 7-8 seconds there. That's actually huge. Command center delay, you know, it doesn't seem like that much, but that is almost an extra SCV production time he's going to miss. Slows it down, which also means the Zealot and the Adept can get there and pick it off. So this is a really good start so far for Gung Fu. Nice harass.
Yeah, great start as Probe comes back over. He's going to nibble at that SCV again. Any delay on this command center will continue to come about. And let's just see how Reaper still sitting around. Marine going to fire there. Probe will take another few shots. Factoring the reactor coming up on the side of Spirit. Command center halfway done. Refinery halfway done. Still bringing all of this through as we get ourselves the Adept continuing over to the left-hand side. And the Reaper continues to the right, so that's not going to be at home to help. So this first Marine in trouble is going to go down as Spirit is in a lot of trouble suddenly. He will not have anything for a while. The Reaper's going to have to turn around. I'm kind of surprised because he saw everything kind of on the way. So Spirit just kind of caught not paying enough attention, really, or kind of making some bad decisions and now regretting them.
Yeah, I mean, that Reaper was down south looking for proxies for a little bit too long this game, and it does cost him that Adept's going to start picking off those SCVs. I love that the Probe's one of the boys. You know, a lot of people leave their Probes at home. They say, no, Probes are just for mining. These Probes wanted to fight, and he gave him a chance. That reactor's going to go down. Oh, this is a really bad start for Spirit right now. Cyclone's almost out. I love this mature decision. Gung Fu's just like, yeah, Cyclone's almost out. Let's just like get the bunker cancelled, you know, and then run away. Not even that. It just run away. Super cautious, but I like it. You've already done so much damage. Why risk losing these units and be open to the counterattack, yeah? Pull back, be chill, and you're going to be in a great spot. Or just wait for the Stalker and go right back in.
Yeah, comes in once again. At least now we have the Cyclone, bit of better damage for Spirit, but he's again losing his Marines. He did finish the bunker though, so that gives him a bit of safety low ground. Adepts will get into the main base. Will not commit though. They decide it's not worth it, so he will be okay for now. And things will settle, but Gung Fu, he's feeling good, and he's going to proxy a gateway up because he feels like he can absolutely double down on this pressure he's already been applying.
3-gate blink with a gateway proxied. Skipping the Robo to try and get this going harder and faster. That could be very powerful. Remember, he can't really use the ledge, which is such a big weak point of Terran on this map, but he just has no way of getting high ground vision. If he warps the sentry in now, he could use it, you know, use the hallucination, but if he doesn't do that, he will not be able to. So third gateway is there, warping in Stalkers. He's cut probes as Gung Fu. This is a hugely committed time. He needs to build a pylon and think about taking a third behind the pressure. He's actually taking a third gas, which is interesting.
Yeah, taking the extra gas. Interesting in between as obviously our gate morphs in and extra Stalkers will be warping in here. Blink done soon. We do have a siege tank finishing from Spirit. Positioning of this defense is going to be really important. As currently the 2 seconds of the Raven are hanging around on the edge. Well, the 2 Adepts going to go towards the front. The tank is honestly in a pretty vulnerable spot. There's basically nothing to support this. That tank is super dead. We're going to blink straight on it. And now there's just a bunker with 2 Marines to kind of try and save the day. Drop an auto turret as well. Extra damage helps, but good fight from Gung Fu so far.
Really good decisiveness, and I love to see this. You're down 0-2. The series has been a one-sided stomp in the favor of your opponent. It's time to bring out some special spice. And that's exactly what he does. The probe harass was on point. Hides the probe, comes back in for a second wave, goes for the gateway, goes for the quick zealot adept pressure. Just lots of layers to that to set up for it, and finishing with the 3-gate blink aggression, a really nice way to just not let his opponent out from under his thumb. And kind of the opposite, right? Spirit gets ahead and kind of goes, oh, you know, slowly work our way ahead. Gung Fu's like, I can kill you. Oh, quick, let's go. You know, just gets right in there.
Zero chill, and rightfully so, because he absolutely had the killing timing there. There was nothing about that I think you could defend from that point. I mean, I don't even know where you'd put the tank, because if you put the tank high ground, you can like there's just no damage output for Spirit that exists at that point. Like, you know, you just can't justify. You know, the Stalkers aren't going to be chased away or scared away. So yeah, we get ourselves ready for game number 4. We still will not have a 3-0 today. Today is the game day with all of the games being played. Well, maybe not all of them. We've only had 1 3-2, I guess, but a little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday we had so many 3-0s. So yeah, game 4 coming up. Get this started here in a second. This, the
more 3-0s, the better the semis and finals, though. That's the way it goes, man.
Yeah.
You only get so many good series for a tournament. There's a quota. This is how competition works, right? It's like the you know, one day is really bad, the next day will be really good. Kind of goes back and forth like that. So hopefully we don't use up too many good ones before the end. It's always nice to have a really sick, pointy top 4 where every match is kind of going down to the wire. But pretty rare.
I love how Spirit joins this game. He's like, cool, ready, go, go. No break asked for. So this time Gung Fu's like, 1 minute, please. So these guys just, yeah, these guys just.
You gotta watch the replay after you win, Wardy. That's it. They're like, ooh, look at when I killed his units. Look at when the Zealot chopped the Marine in half. Ooh.
I genuinely think this is just a mind game. Spirit does take like a break after every game, so I feel like some players have now started to take a break after every game that Spirit loses, just to make it sink in a little bit for him. So.
That's pretty funny.
Fun.
I mean, I feel like when you lose, it's almost more important to have a break. It's kind of funny that he does instantly just go. I'm like, oh, fair enough.
Doesn't want to think about it.
I don't know, man. I do miss some of the characters we used to have in StarCraft, though, with their different interesting traits. You know, Firecake always comes to mind.
Yeah.
These sort of players. Interesting manners, some of the ones. The early days of StarCraft was definitely a bit more of a Wild West in terms of some of the different manners and the back and forth and the way the players would interact and stuff. I feel like these days it's almost too polite in StarCraft. We could use a little bit more spice.
Well, we'll see if we get any spice here on side Delta. Hey, we had Oliveira dropped a mule earlier. That was pretty spicy.
That's true. Give us more of that. That's it. We're like, oh, he dropped a mining unit in the combat. Oh, it was, you know, like we're like, oh, okay, like, oh, he asked for a 1 minute pause after winning the game, and the other guy, oh, he normally does it when he wins, so this is so rude, you know. We're like, oh my lord, could we be any soft? Yeah, come on.
All right, well, we are into side Delta to continue this series along. In the bottom right hand corner, the blue Terran player is Spirit.
We've got so many observers that it took me, I realized I needed to click on the drop down to find Mapu's camera. My lord.
These right at the end this time.
Popular. Yeah, it was. I'm going through all the numbers on my keyboard, but up here at the top left, we've got the red Protoss. It's Gung Fu Banda. Gets one back with some aggression. It's a different sort of thing when you can put your opponent on the defensive and have them reacting to you all game. Feels different. And Engineering Bay block again. Spirit coming out. It did well for him earlier. Yeah. Felt like Gung Fu didn't have a super ideal response to this. Most importantly, because he just didn't scout it for such a long time. And yet again, he scouts it really late. At least he comes down like before it's Cybercore / Nexus timing, but still doesn't really have enough time in order to say pull 4 or 5 probes, kill the SCV, kill the thing. He has to just go for the Zealot chrono and slowly keep on probing on one base.
Yeah, seeing it late really sucks, and that's exactly why it's just, you know, you could have stopped this getting so much more HP on it. As much as it's deny the SCV than it is to get rid of the HP on the Engineering Bay because it builds up so quickly. So that's definitely the issue, as we just have ourselves the probe coming back over. Zealot will be done soon, and we'll start to swipe through that Engineering Bay, but that is going to take a little while here. That is what we're going to aim for over the next little bit as the probe gets chased away by the SCV as well.
Command Center goes down on location on that natural. It's quite delayed because, of course, the Engineering Bay is not getting cancelled. If you see the Protoss take the third, you can build your Command Center a lot earlier because you can cancel this, but I think it's totally worth it, of course, because that Nexus is going to be miles behind where it normally would be. Bunker goes down pre-factory. Spirit playing very safe against the chance of counter-aggression.
Oh, gets the probe.
Almost makes me wonder if he's going to 3-racks, but no, it is a factory.
Nice little micro on the other side, but yeah, factory coming through, and we'll see Spirit then getting himself set as we do see Gung Fu. Cheeky little probe into the top right-hand side. I mean, he's still got to think about the fact the first 2 games he played was him playing a bit more standard. Did not go well. The game he won, he played much more aggressively. So maybe there is still some intentions of being further aggressive. Maybe he just wants to make sure there's nothing too crazy happening from the Terran. Make sure there's no STV here waiting to build a starport, for example. That's a very popular way to try and get a quick win. Hellion drop, you know, medevac proxied. All of a sudden they're in your base really quickly and, you know, series is over just like that. You're in the lower bracket of the spring regionals, so just being cautious, just double checking all the common places, especially near your main base or from the right side of that main base. That's exactly what Gung Fu is up to with that probe.
Starport's on the way, second barracks, Widow Mine, Marines building. It's very kind of simple setup so far for Spirit, but it looks like it could lead into like the mine drop plus lib plus tank plus stim push again. It does kind of feel like that setup so far. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, it doesn't have to go in that direction. And that Reaper's going to try to just rotate around going, where's your third base? Where is it? So far, Gung Fu not giving much away.
Reaper hops up, just sees a Stalker there, backs away. Twilight Council's researching the Blink, and this Robo Facility is the next step. Obviously, Reaper good to stay alive because you want to keep on scouting for that third as well. We do have the medevac on the way here from Spirit as we do drop down a Rax in the front. Engineering Bay is a building. And again, just getting this all settled down as the factory gets the tech lab on the go. Another barracks coming in, so that's 3 racks in total, and we're starting to get powered up. Here is add-ons on the factory and starport though, so getting that ready just for future tech and so on. Not going to go for anything too aggressive in terms of a lib, push, etc.
Gung Fu's going up towards the very fast 4 gas, so could go Storm, but more commonly from here it would be quick Colossus. Yeah. And Raven Interference Matrix is pretty good versus that as well. We saw that have some decent success earlier today. Widowmine drop coming towards the main base right now though. Gung Fu's looking rather paranoid in this game. Is he paying attention? Uh-oh.
Oh no, that's a pull, but it's pretty late, so you are going to hit 4 workers. There's one mine that has not actually fired yet, so just got to remember that. We do have not Blink ready yet, so we actually do have to take a moment to deal with this. Don't want to give up a Stalker. Ah, we've got the Observer, so that works. That's still quite a bit of mining time lost, though, and you lost 4 probes, and the medevac and other mine are still in the back, so really great initial drop in from Spirit. I mean, that's one of the best kind of sets of success you could have had. The only thing that would have been better would be that other Widow Mine that died. At least getting 1 probe, right? That's the only thing that was really missing.
Yeah, 100%.
Just up these
third base
as well.
is so delayed, though. That's what's so awkward about this for Protoss, right? It always feels like it's so knife's edge defending an early third with Colossus and Blink. But on the other hand, when you delay it, it's like, oh god, is this ever going to pay off before all the fighting happens? I don't think so, you know. So it kind of feels like you have to stay in the low 50s of probes until you defend the 3-racks push, and then kind of go to the next step steadily. Third command center hasn't started yet for Spirit. He's just pumping bio, stim, shields, +1, Ravens out. We do need medevacs, right? That's the thing, is usually that's the last little cherry on top of the cake, and the reactor on that starport is mighty slow. Third command center does just start now.
Yeah, that's gonna take a little bit, as we do have a, like you said, that third CC just starting, but it is a late third Nexus, so the thing is, if Spirit wants to kind of push and kind of do something here, like, it still feels scary because the third is fairly late from the Protoss, so in theory, they've been very safe. I guess it really depends if this Raven can land a good Matrix. One good Matrix on the Colossus, and we could really just stim in and kill a lot of stuff, right? So, it's gonna be big.
We stim, and we win. It's been said before, it's been seen before. Not a lot of meat here. It's Stalkers, Sentries, and Colossus. He's going to try and get some hits on the Ravens. I like that, forcing the siege up.
Yeah, anything to slow down the progress of Spirit and, moving forward, forcing the siege is going to be a part of that, as Raven is still trying to stay in the front, does not want to just get blinked on, hits the Matrix on the Colossus. We do have force fields, and that will buy you some time. The units can kind of slip in. The main thing is the tanks are going to get forward, but we're actually losing a lot of the bio. I feel like it was time to back away with those bio units a little while ago, because we lost a lot of them. I mean, the tanks are in an okay spot. We lose some Stalkers unnecessarily. Super Battery going to fade away, and now the tanks are even further in range of that third. Charge is getting close to finishing, though, Pig. That should be a big part of the answer here for Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, unlike game one when Charge was nowhere near done, this time Charge is finishing in a moment. If you can get one more warp in, that'll be big. That bio is heavily damaged, but you do not want to lose the Nexus. You got to go. Oh, he's going to lose it. That's unfortunate. If he could have kept that alive, I think this could have been great for Gung Fu. But remember, Spirit's on 3 base. He's got 60 workers. Like, this is not an all-in, man. You need to shut this down. Widowmine drops coming in the main, as well as a drop moving back in. And oh, this is just so awkward for Gung Fu. Does lose 3 probes. The drop's inside as well. He can start depowering pylons, picking off more probes. 2 gateways will get depowered there. And Spirit just casually pulls his main army away, realizing the damage has already been done.
Absolutely. I mean, again, depowering the structures is huge. We have the probes pulling. They're going to try and protect the Colossus here. Zealot's showing up as well. The last Marauder shot is good for the Colossus kill. The Stalkers will get the medevac, as actually that Marauder swapped medevacs at the end there. Cute little move from Spirit, as he has a 40 supply on the back of this. The Widow Mine was still there. Hits a bunch more probes. We're going to pull the probes to fight at Kung Fu. It's all falling apart for him right now. Losing even more economy on top of missing out on the third base. And Spirit, he pulled back with the main army. He's going to reinforce, and now he's going to get set to go. Maybe not right now, but he's got a Ghost Academy coming. Similar to the previous games, he's just going to invest in the future and put himself into a better and better spot.
Indeed. Ghost Academy finishing up, +1 armor. Such a big worker count as well. 71 workers, which feels like a little too much for 3 base, but you're building a lot of buildings. You'll build a 4th command center soon enough, so always better to be a little oversaturated than under. And wow, what can you do with this force? Going through, I feel like he's very solid with his micro, just hasn't often had the material on the board, on the map, to really do what he needs to get done.
+1 finishing prison coming up, but man, Spirit's supply is looking... This is actually maybe the most convincing lead he's had in the games in terms of just numbers as well. At least in the previous games, Kung Fu's been able to kind of keep the number game there, so it's looked as though he's got a chance. It doesn't even look like he's got anything slightly going in his favor right now, as Spirit's supply leads by about 50. It's a huge worker advantage. The army supply is obviously massive. Upgrade will be leading for Spirit soon as well, as he finishes +1 armor in about 30-40 seconds. And well, the Raven will go down here. Okay, never mind. Cool. This is just not a game that Kung Fu's meant to do anything in. The Raven gets to live on 1 HP. As the Ghosts are going to lead in. EMP's the Sentry, so no force fields, or very few force fields remaining. And now you put yourself between the natural and the third, and it's going to be extremely tough for the pros to take the right fight. We get a Matrix off the Raven as well. That 1 HP Raven coming in big just to help push up. And again, just going to fight down the ramp because you want the tanks to be part of this, so make him kind of walk through the tanks. Prism on the other side being denied. It's just all about Spirit at the moment.
Spirit's looking large, he's looking in charge, and this man is as turgid as they come. He is overflowing with skill, talent, and endless bio swarms. His bases just keep expanding, his upgrades keep going, and my golly, he's just going to kill every single Nexus and then try to either turn and fight or maybe get out of here. The Marauders have been a massive problem for Gung Fu throughout, and trying to hang on with the Colossus Sentry. No Zealots left here. As you can see, Colossus, great damage against Marines. Ghosts and Marauders kind of ignore them.
Yep. Yes, they do. GG is called, as Gung Fu says, and no more. And Spirit's pretty dominating the series. I mean, one game, he kind of got caught early, but otherwise, every other game, it was all about him dealing damage, putting himself in great positions, keeping himself in great spots. And with that, Spirit does move on through to the next round of the bracket here. So he gets to go up against Showtime. We already talked a bit about that pick, but that's probably going to be a pretty good match. It's a cool one. Definitely one that could be very interesting to see play out over the course of the weekend. With that left, we've got with that done, we have got 2 gaps left in the upper bracket round of 8 for Europe. It's either Eliza and Christiana to advance through to play against either Skillus or MaxPax. Our bottom quarterfinal will be decided over the course of our next 2 best of 5s as we wrap up 2 more matches here in Europe. We'll be right back with more StarCraft 2. Eliza Christiana, the Polish Showdown, is up next.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Well, 2 matches remain. This bottom quarterfinal has to be filled out, and it will begin with Christiana versus Alaza. We get this started up on Oceanborn for some PvZ. I think the first PvZ we've gotten to see... Oh, no, we saw Maniversary earlier as well. I keep forgetting that because we have no Zergs in Asia. I'm like, I did this yesterday too. I was like, we've not seen a Zerg all day. I was like, no, actually, we saw Harston Wayne. So, yeah, there is another PvZ coming up right here. And Christiana Alaza could be an interesting one. The Polish showdown here going to be taking place. What are your thoughts, Pig? I mean, Alaza, a big favorite in history, and I think just in general, you know, probably the stronger player. But Christiana, I feel like, is always making a decent bid for playoffs in these events. And, you know, now in the playoffs, I feel like it's only a matter of time before he does win a couple of matches one time in one of these.
Absolutely. I think it's always someone you can't count him out. You got to keep your eye out for these young dogs coming up, being aggressive, seeing if they can snatch some. But this man's been at the top for a long time. He is a very powerful Zerg, always up the upper echelons of Europe, and he is looking fantastic. The name to take down if you want to be someone of note in Poland, it is Alaza in the top left side of the map.
Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, it is going to be Christiana.
And of course, Alaza's playing for Team Liquid right now. Starlight Twinkle for Christiana. Always fun. I love that name. Team Starlight Twinkle.
I don't know, it's like an anime or something, you know.
Yeah. I'm still sad that it's Dragon Kaiser Gaming. It just doesn't quite sound the same as Dragon Phoenix Gaming as well. You know, there's like,
yeah, I know.
I feel like there's certain team names. Yeah, where's our KT Finger Boom or whatever they're called? Oh, is this a fake cannon rush? Hello. Oh, it comes in and drops the GG tag. I like it.
All right, you gotta put your tag in the base. You know, naturally, you know, get some mental victories over your opponent before everything else kicks off here. Let's just have our probe. Gonna go up into the main and scout around, of course. Do you not think that Christiana is gonna bring out as much kind of variety as we saw from like Mana in the earlier series? I think this is gonna be much more case of seeing Christiana probably go open. He will mix it up a little bit, but I think it's gonna be like a Twilight Council mixed in amongst some Stargate builds, if I had to make a guess.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because he mixes in some really old weird builds on the ladder, does Archon drops, he likes his double Robo, does do all sorts of bizarre things. Little few weeks ago was doing a 3 base, like just mass storm push with like 6 Immortals and 6 High Templar and Archons and Zealots. I mean, so he's got a lot of very interesting styles that he's capable of bringing out. And he is very, very well-rounded in that regard. Now, Alaza's famous for a few things, right? The Polish Gambit, which is not building any Spore Crawlers, even when you know Oracles are coming, and just relying purely on Queens. You can take more damage than normal, but because you didn't kill 3 drones to build Spores, nor waste the 225 extra minerals on top of those 3 drones, you just have way more money, you know? He's also famous for building way too many Overlords to get up to about 300 potential supply, even though you only need 200. And he's famous for basically taking way more drone losses than any other Zerg and still being ahead, because this man knows how to build economy like a psychopath. Like, he is so good at absorbing damage because he does like to be very greedy at times. Now, I would say in this matchup, his weakness is he's too logical. If you're a very tricky Protoss, you can kind of trick him into doing something and then you know, cancel your attack or do the opposite. So you can kind of show him fake information and he will bite on it and react in a predictable manner.
This thing is going to try and clean up these adepts, but they already get 3 or 4 workers, which is not bad for the first tier adepts. Great analysis of the players before that. I could not agree more with a lot of what you said. Yeah, nice to get in there and get some workers, though. Christiana being the first to really strike. I mean, Protoss should be the first to strike, but good damage. Now the Oracle coming across, and there's a Robo on the follow-up. That was not one I was expecting.
And full gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, River full gas. This is looking unique, that's for sure.
Alright, I'll take it back. He is maybe going to mix up even more than Mana.
I think he will move out and take a third. 4 gate? 5 gate? What is this? 4 gate. But no Twilight. This is... I feel like he forgot the Twilight Council. Either that, or it's just a straight-up 2-base like Prism all-in with a ton of unupgraded gateway units. Very interesting play. Because what's the gas for?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, he's already got 500 of it banked. Whenever he decides to tech, he's going to be able to get all the tech. Now he drops the Twilight Council.
Yeah, I think he forgot the Twilight. I think he thought he got the Twilight after the Robo. So either that or this build has got some 300 IQ stuff. And you know what I always say? 300 IQ and 0 IQ are actually quite right next to each other. If you go above 300, you tick back over to 0. And so sometimes my small brain can't comprehend things. But definitely an odd build order. Laser's going to be a bit confused about what's happening. But he seems to be confidently droning. And right now, that is the right call. Even though he doesn't know about the Twilight and the Forge in the back, that's actually going to, you know, drones counters this. There's no actual attack coming just yet.
Overlord gets knocked down, Templar Archives and the Forge continue through, and, well, I guess that's where a lot of the gas can go, right? Just into all of the Archons. As the Immortal comes up, we'll get an upgrade off the Forge, and the Laser just starts up into his lair. I mean, nothing's coming so soon that he can't afford to tech here a little bit. He will get some Roaches up for safety, but already on 60+ drones. I think the Laser is feeling pretty okay about this. He knows what his opponent is up to with, you know, in terms of not being overly aggressive, and his Overlord very close to spotting out that Prism there, so... a little bit of something to look at too. There's a couple of Adepts are poised on the left side, also hoping to kind of make themselves known very soon for a good reason, hoping to get some damage dealt.
Yep, it is that Archon drop, and he is going to be going for that. I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially a second Robo come in for him in the follow-up as well. Nice Adept pressure. I just feel like these little details, the Micro and the Adepts, really fantastic. 5 more drones. Laser's opening has been so greedy. Look at this, dude. This is what I'm talking about. He just lost 5 drones. He's at 70. What the heck? It's 6 minutes. And he's already lost 9 drones this game, and he's still got so many. Laser knows how to build those workers. He's got Infestation Pit on the way as well. Queens and Roaches will come to the front. And I do feel like Ravagers are pretty fantastic. I was wondering, because we were discussing this style... with Rainer on stream a few weeks ago that Christian had plays, and I was saying, like, could Swarm Host work? And obviously Lurkers you'd love against it, but it's can you get to Lurkers before he pushes you? It's what Laser's going for, but it looks like for now he's stuck on Heavy Roach, and if the Immortals can push with a Heavy Immortal army before he gets there, that's going to be a problem. Right now though, great cancel on the 4th, uses Oracle Energy, Stasis Trap, and Archon Drop Micro. That is fantastic. It's a quick hive for a Laser, but the gateway count's already exploding, and I don't think he's going to get time to get out Lurkers necessarily. The Immortals are building, the gateways are finishing, charges on the way. Christian are no doubt looking to push out in the near future. There's an Overlord literally sitting over his 3rd right now. That is bizarre.
Yes, there is. That Lurker Den coming through, man. You said, can you get there? He's going to go for the extreme greed to try and make sure that we can get there. It seems to be the plan of action, so... away we go forward. A couple of Archons going to try and deny this topside base. There is the hatchery coming up on the other side to act as a 4th as well if necessary. So just getting all of that up and running. As we do have Immortal +2.
15 more drones?
Okay, that's
dude,
crazy.
as a Laser, oh, dude, I don't know if a Laser's prepared for this build. I don't think he realized this is a 3-base all-in, going 90 drones. That's too greedy. I think this push is going to get him. Second Robo and +2 attacker on the way, but Christian is already moving out. I mean, it's a pretty good Roach Hydra Force, but it's a lot of Immortal Sentry plus the Archons. This is a scary moment. Laser's greed knows no bounds. Is he going to get punished for it? If he can just hang on for another minute, it feels like he'll be unbreakable. And you know what? Storm only just started. I think Christian is going to give him the time. Looks like a Laser actually is getting range. 3 Lurkers. And if he can get gases up in his 4th base as well, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely, as we have the Revelation dropping in, and a Laser has done the done the challenging part of getting to Lurkers. Again, not got the upgrades yet, but already going to be setting up nicely. Like you say, Storm's a little ways off still from Christiana, so difficult for him to push before that comes through. We see a few Zealots are going to get through the top. They're going to go jump onto that hatchery, and they're going to put some damage there. As a few Zealots also in the natural. Christiana throughout the game has been very good at just creating harassment with these Zealots now, with the Adepts earlier. And I feel like that's something that Laser has to really challenge himself to keep on top of, is, yeah, that 5th base is looking like it's in trouble. Zealots in the main at the same time. That one Lurker is the slowest defense of all time on these Zealots, so that hatchery will die. But yeah, that's again just good play by Christiana, going in multiple places, forcing the laser to split up, you know, making them drag units all over the place, making this as difficult as possible.
The Polish Gambit, still no Spore Crawler on that natural. Could have actually just turned the laser on and killed a bunch of drones, funnily enough. A laser getting lucky that the laser doesn't get turned on. The main base, did he leave no units in there? Uh-oh, Prism's coming back in. That's a bit of a naughty there from a laser. He was hoping his static would get up in time. Should have left a few Hydras. The army on the front's sharking around and keeps scaring him and distracting him, but overall, cost for cost, these trades aren't too bad, considering how many workers he had earlier. That being said, his worker count's severely diminished. He's built a lot of static. Trying to burrow these lurkers. Adaptive Talons is not quite ready yet. Oh, you gotta be careful getting caught unburrowed. Great movement here by Christian, really catching a laser off. His Prism's bouncing around. Still no Hydras to deal with that. And that is a big problem. The fact that the Queens didn't move back up there, or like a squad of Roach Hydra. Okay, now he is on top of it. And it looks like these Zealot Warpins are getting diminishing returns. So as long as he can hold on the front, a laser should be able to stabilize. The Skytoss transition on the way for Christian. Impressive that he's doing that so early on only 6 gases. He's just so active with his Warp Prism, being a massive nuisance to deal with.
So let's will go after a couple more drones. So again, that Prism has been so annoying, but the laser has been able to hold off this main army. Maybe now as Christiana rotates around to the left-hand side, I do not see the lurkers moving on the minimap, so he's going to have to unburrow those. Now he does have Adaptive Talons, though, so they can move into position much more easily. Force Field to try and slow them down first. Storm hitting a lot of the Hydras, and I think Laser's realizing he is being caught out of position. He was not on top of where this army was at, and so this base is now in a ton of trouble after losing the top base so many times. Yeah, the Laser is in a bit of bother here, but he is starting to pin this army in. Can he actually get a catch on this? He borrows the lurkers. He's going to keep it towards the bottom left, and maybe a Laser. Well, what do you think? Does he think he has to move across right now? He's actually going to fight in.
Two clumps.
Ouch.
That was a bit awkward. I think if he spread out just a little more, and if he sent a few Zealots ahead and off to the side, if you run parallel to the lurkers, all their spines miss. They do nothing, and the first volleys are useless. Great Zealot counterattacks continuing, but his third base is under siege. Oh, he does catch a bunch of lurkers unburrowed. 2 of them do go down. Extra one's taking damage, but he's taken so much damage at his third base. Losing that Nexus, catching so many lurkers might be worth it if he can clean up the rest, but that is a big if.
The 9+1 air weapons here on the Cybercores, the carriers are going to show up, and honestly, not really that many Hydras here, so the carriers are going to have a pretty good time targeting down these Hydras. There will not be enough anti-air, which means we've got an answer to the lurkers, so you know what? We lost the third base, but I think Christiana will be able to rebuild off of that. These lurkers burrow up because they're going to be completely stuck. Christiana will guarantee the kill on all of them, and that is a huge amount of losses here from a Laser who is going to be in a ton of trouble. Following up from that one, Christiana looking good in this first game.
Dude, what a sicker. He's playing a dirty style. He does it so well. Really nice style there, and playing some exceptional StarCraft. Just slowly building up that Archon Immortal Storm army, and now swapping into carriers as well. Christian are having a fantastic style, an awkward style that he is clearly a deep expert at, and these Zergs have been struggling with figuring this one out. It feels like it's been a while since a Protoss did something like this, where they've been spamming this kind of style on the ladder, double Robo, Immortal Archon Storm with just good Zealot harass and Adept harass in the early game, and then the player's just not able to keep up with it and solve it. But his details are great. Adept harass was great. You know, the early Oracle did well. Overall, just all the little pieces kind of coming together, and yeah, a Laser built so much static, so many lurkers got up, and he still just could not manage to stabilize there, even getting a position on the third base. An awkward game there for the Polish Zerg player as the young gun. The player, I don't know if we could really call him an up-and-comer these days, but definitely someone who's climbing those ranks still. Christiana outperforming a lot of people's expectations in game 1.
Yeah, he's been an up-and-comer for a while, but like he's actually had really good attempts in this event. Just like I say, he never really seems to make like a playoff run, even though he challenges to get there a lot of the time. But Christiana constantly feels as though he's kind of on that verge of being someone we can talk consistently about in the European scene at the top level. So, honestly, I mean, a win against a Laser would be a great way to kind of set that up as well. So, that'd be very cool as we get Christiana joining the lobby here. And we'll be off and away into game number 2 of this best of 5 in a moment. The Laser now down a map and looking to try and avoid the lower bracket. The lower bracket here is going to be brutal, by the way, because if you lose this, you play against the loser of Skillus and Max Packs. Like, that is not an easy series. So this is really an important first round matchup. You know, for Zalaza, you'd rather get into that round 2 winner bracket, have a chance against Skeleton Max Specs there, and then at least if you drop down to the lower bracket, you're 1 round deeper and likely to avoid a very tough opponent. So, yeah, this is a really important, series in the course of, round 1 matchups altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. I was wondering about like this style and does Nidus Swarmhost help against this? Because generally when players don't play Blink, historically Nidus Swarmhost was one of the best ways to punish it. I kind of feel like more of a, something that finds a way to trade when there's just a few Immortals, a few High Templar, a few Archons, and a Prism. Feels like there aren't that many tools, but it feels like if we let him go too long, there's like this growth of energy. The number of units that comes out gets kind of crazy, and there's just this insane zealot harassment as well, which I think probably the big thing that we'll see fixed in this game. I don't necessarily see the entire strategies getting fixed, but definitely you're gonna have to defend this man zealot harass because it's on fire. In the bottom left side of the map, it's Christianer.
Yeah, he got way too much done with those zealots, and in the top right, our blue Zerg is a laser. Got to the lurkers, but again, just was out of position a couple times over, forced to kind of go across the map, and from there, Christiana had the answer. The fact he already had carriers ready really suggests how that was looking.
Sure, you're going to be allowed to go down, no block. Just going to go for the Gate Scout. He seems pretty content with that. He does that most games. Definitely a creature of habit. But yeah, I think he forgot his Twilight last game. It'd be funny if he does the same build order, exact same order. We'll know for sure then. No, it's intended. But maybe a bit of nerves in game 1. If you kind of mess up your build slightly, stabilize from there, end up winning, it feels really good. But I guarantee you a laser is not going to let that Prism wreak so much havoc next time around.
Yeah, gonna have to be way cooler and calmer about that as we do drop this Nexus in. Onto the natural hatchery coming up on the other side, the pool coming in. You've got the Cyber Core going as well for Christiana. It's just going to start that up, so Nexus in the core. And we wait, as we always do in PvP. And in PvZ, sorry, to see what the tech choice is going to be after the Cyber Core.
I always wonder when it's country mates like this, like what the relationship is between the two. Something I'll have to ask the players about at the next event, next LAN. Because I know Christian had a bit of a reputation as an angry young lad on the ladder as he was coming up. Not sure these days, I think a lot of players start that way when they're teenagers. They don't like losing in certain ways. They call their opponents names or their faction names. I know I certainly did a tiny bit, not too much. But I feel like he's evolved as a player so much. And he's just got his own unique kind of flavor of PvZ here. And I really want to see, like, does he stick to the same style again? Because if he does, I would think it would be counterable. But we'll see what Alaza's got in store to deal with it. Tries to go for the purple gas base, gets blocked, goes for the other third. No worries.
Yeah, means that you're maybe not as far forward if you want to be doing something aggressive. Obviously, the Rich Vespine is nice, but you can grab that a bit later on as well. I don't think it's make or break right now as our Stargate comes online from Christiana, and you will be able to get those first oracles out and to play on from that stage. See what sort of damage we can do. And oracle number 1 will start. Of course, the Adepts did so well last game early as well, so again, just tightening up the defense throughout the course of this game early is going to be step 1 for Alaza, having a better time here.
Yeah, I mean, the way the Adepts was sliding through those mineral lines and just evading the Zerglings was great, but look at that. Queen's intercepting and taking that much damage already. You really don't want to commit to the Shade. Lings are a little out of position, but look at that. Gets mining time without committing. That's a win for Christian. You force Lings, you waste some mining time, you don't lose any actual hit points, you pull back, and already 3rd and 4th gas goes down into Robo. Now this is the part of the build where last time he went 3rd and 4th gateway now, when I believe Twilight should have gone down. But we'll see. There we go. Yeah. Alright, he fixes the build. Man, if he could do that with a messed up build last game, I quake in my boots thinking about what he's got in store for us this time.
Yeah, no, it's one of those scenarios where I think Christiana is actually going to come up with so many cool little things here. 1 Oracle into that super fast Twilight Robo does provide aggression. So setting up to be a aggro. I was super wrong. I really thought he was going to play a little bit more standard coming into this series, but he is absolutely mixing it up and being super aggressive.
Yeah, so Rainer was losing to this a lot on the ladder a few weeks ago before he went to Korea, and he was literally saying he does this every game, this Archon drop into like really heavy Immortal Storm, and a lot of the Zergs were kind of scratching their heads going, how the heck do we beat this? So it's going to be interesting. I feel like Alaza must know about this, if you know, that's such a common thing on the ladder and stuff that players knew about. But we'll see what the solution is. Is it just keep doing the same thing but do it better? That's usually what pro gamers go for. If they feel like they made some obvious mistakes, like he did maybe with the Prism Harass, maybe with his Lurker positioning being a little better, make that slight adjustments, see how you go. So yeah, 600 gas, perfect amount there to warp in those 4 High Templar. Forge comes in behind it, third base is on the way, probing happening. And those 7 queens plus a couple roaches should be able to deflect this quite easily. Already 63 drones for a laser. Man, what an impressive opening.
Yep. He's just off and away to the races in terms of eco, and he is going to be in position here immediately to shut down this Archon drop. I mean, that is bad, because if you try and get back through right now to save this, I mean, I guess there is an angle the Prism can get into to kind of evacuate, but well, it looks really bad. It's actually going to be somewhat okay. The Prism goes to upper right, so it's going to sit there as the Archons.
Remember the old days when Archons couldn't squeeze through the minerals, you know?
Yeah.
It's so nice they could actually go around. It used to be you just run your drones to the other side of the minerals, and the Archons are like, oh, we need to go all the way around the mineral line to move to the other side. But it's a little bit nicer now. Stasis traps going down to block the purple gas. 4th base infestation pits on the way. Looks identical for a laser. 85/90 drones. We'll see a Hydrodent and a Hive coming down next. And I assume an Evo chamber for some +1 range upgrades as well.
Well, with the infestation pit and Hydrogen coming through, the Roach speed starting. He's going to be seeing the Oracle. He's going to get the Stasis Ward set up as the couple of Archons will fire, and the Queens will be taking some shots as well. Roach is moving forwards. Roach speed coming up. Again, Hydrogen is halfway done already, as that Stasis Ward catches a single Ling. And now the Prism up to the top is going to go through and try to find some damage onto this mineral line, but nothing really given there. Again, we move into that Hydrogen Hive on the way. Lurker is an eventuality at this stage, and Alaza just shown us this fast setup, right? He just does not chill out at all, and he's being left alone and defending himself well enough to be able to get away with it, so...
No Evo chamber, just pure Roach Hydra into Lurker. And, I mean, like I said, just defend the Prism better. Could work out. He's got 84 workers on 3 base right now, though. So there's oversaturation, and then there's whatever Rainer has right now, or Laser has right now, sorry, which is 85 workers. I mean, he's going to instantly saturate the 4th. He's building more. He's just going to mass Spore Spine again, right? What do you like? This is a crazy work account.
Yeah. Oh, he has just got so many drones. It's like, it's 7.5 minutes in the game. You can glance at this, the bottom of the screen right now and be like, oh, you know, we're pretty deep in this. No, like, we've barely gotten started. As Roaches show up, that's an instant cancel on the 4th base, so Alaza going to get the grab right there already. As we see the Hive about to finish up, a couple more Hydras coming through, Overlord's building. That's a force field to block some Roaches off, and they're all going to get caught.
No Storm this game, interestingly. Christian, who's got an earlier 4th, he's probing a little harder. His Zealots working their way up the middle. He's got the Prism going towards the main. The army on the front is always kind of like just to scare, while the Zealots get in and do the real damage. They're just there to kind of clear the creep and that sort of thing. Unfortunately, no Observer with his army, so he wasn't able to clear the creep up on the front. But the Zealots in the main, Queens and drones starting to fall. And here we go. He's going to hit the front. Archon, Zealot, Sentry coming forward. Roach Hydra trying to get down there. Guardian Shield doing a lot of work, doing some heavy lifting. He will be able to click the archery and pull back. That's a huge move against a guy like Alaza who relies on such a high work account. Oh, the army on the front, though, is getting kind of thinned out, I think. Chased a bit far, lost a few of his Archons. He's going to lose that next Archon as well. This is very costly for Christian. Yeah, losing all those Archons. He's got to pull back those Immortals and get more reinforcements.
So unnecessary. He got the 4th base. He could have been out of there really freely. And instead he decided to kind of keep on poking through, and again, just not necessary. There's plenty of Hydras, high DPS output. It's just not something you really want to be facing up against. Storm +2 on the way right now from Christian as he follows this up, gets a little Revelation down. Obviously, Laser trying to rebuild into that 4th. A slower 4th than the Protoss player is not ideal, but we're about to be onto the Lurkers, and we'll see what the plan is from Christiana from here. I can only imagine that if he feels comfortable, we're about to see another Stargate and kind of Fleet Beacon play, because that's going to be one of the most comfortable ways to set up late and to play against these lurkers. So that seems as though it may be the plan, but right now he is pushing forwards again. We're still away off Storm, but we're going to get the 4th base a second time because the lurkers weren't far enough forward.
Roaches on that left side, but there is cannon battery, Zealot warping, and recalls available. So you got to be careful about pushing into this with the Roaches. Oh, another cancel on that purple gas base. I feel like a laser needs to just mine out the side. This middle base is a trap.
Oh, this is a couple of Zealots getting picked off as you see those Roaches still able to advance through. The Archon here going to get taken down. I mean, at this point, a laser has taken a position on the left side, but we could potentially ping back around to the right side and try and get that 4th again. We still need to deal with these Roaches. They're finally starting to get some damage dealt. All this time, a laser's had a good drone count that's not really been able to work, and we actually recall this entire army back over here to finally clean up these Roaches. It's a major recall and a breath of fresh air from a laser who can finally take that forward base. He's also taking the 12 o'clock, which means that the 2 bases top left are extremely close to one another. Cannot help but feel like that is going to be a factor here a bit further down the line as well.
Target transition is going to be a little later this game, as there's been a lot of action. Christian is struggling to max out right now. Immortal Storm does come forward. No Archons in this army to help buffer, but still a very beefy section of Immortals with that High Templar. Lurkers on the top left going to be causing big problems. Already 7 probes going down. They will be exposed, but if he pulls his whole army up there, a laser's going to surround him. A laser's going for a big surround right now by the looks of it. Oh me, oh my. This is going to get really weird really fast.
No recall available, of course. We're going to try and run down the bottom here, where a couple of lurkers are going to sit up on that right side. We have got High Templars still alive. Another storm or two on the Hydras, and they should stop the chase, and we are going to be able to escape away. So Christiana is able to eke out through the bottom there, and he is going to keep himself alive.
Doesn't feel like a laser style is really dealing with this, and he's not got a lot of progression. There's no Great Aspire, there's no second Evo. You know, it feels here like Christian is just like, hey, I'm gonna keep trading way better than you, and as long as he has a 4th base up and saturated Stargate transition on the way, a laser has the pressure on him to get something done. And yet Christianer seems all over it. There's this beautiful Charge-Lord Immortal Archon style that he's got is just doing so well. And here we go, Lurker Hydraling set up on this base. Hard to push through Lurkers. How many Lurkers are there on the map? 12 right now. Not as many as there were.
Yeah, 12 seems manageable, especially because they're pretty spread out. And the Hydras have stayed on the low ground there. There's too many Lurkers, so we do not commit in. I actually feel as though it could have been actually somewhat okay. Ling's on the other side, and we're going to just get the warp in there. If they'd gone straight through, they would have been in, but that is a mistake made by a laser, as now we have Hydra lurking pusher up the upper left side, and this is where the choke point is going to become an issue. We can maybe do some units coming around the other direction. We've got so many observers available. Make sure that we're never going to run into issues with detection as we do chase these lurkers off. But Cristiano losing a lot, and now he's in trouble on the natural again as a laser keeps this action rolling.
Yeah, I mean, those Immortals can hold that high ground, but I like the way a laser pulls back. These Hydra Lings doing a lot. The Zealot Archon Immortal comes back. And you know what? Only 7 probes so far. If he can stabilize, it could be okay. Tempest Cannon in the main might be able to eventually defend. The Zealots will get back in time over on the third, though. 9 probes in total go down. To be fair, a laser's worker count is not that much higher. Still similar economies for both sides. And remember, there's no upgrades. There's no transition here. A laser's building 12 more workers? What? This is crazy. He's building so much static, I guess, but there's no Vipers, no Infestors. +2 only now starting. Does feel like a laser's kind of stuck in this mid game. Without a more big run bys, he'll be in trouble. He's got to get by. That top side is where the lurkers. If he can take out the 4th, it's huge.
Yeah, he's going to get into position there as Cristiano was chasing everything down to the south. First carriers are coming up, but he's going to have no 4th base to play with. Maybe he plays kind of one of these bases over here now instead, but it's going to take a while to set up. The laser is going to get this base. Massive win for him. Just as it felt like Cristiano was kind of really having some control, a laser has found ways to pick him apart, and Cristiano, I think, definitely struggling with kind of playing in multiple directions. Now we get some storms and some army up the left side, but he's just not being able to really comfortably defend that upper left position. Obviously, a laser having a base nearby, that has made it difficult as well, as these lurkers sit here, get some shots off, and we get a lot more probes before they recall away.
Yeah, it's huge. Carrier transition is not as early this time around. The Tempests maybe weren't the right call. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Lots of Hydra Lurker. A laser still has a giant economy. Nidus Worm on the way as well. He's got pressure on him, you know, or he had pressure on him to keep up the momentum. But now that he's killed the 4th, I feel like that eases a lot of the pressure off of Laser. He's still obviously not really preparing for like an end game. He's not like, oh, I need melee upgrades, Inspire, and spellcasters. He's like, no, I'm just going to remax on this army, and we're going to go make some big plays. Now, he's got a lot of money, and he's not maxing right now, which is a little odd.
Yeah. I mean, you would just expect him to kind of go full max, and then... I mean, what's he waiting for? Like, figuring out what he wants to do, drop some Nidus in?
It makes sense. Yeah, if he's playing slow and like double upgrading and going Spire, it makes sense. But he's still only on single Evo. That's why playing slow doesn't make sense here, because he just doesn't have any upgrades, you know. And it seems he wants to play slow. I love that move though. Oh, I love that. Nothing like a cheeky Nidus in the back door. Does get in the natural and a lurker behind the 3rd. Loses his purple gas base for the 5th time this game. Don't think it matters too much. He's got the 2 edge bases. And Laser's still got a very good economy. That lurker in the main base is going to be denying a lot of the mining there. The worker's just running about. There's no mining right now. Christian is dry. He's got no income.
Yeah.
0 income for the Protoss. He's got a 1 killer army, but Zerg is rich.
And he just pulled this whole army back to kind of try and deal with this. Right, Zerg is rich, static defense continues up, Spire's going to be here soon, so we're going to have a better composition answer to this as well. So this is really only getting better and better for Lasers. I feel like Christiana has, again, he's struggled so much with when a laser has just attacked around the map. His movement to kind of respond to that has been, you know, suboptimal, and that's really opened all the doors for a laser to get so much done. And now, Christiana is going to be, well, still on this one massive army, but it's really time to just go and not turn around anymore. Like, his economy is not good. His setup is not great to sit back. I think you just gotta go. +1 air weapons will finish, and yeah, just send it, man. I mean, it may not look pretty, but playing a longer game and pulling back all the time is just gonna look worse and worse for you.
11 Knight Templar with Storm. If a laser messes up and those Hydras get stormed, you could still punch through. It's a lot of Hydra Lurker though, lots of spores backing him up. I love the way a laser's just kind of adding static as insurance right now. He's out-positioning with the Lurker multi-prong. Now he does this, looking fantastic. Christian is going to transfer workers back to that left side base. It's wide open for run-bys, though, and Lings will be quick to take advantage, or Hydras, in fact. Hydra run-by. And you don't normally want to throw away this many Hydras. I don't think he cares too much, though. Oh, he's just going to click it? Ooh, it's a bit dangerous. Good recall.
Yeah, that was a good recall. We actually have units from the top side going to find some of these Hydras as well. So that's actually a nice catch. Get some kills, and we're now going to take a... I mean, this could potentially be the opening, right? If you want to fight this army, this is it, because this is less static defense than you're going to find anywhere else on the map. If Christiana was going to engage, something like that may be it. You know, maybe not right now, but in the future, if you catch the static defense out of position, because these spores are still all migrating over. Christiana going to go back to the center. 10 more Corruptors coming through. I feel like every Corruptor is just one step closer to the laser knocking down this game, because it really feels as though at some stage here, Corruptors are just going to be, you know, the thing that wipes out this air army, which was maybe the most powerful part of the army of Christiana, as we press through once again.
Alaza's got changelings in under his army, and he just can't click on all of them. There's so many in there that Alaza's just been tracking his army. He was struggling to click on them, and he's kind of given up on it and just said, screw it, you can see me, I don't care. I'm just going to keep pushing forwards and try to find an opening, because you feel that immense pressure being on 37 probes here, just saying, I got to find damage, I got to do something. But look at that, Ling's on the right side as well. Another big run by for a laser. Actually, probably Hydras again this time. Yep, Hydras again, running in, +3 Hydras. Who needs Carapace? Who needs melee? Just mass Hydra Lurker. Now with some Corruptors added in. Great players by a laser. A laser does need Corruptor upgrades. He's only got +1 air weapons, and it's very important. If there gets to be like 10 carriers with +2 or +3, you know, eventually they will kill you. Hydras for now, though, are going to catch a carrier in the open. Corruptors dive in, they take out another one. Great plays right now. A laser's picking him apart. Another carrier goes down. Master of Mass Hydra Lurker. A laser looking fantastic.
Yes, he is. It was rough in the early game. It was really tough, but he really just swung it around with, again, his ability to kind of start attacking here, there, and everywhere. And like I said a couple times already, that was really the trouble point for Christiana. From there on out, he's just not really had control of this in the slightest. GG is called, and it is going to be a laser to obviously take this one down and to tie up the series. So troubling for a laser initially, because again, it was not looking pretty for him at the start of this game. But brings it back, gets the series tied up, and that's a big deal breaker because now he's, level instead of 0-2 down. And that's a massive reset on the mentality of this series as well. As you go into side delta and a laser. Definitely, again, it still has to kind of figure out the early to mid game a bit more though, right? Because that early stage has still been rough for him. That's what happened in game 1. He was definitely able to turn it around in game 2, but it was still a problem. So things to look at going into game 3. Side delta will be the map. I'll be heading into it as soon as our players join the lobby. Get this ready to run.
What's the main difference between game 1 and game 2, Wardy? The Prism got killed, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's it. And then like, I even in that multi-prong, it was kind of like pretty close. And I'm like, if there was a Prism distracting a laser during this and like a few more Zealot run-bys, I feel like it's that same shift we were talking about in the previous Gung Fu Spirit series, where it's like when one player is just on the offensive and in control and picking and choosing where the fights happen, they sometimes look like a completely different player to when they're on the defensive, right? Like it's kind of easier to attack and when you're controlling the tempo. So I feel like losing that Prism, I can't remember even where it happened or if we even caught it on screen because there was so much going on. But I think catching that and getting rid of it was really big for a laser because then he was the one running in from multiple sides, the big Hydra Ling run by on the natural. Lurk is running in from multiple angles, the Nidus in the back. So that was really where he started to run away with that game. But yeah, Christian has got a fascinating style. It's just basically 1 to 2 oracles off 2 adepts into Archon drop every game. We'll see if he keeps sticking with this and if a laser can solve it for good. If he wins another game in a row, he'll be feeling very nice about things. Down here on the bottom right side, representing Team Liquid, it's a laser.
And in the upper left-hand corner, it is going to be our red Protoss player, Christiana.
It's Science Delta. It's a map where I always think of this map in like kind of big, close late game EVPs, like neural parasites, catching immortals and carriers in the open, and ultras jumping on top. I feel like ultras really excel in the big, wide open spaces on this map, but that is much later down the track. And in general, not something you're really ever going to see against a guy that goes double robo immortal every game, are you? So I guess that's a different style of Zerg to go up against kind of the standard Blink stuff. But, I've been a big proponent of Blink Stalkers are great if you're a god of using them. And otherwise, there are probably other better tools Protoss has. And it's cool to see that Christian can actually do this style at this level so successfully.
It really is. And it's also kind of having his own kind of thing that's like not maybe the most typical of things. It's always cool as well when you've got like, again, someone like Christiana who's not, a super established player. Being able to bring it out here and, take on one of your biggest rivals, someone who has, really dominated you in the past. Definitely making it close and making it look like he, the historic scoreline should not be like 22-2 or whatever it is. It's definitely something that Christiana is making a point of today, even if it's only 1-1 right now.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, 2015, 2016, a laser coming up, and they're like, oh, I kind of made it close first Nurture. Oh, and then, you eventually start taking maps off him, and then you start beating the guy in your country, in your region, and start even dominating them at some point, often. And it's always cool to see that evolution of these players as they work their way up the ranks. It's people don't realize, I think, sometimes they go like, oh, it's pro gaming. So, like, if I play a game for a few months, maybe I can be a pro. And you're like, It's like anyone who gets pro at any competitive RTS, especially a game like StarCraft, there's usually like 5 years of high-level competitive real-time strategy gaming. Even if they were doing it as a non-pro, but like learning all of the fundamentals, building the skills, the mental flexibility, and just the different kind of learning processes to get to that position. It is not something that happens overnight. It is a slow process that takes an insane amount of work, and that is why these players always have my eternal respect. Even if they're the player you just see get knocked out in the first round of every tournament, the amount of work they had to put to get there is ridiculous. And that's why we should always realize they're going to put in a lot more work than those of us watching on the sidelines ever really could be bothered to. So hats off to them for that.
Well, Adeptis shading in to try and get some drone kills. Would love to obviously get some damage done. That was one of the things from Christian as well. Was so good early on with the Adepts in game number 1. Got so much damage dealt.
Yeah.
Third hatchery dropping in from a laser, nothing too crazy there. And the third Nexus, nice and early from Cristiano also.
Yeah, that's much quicker this time. So this is a very different build for him, right? Remember, it was third and fourth gas, Robo, Twilight last time around. And this is much more like a standard PvZ. Third and fourth gas goes down. Like, it looks like just a Blink build, right?
Yeah, I think so. Get up to Blink and utilize that as your kind of way to control. Good map for playing Blink on as well. Lots of easy to push into positions, push into bases. So I could understand kind of putting some pressure on with Blink kind of throughout the earlier stages and then just kind of running from there as your game plan. Make a lot of sense.
Perfect pylon timing he had before Christianer, and looks like he will again, I think, with the Nexus finishing to supply block himself. Does go Twilight Forge, but very quick Robo, so I think probably not Blink. Probably going to see Charge nice and early and +1 and just Immortals in that standard style. 3 drones do go down. Oracle's doing pretty well so far. Make it 4, make it 5. The Polish Gambit. And that's why it's called the Gambit, because sometimes you move those queens to support another base and not having the Spore anchoring it does lose you a lot. 8 drones go down. Now, that in of itself does not mean it's game over or Laser's way behind, because remember, he's skipping 3 spores. Like I said, it nets you enough minerals to have 7 more spore drones. But now, the second wave, another 5 drones, this is where it starts to get rough. Despite that, Laser's got a good work account, but not enough Zerglings to stop the Adepts, and that's where the problem starts.
Well, yeah, we just move in here, and this is just a ton more drones going down. A Laser is in some serious trouble. He's going to just keep on holding down the drone key. At this point, he's like, yeah, there's no point making any other units to clean this up. I'm just going to accept the losses and try to replace them as best I can. This is painful, as the last couple of Adepts refuse to go down until 23 workers have died. Disaster for a Laser at the start of Site Delta. And Cristiano taking a worker lead on 60 is definitely not the kind of time. And you know what? With the Charge Rod and Mortal Archon follow-up as well, man, you can hit a hell of a timing against a Zerg that took economy damage like that. Like, this is going to be a rough few minutes for a Laser.
Laser's layers just started. His tech is so far behind. I mean, obviously, this is classic Laser, losing 27 workers and then still having equal workers with your opponent. But don't get me wrong. It's very bad. 2-to-1 trading, very efficient for Christianer. He had a bit of a worker lead. He's got more production ahead of time. He's simply ahead, and that is a fantastic start for him. Something where I think a Laser just needed to have a little bit better map vision with his Zerglings, or to notice those Adepts coming. He just droned a little too hard. I think he could have bounced back from the Oracle waves if he had even just 6 or 7 more Zerglings. Would have been massive against those Adepts.
Well, Oracles will make their way around that right side. So many drones from a Laser. He just does his best to undo the damage, but of course every drone you build right now is a lava that could have been a unit off of an economy that should have already been mined, because he should have never lost those drones. That's the knock-on effect. As +1 attack, the charge coming through, Immortal and Sentries coming up, Robo Facility as well. As
5th base already, my gosh. 6th base already. And a Baneling Nest. Oh, he's going to play Ravager Bane this time. Okay, that's a change up. Double Evo, Ravager Ling Bane, 5 hatcheries, 83 workers, but the attack's already coming.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't look ready for this. The Laser's on the back foot right now. Let's see how much Christianer commits.
Yep, he's just going to come across. He's going to be kind of setting up towards this base. He finds a Morphing Ravager, which is amazing, so forces the cancel on that. A few more High Tempo, some more Archons will be set up. A few Zealots to go along with this. Just need to be careful. Don't get your army too split up, because you can absolutely just kind of overwhelm in one position. We're going to decide to go down south. That's where the few Ravagers are. The Queens and the few Roaches up top. Nice force fields are going to catch a bunch of units there. That's going to give the Archons a chance to really fight. Prism needs to just move back and get another warp in here. This is where you can just get extra Zealots and start to really overwhelm this Christiana. Just has tech units that are not being touched right now. That's the problem. You're clearing out Zealots as a Laser, but you're not even touching the Archon Immortal. 23 Roaches were on their way just then. That's great and all, but they're spawning in all sorts of different bases, and they're just going to show up at different times. And so it's going to give Christiana an eternity to work with, as he's already got Zealots in the base. He's already killed 20+ drones again. We're getting to the point of killing 50 or over 50 workers in the game right now. GG from a Laser, and Christiana moves into match point.
Just a little bit out of position with those Queens. It's a fragile defense. And then, of course, not having the Lings ready for the Adept follow-up. You were like, yeah, that adept harass in game 1 was just really fantastic. Well, this time it was just 5 adepts up the middle. I would say less elegant than those pairs of adepts that did so much in game 1, but even more effective. Massive game-ending damage there. And Christianer finds himself up 2-1 against a laser, despite being a massive underdog going into this match. Remember, I mean, their head-to-head historically was 2 wins, 22 losses. That's insane in terms of series. If you bring it to maps, it's a little better, so that's 8.3%. In maps, 14 wins, 46 losses, 23%. Still pretty damn rough, man. That's not a great situation, but finding himself up 2-1 feels like he's exceeding everyone's expectations and kicking butt tonight.
Alrighty, well, let's see if Christiana can cause the upset. It would be huge because, again, the lower bracket match in this section is not going to be easy. It would be incredible to avoid that right now and to give yourself a shot at winning bracket round 2. So, Laser saying go. And Laser and Christiana both readying up. Christiana absolutely succeeding early in these games, putting himself in great positions. Can a Laser stop that? Can he get steady? Can he get some better defense going? It might be time to drop the gambits and just to go for the tried and tested actual defense against units that are trying to kill you.
Juicy games coming up, man. Juicy games. This is when the iron is hot and a laser has to strike. If he doesn't, that's going to be rough. But Alcyon, it's a decent map. It's a macro map. It's one from the previous season. He has a lot of experience on, as does Christiana. And yeah, we saw similar army comp. It's going to be a Charger model Archon comp. I'd love to see some of that Roach Swarm Host Nidus. I don't know if it's on the menu at all. But definitely feel like there's got to be some sort of way of punishing this play, perhaps as well. The other thing is there isn't really any Phoenix, and there's not that much Oracle play. Mutas might be possible, but for now, let's get into this game. Upper in the top right, Christianer hopefully has an answer to the gold base.
In the bottom left, looking to bounce back with the gold, it is going to be a Laser in this best of 5 game 4, and he is down 1-2.
Oh me, oh my. He scouts that gold base immediately. Does show the probe. Doesn't try to hide it at all. Interesting. I remember there was a period where Hero and a few other Protoss players were going just 2-gate on this map. Chronoing, the 2 to 4 adepts across the map, expanding behind it, just to make sure the Zerg couldn't really mine off the gold until link speed was up. And that was pretty successful for a little while, but I think the Zergs figured out how to defend it, so that's fallen out of favor more recently. Extra worker on gas for Christianer at home, so it does look like he's going to be going for the Stargate yet again. And no special plan to immediately deny the base. Maybe just saying, you know what, I can just chrono adepts as I normally do, and I think my normal opening will do just fine.
Yep, just going to be getting that set. A few drones transferring across towards that gold, and we'll see again. Wait for what Christian wants to do. I mean, honestly, the way his harassment is gone, I feel as though he could just play normal and have a very good time trying to harass the gold, hit the main, oracles in different places. But we will see what he decides. As the drones move across here, the gold is mine, and the laser's income is going to be boosted a little bit for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Probe's been really checking everything. It's one of those things where I'm like, what are you looking for here? Do you think he might link flood? I'm not like, yeah, I'm kind of, the probe is checking so many things. And I feel like players normally just go, oh, you got the gold base, and they just kind of go home with the probe. But he seems to be expecting potentially some trickery from a laser. Wants to double check everything. Doesn't find anything suspicious. And does kind of back away for now. We did see one chrono on the adept. I really wonder if we see a second chrono onto the second adept, because I always feel like that's a huge move that's super worth it in this scenario. There we go. Yeah, he does. Good choice. So going to be lots of probes coming in behind it. Adepts are going to head towards that gold base. The rocks are down, which will allow the queen out the backside to defend those minerals. And there's a few Zerglings behind her. Nicely done.
Well handled so far. Defense is decent. Next adept making its way across the map. Warpgate and Stargate both coming through. As Christiana will join the two adepts together. And again, more adepts still in production, so absolutely continue to add to those numbers. And again, right now, he's got a choice of which base he hits. Does he go to the gold? Does he shade towards the main base? And this is, things that, a laser has to kind of figure out defensively at the price of having taken that gold early. This time we're going to shade the Adepts towards the main, but they're walking towards the goal. He sees the 2 Queens here. He's just going to commit. The Lings are here as well, though. They're a little bit hidden, but you know what? For 2 Adepts, we're still going to get 4 drones. It's very akin to what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Gold minerals, obviously, are something to inspire a little bit of fear, though. Bit of urgency in the Protoss. I love this 3rd Queen timing so early to have 3 Queens on the gold. That Oracle dives. It's going to take a lot of damage. Gets 1 drone. Gets in, gets out. Actually, 2? Was that 2 drones just then?
Yeah.
I feel like it was only shooting for half a second. Sometimes I just get shocked by... I'm probably just too tired. It's like 3:30 a.m. in Australia, but still, I'm like... Sometimes when the Oracle just sits and shoots, I'm like amazed at how quickly it evaporates workers.
It's okay, Pig. We get it. I'm the same as well. I'm like, oh, I killed a drone. I'm like, wait, there was 6 dead? Wow.
Then you realize it's something that hit like 20 seconds earlier and like the timer is like stitched together from the previous harassment. And you're like, oh no, I'm not crazy.
It makes you second guess yourself sometimes.
Yeah, same follow-up though, man. Same follow-up. Like, damn, Christian has got a style. He's going to stick to it. Yeah. Dude, I would love to see Rogue versus Christianer, because Rogue is like the most strategic Zerg who will just change everything he does based on his opponent's habits. And I just feel like he'd be like throwing the kitchen sink at him in terms of weirdness. Whereas the laser is showing the most European way of countering, or at least has been. Now he's going for the Roachling Queen Walk finally. He's going to go for the aggressive, which this should be so hard for him to stop, especially without any Immortals. Oh yeah, dude, this Ravager Ling Walk is going to be so tough to deal with. 3rd base, I feel like is almost a free kill. I don't know if you can break the natural though. That's where things could get a bit weird.
And it's very important what Cristiano does defensively. Like, if he just gives up the natural, gives up the 3rd straight away, this could be all right for him. Obviously, if you try and defend the 3rd and then the rest goes on, that could be problematic. We are going to be seeing the Archons dropping in. They're going to get some kills on drones, and that might slow a laser down a little bit. An Overlord kill or 2 is actually great as well. We're close to a supply block, although a new Overlord or 2 are building as well. Adept showing up on the gold base. They can start getting drones. There's nothing over here, so more drones going down. And I think if you're Christiana, you say, okay, I'm doing good damage. Let's just, cancel up on my 3rd. Let's not try and defend this too much. He sees the Queens pulling back to deal with the Adepts. I think he's going to have a very good idea of what this is. He just needs to figure out what he's going to do. He is actually moving forwards to hold that 3rd, Pig. What do we think?
I mean, I don't mind fighting out there for a little with a battery overcharge, but the moment it looks like things are turning south, you got to get out of there. There's so many Lings and Ravagers. Archons are so good with battery, though. The battery surviving is kind of huge. There's a second one in the back. Lings go around the left side to attack the natural, but the Immortal Zealots can hold on pretty well there. This actually looks like an incredible hold so far from Christianer, but it's nowhere near over just yet. He's still at half the army supply, but boy, is it dense army supply. Dude, the way a laser pulls back is so smart, though. Just waiting for battery overcharge to run out. He's like, dude, there's no reason to force this. Battery overcharge is gone. Now we fight, and Archon has already gone down. Lings on the left side. Archon's there, and Immortals trying to hang on. Bile's going down. Batteries all getting depowered. The Artosis pylon does get focused down. The Oracle will fall to the Queens. 2 Archons and 2 Immortals. As you said, trying to defend that 3rd might be a little bit much. If he had a bit more battery healing, maybe, just maybe. There's just so little support for these units, and that is going to be a brilliant victory for a laser. As I said, I wanted to see players do rogue style, throw the kitchen sink at them strategies. A laser brought that one out very nicely. Gold base into a Queen Walk is a brilliant strategy, and one which a build that's so focused on a Prism, couple of Archons, couple of Oracles, and all that tech and workers just isn't quite as geared for. Whereas if he knew it was coming or had a bit more time to respond, of course, gets a few more Immortals out, a few more Archons to defend from the Zerglings, the batteries as well, able to potentially hold on. But a good way to tie up the series. We're getting ourselves a game 5, mate.
Yeah, man, we're going to get ourselves game number 5, first time here in Europe, first time in a little while. Yeshi Nice was a game 5 earlier, but that was an eternity ago, a good 6 hours, so we are back now to a game 5. Cristiano Aleza goes River for game 5 as well, which obviously can be a very interesting map. The aggressive pushes can be good here on both sides, so it's going to be absolutely no guarantee of what's about to happen. This is going to be a pretty darn wild time.
Going to be interesting to see how this series pans out from here, because game 5, it's where kind of the emotions run high. I feel like Christiana, he kind of looked nervous in game one, right? At the start, and very quickly looked confident after like a few minutes in. Build order was a bit off. Great adept harass. Beautiful zealot harass. I mean, that zealot harass in game one was out of this world. But he's kind of stuck within this one range of plays, which does seem very predictable at this point. On the other hand, Alazer's used up a queen walk. He doesn't seem like the guy who wants to do that twice in a row, right? It's going on to Ghost River now. I have no idea exactly what the heck is going to be going on. Up here in the top, actually, we can introduce the players in a second, I guess, once we actually know which player we're introducing. I'll let you take it away.
Top right-hand side, you're good. Top right-hand side. I believe Zerg from Team Liquid is going to be a laser.
And in the top left, the Protoss player surprising everybody with his performance so far. The king of Chargelot Immortal Archon Storm, it's Christiana.
One more map. When it goes through, loser is going to drop to a tough lower bracket matchup. That will be dependent on who wins and loses the PvP. That is up next as well, so that PvP is a-coming. Max Pack Skillets coming up straight after this 5th game. Very exciting time here in the ESL Regionals.
Interesting to see a laser open up like this.
Gas pool.
Early pool of gas. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's an older style, but I guess because he knows both bases can potentially be blocked, gives him some opportunities. It also gives some crazy all-ins you can do off it if you want to get really wild. Third base does go down for him behind this. Christian is going to be going for the standard Nexus afterwards. Man, I feel like there's so much pressure on both of these guys' backs at this point. And definitely we're going to see, is it just back to the most standard version of the build here? I think it might be that robo with the double gas before the third base to just to feel like you get out your units as quickly as possible and just kind of go for those Archons as early as you can. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the most comfortable spot for our Polish underdog.
Yeah, I can agree. That probe is just going to go chill in the corner, by the way. So he's going to wait a little bit. Maybe come back and be a little bit of a factor later for figuring out what's up. Or maybe even be cheekier than that. As you have ourselves the Cybercore just about to finish from Christiana. So it's going to be tech time in a moment or two. There's a couple of lings continue to go across the map. I mean, it's not a bad time to hide a probe and to try and scout again a bit further down the line, because you'd love to know just what it is that a laser has got this early gas pool for. He's going to see link speed, and he's going to see gas still mining. So it's a huge scout. You get so much information off of this here as Christiana early on. A couple things just snuck into the main. There's the lair that comes up as soon as that probe goes down. So that's why our gas is gone. It's lair time. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable guess you can make with what Christiana saw anyways.
Is he ling flooding with like Nidus or something and like drops? I wonder, like elevator?
just me.
He's got an overlord in position for the elevator on the south. So I'm really wondering, yeah, lots of lings are being built. I wonder if this is just like ling flood with elevator at the same time.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's what I was kind of thinking as well. As the lair and the lings continue through.
But, you know, I mean, I feel like just good if you wall off and just pull up into your main. You've got oracles, you know, this sort of stuff's pretty damn powerful against this. And we'll find out in a moment anyway what's going on. A laser has some special plans right now. Nidus Worm does go down, so yep, he's going to go for that Nidus Worm. Love to see the elevator with the Dropper Lord as well, personally. Gets around the Adepts, that'll be massive. He's going to get the surround.
One Adept gets away, but obviously you're going to still get that surround afterwards again, so this is a big problem already, as we do see the wall-off at least is good, but losing a unit, every unit is going to count. As the Nidus will be here shortly, the Oracle already activating, but that's a very early activation. That is energy spent. And Christiana looking as though he might actually be in just a little bit of trouble at the moment. Robo Facility on the way through. The feeling is going to go back towards the Warp Gate. That is going to finish at least, so we will have weapons available. But Nidus in the corner, and Christiana has no vision of it. This is kind of where you die, especially as you're cutting Oracle number 2 to get the early Twilight Robo. This is absolutely worst case scenario for Christiana. He is dead as a dodo.
Yeah, this is really tough, man. He is whooping in a few more Adepts with no battery in the... This is a disaster. so much Lin Queen getting in. A laser on just 23 workers. Going for broke here in game 5. Digging deep and saying, I gotta go all in, man. And I gotta say, dude, Cristiano, he's got to defend real tight. He's got to make sure everything's perfect. He can't let his Adepts get surrounded. Not like that. Oh, the Adepts are getting surrounded. That is a huge problem. The probes do body block a little bit, but 3 Adepts have gone down. Make it 4. The 5th Adept is surrounded as well. That's going to be that. That is a beautiful all-in from a laser to finish off game 5. His opponent definitely, I think, surpassed everyone's expectations. But a laser came out with the dirty, tricky build order to finish off the series. And sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. Just go for broke on a huge gamble. And that is a massive gamble. I mean, he's on 2 bases. He's got 23 drones. It's super duper all in, but it pays off.
Well, Laser just turns on the aggression, which is oftentimes what I think a lot of people think of a Laser. You know, he is one of the better kind of aggressive Zergs. And when he turns it on, he finds himself the victory. 3-2 over Cristiano over the last couple of maps. The aggression works out. And now he will be playing either Skillers or MaxPax, the winner of that series in this upper bracket of Europe. It's going to be our last matchup of the day. We're 7 best-of-5s deep, so we're not going to waste too much time here. We're going to just take a quick break, come back, Skillers MaxPax to round us out, and we'll see you soon.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
PvP to round out the day, as it always should be in Europe. Skills versus MaxPax, Protoss versus Protoss action coming up here in just a moment. We get this set and ready to go, just waiting for our players to be swapped into the right position, set to the right races, and to tell us that they are ready. And we can begin this series on Site Delta. A big PvP here, Pig, an important one. We talked about the difficulty of the lower bracket, although, I mean, Cristiano looking good. No one wants to go down there to play him. Everyone wants to kind of stay in the winner bracket. MaxPax should be our big favorite going in. He's got a heavy historic history against Skillus, but maybe Skillus can cause some upsets. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I basically look at PvP as a matchup which is really interesting and dynamic, unless MaxPax and Hero are playing, in which case they destroy everybody else. It feels like these guys are just on another level when it comes to PvP. And that's why only when they play each other do I kind of go, oh, cool, I don't know what's going to happen. It feels like MaxPax and Hero, unless they're having an off day, are nigh unstoppable in this matchup. It is an uphill battle for Skillus, but he's been improving a lot, and I really do believe as a player, he's one of these players who just keeps getting better and better. He's just not a player who has gone from 0 to hero overnight. He's like a slow burn player who slowly improves and builds upon his experiences. And he's got a chance, for sure, but MaxPax is a big favorite. There is something about MaxPax's ability to one-gate expand every single game and just navigate all-ins on a knife's edge and defend all sorts of weirdness with just the minimal amount of defense that he needs. He gets so far ahead in situations where normally players die, or he gets so far ahead where normally a player might get a slight lead, and that makes him incredibly scary.
Well, in the bottom right, looking to challenge the PvP king, it is going to be our blue Protoss player. This is Team Liquid's Skillus.
Well, he's going to need to be skillful to beat this guy in the top left. He is absolutely massive. It is the king of PvP, MaxPax. Completely changed the meta by proving that one-gate expand was solid. There was pretty much consensus that one-gate expand could not be defended in most scenarios until MaxPax basically made it the norm for a while. Then, because players kept experimenting, they figured out how to optimize all their all-ins, and then at a certain point realized, well, you can maybe defend it most of the time if you're really good, unless you're MaxPax, in which case you can still defend it 90% of the time. It is tough. It feels like trying to kill him in these scenarios is often just a pointless task. It's not going to work. On the other hand, if you don't put any pressure on and you try to play macro game, he's so confident pressuring you with like a Zealot, an Adept, an Oracle, and being so greedy behind it, it's hard to keep up with him. So I've always feel like this early game is so dangerous in terms of, is he just going to run away economically? That's what you're looking out for. You know, what can Skillus do to maintain pace with him?
It's a great question. I mean, to me, MaxPax in PvP is, you know, he can cut corners. He knows how to defend while cutting those corners. He will do things that you don't expect. It's so difficult to be practiced against everything he does because no one else really plays like MaxPax. So,
and his DTs as well, right? I feel like his DTs always arrive at the perfect time. He has this friggin' sixth sense for when to know when to go DTs, and he micros them with so much attention to detail. So many players just shift-click a DT on a mineral line. Feels like he's always watching every one of his DTs. It's bizarre. Feels like he has an endless amount of attention when he's microing DTs around your base in 3 places at once.
It's going to be just a struggle all the way through. I do like Skillus' approach here early. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to take the fast gateway. I'm just going to set up with that right from the very get-go. So he's going to do that to begin with. And just try and take an edge himself. Gets a second gateway on the way now on the low ground. MaxPax doing his typical one-gate Stargate expand. So he gets that Stargate up. He will have that Stargate Oracle play to likely get rid of some workers and to be able to control the map a little bit. And then we're most commonly from here, we do see the Twilight Council, but this is the meta where some of those robo builds and some of those robo pushes are better nowadays, and it's mostly because of that sentry change. You can open the early sentries more reasonably, so following up with a robo and then an immortal sentry poke or shove can be actually very powerful, as The Adepti of MaxPax
Yeah.
getting chased away, and those Stalkers able to push that all the way out.
Yeah, they should be able to kill this, or at least get it very, very close. It does barely escape on a few hit points. I think this is something where I like Skillis's choice. It's a very just simple workman style build. I'm going to make Stalkers. I'm going to be super safe by having extra gateway units, use my batteries, and then we'll just kind of probe up and, you know, basically delay our tech massively, but keep it simple for yourself. And that's exactly what he's done here. Oracle goes in the main. There's a battery in the main and the natural. And, oh, Skillis not watching. Oh, that's a bummer.
Oh, not a great start, as all of the probes get caught in the main. So that's a massive dip in income. That's going to be a huge advantage over the MaxPax there. You can see the income graph is going to go from a peak for Skillis to a massive peak for MaxPax. Obviously down 8 workers. It's a good start for MaxPax to kind of draw himself back into it a little bit. As that greed of Skillis at least finally getting slowed a little bit. MaxPax now has the double Oracle to try and find some damage with. Let's see what he can do as he comes in. Probes are free, right into the Oracle meat grinder. As we are going to get to the other side, the Stalkers get caught up in a little bit of SimCity. We do have to turn away though. 5 probes killed, and it is doing a huge amount to equalize this worker count.
Skillis is still up in workers, which is massive. It's really good that he's absorbed these punches and he's coming out of it okay. Because there's now gateway units on the front as well as oracles. And MaxPax trying to apply some pressure here, but I think Skillis has actually weathered the storm quite okay. Now, if he could kill an oracle, that would be massive. That's kind of the biggest thing right now, is get rid of those oracles.
Still chilling.
Calm battery healing. That was really well done by Skillis. He's being very chill, but oh, maybe
Pylon?
not so good.
Oh.
He loses the pylon. He gets an oracle kill though. Great
Alright.
observing by Mapu, catching both of that on our screen. Well done, mate. Does need to repower those gateways on the front, and Skillis, if he can start a third Nexus right now, I think he can actually get ahead.
Well, one Stalker is going to be in some trouble here as MaxPax did not keep running away. AFG have to take a moment to repower those gateways and everything for Skillis. MaxPax still has that one extra Oracle then to try and make some work happen with. He's going to take a third base, as will Skillis. They both going to expand to the triangles. 2 more gateways coming up from Skillis. The Forge on the way out. Robo facility's halfway done. He's setting up for the future. He's still had the income lead kind of throughout. Now the worker counts do even out a little bit. Blinks are going to be similarly timed. It's a very even game for the most part. Just Skillis already a little bit of infrastructure investment made that MaxPax has not made yet.
Here we go, Stalkers coming forward. Enough Stalkers and Sentries to defend, but Blink is now finished for both players.
Oh, that's actually a huge amount of Stalkers here from MaxPax. He's going in, getting a little bit aggro. This is the thing with MaxPax as well, right? He will push his units to the very limit in this matchup. He will do everything he can to try and take an advantage. So he will take fights that you don't necessarily think are like super amazing. And he's going to come in again here, just a couple more Stalkers now. He does have the advantage, and he is going to come through. And Skills is going to get pushed off of this base, pushed over to the side. And MaxPax is going to get rid of the pylon and just make this third base a struggle to hold on to. As now he's going to start Blink Micro, and the other Stalkers and an Immortal show up. Oh, he Blink into the Immortal, though. That can't be too pretty. He starts to step away. Oh, it was actually not so bad, all said and done.
Oh, another stasis trap in the main. Oh, another entire mineral line frozen, including one of the workers on gas. Nasty harassment from MaxPax this game. And like you said, it's just these little poking fights. He's just looking for good trades. And he's like, oh, I've got one more Stalker than you.
Yeah.
I killed a Stalker. Now I'm 2 Stalkers ahead. Now I'm going to kill 2 Stalkers. Now I'm 3 Stalkers ahead. Now I'm just going to kill the battery. And it spirals very quickly. It is equal army supply, but remember, some of that's pinned in the back to defend the Oracle. Going Glaives seems way too late for Skillis. I think he means to go charge. I think that's a misclick, and kind of unfortunate for him. You can technically use it for harassment pairs, but that is pretty niche, and I doubt you'd be doing that under this much pressure.
MaxPax doesn't stop. 2 Adepts into the natural expansion, and well, forcing warp-ins over here again. You notice the confidence in MaxPax as well. I think you mentioned, like, you notice the little things, but most players don't really feel like, oh, I'm a Stalker ahead, I can take the fight and kill a Stalker or whatever. MaxPax is so good at always executing on those little advantages, and he makes each and every little advantage so much bigger of an advantage than it ever should have been. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, it feels like there's constant skill tests going on. It's why he has a little bit of that parting in him, you know. Parting famous for always like winning games with his first few units just by forcing interactions and out-microing his opponent's MaxPax. He's come into his own in a very different path to a more aggressive timing attack micro-based player than Parting, but he shares that same element of being able to just out-control you over periods of time.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing this a little bit now as well as Stalkers continue to come about. I mean, we're up now 11 workers. That's the crazy thing, like, MaxPax really had not a great opening compared to Skillus. When you looked at the numbers, he had a lot of workers to kill to get back in it, and he just found all the harass he needed. He's found fights ever since then. Skillus coming across the map, and you know what? It's +1 each. The army supply is similar. It's that worker lead for MaxPax. He's still just got so much harass going on, and now Skillus has Resonating Glaives finished, and there's no Adepts on the map, so that is really a whole lot of not great. He is going to warp in some Adepts here, just believes they can help him a lot against the Zealots that MaxPax has, so feels like Skillus is very committed to this attack right now.
Dude, these Adepts just won't leave. Skillus has got to feel frustrated, man. It's just, and the Oracle is still in the back being a massive nuisance. Oh, this is infuriating. You know, I honestly feel like watching MaxPax play PvP is part of the reason I gave up on ever getting good at like solid PvP. It's just impossible. He plays so well. He's doing so much. While he's defending this at home, he's got a 4th up. You kind of need to get massive damage done right now as Skillus. I mean, Skillus has a good position. His force fields are incredible. But look at that Zealot flank on the south, and the Stalker's blink on his Prism. I mean, this is just huge. MaxPax has like 10 gateways up. He is warping in an insane amount of units, and those Zealots are swarming.
GG's, MaxPax just absolutely popping off. And, well, that's why we love MaxPax's PvP. It's freaking good. It's really freaking good, and this was just an example of that through and through. Everything he did here was spot on. I mean, it's hard to kind of talk about what Skillus should do, because he should just play better. You know what I mean? Like,
just keep up with him. Just keep up with the guy who's the best in the world at this matchup and is insanely hard to stop. Like, it's crazy, man. It's so hard to keep up with him in these games. Like, there's just so many little interactions going on, and it's a different thing. Like, I always try to explain to people, like, you know, I get to play against some decent players on the ladder, but then, like, when I get to play against one of these guys, like a MaxPax or a Clem in a tournament, there's, like, you're just overwhelmed at every moment with how much they interact with you. And I feel like MaxPax in PvP especially has an ability to do this. There's something about his knowledge innately of every step of this matchup where I feel it's actually way better than his PvZ and his PvT. And he just has this ability to be like interacting. Adepts here, Zealots here, Oracles there, Adepts here, Blink Stalkers are here. And he's just bouncing between these things and cycling through them, looking for advantages. And it's just clockwork for him. He's not stressed at any point, and it feels like his opponents are just inevitably missing something here or there. He grabs a kill, grabs a few probes, sneaks the Adepts in. Oracle gets in and gets to be a very slippery slope there. So not sure what the main thing is. I think generally you just want to look at the first mistakes that happen, try to eradicate those. If you can get a little ahead, it becomes much more doable. So you got to find yourself a really smooth opening, or maybe some sort of gambit to get yourself in the advantage.
I was gonna say, maybe if you get a little bit of a lead, you can break the clockwork, right? Like, if you have a lead, you can throw a couple things at him, and then he has to kind of play to your rhythm instead of just kind of going through his motions, which he knows, you know, it's just it's more difficult in theory to do that. He may handle it well still, but, well, that's part of the challenge. Top right-hand side, Blue Protoss player down again from Team Liquid. It is Skillus.
And the king of this matchup in the bottom left side, it's MaxPax.
He's just good. Like, he's just so very good.
Isn't many better ways to put it than that, is there? I mean, it's such a beast, and it is really cool to see him competing like this. Obviously, Skillus representing Team Liquid, MaxPax for Psystorm Gaming for many years now. We'll dream of the day we see MaxPax up on the big stage. Wonder how his skill would convert. You know, I think part of what makes Serral special is his ability to perform well on stage.
Yeah.
And big performance, you know, out of your home environment. There's a lot to manage, and that's a special skill set. I don't know. I kind of sense that MaxPax would actually be really good at that. So hopefully one day we do get that.
It would be really cool. You're right. You know, it's a different thing being able to kind of travel somewhere, do it in front of people, do it on a stage. You know, when it's like, you know, all the pressure is really on instead of like, you know, just from the comfort of your own home. It'd be really cool
Yeah.
to see that kind
Even
of next
online
level.
tournaments, when there's long downtime, players sometimes get like thrown off their game just because
Yeah.
they got to wait between matches. Let alone being at a tournament for 12 hours, you know, some days. And
Oh, I just disappeared off Discord. Give me a sec, guys. I will try and message him and figure out what's going on there. As he was just mid-sentence, so I can't assume that that is good. But I will just cast for the moment. As I get back on Mapu's camera. And we will see what's going on here in this PvP. As the Twilight Council and the Stargate come up and about and online. I mean, Pig's still in the game, right? So we didn't DC. Just Discord maybe crashed or something. Alright. Any which way, we'll continue through. And we'll get this going. Apparently, maybe Mapu's on the... Okay, let me try and recall them on Discord, guys. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'll fix this. Mapu got kicked out as well. Oh, maybe I got kicked out. Hello, mate. Hello, hello. No. This is very weird, guys. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Well, we will take a moment or so, and we will just kind of continue to follow the action for a second, as we do have this setting up. We just have a little bit of a Stalker poking about, Blink coming through, Prison coming in on the other side as well, so just trying to get a little bit of everything on the ways to get this all rolling. Apparently I can't start a video call. That's lovely, as you do see the Oracle coming in from MaxPax, and he's just going to absolutely decimate a mineral line, so that's fantastic. That's a whole bunch of damage done. That is absolutely what you love to see, is MaxPax is going to continue to put himself in a pretty darn good position here early on. Continue to really improve his position and set up just across the board. Really just, again, getting into a better and better place. So, we have these Stalkers still trying to poke around. Trying to get something done. And there's just, yeah, a few Stalkers still poking around. Skill is really desperate to do something here. He is on this one base against the two. So, would love to try and find something with this, as we have ourselves a few Stalkers still poking around. Stalker's just going to be, again, still poking. A couple of Void Rays will be active. The Stalker's getting pushed away. And this is just going to be our for ourselves at the moment. A couple more shots going back and forth. Stalker's still fighting, and I mean, the thing is with the Void Rays here as well, it's so difficult to break through. This is the defense that MaxPax has practiced and perfected over a very long time at this point. So this is where he really is at some of his absolutely most comfortable situations. So this is, I mean, very tough for skill. As you can see, the triple Void Ray activates, but honestly, it's fine to activate them all at once here. The more you push this back, the closer you get to another overcharge, the better off that's going to be. And it just does seem to get better and better and better at the moment. As we do have ourselves Stalkers, and the Void Ray is coming about once again. Just going to still kind of hold out there. The Stalker's going to get pushed around. And the Robo facility is coming up from MaxPax as well. That battery continues to come through. Probe still coming up. And, yeah, I'm going to see 2 more Stalkers just warping in. It is going to be MaxPax looking good at the moment. And, we very nearly have a Void Ray just going to be going down. But, again, it's only because MaxPax is feeling more and more comfortable to kind of move forwards and to make these plays. So, MaxPax feels good to kind of take these steps. I think he kind of knows what's up. He's getting the Robo facility too. The Robo is obviously a great addition because Immortals are just going to make it better and better. That's going to be GG's, and MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead. Alrighty guys, so what is happening is that Discord is down, which is how we have been calling. So that's always good, isn't it? I reset my Discord, and when I reset my Discord it wouldn't reopen. But it just reopened now, so maybe this will work. Give it a go. Yeah, we'll give it a attempt. brackets coming up. Happy just joined us. I think we're probably going to be okay, guys. If Pick can connect. If Pick can connect. Happy's back in here. Pick. Oh no, it says await an endpoint. So, Discord voice is just down. That's fun. What is a good alternative to get Pig on call real quickly, guys? I love tech issues. Don't you guys love some tech issues? Let's see if we can get Google Meets to work. Alrighty. I'll just try and get this set up. Hopefully we can get this going nice and quick. Hopefully people can join us here and this will work out. Didn't really have to have a backup plan for this in the past, so we're just figuring it out live, guys. Oh, I love that. Now my webcam is having a good time. Mapu's here. My webcam has gone all funky. When it rains, it pours. That's the saying, isn't it? When it rains, it pours. I hear another ding dong. I hope that means that Pig wants to join us. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I hear you. Beautiful. All right, that was an easy fix, guys. Nothing even happened. Let me just grab Pig for a second here, and we can just go.
Yeah, I made like a nice point, and then I was like, "You're not gonna respond, Wardy?" I was like, "He must be busy with production or something." And I was like, "Oh, can you hear me?" No, he's not there. I was like, "What's happened?"
Yeah, it was even weirder for me because I was like, obviously, like partway through the partway through you like listening to you, and then all of a sudden you just stopped. I was like, whoa, Pig went. I was like, oh no. And then Mapu was like, I don't hear anyone either. I was like, oh my goodness, it's all gone wrong. Brilliant. All right, well, that was a bit chaotic, but MaxPax is up 2-0. He kind of dominated again, right? Skillers tries to get aggressive, doesn't really work out brilliantly, and here we are now going into game number 3 with MaxPax at a 2-0. So we get to restart this up and get this underway one more time, as it could be our last map of the day. And the way it's been going, it's the way it's been going, MaxPax has just been doing what MaxPax does.
Yeah, it's MaxPax PvP, man. Like, I remember I tried to study his PvP for a good month, really closely, when I was grinding Protoss about a year ago, and it was like confounding because you want to write down a build order, but it felt like there was just so many slight little detail differences and things like that. There was so many of these where I was just like, oh, what the hell, man? Like, he just adjusts. And I remember trying to ask him questions about why, and there was a lot of kind of like, oh, I just kind of felt like I should do this in this scenario. Like, it's almost like there's some, very conscious decisions, but there's also some kind of instinctual stuff MaxPax does through just thousands of games of reps and experience. And he's just figured out how to, adapt to the matchup, evolve, and make himself a bloody nightmare to play against.
Well, here we are for game number 3, as we are going to kick it off into the bottom right-hand side of the map with the red Protoss player who is on match point here. It is MaxPax.
And in the top left, the underdog. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Representing Team Liquid, it's Skillers.
Alright, then game 3 of this best of 5, and we look to see what happens. And we see what the plan will be. Gateway's on the high ground, not too surprising. Even MaxPax has given up on the low ground expansion, or the low ground gateway on no ramp maps, so he's kind of given up on that for a little bit now.
I'm enjoying watching the little stream VOD there of you editing the picture before and stuff. That was fun. Well done, dude. Well done. It is
not ideal.
8 hours into the stream, you know, and good crisis management. Once again, just a moment of applause in the Twitch chat for the great Woody. Well done, mate. Good recovery.
My favorite part is just like I'm out here like I actually have no alternative to listen to like call people. I don't know what else we do at this point, you know. So...
Yeah. I was like, oh crap, what even other things do we use? I don't have anything like TeamSpeak or anything on this computer. I'm like, I've been just using Discord for so long now. But hey, it's all good now. We are into game 3, potentially the final game. I'm hoping Skillus gets one back. It's tough to keep up with MaxPax. Sometimes you just need more repetitions practicing against a guy this good and getting used to the pace that he sets, being ready for all of his little moves, and just takes that, you know, repetition of getting hammered a bunch of times and slowly getting better at keeping that pace up. MaxPax going for, of course, the early Zealot, the Adept, and the Stargate. This is his favorite setup. Now, I don't mind the one-base blink. I think one-base blink is very powerful when you get enough Stalkers to one-shot units. It can be really powerful. It was a decent try, but felt like MaxPax just kind of had too much of an idea of what was going on. And he was able to get way too many units out, as well as a few early Stalker kills. The fact that he was on 38 probes as early as he was as well, like it's kind of wild how quickly he builds his economy in these sort of openings. Yeah,
it is crazy just how quickly he can get set up, how fast he gets going, and all the rest of it. It's powerful, man. Like it's really insane just how well set up you can get into this sort of a matchup as Sentry Stalker comes in on the side of Skillus. The Warp Gate's halfway done. Oracle still building from MaxPax, so we are going to see him just with, again, that 1 gate tech expand, and just kind of going back to what we saw in this game 1, which was Skillus kind of expands quick, MaxPax gets the Stargate up, expands not actually as slowly as the first game as well, so the expansion timings are a bit more similar. And this time it's going to be all about these sentries, as that Adept is going to be allowed in, but there's not really much for it to see.
Yeah, one Adept not able to do that much damage, especially with 3 sentries there. If it can pair up and distract while the Oracle dives, that's where real damage lies. Twilight and extra gates down behind it for MaxPax to go into Blink. Right now, he's got Skillus pinned on the defense. Skillus is up a few workers. And that probe does get picked off. Nice play, dude. Just these little pickoffs. This is what we're talking about. Those little interactions. And he's in the main as well. Now, it's not like he's going to kill any probes in here, but he's just being a nuisance, lowering the energy and distracting. Now, the Oracles on the front, it looks like, are coming in. And hallucination tracking. I love that hallucination tracking move. That's a very good move. Gets himself a probe kill, but the Stalkers will push him back. Only 5 probes. Man, how does he always get so many probes? He's so smooth with that Oracle kind of move and shoot. He never lets them stop moving, where they decelerate and then they have to slowly start up again. Always keeps them moving.
Yep, and they just get to sit in the back there for a little while. Do you see a couple of Adepts going to try and shade on forward, try and get something done? Hallucination is obviously going to keep track of these Oracles. Stalkers will stay there, but man, I mean, MaxPax just on a couple workers lead, heading into Blink, and we're back to this question mark of, you know, Skillus is now going to have to start dealing with all of these different things of MaxPax over the next little while. And that's basically where we're going to be for the next little bit, just trying to figure that out.
Oracle's diving the main, 3 worker kills, not too bad. Just keep stacking up that value over and over. The Adepts as well, oh my god. Like I was saying in that last game, Deja Vu, Adepts just kept appearing in his mineral line over and over and doing so much damage. And again, finds his way in. It's just this usage of mobility and harassment. His mobility, he's so constantly doing everything, and yeah, it's wild. I remember at one point in time assuming that MaxPax, because he was so clever, must be a sort of slower player, but he definitely, maybe even if he was at some point, he's definitely not these days. He is so fast.
Well, Stalkers, we'll just fire up a couple of shots. And we just have Hallucinations being cleaned out, Blink finishing, and guess who's already on the offensive looking for opportunities? It's MaxPax. He's down in army supply, but he will just sit out there and just say, hey, is there anything I can do here? Is there any chance for me to get something done? Because that's what MaxPax is all about. He's always out in position. He's always trying to find opportunities, openings, moments to get things done. So that's how he sets up for the moment, and that's where we will all settle down. As we see, Stalker's able to trade out in towards the main base and getting a little bit done over there.
The activity rate is insane. This is so hard to match. It feels like he's just running in circles around looking for weakness, you know. Feels like Skillus is kind of the old like Western carriage train, you know, and they've got the carts in a circle, and MaxPax is just circling on horses, just looking for an opening, shooting arrows in, and feels like Skillus is just kind of behind those horses and carts with the barricade, just going, dude, leave me alone, give me a second to breathe, just trying to hang on, trying to survive right now. The Immortal. Oh, you do not want to lose that good battery healing. Oh my gosh, the battery. Okay, slight overextension there. First time Skillus gets a bit of a victory, punishes him a little, but the Oracle's ready to go in the main again. Oh my gosh. How are these Oracles everywhere at all times? I can see why people play Phoenix against MaxPax. It's nightmarish dealing with these.
They just don't stop, right? Like, they are just always around. They are always just available to come in and, yeah, just creating opportunities. MaxPax has once again opened up an 11-worker lead. He's a bit down in army supply, but you just know for a fact that he's going to catch up on that. Like, that's not even a question mark. That's just an eventuality, realistically, at this point. Is yeah, this is looking pretty darn good. A couple force fields go down. Stalkers are going to get hit. And we actually blink into chase here a little bit from Skillus, but MaxPax, I think, is far enough away to be mostly out of trouble. Has another blink to get out of there, and is able to escape for now.
Fourth base on the way at a similar time for both players. Skillus is down 5 workers, but that's not the end of the world. Ah, these Oracles. Absolute nasties, man. 22 probes have gone down on Skillus' side of the map this game. 0 MaxPax probes have died this game. That is the story of MaxPax being in his opponent's face, getting a castle on the 4th Nexus as well. Gosh, he is a freak.
Oh. It's crazy, right? It is actually ridiculous. As now he's just going to take the army supply. It's going to even now. He's got a slight upgrade timing advantage as well, so that's a little bit of something to look at too as we continue our way across and into the next step of this. So, again, getting things ready here as we just have ourselves the charge and the +1 finishing up from Skillus. +2 starts up from MaxPax. And his own charge finishing as well. We're going to come around the left-hand side. He's going to try and keep the pressure up over in this direction, so making a bit of a move forward. Dark Shrine is coming in as MaxPax gets that ready to go, so we get that all started. And yeah, just going to be seeing again the +2 attack coming up on both sides. Stalker's going to jump onto this Nexus. This is a huge loss if you lose it with good super battery. It probably was essential here, because you lose that base and you're just in trouble. Zealot's on the right side looking to deny the 4th, though.
Oracle in the main as well. It doesn't stop, Wardy. It does not stop. You know, it really does feel sometimes when you're playing a guy like MaxPax like you've been dumped inside a giant washing machine and you're just getting like tumbled around in that barrel, getting your head banged against the side. I don't know, maybe a cement mixer, the back of one of those big cement trucks is probably a better analogy. It's just yeah, that Oracle is non-stop. These Stalkers are still microing defensively. They're just pulling back. Skillus gets a few pickoffs there, but every time he gets pickoffs, every time he has success somewhere, it's because all of his attention goes there and all of his forces go there. And MaxPax is like, nah, I'm over here as well. It's, oh my God, just so hard to keep up with. And Skillus is doing a really good job of like recovering, but then bam, he gets caught off by the next one and then the next one. And right now, 15 worker advantage, 10 army supply advantage, a little ahead on the upgrades, and the second forge goes down. MaxPax just wants to play full gateway man. Not a bad idea. If you've got really good blink micro, it gets you very deep in this matchup.
I just can't blame him, right? Like, why wouldn't he play Gateway Man? You got the lead, you got the advantage. You can just spam units and do very well. It's a big map, so you can really move a lot of the plays. You mentioned how scary his DTs are because they just show up everywhere. Well, that's kind of what we're on our way to right now with DTs starting to move around the map. So that is starting to be a little bit of a factor also as we get ourselves a attempt to clean up. A couple of them starting to go down in the early stages as the DTs and Zealots continue to show up and move in. It's going to be seeing a few extra warp-ins coming through, and Stalkers are going to battle over on the sides here as well. I mean, MaxPax again just gets further and further ahead on supply. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah, very good at picking and choosing where the fights are, but also not overextending. Oh, he gets the 4th Nexus as well. MaxPax. That smooth ability to bounce around managing these fights. Absolutely impressive. And MaxPax gets a 3-0. I can't say it's a particularly surprising result, but I can say the style and dominance with which he did it was very impressive. That was awesome. Really well played.
Just absolutely crazy. Just time and time and time again, his PvP is just phenomenal, and it feels like the only really time people beat him in PvP is realistically when they kind of get the better end of like one of those very aggressive build orders, right? That's when Skillets has taken some maps in the past, but that is obviously a rarity too. Just absolute mayhem here as we can take a look at our final standings after the first round of the European bracket. I don't have the lower bracket, guys, but you can imagine the lower bracket. Any two players that would have met in the winner round of 8 will meet in the lower bracket round 1 instead, so if they lost. So Clem versus Halston, Showtime versus Spirit, Reno versus Hero Marine, and a Laser versus MaxPax Pig. Those are our matches across the board. What we thinking? What do we like there?
I mean, that's all exciting, dude. Rainer Hero Marine, I feel like Hero Marine's very relaxed. He's taken some pressure off his shoulders recently, and he's back in form because of that. Showtime Spirit, some good macro TVP. As I said earlier, I want to see Harstom's big disruptors against Clem. I think he's fantastic at that disruptor gateway man style. And of course, MaxPax, a Laser. Tough match for a Laser, but he usually comes out with some really good planning. So he's got, of course, a bit of time, a couple of days to prepare. So I hope he comes out with something special. In the bottom side, Mana Lambo, a great match there. Christianer versus Skillers, Bly versus Wayne, and Goblin versus Gung Fu Banda. All good matches as well. And getting a few of the mirror matchups cleared out. So we get more of the non-mirrors the deeper we go in the tournament. So I think it's a pretty good spread, right? We've got like 3 Protoss, 2 Zerg, and 3 Terran in the top 8 of the upper side. And then we've got 3 Zerg and 5 Protoss on the lower side. I guess we could use a few more Terrans spread across the lower side. But good to see those Terrans that did qualify are doing well in the upper side, all of them still.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I am with you. Well, that is going to be, these upper bracket matches are going to be happening on Sunday. We will be back with the European lower bracket matches tomorrow. We're actually going to have the pretty much same schedule as today. We're going to do 4 best of 5s in Asia, starting at the same time. Me and Pig are going to be here, and then we're going to be moving into the European matches after that, just as we did today. Any favorites that you've had today, Pig? Any highlight matches? If people didn't catch everything, something they should definitely go back and watch. Any suggestions?
I mean, it was all pretty good. I definitely think there was a few cool surprises. If you guys want to see some filthy all-ins that look like they're not going to work at all, but then they absolutely do work, check out that coffee series. That was like disgusting. But honestly, just a note on that last series as well to touch up. Sometimes it seems like this guy's just gifted. I just want to remind everyone that I've been casting MaxPax for years now, and I guess it was probably around 2020 when he was kind of really coming up. There was a long phase where he was playing the PvP weekly every week for the NA Cup against like Zest and Hero and these other guys. And he would just get cheesed every single time. Parting, Zest, they're like, this guy's just going to 1-gate expand. This isn't viable. And he just kept trying to do it. And he kept getting closer to defending and closer to defending. And it took him so many hundreds and then thousands of games, no doubt on the ladder as well, not just the ones I got to cast, to get as good as he is at the early game of PvP. And he slowly got the win rate to like 20% and then 50% and then started beating them more often than not. And players started getting crazy with the mind games they would play against him. But he put in so many losses where I think a lot of people would have said, hey, just give up on trying to, make this defensive style work. Just gamble and coin flip like everyone else does in PvP. But MaxPax put in this immense amount of study and work and practice. And that's why he is at the very top of PvP where he is right now. To be fair, there is one massive gambler Hero who still can beat him sometimes. There are 50-50 still exactly in head-to-head. But other than that, I feel like he kind of created his own style. And that only happens from so many thousands of hours of work behind the scenes. So once again, hats off to MaxPax for revolutionizing PvP. And yeah, what a fantastic day, man. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, man, it should be great. We're going to wrap it up here, guys. Of course, thank you to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. I can't show you guys the graphics and stuff because Pig's camera would get all messed up because everything's just changed in the last 20 minutes. But you can also get your tickets for Dallas if you want to join us at the offline finals at dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. You can use the code StarCraft for 15% off. So thanks so much for watching. Me and Pig will be back tomorrow for 8 more best of 5s in the ESL SC2 Masters Spring Regionals. We'll be continuing Asia across the lower and upper bracket, and we will be diving into the lower bracket round 1 matches and eliminating some players from Europe. Pig, I'm going to hang up on you because I do not have a way to mute you like I usually would, so it's a pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow,
Good night, mate.
And hopefully with some better connections. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.